Yunli finds herself traversing into the realm of interstellar existence as the sole female, adorned with an identity star ring serendipitously acquired, yet burdened with a staggering debt of 300,000 star coins from the very onset. Who can truly comprehend? While other female protagonists awaken to the delightful embrace of adoration, she opens her eyes only to be engulfed in darkness as she is thrust into arduous labor. Having delivered takeout to the Imperial Military Academy and washed dishes in an underground factory, she finally managed to secure a position at a research institute, where the essence of the universe seems to reside in bureaucratic allocations. In a galaxy where males outnumber females, high-ranking sub-females and mid-tier sub-females are regarded as national treasures, indulging in numerous interstellar privileges, yet she is undeniably a bona fide woman. Yunli could embody the abundance or the scarcity, but she must never become the singularity. In a bid to evade capture for breeding and experimental dissection, she cautiously conceals her identity while courting a devoted young man from a military-political lineage. Yet, why do the Imperial Prince, the scion of a financial conglomerate, the medical magnate, and the leader of the interstellar pirates find themselves increasingly entranced, resorting to unscrupulous means to claim her? Chapter 1. Help. I am delivering takeout in the stars. Central Star. Imperial Military Academy, Southgate. During a period of random upgrades initiated by the Interstellar Artificial Intelligence, the Military Academy experienced a takeover of all systems except for the Strategic Resources Department and Security System, restoring a semi-intelligent lifestyle for the remaining cadets. At the south gate of the Imperial Military Academy, throngs of cadets, averaging 1.90 meters in height, donned military-style black vests that showcased their evenly toned musculature, exuding a palpable aura of testosterone. They congregated in clusters, either discussing advanced mechas or the latest popular sub-females. The sounds of their varying discussions came to an abrupt halt as they caught sight of a petite figure passing by, their gazes converging upon her. Yunli hurriedly dashed forward, clutching a metallic box, propelled by her identity as an Interstellar Delivery person verified by the platform, racing towards the academy gates. I am doomed. In her mind, Yunli screamed, for heaven knows how she had snatched this coveted delivery position amidst a sea of thousands desperate for work on Central Star. Yet, who could have imagined that even after countless years, even in the interstellar era, the insidious timing system of the evil timers would still be perpetuated by the interstellar capitalists? With only 5 minutes remaining, and the route indicated by the map's cursor taking at least 10 minutes, she lamented the expansive, no-fly zone of the Imperial Military Academy, where the delivery company's basic hover vehicle was merely an elementary provision. Due to speed constraints, she had squandered considerable time on her journey. It seemed the delivery company never anticipated that a delivery person would utilize a basic hover vehicle. Her legs felt as though they were on the verge of combustion. Exceeding the time limit equated to a monetary deduction. Money was synonymous with her very existence, and rounding down meant a deduction was tantamount to a death sentence. In this moment, Yunli, undeterred by her surroundings, raced towards her destination, gritting her teeth in determination. As the alluring scent emanating from her perspiring form rendered numerous cadets, she passed momentarily speechless. It was not the calming aroma typically associated with high-ranking sub-females, yet it invoked an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if one wished to linger in her embrace. How could such shameful thoughts arise? After all, these entitled cadets of the Imperial Military Academy were oblivious to whether the delicately veiled delivery woman was male or sub-female. Were they not? Within the holographic simulation chamber, Zonglin rose from the simulation pod, furrowing his brow at the unsatisfactory metrics displayed before him. Zonglin possessed silvery hair, a prominent nose, and strikingly pale green eyes, with a well-defined physique subtly discernible beneath his black shirt, exuding an air of formidable authority befitting his noble lineage. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of another's deliberate footsteps echoed in the simulation room, as a similarly tall young man regarded Zonglin's demeanor with a sly smile. Your Highness, you are ever the epitome of self-discipline. Zonglin cast a nonchalant glance at his companion. What brings you here? Can one not visit a friend without a reason? Do not be so heartless, Alin. The newcomer possessed a visage that rivaled Zonglin's, but unlike his silver locks, he boasted golden hair and eyes, with a perfectly proportioned frame concealed beneath a luxurious silk shirt, which hinted at the robust musculature within. The rolled-up sleeves showcased powerful forearms, radiating an aura of wealth that proclaimed, I am of noble birth, the impoverished should keep their distance. Zonglin accepted a white towel presented by a robot and gently dabbed the perspiration from his brow, observing Elon Hartman sprawled casually on the sofa. Did you not engage in your usual playboy antics today? Elon Hartman scoffed in disinterest. Regardless of whether they are high or mid-tier sub-females, they are, in essence, not true females. Spending time with them is merely a diversion. Relying on them for emotional solace is akin to directly injecting a tranquilizer. His golden eyes shifted back to Zonglin with a mischievous glint. I have heard that the royal family intends to select a high-ranking sub-female for you. TSK, Your Highness, the options are ample. You may choose as you wish. In any era, the elite always occupy the highest echelons. For ordinary individuals who strive their entire lives, high-ranking sub-females are merely selections awaiting their turn. Zhonglin's pale green eyes remained unfazed, boring. Both shared a lack of interest in romantic pursuits, as the discussions among the youth in the interstellar age invariably gravitated towards mechas and battles. A black hole has re-emerged in the southeast of L Star and Jinghai Star. Marshal Gong Yishio has dispatched a troop mobilization order to the Academy president. We are likely to be among the first sent to the battlefield. After 3 years at the Academy, we have finally reached this day. Elon Hartman exhaled deeply, his anticipation palpable as he prepared to unveil his custom-designed mech, the Wanderer, on the battlefield. Zonglin took a sip from his water cup. At least 3 months of preparation is necessary. It is highly probable that I will not be able to attend. Elon Hartman nodded in understanding, adopting a serious tone. As the sole heir of the Central Empire, the Emperor will never permit you to face danger. With both myself and Gong Yiyu on this mission, what do you have to worry about? Zonglin furrowed his brow. Speaking of Gong Yiyu, have you not reconciled yet? Elon Hartman rubbed his nose, seemingly recalling the painful memory of having his nose broken by the latter during a martial arts competition. Gritting his teeth, he cursed. One should not speak ill of others' shortcomings nor strike a blow to the face. This scoundrel disregards martial ethics, so he must not blame me for abandoning such principles in dealing with him. Zonglin was genuinely curious. How did you persuade Marshal Gong Yun to take action against his own son? I have heard that he has recently been relegated to the Black Factory, where he is subjected to relentless challenges, his identity meticulously concealed to prevent others from showing him any leniency. Elon Hartman chuckled effortlessly. What else could it be? The Hartman family is lacking in many things, but money is not one of them. We donated 10 billion worth of supplies to the 3rd Army Corps. Even if Marshal Gongye does not regard my face, he will not hesitate to deal with Gongye Yuanzhou when considering the supplies. Do take care. Gongye Yuanzhou is no trifling adversary. Once he emerges from the Black Factory, I fear your nose may very well be shattered anew. Zonglin earnestly cautioned him. Reflecting on Gongye Yuanzhou's frenzied temperament, Ailong's smile became somewhat strained. He resolved that the day Gongye Yuanzhou returned to the military academy would be the day he would seek refuge from the storm. Who does not know that the marshal's decision to cast Gongye Yuanzhou into the Black Factory was intended to hone his physical prowess, mental fortitude, and compatibility with mechs? He could scarcely fathom how long he might wail under a single punch from Gongye Yuanzhou upon his return. An S-class mental power is indeed formidable. Chapter 2. Save me, save me. The evil timely treasure is deducting my salary. As Zonglin and Elon engaged in conversation, the security system chimed in. Esteemed Mr. Zonglin, the takeout you ordered 20 minutes ago has now exceeded its arrival time by 7 minutes. Would you like to dine now? The reminder interrupted their discussion, leaving Elon momentarily astonished. In this interstellar age, how can a delivery ship be late? Zonglin replied nonchalantly. Today, the military academy's artificial intelligence was updated, and most deliveries are now handled by human couriers. Elon felt a sense of embarrassment regarding his own enterprise under Zonglin's scrutiny and promptly rose to seek out the manager, determined to inquire. With human couriers, tardiness is utterly unacceptable. I must ensure that those in the subsidiary are performing their duties adequately. Meanwhile, Yunli, clad in a yellow and blue delivery uniform, was overwhelmed with thoughts of save me, save me. 7 minutes late for this delivery was simply inexcusable. Yet the military academy was vast, and being new to the environment, she was unfamiliar with the transportation tools available on campus, forcing her to sprint down the corridors, her lungs nearly bursting from the exertion. As for the peculiar color of her delivery attire, it was simply a result of integration. The commission for this order was substantial, with tips amounting to 1,000 star coins, enough to cover half a month's rent. It was no wonder that so many couriers were vying for this order on the delivery platform. Now that she had botched it, the malevolent timely treasure would deduct her commission, and if her customer left a negative review, she would receive no tips, rendering her efforts in vain. Why was life so arduous? Destiny had granted her luck, but had not bestowed upon her the ability to grasp it. As she stood there in a state of despair, The metallic door before her swung open, accompanied by a deep male voice. "Come in." Oh my, what a melodious voice. It was almost intoxicating. Yunli had no romantic notions. Before her transmigration, she had been a devoted ASMR listener, unable to sleep without such soothing sounds. The gentle timbre of his voice sent delightful ripples through her mind, igniting her senses. Upon entering the room, she finally beheld what an interstellar classroom looked like. There were no desks or chairs. The silvery space was filled with steel machinery and an array of firearms. In that moment, Yunli felt as though she had walked into an armory. A tall youth, with a mane of silver hair, was meticulously cleaning an energy gun with his slender fingers. His presence, even clad in the same black and gold uniform as the other boys, exuded an air of superiority. "Hello, shall I leave the delivery at the door?" Yunli was not a military enthusiast and felt a twinge of fear regarding the weapons. What if she got too close and there was an accidental discharge? She was aware that, in this interstellar era, the conglomerates and royal families controlled most resources, and there were ample reasons for someone to escape prison after an accidental death. Zonglin had initially paid little heed to the delay in the delivery, merely wishing to savor the taste of natural food for a change. However, during the wait, he had consumed 2 tubes of high-grade nutrient solution, adhering to the self-discipline he had set for himself. Consequently, he was not hungry and felt little enthusiasm for the belated arrival of natural food. Yet, upon hearing her voice, he abruptly raised his head and noticed a petite female figure, barely reaching his chest. Clad in an oversized delivery uniform with a helmet that obscured much of her small face. An odd thought flitted through his mind. How adorable she was. If only he could hold her in his arms. Wait. Why was he having such peculiar thoughts? This diminutive female was hardly even a low-tier subordinate female. She clearly represented a failed specimen in the process of gender transition. Unable to secure a respectable job and competing with a multitude of lower-tier males for the scarce employment opportunities. Regardless of the era, there were always countless individuals struggling with unemployment. Yet, why did her voice make his heart race uncontrollably? He pressed his hand to his chest and, without thinking, replied with a single word, "Good. Enjoy your meal." After delivering the order, Yunli swiftly turned and dashed back to the academy. She needed to complete her subsequent orders without delay. If 3 orders were late, her account on the delivery platform would be blacklisted by the Human Delivery Department, rendering her forever ineligible for employment. That was unthinkable. She depended on this job for survival, and she still had debts to repay. Zonglin, who had been inclined to converse with her, swallowed the words he had intended to say and set aside his beloved new energy gun. He opened the Star Network interface on his wristband, hoping to find her identity information, only to discover that the delivery platform concealed uniform characters. In truth, obtaining her information was not difficult. He could simply ask Elon, who would have the subsidiary provide her details. However, after just one brief encounter, he shook his head, mocking his own whimsical thoughts. As Yunli navigated her hovering vehicle through the skies, her greatest accomplishment over the past 3 months in this interstellar age was having secured a legitimate, unassailable identity and having self-taught herself to drive. She adored the Star Network's column, learning to drive a hovering vehicle from scratch. The central star, where she resided, was an immense forest of steel, with daylight and nighttime simulated by the planet's energy shield throughout the year, striving to replicate the rhythms of life in the bygone era. When the energy shield's reserves dwindled, it would automatically activate energy-saving mode, revealing the planet in its true form. Central Star was indeed a planet within the Milky Way, yet for reasons unknown. It did not belong to the solar system. Beneath the energy shield, Central Star was vibrant and colorful, with clouds streaked with hues from a painter's palette, while distant planets shimmered in the night sky, casting their radiant light upon Central Star. Countless skyscrapers pierced the heavens, and innumerable lanes of hovering vehicles traversed the air, weaving between the towering structures. After completing her deliveries for the day, Yunli returned home, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto her bed. The toil of earning a few coins in the interstellar age was truly draining. She couldn't help but reminisce about life on Blue Star. They said the job market was competitive, but a little effort could yield even mediocre employment opportunities. Worst case, one could always work in a factory. However, in this interstellar age, assembly line jobs had been replaced by advanced machinery, leading to a surplus of labor. The authorities had proposed 3 mainstream solutions to this issue. First, enlist in the military to guard the front lines against alien beasts. Second, enter the energy mining sector to engage in meticulous tasks that machines could not replace. Or third, participate in the sporadic job interviews conducted by planetary enterprises, and become an ordinary employee. Chapter 3. When I transmigrated to this perilous interstellar era, yet, for Yun, none of these options were feasible. The first option, military service, was out of the question, not only because the military strictly prohibited subordinate females from enlisting, but also because, with her physique inferior to that of a subordinate female, she would be of no use in the military. As for the second option, while she might manage to wield a shovel or two in the mines, those two were now dominated by machinery far more efficient than any human labor. Besides, what was the difference between working in the mines and being imprisoned? Having transmigrated to the interstellar realm, she could not possibly be destined for a life behind bars. The third recruitment by the Central Star Corporation is upon her, and she chuckles at the absurdity of it all. Is there any distinction between this and an army of thousands attempting to cross a rickety bridge? Countless individuals far more accomplished and educated than she are aplenty, while in this interstellar realm, she feels akin to an illiterate. The myriad languages of this cosmopolitan galaxy can be effortlessly translated via the built-in translator on her wristband, facilitating seamless communication. However, her grasp of the written language of the stars remains painfully rudimentary. Even after 3 months of fervently attempting to absorb knowledge, she has only managed to learn the basics. The mere prospect of a delivery job represents her most dignified option. Goodness! Since her arrival in this universe, her quality of life has plummeted drastically, plummeting from a quaint courtyard to a communal sleeping arrangement in a slum. What hope remains for her now? At this moment, Yun simply wishes to curl up and weep for a while. Her plight is indeed pitiable. 3 months prior, Yun inexplicably found herself transported to this place. On the day of her transference, the news reported a lunar eclipse, a rare spectacle not seen for many years, prompting numerous astronomy enthusiasts to prepare their equipment and ascend the mountains to witness the event. Yet, she distinctly recalls that day. After watering and fertilizing her beloved plants in the garden, she took a shower and lay down to sleep. Before her unexpected journey, she was a small-time gardening streamer, reveling in her passion for nurturing flowers and plants. Following her university graduation, she created an account to document her gardening adventures. Perhaps she possessed an innate affinity for flora, as everything she cultivated thrived, leading her to gain a modest following. When she struggled to find suitable employment post-graduation, she devoted herself entirely to managing her account. While her earnings paled in comparison to those of top streamers, she felt content living in her parents' cherished courtyard, pursuing her passions while enjoying a respectable income. Thus, she is perplexed as to how she was whisked away on the day of the lunar eclipse. As a bona fide citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, she inexplicably became an undocumented individual in this interstellar age. You heard me correctly, an undocumented individual. Among the multitude of transference experiences, there exist both soul transference and physical transference. Regrettably, she belongs to the latter, complicating her situation and rendering her without a legal identity in this new era. Had it not been for an extraordinary stroke of luck that allowed her to rescue a young man contemplating suicide, she would likely have been apprehended by the security forces and taken to a research facility for dissection. Why dissection, you might ask? This brings us to the young man she could not save. His name was Carl, and as he prepared to leap into the refuse river, she grasped his hand in a desperate attempt to pull him back. However, Carl stood at a height of 178 meters and weighed over 140 pounds, far beyond the capabilities of Yun, who is merely 162 meters tall and weighs under 100 pounds. Not only did she fail to pull him up, but she nearly found herself dragged into the refuse river along with him. At the last moment, it was Carl who relinquished her hand, tearfully thanking her, as he had lost everything except for an unbound and hand wristband. He insisted she take it if she needed it. To Yun, his words were incomprehensible, akin to a cacophony of sounds. At that moment, Carl was not wearing his wristband and could not translate. Yun, unfamiliar with the concept of a wristband, found herself lost in translation. After a brief, futile exchange, Carl resolved to end his life. Upon her arrival in the stars, witnessing a suicide scene was enough to send her heart racing to the brink of overload. It took a while, standing by the stinking river, before she calmed down enough to notice a silver, rather worn wristband lying on the ground. Its small screen emitted a faint glow, prompting her curiosity as she initially mistook it for a fuse. She picked it up and upon doing so, it began to bond with her. The binding interface displayed a language she could not comprehend, naturally the universal tongue of the stars. The wristband, detecting her inactivity within a specified time frame, initiated a scan and subsequently presented her with auxiliary language options, including the languages of the Blue Star Nations, the dialect of the Stick Nation, the dialect of the Day language, and the Dragon language. Her eyes lit up as she swiftly selected the Dragon language, delving into the starnet only to uncover the disconcerting reality of this bizarre interstellar world. In this realm, there are no women. During the era of interstellar amalgamation, while the gender ratio was skewed, it remained within manageable limits. However, with the onset of cosmic rays, vast numbers of individuals, regardless of gender, perished. To ensure their survival, humanity fused the genes of evolved beasts with their own, awakening psychic abilities. Unfortunately, female genetics could not endure the fusion with beast genes, leading to a continuous cycle of death. This period marked humanity's darkest hour, with countless children losing their mothers and innumerable husbands losing their wives. The last remnants of women vanished from the annals of human history a millennium ago. Today, the new human beings are birthed in artificial wombs. And owing to the stabilizing effects of beast genetics, they prefer to refer to gender as male and female. However, every artificially conceived being endures the agonies of inherent defects. The beast genes may awaken psychic abilities, yet the higher the level of psychic power, the more likely male individuals will experience early ancestral regression. Consequently, the Imperial Research Institute developed a psychic soothing agent to pacify the tumultuous psychic energies. Over the past millennium, the interstellar males, driven by their yearning for females, have given rise to two unique demographics, the sub-females and the mechanical females. Sub-females are defined as beings of a lower tier than females, yet, in a world devoid of genuine females, they occupy the top echelon. Sub-females can be further classified into high-ranking, mid-ranking, and low-ranking sub-females, with the distinctions based on the calming effects of injected female hormones on their psychic energies. If an ordinary household produces a mid-ranking sub-female, it transcends social strata. If a high-ranking sub-female emerges, it equates to an entry into the upper echelons of the elite. Both high-ranking and mid-ranking sub-females enjoy polyandrous arrangements, while low-ranking sub-females hold social status equivalent to mechanical females and ordinary males, living in even more precarious conditions. The transformation is a one-time cost, yet the continual injections required to alter their physical constitution with female hormones are exorbitantly priced. High-ranking and mid-ranking sub-females need not worry about financial sources. Their status ensures that their husbands are members of affluent aristocracy, making wealth the most readily accessible resource for them. Chapter 4. I became the sole female in the stars desperately trying to sustain their lives. Low-ranking sub-females often resort to various gray areas, engaging in companionship and drinking, selling their bodies in exchange for funds to procure the necessary injections of female hormones. Those with cunning can secure a comfortable existence by attaching themselves to a benefactor. Their altered bodies, nearly indistinguishable from natural females, fundamentally lack the robust physicality required for strenuous labor. Unless they are from affluent families, the majority of low-ranking sub-females must rely on their beauty to survive their youth. Tragically, the original owner of the wristband, Carl, was a low-ranking female who could never attain mid-ranking status, regardless of how many female hormones he injected. Through his final words, Yun learned of his past. Carl had smuggled himself from the chaotic star and acquired this identity wristband through the black market. Originally intending to lead the desired life on the central star, he found himself investing all his life savings and loaned funds into body modification and the purchase of female hormones. Yet he failed to successfully transition into the ranks of a mid-tier sub-female. He was forced to resort to selling himself to sustain his existence, a stark contrast to the opulence and grandeur he had envisioned. Unable to accept this disparity, he felt that his relentless and unscrupulous efforts throughout his short life had culminated in a farcical joke. He was destined to remain entrenched in the lower echelons of society, forever consorting with rats in the gutters, leading him to end his life today. Yunli found his actions utterly reckless. The possibility of transforming into a mid-tier or high-tier sub-female was, in fact, exceedingly slim, far lower than the odds of successfully navigating the treacherous gauntlet of the Blue Star's college entrance examinations. Out of 1,000 transformations, achieving even one mid-tier sub-female would be considered a significant probability. If the chances of ascending the social ladder through body modification were indeed so high, males in the lower strata of interstellar society would undoubtedly be clamoring to try their luck. However, once supply surpasses demand in any market, devaluation is inevitable. Having inherited Carl's new identity on the Central Star, she also unwittingly assumed the burden of his debt of 300,000 star coins, borrowed for his body modification endeavors at the central bank. It felt like a dark omen looming over her. What was even more suffocating was the realization that she might be the only female in this interstellar era. If this were a narrative, it would undoubtedly set the stage for a captivating romance, yet this was reality, a slice-of-life scientific experiment, with her being the sole viable subject. With so many elites in the interstellar realm, each one vying for a piece of her, she was but a small morsel to be divided. Thus, the elites must have deemed it far more vital to consign her to a laboratory for various experiments, to clone a second or third female body, rather than risk the likelihood of being beaten to a pulp by other elites after monopolizing her. Surely, the former was the more prudent course of action. To possess a naturally occurring female without fearing retaliation from other powerful figures was an audacious gamble. She yearned to safeguard her own identity and live a modest life in the stars, striving to improve her living conditions. At the very least, she longed to escape the squalor of her current shared accommodations. What privacy could a living space of less than 5 square meters afford? It was merely a matter of pulling a curtain around her bed to create an illusion of seclusion. If possible, she hoped to find a wealthy and handsome boyfriend to support her, fulfilling both her physical and emotional needs. She reminisced about the young men she had seen delivering meals at the military academy today, their impressive biceps and chiseled abs, driving her wild with desire. Who could possibly prioritize dignity over financial gain? Her moral flexibility allowed her to make sacrifices for a higher quality of life. Tonight. She had the perfect material for her dreams. Reviewing her delivery orders from the day, she realized her fortune had smiled upon her. Her commission amounted to over 3,000 star coins, an astonishing reward for the exhausting labor she had endured. But wait, how could it possibly be over 3,000 star coins? That was excessively generous. Yunli sprang from her bed, quickly accessing her account details to verify. To her astonishment, the extra amount was a generous tip from a customer who had placed the only overdue order of the day, amounting to a staggering 3,000 star coins. Originally, the tip for the order had been merely 1,000 star coins, which would have already made her ecstatic. Now, receiving triple the joy, who could resist such fortune? Good heavens, what a divine customer! The total price for the natural food delivery had reached an eye-watering 160,000 star coins, no doubt. Interstellar natural foods are exorbitantly priced without any logical justification. Nevertheless, with a tip of 3,000, she vowed to seize any future orders from the Central Star's military academy, even if it meant exhausting her fingers to the bone. She made a casual offering to the abstract deity of wealth she had painted on her wall, believing firmly that, despite the absence of incense in this interstellar age, the deity could see her earnestness. Filled with fervor for making money, she hurried to the communal bathing area for a quick shower. Although she understood that these modified subfemales were physiologically indistinguishable from women, they were originally men, which made it difficult for her to feel at ease. Especially on her first day here, when a towering woman nearly 6 feet tall had pointed at her chest and sincerely suggested that she undergo breast augmentation. Otherwise, with her modest assets, she could forget about attracting the attention of customers. Heartbroken, she mourned her beloved B-cup breasts, which she considered exquisite and delicate. The chests of these women resembled a production line of muscularity, and she harbored serious suspicions that they had collectively purchased some medical clinic services. Since then, she had made a concerted effort to avoid showering with these women. Perhaps it was the excess of female hormones, but even in this interstellar age, body shaming had taken root. More than once, she had caught these women snickering at her petite stature. She had to move out. It was imperative. The landlord was a miserly soul, determined to maximize rental income. He had knocked down all the partition walls of an 80-square-meter apartment to create a communal space of merely 2 square meters per person, devoid of privacy, at best. A thick curtain provided a semblance of separation. In this cramped space, aside from the bathroom, there were merely beds, accommodating over 10 individuals. One can only imagine the cacophony of odors within. Though they were women now, their essence remained that of their former male selves, with hygiene habits that were notoriously lax. They only knew to douse themselves in perfume before heading out to work. Yunli had lived in dormitories during her university days and had encountered some odd roommates. Yet compared to these women, even the most peculiar behavior seemed trivial. They were the type to wear the same pair of underwear 7 days in a row, flipping it inside out for reuse, and allowed their long stockings to gather mold until they needed to wear them again, seemingly unfazed. The sheets, stained with oil marks from their bodies, went unwashed, and the dark, dingy cups and sheets were barely recognizable as once being pale blue. Living in such close quarters with these individuals, Yunli felt she was almost becoming pickled in the atmosphere. Were it not for her dire financial situation, she would have packed her things and fled in the middle of the night. She fell asleep with dreams of sudden wealth, embracing visions of affection, only to awaken the next day to the cacophony of screams and disturbances. Here they came again, yet another episode of their daily drama, a staple of their shared living space. Every day seemed to bring a fresh bout of chaos, whether it was someone grinding their teeth so loudly that it disrupted sleep, or the misplaced clothing and shoes of others, or the disappearance of newly purchased bags and cosmetics. Chapter 5. Once Males. Why can't I bring a partner home for the night? In this slum, Yunli felt utterly devoid of any sense of futuristic technology. All she witnessed were the local elderly arguing passionately in the street. Just as she was lost in thought, today's episode of verbal sparring commenced. Susie, you've gone too far. We are all sub-females living in this house. What do you think it means to bring a male in here? Yes. What if he takes advantage of us? What if we're harmed? Can you bear the responsibility for that? Let's not even get into it. Susie, you need to explain why he wanted to sneak into my bed today. If you don't compensate or provide an explanation, we'll call the landlord and have him throw you all out. Her name is Susie, a sub-feminine standing approximately 1.74 meters tall. She possesses a distinctly Western visage, characterized by her striking blue eyes. Due to excessive injections of estrogen, her features have softened, shedding the sharp contours of her former masculine self and transforming into a more feminine appearance. This height and beauty are highly coveted in the sub-feminine market. Thus, she serves as a supervisor in a nightlife establishment, earning a substantial income. In the interstellar age, males generally prefer their sub-feminines petite. The aversion to Yunli, on the other hand, may stem from her being caught between petite and dwarfism. In the perception of the majority of males, Susie's stature aligns with mainstream aesthetics. Amidst an average male height ranging from 1.9 to 2 meters, her smallness evokes a sense of endearment and a protective instinct. Conversely, Yunli is perceived as a failed transformation or a congenitally disadvantaged dwarf. Searching the entire central star, one might find no adult shorter than her, aside from growing children. Susie has invested nearly all her wealth in her lackadaisical boyfriend, a handsome young man standing at 1.87 meters, adorned with long legs and a penchant for flamboyant attire. Akin to a peacock. As a bona fide male, he spends his days at gambling tables instead of seeking ways to support them, squandering Susie's hard-earned money in the process. This situation is hardly newsworthy in their communal living space. It is commonplace to overhear Susie's fiery arguments with her boyfriend via video calls. Yet she never broaches the subject of breaking up. This time, however, Susie has gone too far by bringing a male into their predominantly sub-feminine shared space. And his clumsiness only serves to incite outrage. With her hands on her hips, she confronts the others, declaring, "What business is it of yours if I share my bed with my partner? You are meddling far too much." In this cramped space, the stingy landlord doesn't even turn on the energy lights at night. If my partner accidentally ends up in the wrong bed, can you blame him? He meant no harm. If you have the means, go complain to the landlord about our dreadful living conditions. Instead, you nitpick and bully those you deem weak. Just wait and see if I show you mercy. We were all once male. Don't you possess what he does? Why can't I bring my partner to spend the night? I'll tell you now, not only will I bring him tonight, but tomorrow as well. And the day after that, I will bring him home every day. Before her words could escalate further, a sister from the crowd struck her squarely in the face. Chaos ensued as Susie and her partner became the targets of collective wrath, ultimately fleeing in disarray. This incident only solidified Yunli's resolve to leave this place. She must earn money, and earn it she shall. Early in the morning, after freshening up, she boarded the nearest hovercar, awakening her senses as she sat inside. If not for the cramped quarters, she would have considered saving costs by sleeping in the hovercar. Upon logging into her account on the Interstellar network, she noticed her username was still a jumble of characters. To change it, she would need to purchase a name change card for a hefty 999 credits. How outrageous! She refused to fuel their arrogance. A string of gibberish does not impede her use of the account. The planetary energy shield released the sun at 8 o'clock, and Yunli logged onto the delivery platform, having delivered takeout for 3 months, becoming quite familiar with the area. How astonishing it was that she, who had never delivered takeout on Blue Star, adapted so well to interstellar delivery. Truly, humans are the most adaptable of beings. Ding dong. Upon logging in, The delivery platform immediately began dispatching orders. She had hoped to snag an order from the Imperial Military Academy. Eager to encounter that generous client who had tipped her 3,000 credits last time, she intended to express her gratitude in person. However, despite her efforts, the order was snatched away by a competitor, dashing her hopes of encountering her celestial benefactor again. Yesterday, her order was delivered in the Central Stars Songyun district, marked prominently by the Imperial Military Academy, while she resided in the slums of the Floating Cloud district, separated from Songyun only by the Affluent Biyun district. Why take a long route when she could have gone directly? Perhaps it was akin to a Santana driver fearing to brush against a Rolls-Royce. And she was that humble Santana driver, having only recently learned to drive and compelled by necessity to hit the road, yet unable to overlook any opportunity for fortune. Especially with the luxury vehicles of the interstellar elite, which can cost tens of millions or even billions to modify. Some are hybrid mech vehicles capable of both defense and offense, serving as transportation. These toys of the wealthy are the doom of the ordinary. A mere collision could render a lifetime of savings worthless. Yunli held strong opinions about this. These interstellar tycoons ought to carve out their own paths to avoid inconveniencing ordinary folk like her, lest they suffer from accidental scrapes that could cost them their entire savings and plunge them into debt. She resolved to stand up against these wealthy individuals. Just as she was ruminating, her account pinged with a delivery order. How ironic that her fears manifested. Today's delivery area was precisely the Affluent Biyun district. With the expression of a subway elder fixated on their phone, she rented a hover car equipped with insurance, though the maximum coverage seemed insufficient for repairing luxury vehicles. Before she had even made the delivery, her legs began to tremble at the thought. This could be the end of her. As she fretted over whether her mediocre driving skills could carry her through today's orders in Biyun district, someone in the delivery group tagged her. ZXCVBNM. Can I switch delivery areas with you? A surge of joy washed over Yunli. How fortuitous. Just as she was dozing off, someone offered her a lifeline. Chapter 6. The Black Factory is not a factory. Curiously, Biyun district is hardly a pleasant place. Especially with the hover cars within the affluent area, 9 out of 10 are prohibitively expensive. This stark contrast between wealth and poverty is akin to a second-hand Xiaoli driver navigating a street filled with Rolls-Royce phantoms. A lifetime of earnings would barely suffice to cover the cost of a single scratch on those luxury vehicles. In this profit-driven interstellar realm, it is surprising that anyone would willingly undertake such labor. Yunli felt moved. Perhaps there are still good people in the galaxy. As she lightly touched the hover screen, just as she was about to accept the request from her peer, a flurry of notifications tagged her in the group. Many wished to swap delivery areas with her. Now, feeling somewhat bewildered, she wondered, is there some hidden benefit to delivering in this exorbitant wealthy district? Some members in the group, whose delivery points were exceedingly distant, revealed the truth. Buddy, if you're male, just raise your hand. Those subfeminines are clamoring to ascend the social ladder, and given their societal status, they wouldn't even touch the outskirts of the wealthy district. Today, you're lucky. While the AI hasn't fully upgraded yet, you've been assigned to the affluent area, which is their only chance to reach higher grounds. Why not help them out?
I'm truly perplexed.
Why would those lowly subfemales delivering takeout think they would appeal to the wealthy, who often hold themselves in high regard? Even if they do not find them appealing, who would refuse a gift delivered to their door? With just a fleeting moment of springtime affection, the tips from such individuals could sustain us for several years. While such fortunes may not be present in our circle, have we not seen instances in Groups 1 and 2 where former residents of affluent areas have taken up delivery jobs, only to be noticed by the wealthy, ultimately leading to a life of luxury? Why, oh why, do these subfemales insist on becoming someone's mistress? If they were to marry me instead, I would guarantee her exclusivity and dedicate myself to earning for her benefit. Yet alas, for ordinary males like us, the earnings from a year's labor hardly suffice to cover the cost of a single dose of female hormones for these subfemales. It is unfathomable to imagine how blissful I would be as the lover of the chairman of Eternal Life Technologies, freely indulging in high-priced female hormones produced by his own company, adorned with opulent jewels and mineral worlds, elevating my entire family across social strata. Never again to deliver this wretched takeout. This is indeed the dying fantasy of a delivery worker. I recall that the former chairman has already retired. His social standing assured him the luxury of monogamy, and his subfemale spouse is currently the most valued in the entire galaxy, outshining even the royal subfemales, all of which stemmed from the modest gifts bestowed by the old chairman. It has been said that the newly appointed chairman is quite young, having inherited his father's ruthless and unyielding demeanor. Truly, He exists in a world entirely different from ours. Yun, feeling impatient with the idle chatter in the group, noticed that those lowly sub-females eager to take her orders shared her sentiments, thus commencing a bidding war in the chat. The reward for this order was a mere 1,000, yet the bidding escalated to 5,000. Yun opted to proceed with the transaction, netting a profit of 4,000, which left her feeling invigorated. With the balance she had accrued over the past 3 months totaling just over 10,000, she could finally improve her living conditions. The individual she transacted with was a fellow delivery worker named Jessica, and the order she received was from the Black Factory. The term Black Factory does not refer to a literal dark factory, but rather a vast underground realm replete with a black market for exchanging goods and arenas for live combat between humans and mechs, along with regular auctions. In essence, if you possess star coins, you can acquire the galaxy's finest resources within the Black Factory. Situated in the Shien Yun district adjacent to the floating cloud district, the lawlessness of the slums stems partly from the prevalence of the unemployed, who resort to robbery for survival, and partly due to the influx of personnel from the Black Factory, further complicating the chaos. Prior to Yun's arrival, the original owner of the Star Ring, Carl, paid protection fees to various gangs each month, but a recent major cleanup in the main city forced many gangs into hiding. Yun now finds herself precariously navigating this environment, fully aware that once the atmosphere of suppression dissipates, these gangs will re-emerge, demanding skyrocketing protection fees to reclaim the wealth they lost during the crackdown. One of her motivations for wanting to leave the communal living space is her aversion to the deplorable conditions and the fear of these gangs regaining their strength. Previously, she had washed dishes in the back of the Black Factory. 2 months ago, the Central Planet's AI had yet to initiate widespread regional upgrades, leaving her no choice but to accept short-term dishwashing jobs posted on the StarNet. Those who could afford natural food in the Black Factory were a rare breed. Had it not been for the malfunction of the only domestic robot in the Black Factory, she would not have even secured that dishwashing position, illustrating the extreme employment pressure in the galaxy. Yun had also made several deliveries to the Black Factory, where designated personnel awaited her arrival at the pickup point, making the process straightforward and efficient, far quicker than her previous delivery at the military academy. Yet, during her last delivery, she received ample tips and felt that even a minor inconvenience was worth it. She hastily drove her hover vehicle toward the Black Factory. Underneath the bustling arena of the Black Factory, countless individuals waved their star rings, faces contorted in ecstatic screams. Get up, you bastard. I've wagered my entire fortune on you. Yes, fight like that. Knock him down, kill him, show no mercy. I won 100,000 star coins. Ha ha ha. The elated man, his face flushed, boasted about his victory, having placed a bet on an obscure contender that yielded the highest odds, transforming his few hundred star coins into a staggering 100,000. Those around him regarded him with cold disdain, internally cursing his foolishness. The Black Factory operates on the principle of discretion and wealth, and his loud exclamation had attracted the ire of the defeated gamblers. With over 20 individuals now setting their sights on him, it seemed unlikely he would retain that 100,000 star coins, and his very life might be at stake. The young man who had just fought sported an alloy earring on his right ear, his muscular arms and defined abdominal muscles glistening with sweat from the recent exertion, creating a striking aesthetic. Yet in the male-dominated underground Black Factory, such beauty was habitually overlooked, as admiration was reserved solely for his exceptional combat prowess and mental fortitude. Beneath his close-cropped black hair, his handsome face bore sharp angles, lips curving in a slight smirk, exuding an air of indifference and disdain, as if he regarded his opponents as inconsequential. Chapter 7. I adore you, come be with me this time. Yun's delivery did not proceed as smoothly as her previous ones, as no one awaited her at the designated pickup point. In such cases, delivery workers must ensure the order reaches the target area, namely the lounge within the Black Factory.
No worries. You encourage yourself.
Understanding that unexpected situations frequently arise during deliveries, it was merely a matter of entering the Black Factory, although she had never done so before. This initial foray would pave the way for future endeavors. Inside the Black Factory, the throng of people created an overwhelming cacophony of scents. Despite wearing a temperature-regulating mask, Yun could still sense the various odors infiltrating through the mask seams. The overwhelming presence of men, no, the interstellar terminology categorizes humans as males and subfemales, was palpable, with the mingling sense of sweat and foot odor fermenting in the confined space. Upon entering, she was momentarily dazed by the assault on her senses, unsure of where she stood. However, after a brief adjustment, she managed to steady herself. Navigating through the towering males, she encountered a mix of astonished and disdainful gazes. Some of the males were particularly boorish, carelessly resting their heavy hands on her shoulders, nearly toppling her. After regaining her balance, she noticed one male seemed taken aback, perhaps surprised by her fragility, and sheepishly patted his head while offering her an apologetic smile. Yet others intentionally shoved her, and 3 or 5 towering males trapped her in their midst, leering with malicious intent. Lowly subfemale? Or perhaps one who hasn't developed properly. How pitiful! Why not consider spending the night with me? I can buy you some injections. Stick with me. I earn more than he does. My earnings from a month of fighting would be enough for you to buy 2 doses of premium injections. A little fun in exchange for some cash is all it takes. Come on, don't inflate the market for lowly subfemales. Is this not an interstellar version of a street thug harassing a beautiful girl? As for the injections they mentioned, Yunli speculates they are likely estrogen, merely simplified in their discourse. Wherever men congregate, such distasteful whims are inevitable. The crux of the matter is that Yunli glanced up at these individuals and felt an overwhelming urge to suggest they look in the mirror. The living conditions in this black factory must be atrocious, as their faces bear either scars or tattoos, rendering even their appealing physiques moot. Moreover, given their utter disrespect towards lower-tier females, she could only muster a curt dame. As more individuals crowded around, eager to witness the spectacle, and with an increasing number approaching to introduce themselves, Yunli feared she might genuinely find herself unable to escape. Relying on her relatively petite stature, she deftly slipped through the gaps in the throng, hastening towards the lounge following the coordinates on her star ring. Z10, Z11, Z12, Z13, there it was. The destination for this delivery. She pressed the doorbell, and the door creaked open. Holding the lightweight metallic delivery box, she stepped into the lounge and inquired, "Shall I place the delivery on the coffee table?" No response met her ears, nor was there anyone present. A wave of confusion washed over her. Where was everyone? Could she have delivered it to the wrong location? She lowered her gaze to verify her star ring. The address was indeed correct. Just as she pondered this, she felt an ominous shadow descend upon her, and upon looking up, she was enveloped by a bronze chest, her face pressed against the bare skin. Feeling the heat radiating from him, a satisfied sigh escaped his lips. "You smell divine." After a moment of bewilderment, Yunli began to struggle, thinking, seriously, "Your sleazy harassment and outdated pickup lines are severely tarnishing my impression of you." However, for Gong Yi Yuanzhou, her struggles were akin to a mere tickle. It was as if he relished the embrace, tightening his grip. "I really like you. Come with me." Was this an interstellar version of a domineering CEO? Brother, you ought to first assess whether you possess the qualifications of a CEO. Your star coins are not even in place yet, and here you are getting all oily. "Let go of me," Yunli shouted angrily, raising her foot to stomp on the towering man's foot, but instead, it was futile. She felt as though she was exerting all her might, yet to Gong Yi Yuanzhou, it was just a playful flirtation. This was her first encounter with workplace harassment in 3 months of part-time work. The interstellar males typically regarded her with a gaze reserved for aberrations. She was acutely aware that, as a 1.62-meter adult, she appeared diminutive among the average 1.9-meter interstellar beings, yet she hailed from Blue Star, where her height was hardly considered short. Some males even looked at her with disdain and revulsion, as if she were something vile. Occasionally, even after timely deliveries, she would receive a negative review, as if her presence as a third-rate, deformed, lower-tier female was an affront to their eyes.
Hey.
Her temper flared, but in her fury, she realized it was futile. How curious, she had always felt quite safe, yet today, despite her apparent disadvantage, she found herself in such a predicament before this man. Yunli was unaware that among interstellar males, those with higher mental acuity possessed a heightened sensitivity to the scent of females. As a purebred Blue Star woman, her inherent fragrance was irresistibly alluring to higher-tier males. Fortunately for her, the slum she inhabited was filled with males whose mental prowess was mostly below C grade, rendering them oblivious to her scent. When she had previously delivered to military academies, some higher-tier cadets could detect the fragrant scent of gardenias emanating from her. In the chaotic scene prior to this black factory encounter, the stagnant air and the various scents of the males had suppressed her fragrance. Now, in this relatively confined lounge, combined with the heat generated from her recent sprint, she resembled a confection stripped of its wrapping, sweet, soft, and utterly delectable. A strong arm encircled her waist while another caressed her neck. She could feel the strength in his grip, knowing that with a mere exertion of force, he could easily crush her neck. Help! What a hellish predicament. Trapped in a male-s embrace. Her spirit felt as though it was already wandering the path to the underworld. Her body trembled instinctively in response to the man's hold. Initially lost in her fragrance, Gong Yi Yuanzhou resembled a cat intoxicated by catnip, burying his handsome face in the crook of her neck, where the pulse throbbed, releasing the most potent aroma. Chapter 8. The first friend since crossing over Gong Yi Yuanzhou was not unfamiliar with Yunli. He had taken note of her during their first accidental meeting when she was delivering to the Black Factory. Since then, he had deliberately lingered around the pickup point, orchestrating encounters with her. His entanglement with her today was less an act of forceful abduction and more a long con, having strategically trapped the Black Factory staff in the lounge, thus allowing Yunli the privilege of delivering the meal personally. With a resounding slap, Yunli unapologetically struck Gong Yi Yuanzhou, pushing his obstructive head away, wishing for him to retreat. Of course, this was merely a figment of her imagination. She would have liked to resist, but the disparity in height and strength left her with no chance against this man.
Help me! Help me!
This time, her plea was genuine, far more urgent than her previous late delivery. Her mind raced with countless gruesome films from Blue Star, contemplating the myriad ways a murderer could inflict torment. With such thoughts, her body trembled even more violently. Gong Yi Yuanzhou finally realized something was amiss. Gently releasing her from his embrace, he noticed her eyes were red and puffy, akin to a rabbit, prompting immediate concern. Baby, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Baby. Baby. He called her baby. To what extent must he be twisted to so casually use such a term of endearment? Yunli felt herself spiraling deeper into distress, until she caught a glimpse of his appearance. Perhaps his earlier actions weren't entirely inappropriate. Unlike the tattooed and pierced faces of professional competitors in the Black Factory, this youthful man appeared to be around 18 or 19, sporting an ear stud and a neatly cropped hairstyle, exuding vitality. His eyebrows were sharp, framing a face imbued with innate charisma, and his gaze, fierce and profound, possessed an aggressive allure, as if he wished to imprint her into his memory. It was no wonder that a buzz cut was deemed a standard for assessing a man's handsomeness, even among the interstellar populace, where average attractiveness soared. This young man stood out remarkably. If this youth were to be labeled a deviant, Yunli seldom found herself in the company of such individuals. Gong Yi Yuanzhou genuinely cherished this lower-tier female, his senses utterly intoxicated by her alluring scent. Regardless of the series of female hormones she was injected with, they struck a chord deep within his heart. He gently embraced Yunli, using the pretext of offering comfort to intermittently stroke her hair, secretly caressing her somewhat rough hands. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he vowed to take good care of her. Indeed, his affection for her was profound. Come with me. I possess ample resources to support you. You can purchase any jewelry you desire, indulge in any female hormone treatments you wish, and you need not deliver takeout anymore, all right? His deep, resonant voice, coupled with the final questioning intonation, resonated with a soulful quality that made her ears tingle. She struggled to maintain her composure amidst the enemy's sweet seduction, stiffening her expression. No, there's no need to trouble yourself. I manage quite well with delivery. I take pride in being self-sufficient, self-sufficient. Gong Yi Yuanzhou expressed his disapproval, grasping her delicate, fair hand. By staying with me, you will not have to endure hardship. That seems unnecessary, considering your profession as a mercenary, where danger lurks at every corner. One day, you might decide to leave on a whim. Or perhaps an enemy may come seeking confrontation, and I, as your companion, could become a mere pawn in their game. Yunli gently withdrew her hand from his grasp. It's not difficult, truly. I've grown accustomed to it. Thank you for your kindness. Could you please sign for this delivery? Gong Yi Yuanzhou's disappointment was palpable at her response, as he absent-mindedly fiddled with the star ring, contemplating her. Yunli felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze, her mind racing with thoughts of his potential obsession. Had this mercenary, who spent his days in the arena, finally lost his sanity? The good news was that he had finally accepted the delivery order, securing a stable commission. Just as she turned to leave, the memory of the aggressive males from her previous delivery resurfaced. This youth, with his own private lounge within the Black Factory, certainly exuded more authority than those brutish men outside. As Gong Yi Yuanzhou pondered how to naturally persuade the petite female to share her Star Network ID, he felt a delicate hand tugging at the hem of his garment. Greedily, his gaze shifted from the slender, pale fingers to her anxious face, his throat tightening with the urge to kiss her. Yunli coughed softly, mustering a whisper. The males outside seem rather fierce. May I trouble you to escort me out? A smile flickered across Gongye Yuanzhou's face as he took her hand. Of course. Yunli ultimately exited the Black Factory unscathed, vowing never to return for deliveries. The back kitchen and delivery point were merely inconspicuous components of the Black Factory. It was the extremists within, who revered violence and brute strength, that truly constituted its essence. She had gained her first friend on the Star Network since her arrival, Gongye Yuanzhou. The day after completing that delivery, the Central Star's artificial intelligence underwent an upgrade, leading to the dismissal of temporary human couriers, a possibility everyone had anticipated since the inception of this job. Yunli found herself once again unemployed. Although she had some spare funds, it was ill-advised to change residences during such trying times. However, the recent spate of missing females in the impoverished districts of Floating Cloud had left her feeling uneasy. In the slums, the lower-tier females were equivalent to society's underclass, and it was particularly alarming that it was females, not males, who were vanishing, and the frequency of these disappearances was causing widespread panic. Except for those who truly could not afford to leave the slums, the remaining females were desperately seeking ways to escape. Even Susie, who shared a large dormitory space with Yunli, refrained from quarreling with the others, efficiently packing her belongings into a space capsule while her boyfriend waited outside in a hovercar. Space capsules, which charged based on volume, were not inexpensive. A 10 cubic meter capsule typically cost around 50,000 star coins, an expense only middle-class families could afford. It was no surprise that Susie could afford one, as she was a highly sought-after female entertainer in nightlife circles, earning a respectable income. The female beside Yunli, Shani, cautiously tapped her shoulder, her eyes glinting with an unusual light. Yunli, it seems you're moving too? Yunli smiled, not bothering to hide her intentions, having already packed her dwindling belongings. Denying her impending move would be an exercise in futility. Yes, I must move. With all these recent disappearances, I have no courage to stay here. She turned her head to Shani. Have you decided where to relocate? Shani's name was melodious and feminine, but her former stature as a male left her less favored in the industry, resulting in little savings after 3 years of work. Chapter 9. New Life, New Dwelling. New friends. Yunli was not well acquainted with Shani, nor with any of the other females in the dormitory. They each formed their own circles. Even among the lower-tier females, there existed a hierarchy. For instance, Yunli, being petite, maintained only superficial politeness with others, while Shani, who was not well received among the males, exchanged only the necessary pleasantries. Yunli found it inconsequential and relished the solitude. When she lacked star coins, she toiled relentlessly for earnings, having no time for dormitory socializing. Now that she had some funds, she felt even less inclined to engage. She would inevitably leave this communal space one day. If she were to calculate her interactions with Shani, it might stem from a shared sense of solidarity among the isolated. Shani nodded. I have saved 100,000 star coins from my years of work and plan to move to the Green District in Floating Cloud, where the security is comparatively better, and the frequency of female disappearances is significantly lower. In truth, Shani's plan merely involved moving from Area A to Area B within Floating Cloud, an exchange of one perilous environment for another, remaining within the realm of potential disappearances. She understood the difficulty of earning star coins. Had she not fortuitously encountered a wealthy military academy student while delivering takeout, she would still be struggling to save even 10,000 star coins. Recently, her earnings had barely covered her rent. Currently, despite still being financially strained, she had managed to save enough for a temporary move. While 10,000 star coins was hardly a fortune, it would suffice to rent a place in Shien Yun district. Although the Black Factory was located in Shien Yun, the district itself was relatively secure due to the substantial taxes it generated. In stark contrast, Floating Cloud was plagued by a chaotic underbelly, dominated by the nefarious forces that had emerged from the Black Factory, rendering it impossible to achieve true cleansing of the area. Yunli could not alter the overarching societal environment of the star system. She could only strive to improve her own living conditions.
Shani,
acutely aware of the scarcity of star coins, hesitated to risk challenging the uncertainties of relocating, for in Floating Cloud, being a female did not guarantee immunity from becoming part of the unfortunate missing group. Meanwhile, in Shien Yun district, rents were double those in Floating Cloud. Failing to pay rent would result in landlords ruthlessly evicting tenants. Ending up homeless was not a favorable option. as the lower echelons of society were rife with solitary males who roamed the streets at night, preying upon the vulnerable. The propensity for violence was an inherent flaw that emerged when human and beastly genes began to intertwine. Shani then looked at Yunli and asked, "Would you like to join me? We could share a place again." Yunli shook her head, entangled in her thoughts. "I plan to move to Shien Yun district."
Shani,
Taken aback, replied, "But the rent there is quite steep." "How long do you intend to stay?" Yunli managed a bitter smile. "If I can't find a job in Shien Yun district, it would probably only be a month or two, perhaps even sooner." Shani's gaze shifted to one of pity. "We've known each other for 3 months now, and we both understand the hardships of survival. The star coins you possess must be dwindling. Are you truly not reconsidering?" While Shani may not be familiar with the plight of other sub-females, she knew Yunli well, recalling how she had moved in alone without any essentials, with the towel she used on her first night being lent by Shani. Over the past 3 months, Yunli had scrapped by, taking on odd jobs just to manage her rent, and recently had resorted to delivering food due to the maintenance and upgrades of artificial intelligence. Though her earnings were likely meager, was she truly daring enough to rent a place in Shien Yun district? Unbeknownst to Shani, Yunli carried a debt of 300,000 star coins with a central bank, a burden she acquired when Carl chose an installment payment plan for his loan. Fearing he might not be able to repay in time, he had opted to pay a late fee to delay execution by 6 months, granting Yunli a brief respite. When Shani inquired, Yunli nodded resolutely. "No more consideration. There have been numerous incidents of sub-females going missing around here. This area is likely being targeted. Who knows? I might become their prey one day. Just think, if I were to die with money still unspent, what a loss that would be. Given the choice, I would prefer to live first and spend my money before anything else." Shani had no choice but to end the conversation. She found it hard to comprehend Yun Li's carefree approach to life, while Yun Li could not empathize with Shani's precarious existence, where financial worries loomed like a sword of Damocles. As a temporarily unemployed individual with ample time, Yun Li spent the day lying in her modest 5-square-meter space, scouring the star network for rental information in Shien Yun district. After gathering the necessary details, she began contacting landlords to view properties. Shien Yun district was not devoid of landlords akin to those in Floating Cloud district who would divide already small spaces into 7 or 8 rooms, renting them out to tenants. Having previously rented such a large dormitory-style room, Yunli was wary of living conditions that, while inexpensive, were utterly dreadful. She believed that having her own private space was essential for her to contemplate her next steps. After a long day of searching, she finally discovered a suitable residence by evening. The tall male landlord, holding a set of keys, opened the door to reveal a tidy room, a 1-bedroom, 2-living-room layout. The main bedroom was already occupied, while the secondary bedroom was still available for rent. The secondary room was small, roughly 5 square meters, containing only a worn bed. The landlord kindly inquired, "If you don't want the bed, I can have it removed immediately." Yunli was taken aback. "Of course I want it. How else would I sleep?" The landlord seemed even more surprised. "You don't even have a thermal sleeping bag?" Yunli almost forgot that in this interstellar age, everyone was accustomed to high-tech products. A thermal sleeping bag was a staple for most interstellar citizens, available in various sizes, with prices escalating based on capacity. The thermal sleeping bags produced by Eternal Life Technology were reasonably priced at around 3,000 star coins, considered affordable by the company's standards. However, for Yun Li, who had been struggling to make ends meet, 3,000 star coins felt like a life-or-death situation. With the temperature not too cold, she figured she could layer several discounted garments from the star network instead. A mere 200 star coins could suffice for her needs. Why would she need a thermal sleeping bag? It was simply unaffordable. Thus, the necessity of keeping that bed was paramount. Chapter 10. Roommate Bobo and sub-female Perfume. The landlord had no objections to her insistence on keeping the small, shabby bed. Your roommate is also a sub-female, slightly taller than you, quite easygoing, working at the nearby Nightshade bar. Given the cleanliness of this room, you can tell she values tidiness. You can't be like a crow standing on a coal pile, seeing others' dirt while ignoring your own. You must maintain your own cleanliness. If I receive complaints from other tenants about you not taking care of this room, I'll have to revoke your discounted rent and evict you.
Yun linudda rapatadli.
And seeing that his warning had taken effect, the landlord did not linger, leaving her with the keys as he departed, pondering what to prepare for his partner's dinner. As tomorrow marked the dreaded arrival of the third wheel, Yun Li had little luggage, so she had been carrying her belongings during the viewing. She secured the rights to the secondary bedroom for a monthly rent of 5,000 star coins. Once the landlord left, she closed the door and lay back on the bed, stretching her limbs in sheer delight. No matter how challenging next month's rent might be, at least in this moment,
She felt truly relaxed.
after enduring so long, she finally had a small slice of personal space. In the slums of Floating Cloud District, even the tiniest of spaces commanded a rent of 2,000 star coins per month. In contrast, securing a secondary bedroom with excellent privacy in Shien Yun District for only 5,000 star coins was a remarkable deal. Calculating the figures, the landlord in the slums seemed to profit more. A 2 square meter space could fetch 2,000 star coins a month, totaling over 20,000 star coins with a dozen tenants. In Shien Yun District, while the location was better, the landlord's care for the property meant he did not indiscriminately divide the rooms as slum landlords did, ensuring the safety, privacy, cleanliness, and integrity of the house, leading to a rental income that might not exceed that of his Floating Cloud District counterparts. Lost in thought, Yunli drifted off in the serene atmosphere, free from the anxiety of interruptions akin to those in a large dormitory. She slept deeply until the sounds of rustling from outside the door roused her in the evening. Sitting up abruptly, she took a moment to gather her senses, realizing where she was. Oh yes, this was her room. She had signed a contract with the landlord. Upon opening the door, she encountered a sub-female with flaxen brown hair, clad in a pink spaghetti-strap mini dress and over-the-knee boots, who was in the process of removing her shoes. Upon noticing another figure in the room, she looked up, clearly surprised, but then smiled. You must be my new roommate? After appraising Yun Li with satisfaction, she seemed pleased with her petite stature. In the realm of lower-tier sub-females, pride in appearance varied by body type. Bobo had previously shared a rental with another sub-female, and they had clashed over trivial matters, resulting in Bobo being physically overpowered and incurring an additional 5,000 star coins for medical treatment. Since then, she had always insisted on landlords ensuring that her future roommates were weaker and maintained cleanliness. As Bobo changed her shoes and entered, she playfully tossed her flaxen curls, sending a fragrant breeze wafting towards Yun Li. However, unlike the inferior perfumes of the common dormitory, which Yunli had to concede were treated not as fragrances, but as mere air fresheners, Bobo's perfume was distinctly different. Each time Yunli caught a whiff of that peculiar blend of sweetness and stench, she found herself sneezing uncontrollably. The fragrance worn by her roommate was truly delightful, possessing a calming effect that irresistibly drew people closer to her.
Hello, I'm Bobo.
You must be the new roommate? Bobo inquired, extending her hand politely after changing her shoes and approaching Yunli. It was evident that she was slightly shorter than when she wore shoes, standing at approximately 1.73 to 1.74 meters. This physique was quite similar to that of Su Shi in the Floating Cloud District's dormitory, making her quite popular among the male populace. Yunli reciprocated the gesture, shaking Bobo's hand.
I'm Yunli.
Have you applied perfume? It smells wonderful. The mention of a topic that piqued Bobo's interest immediately drew the two closer. Bobo eagerly pulled her onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Isn't it lovely?" Those inferior females spend all day obsessing over revealing outfits to attract customers for drinking. They waste so much money on clothes when all they truly need is a good perfume. I rely on this fragrance to achieve remarkable sales, ranking among the top in the nightlife bars. No matter the era, there has always been a gilded haven for men. Who would have thought that such an ancient establishment as a bar would endure even into the interstellar age? Yunli, playing the role of a competent conversationalist, continued, "This perfume must be quite expensive, right?" "Not at all." Bobo waved dismissively. "Just 20,000 star coins for 10 milliliters.
What?
Yunli exclaimed, standing up in shock. Was it possible that her diligent earnings of 10,000 star coins from delivering food couldn't even purchase a single bottle of perfume? Bobo gave her a look of incredulity before rising to fetch a delicately packaged small bottle from her room, presenting it to Yunli. "Look. This is the perfume from the Eternal Life Technology Company, class female number 1. It has topped various fragrance charts for years and sells out almost instantly upon release. It is the go-to fragrance for both middle and high-class females. One can do without it, but never without its presence." With a connection to middle and high-class females, the price suddenly made sense. Do you know why this perfume is so expensive? You can tell just by its name, right? Class female, emulating the scent of femininity. Not only is it pleasant, but also has a soothing effect on the spirit, making it a favorite among countless males. I've saved to use this bottle until now. I've been unable to snag a bottle since class female no. One was listed on the Star Network a month ago. It's just too popular. I have no doubt that Eternal Life Technology is a colossal entity on Central Star. They possess that capability. 20,000 star coins for such a small bottle. Yunli couldn't muster any affection for eternal life technology. It was simply too exorbitant. Having been in the interstellar age for some time now, Yunli had a grasp of the value of star coins. In fact, the purchasing power of star coins was roughly equivalent to that of the Long Kingdom currency at a 1-to-1 ratio. Thus, upon hearing that Bobo spent 20,000 on a 20-milliliter bottle of perfume, she found it utterly astonishing. Was the world of the affluent truly this extravagant? Class female perfume was Bobo's cherished possession, and subsequently, she showcased and extolled a plethora of products from Eternal Life technology, such as Class Female Series shower gel, essence, essential oils, and masks, each concocted with captivating fragrances that lingered in the air, all priced accordingly to be exorbitantly expensive. Chapter 11. A pineapple worth 200,000 star coins? Yunli finally comprehended why Bobo, as one of the bar's mainstays, still relied on renting rather than purchasing a home. It seemed all her earnings were funneled into products from Eternal Life technology. While Class Female No. 1 perfume was costly, the shower gel and essential oils were no less so. These rapidly consumed products were all priced in the thousands. Who among the impoverished could sustain such indulgence? Moreover, Bobo had to continuously inject Class Female hormones, akin to a certain specialized demographic in the Blue Star Nation, who required lifelong medication to maintain their bodily functions. It was disheartening to realize that while Eternal Life technology could amass wealth through unscrupulous means, they still generously offered a 20-milliliter bottle of perfume. Yunli recalled the messages shared in her delivery group chat about the two former chairpersons of Eternal Life technology. The wife of the former chairman was a high-class female, her wealth surpassing that of all females in the community. Although it was a meager inheritance from her husband, she had successfully converted it into star coins, jewels, and mineral-rich planets, achieving financial independence. No wonder they were so affluent, with each item priced exorbitantly yet still in high demand. It was evident that Eternal Life technology must be profiting immensely. With the artificial delivery platform temporarily shut down, Yunli had yet to find a suitable job during this period. Her roommate Bobo kindly recommended that she work at the nightlife bar as a server. Yunli, however, hesitated and ultimately declined. She wasn't at that level yet. The gray market industries were often shrouded in secrecy, and even during her 2 days with Bobo, she could see the bruises hidden beneath her glamorous attire. Those males seeking merriment were often rough-handed, and Bobo frequently sustained injuries, yet she endured for the sake of earning a living. If someone as popular with males as Bobo faced such challenges, what hope did Yunli have, being someone who did not conform to the prevailing male aesthetic? This recollection brought to mind her own experience of being accosted by males during her delivery to the Dark Factory. During these days, she had been searching diligently on the Star Network for suitable employment. There were numerous short-term job opportunities available, yet each came with its own set of professional and educational requirements. Beyond tending to plants on Blue Star, Yunli possessed no particular skills. And upon arriving in the interstellar age, she felt utterly lost, relegated to delivering food or washing dishes, tasks devoid of any technical demands. She aspired for self-improvement. After all, she couldn't keep going at 22 years of age without pursuing further education. Moreover, the cost of living was already a struggle for her, let alone the exorbitant tuition fees that seemed insurmountable. Lying in her bedroom, scrolling through the Star Network all day, Yunli felt increasingly despondent. She even began to question whether she had been too reckless or if she should have heeded Shunny's advice to find a dormitory in the Floating Cloud District for 2,000 star coins a month just to scrape by. It would be better than facing the current despair of being jobless. Safety was one thing, but without employment, she still risked the possibility of being evicted. And at that point, she might not even have the funds to return to the Floating Cloud District's dormitory. Was she truly going to heed Bobo's suggestion and work as a server at the bar? It was clear to her that Bobo's insistence on her taking the job was somewhat reluctant. Perhaps her petite frame in this interstellar environment led others to perceive her as inherently flawed, akin to a member of a marginalized group, which was both hurtful and insulting. Her stomach rumbled, and she pulled out a tube of nutrient paste from her bag to eat. Natural food in the interstellar realm was reserved for the wealthy. Not for someone in her financial situation. She relied on nutrient paste for sustenance. Can you believe that a simple bowl of rice on Blue Star could fetch 30,000 star coins in the Star Network marketplace? It had to be served in the smallest bowl, akin to the value of gold on Blue Star, truly precious enough to be measured in grams. Most ordinary people in the interstellar age might only dream of tasting a bowl of rice worth 30,000 star coins in their lifetime. Yet they would never have access to various vegetables, fruits, or radiation-free meat and seafood. The Star Network displayed links and windows for each type of natural food and non-radiation meat, but their sales volumes were negligible compared to the vast Star Network market. Since Yun Li traversed into the interstellar realm, she has subsisted solely on intermediate nutritional supplements, which are affordably priced. A single tube containing 600 milliliters of this nutrient solution might suffice for the nutritional intake of 3 meals a day, available for merely 50 star coins each. She opted for the pineapple flavor, a concoction masterfully blended by technology, offering a pure sweetness devoid of any acidity, which particularly delighted her palate. It is not that she wished to economize on her meals by resorting to inferior nutritional supplements, which are priced at a mere 20 star coins per tube. Frequently discounted or even offered as buy one get one free promotions, showcasing a myriad of marketing strategies. Although these supplements provide a sense of satiety, they lack any consideration for taste, being rendered into a gelatinous form that echoes the flavor of days-old spoiled food, reminiscent of the foulness one might experience alongside flies. Yunli found it utterly incomprehensible that such a blatantly unpalatable product could still find a market. The first time she attempted to save money by trying these low-grade supplements, she nearly expelled her bile. Henceforth, she maintained a respectful distance from them. No matter how enticing the discounted price, she would not cast them a second glance. After consuming the last 20 milliliters of the nutritional supplement retrieved from her luggage, she resolved to venture out to procure a box of supplements from the nearest vending terminal, which would save her the delivery fee charged by the Star Network. With no employment, every star coin must be spent judiciously. She opened her door and descended in the elevator, surrounded by an array of high-tech floating advertisements. Among them, she spotted a newly cultivated pineapple showcased by the Plant Research Institute under the aegis of Eternal Life Technology. It was a vibrant yellow, presented in a 3D format that seemed so lifelike she could almost savor the sweet and sour essence of the pineapple. Heaven knows that pineapple is her favorite fruit, otherwise, she would not have chosen that flavor for her nutrient solution. However, upon glimpsing the price, an introductory offer of 999 star coins, she was struck dumb. How much? Was she still half asleep, or was this pricing utterly outrageous? A pineapple priced at 200,000 star coins, would consuming it grant eternal life? As a noble citizen of Blue Star, she had come to this place as a destitute wretch, and Yunli felt it was a disgrace to her homeland. Another advertisement featured the latest model of civilian mechas from Hartman Corporation, capable of operating in air, land, and sea. This machine was equipped with Hartman's latest self-developed chip and boasted defense-grade security features. Its sleek black exterior shimmered from every angle, the iridescent hues elevating it to an entirely different echelon. The accompanying description noted that it was available for custom orders, and possessing such a vehicle would equate to having a comprehensive mode of transportation, all for the mere sum of 19,999,000,000 and a series of nines. The price made Yun Li's eyes ache. Good heavens, this was enough to provoke envy. The price was even more absurd than that of the pineapple. 20 billion star coins. She had never possessed such an amount in her lifetime. In her simpler days on Blue Star, her only aspiration had been to win 10 million in the lottery, secure it in a bank, and live a languid life thereafter. Now, burdened with debt, she found herself confronted with advertisements for mechas from Hartman Corporation, as if they believed she had great potential and would one day rival nations in wealth. The term only 20 billion was used so flippantly. Did Hartman Corporation truly believe that their pricing was reasonable? At such a cost, even if she lived for 500 years and borrowed another 500 from the heavens, she could never afford it. How dare Hartman Corporation place advertisements in the Shien Yun district, presenting them before her eyes? Do not blame her for not giving Hartman Corporation a chance. She firmly declared that they would never earn a single star coin from her during her lifetime. Under the 3D projection of the mecha named Luminous, a real-time purchasing count displayed alarming growth in orders, as if for them, it were merely a casual transaction on a shopping platform. As the elevator descended and the doors opened, Yunli stepped out and followed the navigation towards the nutritional supplement terminal. After just a few strides, she spotted a striking black floating vehicle parked nearby. The color seemed oddly familiar, and suddenly realization dawned upon her, causing her to widen her eyes.
Wait.
Wasn't he that the Mecha Luminous she had just seen in the elevator advertisement? Its color was identical, a dazzling black with reflective qualities, exuding a subtle opulence afforded by wealth. With a price tag of 20 billion, Luminous stood out amongst the drab floating vehicles, despite the presence of others clad in black. One could not help but notice the resplendent Luminous amid the throng. Countless vehicles passing by Luminous slowed down discreetly to admire this extravagant creation from Hartman Corporation. However, this was in the Shien Yun district. Even in the affluent Biyun district, such a mecha-like floating vehicle was a rare sight. It was likely that even the wealthy would shy away from Luminous, recognizing it as a symbol of greater affluence. Among the impoverished, there exists a hierarchy of the poor and the poorer. Among the wealthy, the rich and the richer, the powerful and the more powerful, an endless cycle of invisible classes, with boundless wealth to sustain them. Yunli, acknowledging her inability to afford it, but seizing the opportunity to feast her eyes upon it, gazed longingly at Luminous until its door swung open, revealing a tall, slender youth with a buzz cut and a silver earring in his right ear, who alighted from the vehicle, carrying a silver metallic box. As she pondered how familiar he looked, their eyes met, and his lips curled into a smile, transforming his previously stern countenance into one radiant with warmth as he strode toward her with long strides. What a coincidence, we meet again. Gong Yi Yuanzhou stood before Yunli, his proximity cast a shadow over her, compelling her to tilt her head to meet his gaze. He resisted the urge to smooth down the tuft of hair atop her head, which had a mind of its own. Yunli felt a flicker of doubt. Wasn't it yesterday that he proposed to sponsor her? And now, by sheer coincidence, he stood before her? She inquired, her voice trailing off. Really? What a coincidence. Gong Yi Yuanzhou, accustomed to being revered at military academies, black factories, or within the Third Corps, had never had to devise fortuitous encounters before a lowly sub-female. Upon hearing her inquiry, an uncharacteristic blush crept into his cheeks. Really, it is quite a coincidence. Would you believe me if I said so? Seeing his earnestness, Yunli was inclined to trust him. Yet, their previous encounter had merely been a fleeting moment when he had made his extravagant proposal to sponsor her. He hadn't even fully matured, nor did he possess any wealth. Wait. Yunli's eyes widened in realization as she turned from Luminous to the youth standing before her, pointing at the floating vehicle and asking, "That vehicle is yours?" Gong Yi Yuanzhou, scratching his head in search of conversation, nodded in response. "Yes, I was bored and bought a vehicle on the Star Network." Bored and bought a vehicle? The combination sounded utterly ordinary, yet it took on a different significance when the vehicle in question was named Luminous. Gazing at the youth's handsome face, she asked once more, "That vehicle is the Luminous from Hartman Corporation?" He nodded, observing her somewhat stiff expression. "Yes. Do you not like it? If so, I can consider getting a different floating vehicle next time." Was this even a matter of liking or disliking? This is a 2 billion question, young man. Are you really a professional player competing in a black factory? That's 2 billion, not 200,000 or even 20.
You speak of buying it so casually.
She realized she had made a mistake. Yesterday, when she was delivering food and he asked her if she would like to follow him, she should have decisively said yes. With such handsome looks, a robust physique, and good health, how could she hesitate to be supported by such a promising young man? What more was there to consider? Following someone capable of affording a 2 billion mech-style hover vehicle would undoubtedly lead to a life of extravagant indulgence. When it came time to part ways, wouldn't he have to lavish her with several hundred million or even billions of star coins? At the very least, she could expect tens of millions, which would allow her to live a laid-back life among the stars, resting on high platforms while she roamed the spring mountains. How could one sacrifice wealth for the sake of dignity? She had thought that in this interstellar age, she wouldn't have any golden opportunities. But it turned out the heavens had secretly arranged everything for her, and in the end, she let it slip away through her indecision. Just as she was about to inquire whether his words from yesterday still held weight, the young man introduced himself. "I am Gongye Yuanzhou, Gongye being a compound surname. Yuan meaning martial, and Zhou referring to intercontinental. And may I ask your name?" "Yunli," she replied. "My name is Yunli," with Yun meaning cloud, and Li meaning lychee. Gongye Yuanzhou softly repeated her name twice. Yunli, Yunli. What a delightful sound it was. Her ears tingled with a pleasant sensation. When she wished to continue the conversation, she was unexpectedly handed a metallic box. To her surprise, it felt rather heavy. As he passed it to her, she felt as if half her body was pulled downward along with the box. How could it seem so light when he carried it? As if it were merely a plastic bag? She looked at Gongye Yuanzhou in confusion and asked, "What is this?" With his deep, dark eyes fixed upon her. He replied earnestly, "I wasn't sure what you would like, so I bought a few things. If you have any favorites, let me know, and I'll get them for you next time." Upon finishing his sentence, he seemed fearful of being rejected and swiftly dashed into the hover vehicle, vanishing like a fleeting shadow into the sky. Such the magnificent golden opportunity had just disappeared before her eyes. Yunli, feeling as if she were in a daze, longed to ask Golden Benefactor, dear words from last time still hold true? Chapter 13, These are fruits. Goodness, do you know how much these are worth? Her Golden Benefactor had flown far away. Yunli gazed forlornly in the direction of his departure before her eyes shifted back to the metallic box he had so insistently given her.
Well,
It was still a gain, even if she knew it was unlikely to contain millions or billions of star coins. But what if her benefactor intended to gradually woo her with star coins? Actually, it wouldn't be that complicated, dear benefactor. All you need to do is ask me the question from yesterday again. Would you like me to follow you? Yes, yes, yes. Important things should be said thrice. After returning to her room with the metallic box, she suddenly slapped her forehead. She had forgotten to buy nutrient supplements. The silvery metal felt cold to the touch. She opened the clasp, and the box responded with a soft click, releasing a cloud of chilly mist. After a moment, once the fog dissipated, she beheld the vibrant fruits within. Each one was strikingly colorful and exceptionally appetizing. Just then, the unit door swung open, revealing the glum face of Bobo. Upon changing her shoes and catching sight of Yunli with a metallic box filled with a rainbow of fruits, she sprang up in astonishment, quickly finishing her shoe change and closing the door as she approached Yunli. Lily, have you struck it rich? You bought such expensive fruits without a second thought. Are you no longer living modestly? Though she spoke this way, Bobo's eyes were glued to the fruits, and she leaned in to inhale their distinctive aroma. That scent. The last time a wealthy second-generation heir threw a party at our bar, the fruit platter he ordered had this very fragrance. I still can't forget the taste of that watermelon. For Bobo, this was one of the rare occasions she could enjoy watermelon, usually only managing to nibble on the leftover scraps while accompanying guests. For those of their social standing, this was already quite a treat. It's fruit. Oh my goodness. Do you have any idea how much these are worth? Yunli felt a pang of distress. It was precisely because she knew the worth of these fruits that she felt troubled. Jewelry, star coins, star cards, anything would have been preferable. Why did it have to be fruits that merely satisfied her hunger? She was still struggling to rise from a state of poverty. How could she afford a watermelon worth 500,000 star coins? Seeing Yunli's lack of enthusiasm, Bobo looked at her quizzically. Aren't you happy to have fruit? What troubles you, Lili? With a deep sigh, Yunli shared her debt situation with Bobo. To her surprise, Bobo responded dismissively. I thought it was something serious. With these fruits, your 300,000 debt can be easily settled. Yunli looked at her in confusion as Bobo explained. You could sell them online. The fruits are fresh now, if you sell them at a discount on the Star Network. You'll find plenty of middle-class folks who want to buy fruit but are reluctant to spend star coins. Just try selling one watermelon. According to the Star Network, the price of an A-grade watermelon was around 500,000 star coins. Why not set a price of 450,000 on the resale platform and see if anyone expresses interest? Bobo suggested. Yunli thought this was worth a try. She promptly took a photo of the watermelon in the metallic box and uploaded it to the Star Network's resale platform, pinning the post. Within a minute, someone inquired about the price. Max, is this watermelon genuine? Is it ripe? ISNT 45,000 too steep? Who do you think would come to the resale platform to buy things? Those who are financially strapped and trying to save money. Come on, lower your price. I'll take it for 40,000 star coins. Yunli chuckled. 40,000 star coins would be acceptable. If the deal went through, she would have an extra 100,000 star coins as a buffer. Indeed, the best way to make money in the interstellar realm was to align oneself with the wealthy. She experienced the joy of having a benefactor, realizing that just one gift could settle her 300,000 debt after months of grueling labor at the bottom of society. The disparity between rich and poor in this interstellar world was indeed absurd. Just as she was about to agree to the transaction, Bobo pressed her hand down. Squinting at Max's inquiry on the Star Network. Lili, don't listen to him. Normal transactions for fruits and vegetables on the Star Network are priced according to quality and will typically be just a couple of thousand less than the original price after passing through the network's verification. You've already slashed nearly 60,000 star coins. He's trying to take advantage of you. Yunli's wavering resolve solidified once more. At that moment, 2 more people inquired about the price. Yunli activated a bidding mode, and ultimately, Max won the auction. Though he paid 3,000 more than her set price, 48,000 star coins. One could only wonder what he felt at that moment. What had begun as an attempt to deceive a novice ended with him losing 3,000 in the process. The moment the sum of 480,000 credits was credited, Yunli promptly repaid the original owner's 30,000 credit loan at the central bank. As the loan period was relatively short, the interest calculated at the central star's rate amounted to just over 5,000 credits. Once the entire amount was settled, Yunli felt as if the proverbial sword of Damocles that had been hanging over her since her arrival in this realm had finally been lifted, alleviating her urgent need to earn credits. Freed from the burdens of survival, she could finally pause and truly appreciate the interstellar world around her. She packaged the remaining apples, bananas, and pears from the metallic box at a price of 180,000 credits and successfully sold them, leaving only the latest product from Eternal Life Technology that she had seen advertised in the elevator, pineapples. Priced at 200,000 credits each, she had previously lamented their exorbitance, thinking she might never afford such luxury. Yet now, she intended to treat herself with this pineapple. After all, as long as she had enough credits, she believed one should indulge occasionally, especially since pineapples were her absolute favorite fruit. Indeed, even the nutrient solutions she purchased in the star system were pineapple-flavored. Equipped with a knife, Yunli skillfully peeled and hollowed out the pineapple, slicing it in half and offering one half to Bobo. Bobo, taken aback and somewhat restrained, exclaimed, "This is far too extravagant. I could never repay such a gift." Yunli pressed it into her arms insistently, saying, "You must eat this. If I benefit, I certainly will not forget you, my dear roommate." Their acquaintance was still quite new, and Bobo had initially assumed Yunli to be merely an ordinary low-level subfemale who had exhausted her credits to move to the relatively safer Shien Yun district. However, today's revelation was nothing short of astonishing. After taking a few bites of the pineapple, the sweet juice cascading down her throat, Bobo felt her taste buds awaken. Once she had savored her half of the fruit, she curiously inquired, "How did you come to know the young master?" Chapter 14. Subfemales are also going missing in Shien Yun district to receive a gift of such extravagant fruit worth 1,000,000 credits on her first occasion was, in Bobo's extensive experience within the nightlife scene, a clear indication that this was a young master from a prominent family. Typically, middle-class suitors of subfemales preferred to present valuable and ostentatious jewelry, allowing the recipients to flaunt their gifts and enhance their own status. Yet, the male pursuing Yunli preferred to indulge her culinary cravings with fruits that provided tangible benefits to her body, rather than purchasing mere decorative jewels. His willingness to satisfy her appetites suggested he also possessed the means to adorn her. As a low-level subfemale, this was precisely the type of male she desired. Bobo regarded Yunli with a hint of envy, noting that she was significantly younger, resembling a diminutive figure with alabaster skin that seemed to have benefited from some beauty treatment long since outdated. Her delicate face and crimson lips were indeed appealing, yet her rough skin and lackluster hair detracted from her overall allure. Bobo could not comprehend what the male saw in Yunli. She lacked the charm and curves that typically characterize subfemales. What a peculiar taste, she mused. Feeling uncomfortable under Bobo's scrutinizing gaze, Yunli shot her a glance and asked, "Bobo, you're not jealous, are you?" With a sigh of discontent, Bobo replied, "Jealous? I'm practically losing my mind over it." She then twirled in front of Yunli, showcasing her tall stature, delightful fragrance, the latest casual dress, and her meticulously applied makeup. Before casting another furtive glance at Yunli, "Tell me, where do you think I fall short?" Yunli managed to stammer, perhaps they're simply intrigued by the unusual. In an instant, Bobo's despondent expression transformed into one of contemplation, and she thumped her chest, declaring, "You make a valid point. I almost fell into a self-pity trap." Yunli was bemused. Surely, having a man interested in her was not a source of shame. "Why are you back so early today? Did you even go to work?" Though the bar was named Nightshade, revelers were not confined to the night. Both the residents of Shien Yun District and Floating Cloud District had grown accustomed to a life of indulgence, with daytime drinking being a common occurrence. Bobo flopped onto the sofa, exhaling dramatically, "Don't even get me started. I may not be able to continue this job for much longer." Yunli was taken aback. "What happened?" With another sigh, Bobo lamented, "Subfemales have gone missing in Shien Yun District too. And the last known location for one of them was right at our Nightshade bar. The establishment has been shut down, and the owner has been taken in for questioning. Who will pay us credits now?" Yunli's expression soured. Surely not. It was precisely because the Floating Cloud District was rife with danger and frequent disappearances of subfemales that she had moved to Shien Yun District. Now, with subfemales disappearing there as well, the danger was spreading, making her relocation seem futile. What's the point of moving around if it leads to the same outcome? Bobo, Initially amused by Yunli's troubled expression, soon found herself overwhelmed with despair, bursting into tears. I'm the one who is truly suffering. I'm used to lavishly spending my credits. Without a job, what will become of my injections, my perfumes, my skincare products? Eternal Life technology only caters to those with credits. Without them, they won't spare you a single favor. Yunli frowned at her. Despite Bobo's Western appearance, how could she lack foresight? Don't you have any savings?
Bobo sniffled softly, replying, Ida.
Yunli felt a glimmer of relief, only to hear her continue. But not much. What do you mean by not much? About 100,000 credits, roughly. Well, that's not too shabby. Not really. I spend around 70 to 80,000 on Eternal Life technology each month. And how much do you earn monthly? About the same, around 100,000. Yunli finally understood. What she had assumed was savings was merely Bobo's monthly salary. No wonder she still shared a rental in Shien Yun district. Can't you cut back on your spending? Bobo defiantly raised her chin, declaring, no beauty, no life. Yunli could not fathom the distorted obsession these interstellar subfemales had with beauty. After all, attractiveness held little value in the face of mortality. Observing Yunli's incredulous expression, Bobo retreated to her room and returned with a small metallic box. Curious, Yunli asked, did you buy fruit too? Bobo scoffed. Who can afford such exorbitantly priced items? Only your young master would splurge on them. Young master? More like my benefactor. Show some respect for my benefactor. Yunli retorted, through gritted teeth. Bobo then opened the metallic box, revealing a dazzling array of jewelry that momentarily blinded Yunli. After a lengthy pause, she focused her gaze, taking in the kaleidoscope of colors emanating a palpable aura of wealth. With a resounding clap, the box snapped shut again. Bobo, with a triumphant grin, declared, don't worry, this box of jewelry can easily fetch several 100,000 credits. I won't be destitute. Yunli clapped her hands in delight. Impressive, Bobo. You've been quite discreet about your earnings, haven't you? With a toss of her flaxen brown hair, Bobo replied, not at all. These were all gifts from my former benefactors.
Wow.
So many. This brought Yunli's mind back to a video she had seen while on Blue Star, featuring a grandmother dancing in the square who received numerous golden ornaments from a multitude of elderly gentlemen participating in the same dance. Gold bangles, necklaces, earrings, and rings, all of which were hastily stuffed into a plastic bag. It was no wonder that the comments below that video were filled with netizens lamenting that their lives paled in comparison to the elderly and even to the young. Observing Bobo's carefree demeanor, Yunli couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you afraid I might steal them from you?
Bobo wrinkled her nose adorably,
appearing both innocent and charming. You wouldn't dare. At that moment, her star ring chimed with a notification. Upon checking, she saw that her friend list was flashing, and the message from Gongye Yuanzhou materialized on her personal 3D interface. Gongye Yuanzhou, do you like the fruit in the box? Yunli felt embarrassed to admit that she had sold all but one pineapple from the box, so she mustered her courage and replied, I particularly enjoy the taste of pineapple. This was not untrue. She genuinely loved pineapples, and starting from tomorrow, this statement would profoundly cure her small fondness for them. Gongye Yuanzhou, is it so? Will you be downstairs again tomorrow? Yunli's eyes sparkled. This was promising. Her wealthy patron had not yet given up on her. I will. After exchanging pleasantries, Bobo looked at her with a mysterious air. A message from the young master? In a buoyant mood, Yunli replied, indeed. Chapter 15. Gongye Yuanzhou. The iron tree is about to blossom. A boy with a buzz cut clad in a black and gold uniform leaned against the corridor, surrounded by several peers who regarded him with reverence. A slightly shorter military academy student respectfully approached him to light a cigarette. The boisterous cadets passing through the corridor fell silent upon noticing him and swiftly moved past. This young man was none other than Gongye Yuanzhou, who, while smoking, fixed his intense gaze upon the chat interface with Yunli on the star net, the smoke enveloping his handsome visage, adding a layer of ethereal allure that even male onlookers found captivating. Soon after seeing her reply, Gongye Yuanzhou smiled and tapped the screen a few times, immediately sending a message. Upstairs, Zonglin observed Gongye Yuanzhou, who was smiling with an air of confidence, and turned to the leisurely tea-sipping Elon beside him, asking, has he not come to cause you trouble? Elon sipped his tea, displaying a look of enjoyment. Indeed, the tea sold at Central Star for tens of thousands of star coins per gram was worth every penny. After savoring the lingering aftertaste the tea provided, he responded, he came, but not to cause trouble. Zonglin raised an eyebrow. waiting for further clarification. Elon continued without hesitation. He came to inquire about the ID of a delivery person. A delivery person. Zhonglin's expression froze momentarily, recalling a previous encounter with a delivery person in the training room who exuded a delightful fragrance and possessed a notably petite stature. Zhonglin, Your Highness? Elon's voice brought Zhonglin back from his reverie. Zhonglin looked at Elon, inquiring, "Did you find out anything?" Elon shrugged. Such trivial matters are hardly difficult to resolve. I also discovered that Gongye Yuanzhou, this iron tree, is about to blossom. His adept hands at competitions and piloting mechas have now learned the art of gifting to a lower-class sub-female. Zhonglin found this amusing. Which lower-class sub-female has captured his interest? Elon's smile twisted slightly. You would never guess. He has his eyes set on a low-ranking sub-female.
Ha!
Can you imagine it? A male who doesn't even engage with mechanical females is frantically pursuing a low-class sub-female. It's a slap in the face for us military academy students. Zhonglin moved closer, lifting his teacup for a sip. Do not project your thoughts onto everyone. What if that low-class sub-female possesses some extraordinary mental prowess? Elon smirked disdainfully. Extraordinary prowess? Perhaps it lies in her ability to appease males with her body to acquire wealth and riches. If showered with affection, she might even dare to covet status. For ambition knows no bounds, regardless of gender. I acknowledge Gongye Yuanzhou as combat talents, yet he knows nothing of the intricate dynamics between males and sub-females. He may very well have fallen into the cunning traps set by those low-class sub-females who seek to transcend social strata. I would rather spend several million star coins customizing a mechanical female than waste a single star coin on a living sub-female. Recalling past events that had transpired with Elon, Zhonglin understood the root of Elon's disdain for sub-females, particularly the low-ranking ones, given that the instigator of that incident had indeed been a low-class sub-female. Zhonglin turned his gaze elsewhere, casually asking Elon, has the artificial delivery platform to the military academy been shut down? Elon replied without much thought. Of course. The AI star has resumed operations. The existence of artificial deliveries has become redundant. The next reactivation might coincide with the next upgrade. The prospect of the next upgrade left Zhonglin feeling somewhat melancholic, perhaps next year, or the year after, which meant it would be a long time before he could see her again. Observing Elon's mood, as a friend, he refrained from further probing into the wound, choosing instead to swallow his words. At that moment, both of their star rings chimed with a notification from the school, a call for all students with a mental capacity of C to promptly gather at the school assembly hall. The Imperial Military Academy of Central Star is the cradle of this generation's battlefield commanders, implementing a rigorous discipline akin to military training. With a fully militarized management system and simulated combat scenarios against alien beasts, ensuring that upon graduation, they can independently lead troops on the battlefield and help more Imperial soldiers survive the onslaught of alien creatures. The militarized management prompted the cadets to respond swiftly and orderly to the summons, whether it was Gongye Yuanzhou, who had just been smoking and flirting with sub-females, or Zhonglin and Elon, who were leisurely sipping tea, as well as cadets engaged in various classes, physical training, and simulated battles in different locations, all mobilized promptly, as per the instructions. In less than 5 minutes, all cadets with a mental capacity of C gathered at the assembly hall without exception, standing resolutely like snow-capped pines, arms crossed behind their backs, awaiting the principal or instructor's address. However, the individual who appeared at the podium was indeed unexpected, a soldier clad in a black combat suit with a liquid metal mask, emanating an aura reminiscent of one just returned from the battlefield. Upon seeing the assembled students, the figure nodded in satisfaction, striking a hand against his chest, and the mask immediately dissipated, revealing an ordinary yet menacing face. It is my honor to meet you all here outside the battlefield. My name is Saisha. You may refer to me as Instructor Saisha. I am the Deputy Minister of the Star Security Department of Central Star, and my purpose here is to mobilize you future stars to cooperate with the troops in the encirclement and eradication of the alien beasts infiltrating Central Star. Gasps of astonishment reverberated among the cadets below. What? Alien beasts have breached Central Star? What about the energy shield? Has the energy shield been activated? How did they get in? Is Central Star still safe? The exclamations of disbelief continued. How could this happen? The last planet overtaken by alien beasts had its energy core and inhabitants devoured by those accursed creatures, leaving the planet a desolate wasteland. Instructor Seiza raised his fist, and all murmurs ceased. The origins of the aberrant beasts would undoubtedly be investigated by the Central Star authorities in due course.
For now.
Your primary task is to extinguish this incursion at its inception. By the time the sun rises tomorrow, the citizens of Central Star shall continue to thrive in the tranquility of their society. Warriors, tell me, do you possess the confidence to accomplish this? Yes. Excellent. I shall now appoint 20 search teams. Team 1 will be led by Zonglin as the temporary captain, Team 2 by Gongye Yuanzhou, and Team 3 by Ailong Hartman. Each team comprises 20 members, with captains selected from the elite of the military academy, individuals whose prowess in both combat and strategy is unparalleled, leaving no room for dissent. Once the personnel were organized, Instructor Seiza activated the 3D projection of the information he had received. The moment the images appeared, a chilling silence enveloped the atmosphere. The cadets clenched their fists as they were confronted with a barrage of images and videos depicting the gruesome slaughter perpetrated by the aberrant beasts. The footage displayed grotesque creatures, employing sharp mandibles or scythe-like limbs to swiftly claim human lives, reveling in their carnage. The sounds of their ravenous feasting, the crunching of bones, and the sight of human remains carelessly discarded near these lairs painted a harrowing picture. Some humans remained alive, maimed and tortured as the beasts derived pleasure from their suffering, treating them as mere livestock for sustenance, fattening them for the eventual breeding of more aberrant beasts, thus threatening the annihilation of this planet. It is imperative that we eradicate them in their infancy. Otherwise, should they proliferate, the entire Central Star will be engulfed in war, and humanity shall once more lose a planet, a refuge for survival. The surveillance footage captured from a lair in the Greenery district revealed that these creatures possessed high intelligence, having severed all communication lines, even tearing out the embedded wiring within the walls. We only know their location. Whether there are any survivors in the Greenery district or if the beasts have begun to spread must be determined through your investigation. Now, don your battle mechs and proceed. With Instructor Seiza's command, the elite forces of Central Star and the stationed military sprang into action. This mission served as both an assault on the aberrant beasts and a test for the cadets. Mechs surged forth from the academy, expertly piloted by the cadets en route to the Greenery district. Upon their arrival at the district that evening, Zonglin and Gongye Yuanzhou discovered a scene far more horrific than that portrayed in the surveillance footage. The entire Greenery district was shrouded in darkness. While the surrounding buildings glowed with lights and projected 3D advertisements, the district appeared forsaken, its gates firmly locked. Any individual venturing within a meter of the perimeter would be attacked by the creatures lurking within the walls, their swift mandibles poised to strike. Had it not been for the rigorous training of the cadets and their protective mechs, ordinary civilians would not have evaded such an assault. Gongye Yuanzhou commanded his companions sternly, activate the spatial lock. The spatial lock serves to secure the area, presenting a facade that the district is undergoing an inspection, prohibiting entry or exit. This is a crucial tactic employed by the Central Star Security and Planetary Defense teams when managing such crises, as controlling the situation is far more vital than merely repelling the beasts. Countless battles have crumbled from within. His companions complied immediately, and with the click of the spatial lock activation, a pale blue aura enveloped the Greenery district as a cadre of cadets in mechs advanced through its 4 entrances. Since entering the district, Zonglin's brow had remained furrowed. As the heir to the empire, he was accustomed to scenes of battle against aberrant beasts. However, witnessing such an invasion under royal jurisdiction weighed heavily on his heart. Gongye Yuanzhou shared this somber sentiment, despite the anti-slip measures taken by their mechs. He could feel the unsettling texture of the ground beneath his feet. The terrain was flat, yet it was slick with a viscous substance leading in all directions, a telltale sign of the aberrant beasts. This slime coated the ground, walls, trees, and stairwells, mingling with blood to form a thick, darkened liquid. The aberrant beasts had made the Greenery district their hunting ground, indulging their appetites without restraint. Enemy attack! The lookout called out urgently over the comms. Upon entering the district, they encountered a creature with a massive maw, reminiscent of a toad, capturing humans with the same dexterity one would use to catch insects. Its body oozed a corrosive substance that left a noxious haze in its wake. Though it lay lifeless upon the ground now, its death seemed to trigger a domino effect, awakening the previously silent Greenery district with a cacophony of rustling sounds. Gongye Yuanzhou and his companions piloted their mechs, unleashing energy blasts upon the aberrant beasts that assaulted from all directions. Each creature bore an eccentric and grotesque form, perhaps the result of human consumption altering their genetic structure, exhibiting traits that bore a disturbing resemblance to humanity. Some possessed humanoid bodies but lacked eyes, mouths, or noses, consuming their prey by splitting their heads open, digesting them whole. and then reshaping their forms to match that of the consumed. The soft cracking of bones echoed from within as the aberrant beasts reverted to their original shapes, having thoroughly devoured their victims. Others sported numerous limbs, each gripping an assortment of common weapons: energy guns, daggers, rusted scissors, and sharpened wooden stakes. Anything capable of inflicting harm was in their grasp. Some were adorned with an abundance of eyes, resembling writhing maggots, slumbering until the scent of prey stirred them into a frenzy, moving with serpentine speed to hunt. There were also those with disproportionately long legs whose upper bodies were skeletal, wielding their own bones as weapons. Some bore countless orifices, eliciting a visceral reaction in those with a fear of clusters, their attack method being the projection of their mandibles through these openings. Once struck, the barbed hooks embedded themselves deeper with every struggle. For Gongye Yuanzhou and Zonglin, the situation in the Greenery district remained manageable. Although the aberrant beasts were grotesque, their attacks were primarily physical. However, should more advanced psychic aberrant beasts enter the fray, this extermination would prove far more challenging. Unfortunately, their relief was premature. Just as they completed their assessment of the battlefield, they heard cries for help over the comms. Some of the dispersed search teams had fallen into ambushes set by the aberrant beasts, their mech's metallic shells beginning to corrode under the onslaught of the creature's secretions. The mottled wires lay exposed to the air, continuously seeping with a corrosive fluid from the aberrant creatures. The deteriorating insulation cracked, and sparks erupted from the lines with a crackling sound. The well-trained military academy students swiftly opened the mecha access, nimbly leaping out while evading the dripping slime, brandishing energy guns aimed at the monstrous entities. As the energy bullets struck within the creatures, anguished howls echoed, causing them to retreat, desperately probing their own bodies with tentacles or mandibles in a futile attempt to locate the source of their pain. However, once the energy bullets embedded themselves within, they became impossible to trace. The flesh and bones surrounding the wounds began to dissolve and collapse instantaneously, chunks of flesh falling to the ground. The students trapped within the confines of the situation began to coordinate their escape, their rigorous training allowing each participant to navigate the chaos with ease. The team, led by Gongye Yuanzhou and Zhong Linalong, split into several factions, commencing their search from the first floor. Upon opening the doors, they were met with a gruesome sight. Blood splattered throughout the room. The communal living arrangements in the floating cloud community often housed 10 to 20 individuals per room, which tragically facilitated the creatures feasting as they invaded. Damn it! Gongye Yuanzhou's team maneuvered their mecha into the room, revealing a layer of dark, fragmented flesh on the floor. With hardly a complete human form in sight, only the remnants of what had been consumed, such as a severed fingertip or slick pieces of intestine, and a half-foot lying scattered upon the bed. This night, the floating cloud community was destined to become a slaughterhouse for the aberrant beasts. Captain, watch above. A teammate warned over the comms, and in the next instant, Gongye Yuanzhou directed the mecha's cannon towards the ceiling, unleashing a barrage of fire. The fierce clash illuminated the area, forcing the creatures clinging to the ceiling to retreat in disarray. The students were unfamiliar with these beasts, but they were easily identifiable in the bestiary, designated as face spiders. Their shells, initially pitch black at birth, gradually revealed a human visage as they consumed more human victims, allowing observers to gauge their maturity. The face spiders possessed 16 densely packed legs and moved with remarkable speed. Their physical attacks were mediocre, yet they wielded a unique advantage by disrupting their opponent's mental faculties, compelling surrender as they voraciously devoured flesh with their gaping, tooth-filled maws. Yet, within the constricted confines of the current environment, their speed was hindered, possibly exhausted from prior assaults on the residents' minds, leading to their swift downfall at the hands of the extermination team. After nearly an hour of meticulous clearing, tranquility returned to the floating cloud community, with the slain creatures gathered in the plaza for safe disposal. Just as the team believed their mission was complete, a panicked voice crackled through the reconnaissance team's channel. A breach has appeared in the spatial lock at the southeast corner of the community. It is preliminarily determined that a creature has escaped the containment zone. Gongye Yuanzhou immediately rallied his team to pursue, while Zhong Lin instructed Ailong, lead the reinforcements. I will stay to handle the aftermath. The casualties in the floating cloud community were devastating, with nearly 80% of the residents having fallen prey to the creatures, and the remaining few rendered incapable of escape. Zhong Lin picked up a work pass that had been corroded halfway through, a relic of a bygone era that now merely served as a grim reminder of a low-ranking subfemale named Shani. Meanwhile, Yunli was roused from her slumber by a series of rustling sounds. Since moving in with Bobo in the Shien Cloud district, her sleep had vastly improved. free from the incessant disturbances of her former communal living arrangements. Yet this particular noise jolted her back to memories of her time in the floating cloud district, prompting her to reach for her clothing to muffle her ears. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. She was now in the Shien Cloud district, sharing a space with Bobo, who had recently lost her job and spent her days searching for new employment, establishing a regular routine. Where could such noise be coming from? A faint thud caught Yunli's keen hearing, not emanating from the living room, but rather from Bobo's room. Wide awake now, she swiftly rose from her bed and quietly opened her door. The living room flickered with dim light from the energy lamp set to night-saving mode, casting shadows that rendered visibility nearly non-existent. A foul odor wafted in with the breeze, and Yunli instinctively glanced towards the window, certain she had closed it before sleep. In both the Shien Cloud and Floating Cloud districts, the technological infrastructure was lacking, leaving Yunli feeling tethered to her life on Blue Star, under the illusion of residing in a secure and tranquil socialist nation rather than this chaotic interstellar world. Alone, she and Bobo were vastly outmatched against the malevolent forces of the galaxy. Their only means of defense was a kitchen knife masquerading as a fruit cutter. She assumed intruders had entered through the window, cautiously approaching it only to realize something was amiss. The window had not been shattered. The tempered glass from the Blue Star era was notoriously difficult to breach, especially the interstellar variants crafted without professional tools. Instead, a hole had been melted through the glass. The gaping hole nearly consumed the entire window frame, with a noxious, corrosive liquid continuing to eat away at the edges. Traces of this substance marked the balcony and living room, mingling with a pungent white smoke that stung her eyes, forcing tears to spill forth. The last remnants of the corrosive liquid led to Bobo's room, where the door hung ajar. She quickly donned her shoes, gripped the knife tightly, and moved stealthily toward Bobo's door. "Bobo!" she called out, and the voice-activated light in Bobo's room flickered to life, illuminating the monstrous creature within, which seemed startled by Yunli's shout. It turned to her, mouth agape, unleashing a foul spray of saliva that splattered across her face. Yunli's mind went numb, her heart racing as expletives spilled from her lips. What the hell is this thing? She felt her sanity slipping away. Chapter 18. The dual buff of the benefactor and the young Master Bobo, suddenly filled with the hope of survival, struggled fiercely, choking back bile as she fought her way free from the creature's suctioning grasp, crying out to Yunli for help. "Yunli, help me, please." Bobo's right shoulder was a gruesome sight, blood pouring forth and exposing bone, with large chunks of flesh missing alongside bite marks littering the area. The room was a bloody mess, her thermal sleeping bag torn to shreds, and the walls spattered with crimson. The creature bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent beings she had once observed on Blue Star. However, in stark contrast to those creatures adorned with a lustrous, black metallic shell, this one was enveloped in a layer of pallid, slick skin, coated in a viscous slime that reflected the light ominously. Its maw was lined with rows of teeth reminiscent of a shark's, some still glistening with remnants of sanguine flesh due to its recent meal. The vile saliva it expelled was both repugnant and foul, though thankfully not as corrosive as the slime it had previously unleashed upon entering. Its mouth gaped wide in a bid to intimidate Yunli, who, without a moment's hesitation, seized a lit aromatic candle from the table beside her and hurled the molten wax into its gaping maw. The wax immediately cascaded down its throat, igniting a fierce flame that caused the beast to leap onto the ceiling, its diminutive forelimbs flailing in a panic. Seizing the opportunity, Yunli dashed to Bobo's side and yanked her from the bed. Bobo's instinct for survival propelled her to rise, but the loss of blood rendered her pallid and unsteady, nearly toppling into Yunli's embrace. Placing Bobo's hand upon her shoulder while supporting her waist with the other,
Yunli erst, Bobo, muster je strength.
Initially contemplating surrender, Bobo was overwhelmed by agony. The right shoulder, ravaged by the creature's gnawing, exposed her white bone, while the blood spilling from the wound chilled her to the core. "Yunli, I can't go on. Leave me and flee for your life. I bear you no ill will." Her resolve was evident in her demeanor, as the excessive blood loss cast shadows before her eyes, her legs trembling like overcooked noodles, the gaping wound on her shoulder eliciting sharp pangs with every movement. Noticing her lips had turned ghostly pale and fearing she would collapse with another step, Yunli swiftly concealed Bobo within a cupboard, then rushed to open the unit door in search of assistance. However, upon flinging the door open, she was confronted by another monstrous entity lurking in the corridor. In horror, Yunli witnessed it roar and leap into her room, compelling her to slam the door shut, barricading it with the living room sofa. Almost immediately after, the door was met with a violent impact, the sofa shoved several feet away. Through the gap of the door, a monstrous forelimb protruded. Without hesitation, Yunli dashed forward, pushing the sofa back against the door, only to witness the unit door melting away before her eyes. How audacious! It was employing sorcery to vanquish her. But calamity did not cease. The creature previously ensnared by the candle wax reemerged, its repulsive multifaceted eyes fixated on Yunli with a predatory gleam. Its suction cup-like appendage shot toward her. Fortuitously, having honed her agility during 3 months of interstellar labor, she stifled her revulsion, grasped the appendage, and wrapped it twice around her hand before plunging a dagger into the floor with force.
Clang!
The creature shrieked in pain, retracting its appendage, leaving the dagger clattering to the ground. It was only then that Yunli belatedly registered the searing pain in her hands. Discovering that her palms were rapidly succumbing to decay, the agony piercing her very soul, she realized the corrosive liquid had splattered upon her when she seized the creature. With a resounding crash, the sofa blocking the door was hurled against the wall, splintering apart as yet another identical beast ambled into the room. Its nimble gait was reminiscent of the juvenile Godzillas she had once seen in films on Blue Star. The two creatures advanced, their eyes flashing with satisfaction at their newfound prey. A profound sense of despair enveloped Yunli. Was it truly her fate to perish in the belly of a monster after traversing the cosmos for 3 months, finally escaping poverty? No, she could not allow herself to be consumed, only to be excreted later. What a grotesque fate, devoid of dignity. As she retreated, her hands brushed against the wall behind her, only to discover it was the very spot where the creature had broken in. The window was wide open, its frame entirely corroded. With a resolute heart, she closed her eyes, willing herself to leap, even if it meant a fatal plunge from the 33rd floor, anything but being devoured by these beasts. In an instant, she spun around, steeling herself against the agony in her hands, and launched herself into the air. Residing on the 33rd floor, she felt the wind whip around her as she plummeted, her heart racing as if suspended in the void. As she descended, her gaze fell upon the exterior walls of her complex, teeming with grotesque, large-faced spiders and an assortment of bizarre creatures, far more sanity-defying than the two in her room. Some extending tentacles into the air, reaching for her as their next meal. In a fleeting moment, she pondered whether the central star had succumbed to chaos. She had believed the battlefield of alien beasts was far removed from her, yet now it had encroached upon her doorstep without a hint of forewarning. Just as she resigned herself to the impending pain, preparing for the moment of impact, she suddenly felt her body stall, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself suspended midair, a black humanoid mech position beneath her. "Mother," she gasped, recognizing the black-clad Iron Man. "So dazzling. Baby, are you alright?" The mech spoke in a monotonous electronic tone, yet the familiarity of the words struck a chord within her. You gong yi Yuanzhou? In this interstellar realm, the only one bold enough to address her as baby was the very wealthy heir pursuing her. The mech's visor retracted, revealing Gong Yi Yuanzhou's strikingly handsome visage. In that instant, it felt as though her prince on a white steed had truly arrived to rescue her, descending from the clouds. Before the pink bubbles of her reverie could fully materialize, Gong Yi Yuanzhou's companions began to eliminate the swarm of alien beasts that had escaped. The formidable creatures, once a threat to Yunli and Bobo, were swiftly overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the mech warriors, each one felled and dispatched, leaving not a trace behind. Yunli, pointing urgently towards the 33rd floor, implored Gong Yi Yuanzhou, "Quickly, the 33rd floor. My roommate is still hidden in the cupboard." Chapter 19. My second-generation wealthy heir. When Yunli next opened her eyes, she found herself in a clean, technologically advanced room, far superior to her previous residence on the 33rd floor of Shien Yun district. Although lacking a temperature-regulated sleeping bag, the bedding beneath her and the cover atop her exuded a soft, pleasant scent reminiscent of disinfectant, uniquely attuned to scents, while others might detest the hospital's aroma. She found herself enamored with the scent of antiseptic. As she rose and meandered around the room, she noticed her hands were wrapped in bandages. Testing her fingers, she discovered that the agonizing acid pain from the previous day's encounter had entirely dissipated. Curiously, she unwrapped the bandages, marveling at the sight of her once corroded palms now pristine, the new skin more delicate and fair than the untouched areas. Goodness! The medical advancements in this interstellar realm are astonishing, she mused. Realizing why the average lifespan exceeded 150 years, with the privileged living beyond 250, an unfathomable concept, equating to 3 lifetimes of a blue star inhabitant, a testament to their resilience. At that moment, the door to her room swung open, revealing Gong Yi Yuanzhou clad in a sleek black tracksuit, carrying a metallic box. Upon entering and observing her consciousness return, his face lit up with delight as he grasped her hand. Guiding her back to the bed and inspecting her hands with utmost care, Yunli could even feel his fervent breath cascading onto her palm, creating a ticklish sensation. Observing that her hand had healed remarkably well, Gongye Yuanzhou let out a sigh of relief, bringing his hands together as his large hands enveloped her delicate fingers, saying, "I am truly sorry." Yunli was bewildered. Why was he apologizing when everything seemed fine? She wanted to inquire further, but Gongye Yuanzhou continued, "I failed to protect you." Yunli chuckled lightly as she attempted to withdraw her hand but found it firmly held by him. His unwavering gaze bore into her. "As long as I am here, I will ensure your safety." Yunli replied, "Thank you, but how did all these monsters come to be?"
They were terrifying.
"Without you, I might have perished last night." Her grip tightened, realizing Gongye Yuanzhou was holding her hand with determination. He shook his head. "The personnel from the Star Security Department will investigate and provide an explanation to the citizens of Central Star. This situation has escalated, and we are yet to uncover the puppet master behind it all. Their intent seems to be to muddy the waters of Central Star, inciting panic among the populace." Initially, Instructor Saisha had hoped to suppress the incident, but with the fall of the Greenery community, various monstrous creatures had begun to spread from its epicenter before their arrival. Though the beasts had been eradicated, the law and order of Central Star and the protective energy shield against beast attacks had turned into a farce, severely tarnishing the royal family's reputation. He opened the metallic box he had brought, and a familiar fruity aroma wafted out. Yunli turned her head to find the box brimming with yellow pineapples. "This." A faint blush crept onto Gongye Yuanzhou's chiseled face. "I know you enjoy pineapples. So, I brought extra today." To mask his shyness, he swiftly opened the second and third layers of the metallic box. The second layer contained an array of delectable dishes, while the third layer held staple foods like rice, including a fusion of steamed buns and hamburgers. Truly a ridiculous assortment. It was evident that he intended to use the metallic box as a thermal container. She reached out to touch it. It was still quite warm. Having subsisted on nutrient solutions since her arrival, Yunli gazed at the sumptuous spread before her, swallowing hard as she inhaled the tantalizing aromas, looking up at Gongye Yuanzhou. "These must be quite expensive, right?" Gongye Yuanzhou meticulously arranged the layers of the metallic box in front of her, handing her a spoon. "Eat. I will ensure you grow plump and healthy. Earning a living is my responsibility. You simply need to be happy." Such words were undoubtedly the most enchanting declaration of love of the century. What with striving side by side and growing together, she relished the idea of a life of ease and affluence. Watching the anticipation and anxiety etched on Gongye Yuanzhou's handsome face, how could Yunli possibly refuse? After all, she had missed her chance before, and now, she was determined to reclaim all that she had lost. Seeing her acceptance, Gongye Yuanzhou's heart raced as he gently caressed her pale, roughened face. "Would you be with me? I truly like you." Yunli wished to appear her best, especially in such a moment of confession. Yet, faced with the pressure of debts and the relentless grind of work to support herself, she had no time to adorn herself like a delicate flower. As for her response, did she even need to think? The one who could afford to spend 20 billion on Hartman Company was undoubtedly the wealthy benefactor she had long desired. Her answer was resolute. Yes. If another beast attack were to occur, his home would surely be more secure than the rented accommodations she and her friend Bobo occupied. Despite her ravenous hunger, after consuming only a small portion of the food and a couple of slices of pineapple, she found herself unable to eat more. Clutching her stomach as she began to pace in the hospital room, while Gongye Yuanzhou polished off the remaining food. Yunli laughed at him. "Young master, you don't find me unappetizing?" As Gongye Yuanzhou reassembled the metallic box, he affectionately ruffled her somewhat coarse hair, his determination to nurture her into a plump and healthy girl growing firmer. "Not at all. When I was on the front lines, food supplies were often scarce, and any edible sustenance, no matter how bizarre it appeared, had to be consumed for survival." Yunli had seen such training during her time on Blue Star. After watching military-themed shows, she adored these kinds of narratives, yet she would never wish to experience them herself, thus harboring great respect for the soldiers who defended their homeland. Curious, she asked, "Young master, how old were you when you first went to war?" Gongye Yuanzhou held her small hand, gently stroking it as he replied. I once fought alongside my family. We underwent similar training at the military academy. Yun Li's eyes sparkled. You're still a student, studying at a military academy?
Oh my.
She had struck gold. Having fought alongside his family, they must hold a significant military and political standing. He was indeed a second-generation official. Initially, she thought he was merely a competitor in the black market, but it turned out he was just in his internship phase, which explained the solid muscle beneath his attire. Having only watched videos and longed for a good meal while on Blue Star, had she truly found satisfaction in this interstellar journey? Just thinking about her future life made her anxious about how many aphrodisiacs she might need, and she could hardly imagine how loud the bed would creak at night. Chapter 20. The hospital is uncanny. The black casual attire accentuated Gongye Yuanzhou's tall and slender figure, his long legs strikingly prominent, and the subtle contours of his chest beneath the unzipped jacket tantalizingly beckoning Yun Li to succumb to temptation.
No, no.
She must not gaze any longer, lest she lose her composure. Her face flushed crimson as her eyes darted about, avoiding direct contact. How is it that my hand is healed so quickly? I recall the monster's slime had corroded my skin last night. Observing the newly formed skin on her hand, contrasting with the surrounding flesh, the excruciating pain from the burns felt etched into her very soul. It's nothing serious. A soak in the treatment pod resolves it. As long as there's breath in your body, you can be saved, Gongye Yuanzhou said nonchalantly, still holding her hand. Yun Li gasped, a treatment pod? Upon her arrival in the interstellar age, and after acquiring Carl's star ring, she had undergone a brief period of education and was well aware of what a treatment pod entailed. Just like the interstellar movies she had watched, individuals with severed limbs would enter, and the restorative liquid would reconstruct their limbs using 3D printing technology, making them identical to their original state. However, in this interstellar society, particularly in the floating cloud and declaration districts where she resided, there were many individuals missing limbs. Did they not wish to seek treatment in the pod?
No.
It was a matter of finances. Where there are people, there will be class divisions, and where there are class divisions, there will be extreme polarization. The poorer become poorer, and the richer become richer, with the middle class serving as the bridge between the two extremes. She felt a sense of unease. Just yesterday, she had transferred the fruits gifted to her by the young master at a low price to save some star coins. Now, would a soak in the treatment pod plunge her into financial ruin? The treatment pod must be quite expensive, right? Yun Li stealthily glanced at Gongye Yuanzhou. Gongye Yuanzhou found himself unable to withstand the gaze of her eyes, reminiscent of a frail creature lost in the woods. With great effort, he suppressed the urge to embrace her and, in a hushed tone, reassured her, our family holds shares in Eternal Life Technology, allowing us to receive VIP discounts at its affiliated hospitals for treatment. Do not fret, it will not cost a fortune in star coins. Worry not, my dear. As I have promised, once you are with me, your sole responsibility is to bask in happiness and enjoy life. Yun Li's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. And she thought, he truly is charming when he speaks of supporting me. With a cooperative nod and a radiant smile, she exclaimed, all right. Suddenly recalling her narrow escape from danger the previous day, she remembered the beloved Bobo she had hidden in her cupboard. During her desperate leap from the window, she was certain death awaited her, yet she distinctly remembered not seeing those two monstrous beings jump alongside her. Thus, it was highly likely they remained inside the house. Bobo was in peril. Gongye Yuanzhou comforted her, fear not, she is safe. After our team rescued her, she was immediately brought to the hospital for treatment and should have emerged from the medical pod by now. The mention of the medical pod caused Yun Li to worry for Bobo. She feared that without selling off her jewelry and her little treasure trove, Bobo would not be able to exit the hospital. Although her exorbitant medical expenses had been covered by the young master, she remained curious about just how high those costs truly were. Leaning closer to him, she whispered, how much did I spend this time? The closer she drew to him, the more the fragrant scent of her presence enveloped him, fresh as gardenias, intoxicating him as though her very essence sparked a primal attraction within him. He fought against the impulse to pull her onto the bed, clenching his fists in a bid to maintain his composure, and replied in a calm manner. 1,000,000 star coins.
What? Yun Li exclaimed, incredulous.
For just a single visit to the hospital and a stay in the medical pod, 1,000,000 is gone? She felt utterly bewildered, grappling with the stark reality that star coins and blue star coins shared a purchasing power ratio of 1-to-1. The interstellar era was undeniably harsher than the socialist policies of the Great Blue Star. Gongye Yuanzhou, attempting to conceal his own feelings, stood up and retrieved the attire prepared by the steward from the storage cabinet in the ward. Since Yun Li's height was significantly below the average for interstellar subfemales, this batch of clothing had been custom-made by a designer overnight. With a straightforward gaze, he selected a deathly Barbie pink dress from the cabinet and approached her, stating, "Rest assured, Eternal Life Hospital will not force any patient. Whether or not to enter the medical pod for treatment will always respect the patient's wishes." Yun Li's lips twitched as she eyed the deathly Barbie pink spaghetti strap dress in his hands. What if the patient arrives in a state of unconsciousness? She remembered that when she had hidden Bobo in the cupboard, Bobo had been pale from blood loss and barely conscious. Would she truly remain lucid enough to make a choice if she were rescued and taken to the hospital under such circumstances? Gongye Yuanzhou responded. Eternal Life technology administers a certain amount of adrenaline to keep them momentarily conscious to make decisions. Those whose hands are uninjured will be required to sign electronically, while those with injuries will have medical personnel record their choices on video using the star ring, preventing any disputes post-treatment. This is utterly outrageous. Yun Li held a nuanced stance on the practices of Eternal Life Hospital. Even in unconsciousness, patients were to be roused, ensuring no one could exploit the system. Yet, there were certain medical conditions where such medications could not be administered. Could they truly guarantee survival rates? Reflecting on her own experience from the previous day, she could not recall being awakened mid-unconsciousness. What about me? Did I sign as well? Gongye Yuanzhou had already draped the little dress over her, increasingly finding her beauty captivating. Of course not. Your medical bill is charged to my StarNet account, automatically granting you the highest standard of treatment at Eternal Life Hospital. Yun Li stifled her feelings and proposed, "Could I perhaps choose another dress?" Gongye Yuanzhou's expression faltered slightly. "Do you not like wearing dresses?" As she regarded the deathly Barbie pink, Yun Li nodded earnestly. Though he felt a pang of disappointment, he respected her wishes and stood to select another outfit. Yun Li then inquired, "What if I recover but cannot pay the medical expenses?" Without turning back, Gongye Yuanzhou continued to sift through the garments. Eternal Life Hospital allows a 3-month period for fundraising. If the necessary funds are not raised within 3 months, the patient is deemed property of Eternal Life Hospital, and they will undergo experimental treatment in batches corresponding to the outstanding debt. They will also receive a substantial nutritional allowance. In essence, Eternal Life Hospital maintained a position of power. Regardless of whether patients could pay their medical bills, it emerged victorious. No wonder it had become a financial titan throughout the entire star system, with the wives of the old board members living in opulence. The aspirations of the impoverished to ascend to wealth were as challenging as climbing the heavens, while Eternal Life technology, with its vast array of enterprises, left no opportunity for the destitute to escape their plight. Chapter 21. The prince's unforgettable gaze, seeing that Yun Li was recovering splendidly. Gongye Yuanzhou felt at ease as he handled her discharge paperwork. He had always harbored a disdain for the myriad germs lurking within hospitals and would never allow his subfemale to linger in such an environment. With his tall stature, Gongye Yuanzhou took Yun Li's hand and led her out of the ward, deliberately slowing his brisk pace to match her leisurely stride. The architecture of the star system, aside from the decorative styles of Shien Yun District and Floating Cloud District that evoked a sense of the bygone era, conveyed an imposing and austere metallic aesthetic, encompassing military academies, towering buildings, and hospitals alike. The silver-white walls and floors imbued each step taken within the hospital with a chilling sensation. Despite the constant temperature being suitable for the human body, the psychological impact remained distinctively different. Upon his arrival, the medical staff immediately stood to greet him respectfully, "Mr. Gongye." Unlike the tender demeanor he exhibited towards Yun Li, his gaze towards others was devoid of warmth, as he passed by them without a flicker of acknowledgement. Noticing him head towards the elevator, the medical staff hurriedly approached, apologizing. "We apologize, Mr. Gongye. Yesterday, there were numerous incidents of mutant beast attacks in both Shien Yun and Floating Cloud districts. All VIP elevators at Eternal Life Hospital have been temporarily requisitioned, so the exclusive passage is currently inaccessible." Gongye Yuanzhou's brow furrowed, evidently displeased with the explanation. He recalled the devastating scene of the mutant beasts wreaking havoc during the mission. Those who had survived in the hunting grounds were few and far between. Tightening his grip on Yun Li's hand, he thought, that was too close. His precious one could have also fallen victim to the beast's onslaught. Those wretched creatures had better never allow him to uncover how they had infiltrated. With a chime, the elevator arrived. Inside, it was eerily empty. Gongye Yuanzhou led Yun Li inside, where she could detect the lingering scent of blood that had permeated the small space. likely from transporting patients. The elevator descended from the 56th floor to the next level when it abruptly halted with another chime. The doors opened to reveal 4 medical staff members in white coats, hurriedly pushing 2 mobile stretchers inside. With urgency, they communicated via intercom with an operating room on another floor, their voices thick with tension. Immediate clearance. Immediate clearance. This couple is highly valuable patients. Had all treatment pods not been in use, we would not have brought them down from the 55th floor for manual emergency aid. First, save their lives, then maintain the cellular viability within their bodies, or else even sending them to the treatment pods later would be futile. On 2 stretchers lay a couple, writhing in agony akin to bloodied souls, with the husband's left leg a grotesque ruin from savage bites, blood saturating the sheets beneath him. His arms bore numerous bite marks, and his left ear had vanished without a trace. The wife's condition was even more dire. Her mechanical groans echoed as her left side was gnawed into a pockmarked mass, her pupils seemingly dilating in distress. The doctor employed a device resembling a defibrillator to revive her heart, his white coat stained with large splotches of crimson. Above them, darkness loomed as soft fabric, imbued with the warmth of life and the scent of wooden amber, enveloped Yun Li. Gong Yi Yuanzhou temporarily cocooned his beloved Yimei in his embrace with his coat, a scene so gruesome that even the most hardened among them would falter, let alone the delicate Yimei. When he noticed droplets of blood splatter onto Yun Li's shoes, he instinctively cradled her tighter, lifting her off the ground in a swift motion. She felt the solid strength of Gong Yi Yuanzhou's arms beneath her, their height disparity rendering her as light as a child in his grasp. He held Yun Li close as they awaited the elevator, which seemed to stall in its descent, and traversed the chaotic hospital lobby, his precious cargo securely nestled against him. Zhong Lin had sustained a minor injury during his mission. The fang of a monstrous spider had pierced his forearm, and though he had promptly received an injection of antivenom, the wound remained ghastly. Initially, the injury required only localized treatment, but the widespread devastation caused by the beast had resulted in numerous casualties, overwhelming the hospital with ordinary civilians. While the medical pods at the academy were occupied by injured cadets, Zhong Lin stared impassively at his wound, his gaze calm, as if he felt no pain. Elon leaned against the metal wall, arms crossed, surveying the throng affected by the beast. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure that left him astonished, tugging at the pensive Zhong Lin. Am I seeing things? Zhong Lin, look. Is Gong Yi Yuanzhou carrying someone? Roused from his reverie, Zhong Lin followed Elon's gaze and indeed beheld the iron-willed Gong Yi Yuanzhou, known for his ruthless demeanor, now tenderly cradling a petite Yimei. Without a doubt, she was a Yimei, likely a flawed specimen among the lower ranks. Despite being genetically altered from males, the average height of Yimei tended to exceed 1.74 meters. However, the one in Gong Yi Yuanzhou's embrace was rather diminutive. Elon's eyes widened in disbelief, and he burst into laughter. I thought he was coming to ask for my ID because he encountered some exceptional Yimei, but look at this. Is she a minor or afflicted with dwarfism? TSK. I thought he was blooming like an iron tree, but instead, he is showcasing how a perversion is crafted. Zhong Lin remained silent, his gaze fixated on the petite figure in Gong Yi Yuanzhou's arms. This Yimei was indeed remarkably small, being held by the towering Gong Yi Yuanzhou as if she were a child being doted upon by an elder. The stark height difference meant her slender legs barely reached above his knee. It was strikingly reminiscent of the petite Yimei he had encountered without means of identification. A memory that lingered, yet he lacked the courage to confirm her ID with Elon, though an intense intuition suggested that this Yimei was the very same who had delivered takeout to him at the academy. Gong Yi Yuanzhou shielded her with his black coat, separating her from the bloodbath-like hospital lobby. His muscular form clad only in a tank top commanding the curious gazes around them, as if she were encircled by a fierce beast. For a fleeting moment, Zhong Lin found Gong Yi Yuanzhou's demeanor rather crude. Was his attire genuinely crafted from the soft, luxurious tencel from Irstar? Only garments of tencel would refrain from harming the delicate skin of a Yimei. He often witnessed his father indulging in selecting such fabrics for his favored Yimei, learning that tencel was the most suitable material for their wear. Chapter 22. Madness Unleashed. The flora of the stars is worth more than gold. Gong Yi Yuanzhou cradled the shrouded Yun Li and approached his hovering vehicle, opening the passenger door for her to settle in securely before he took his place at the driver's seat. Darling, I'm taking you home, he declared, activating the vehicle towards the Baiyun district. Though Yun Li had been delivering food across the stars for some time, her initial drive was sheer survival, leaving no room to appreciate the vistas outside. But today, she could finally take it all in. The crisis from the beasts in Shien Yun and Fuyun districts had left the sprawling main city untouched, with countless hovering vehicles racing through the airways. And the streets adorned with a cyberpunk tapestry of neon lights forming a steel metropolis. As the vehicles sped along, the scenery whirled past, a dazzling array of neon lights reflecting in Yunli's eyes, as if she were conquering the entire central star. At that moment, Gong Yi Yuanzhou yearned to kiss her. An instinctive allure drew him closer to her from the very first glance, overwhelming his reason, his genes, and his body in an uncontrollable pull toward her. He felt immensely grateful that he was the one who had pursued and subdued the fleeing beast, the one who had saved her, and now the one bringing her home. Even with the vehicle's doors securely locked, a gnawing fear of her vanishing lingered within him, compelling him to hold her tightly, reaffirming her presence as a real, warm Yumei. Observing Yunli's delight at the nightscape of the central star, Gong Yi Yuanzhou slowed the vehicle to allow her a clear view. "It's truly beautiful," she exclaimed, her fingers exploring the confines of her seat, a habit formed from her days on Blue Star where any captivating sight warranted a social media post. However, as she searched, she found nothing but encountered a warm hand. The instant their fingers brushed, he clasped her hand firmly within his. Startled, she turned to him, but Gong Yi Yuanzhou continued to gaze straight ahead, as if holding hands were the most natural thing. "If you like it, I'll drive you out every day. Are you feeling warm?" Yunli asked, noticing that despite the vehicle's optimal climate control, his palm was damp. "Is it really that hot? Your hand is so sweaty." While Gong Yi Yuanzhou had never engaged with a Yumei before, he vowed he had never felt such an overwhelming mixture of desire and anxiety towards one. The simple touch of their hands ignited a cascade of vibrant fireworks in his mind, akin to their first embrace. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he hoarsely replied, "A little." Yunli suggested, "Then should we lower the air conditioning a bit more?" Gong Yi Yuanzhou glanced at her earnest expression in the rearview mirror. "Aren't you cold?" Yunli patted the coat he had given her. "I'm fine with this jacket on." Gong Yi Yuanzhou found himself increasingly exhilarated by the close contact of the coat he wore against her skin, a wave of dizzying warmth surging through his mind, while his hands dutifully adjusted the car's temperature down several notches. Yunli wrapped herself snugly in his coat, yet Gong Yi Yuanzhou's perspiration only flowed more freely. After a prolonged gaze at the scenery, Yunli, upon noticing the boundary they were entering, exclaimed with astonishment, "Is this the Biyun district? You reside in the Biyun district? Isn't this the very area I used to avoid while delivering takeout?" How had she so effortlessly stepped into this realm? Of course, Gong Yi Yuanzhou, being capable of casually purchasing a 20 billion star currency light-speed mech, was indeed a quintessential super-rich heir. Moreover, he was a military academy student, handsome and formidable. TSK, TSK, TSK. Come and witness the identity of this affluent young master.
Ah.
It's my own, ha ha ha. Gong Yi Yuanzhou looked at her, inquiring whether she liked it. Naturally. She adored it, a wealthy district, a stark contrast to her previous life of poverty, where a mere scrape with a car could plunge her into a financial quagmire.
Now,
she found herself with a young master, who wouldn't he desire a more opulent lifestyle. She, Yunli, had firmly set her sights on this lavish existence. Just as she contemplated how to articulate her approval of her new surroundings, Gong Yi Yuanzhou tightened his grip on her hand, saying, "If you don't like it, once the military academy breaks for vacation, I will take you on a holiday to a tourist planet." Goodness, is the joy of the affluent truly so unpretentious? They have whole planets dedicated to tourism. The Biyun district was still adorned with towering skyscrapers. If the Shien Yun district and the Fuyun district evoked a sense of decay reminiscent of yesterday's dusk, the Biyun district harmoniously blended technology with nature. Unlike the steel forests of other districts, the main thoroughfare of Biyun was lined with scenic trees. The rarity of interstellar flora was surpassed only by the calming properties of the Aceb female, and the cost of cultivating a single plant far exceeded the lifetime sustenance of an ordinary individual. Any plant that survived and thrived post the cosmic cataclysm intrinsically possessed the ability to mend fractured mental fortitude. A warrior whose psyche had crumbled, as they tread the path of regression, would find a robust environment of lush greenery significantly alleviating their mental decline. Greenery was priced according to its size, characteristics, and vitality. The more potent the plant in restoring mental strength, the higher its cost. Can you fathom that even an unremarkable potted green grass, often dismissed as a weed, could command a price per gram solely because it belonged to the realm of greenery? This was more outrageous than the gold prices on Blue Star in 2025. Furthermore, The price per gram of greenery was not fixed but fluctuated with market trends, soaring in recent years akin to the gold prices on Blue Star. Currently, the pricing for everlasting greenery stood at 1,000 star currency per gram. 1,000 star currency per gram. Yes, you heard that correctly. And this was measured including the pot and soil. The pot was a patented design from everlasting technology, engineered not to constrict roots, while the soil was specially cultivated nutrient-rich earth, and the plants themselves were unique products that could only be grown by everlasting technology. The trio packaged together and priced by the gram was hardly unreasonable. Potted greenery could not only delay the decline and collapse of mental fortitude, but also repel and avoid alien beasts, serving dual purposes of self-protection and defense. The survivors in the Shien Yun district and Fu Yun district, who managed to endure, were predominantly those whose families had procured everlasting technology as greenery. Just as the serpents of Blue Star despised realgar, interstellar beasts exhibited a profound aversion to the presence of greenery, unless absolutely necessary. They would steer clear of areas inhabited by such flora. The smallest specification of greenery in the star network weighed in at 500 grams, including pot, soil, and plant, approximately the size of a disposable paper cup. Based on the market price for 1,000 grams, this diminutive plant could fetch a staggering price of 500,000 star currency. Chapter 23. The Super Estate. My young master is incredibly wealthy. Yunli perceived that the usage of star currency in the interstellar realm seemed almost normal for commonplace sustenance such as nutrient solutions. However, when it came to light-speed mechs, luxury fruits, and potted greenery, these top-tier extravagances, star currency transformed into a figure that felt utterly unattainable. For her, the price of the smallest potted greenery on the star network represented an unbearable burden, yet here in the Bune district, it seemed they had also developed scenic, tree-lined green belts, akin to the days of Blue Star. Was this merely a display of ordinary wealth? This was utterly superficial opulence. One need not question why it was labeled a wealthy district. The towering trees and the nutrient-rich soil they adorned were all exorbitantly priced in star currency. The incident where she had collided with a floating vehicle in Bune district during her delivery days was already a financial strain. She could hardly fathom the cost of destroying the flowers and plants beneath her feet. In the era of Blue Star, she had been content with modest wealth, but now, thanks to her young master, it appeared she had genuinely entered the affluent circles of the interstellar realm, witnessing him spend hundreds of thousands, even billions, of star currency with ease. Gongye Yuanzhou's floating vehicle finally came to a halt in a sprawling estate reminiscent of a forest. If the greenery observed on the main road of Bune had struck her as astonishing, the harmonious variety of plants within this estate seemed as though a dedicated horticulturist had meticulously designed it. The temperature-controlled environment allowed the flowers and foliage to flourish abundantly, vibrant blossoms swaying gracefully in the breeze, while towering trees and verdant lawns transformed what should have been a flat estate into a veritable natural oxygen bar. This was in the interstellar realm. Interstellar plants were sold by weight. It was akin to Gongye Yuanzhou's family being so affluent that they had crafted a golden garden from solid 24-karat gold, evoking memories of the extravagant homes of the wealthy in the capital of Blue Star, where gold was used for wiring, an utterly surreal experience. As Gongye Yuanzhou led her into the building, she felt as though the proportions and furnishings of the architecture had been scaled up, making her feel somewhat out of place. The once quiet house came alive as Gongye Yuanzhou deactivated the smart butler's silent mode, activating various appliances and household robots. Although only the two of them were present, the bustling activity of the household robots and cleaning vehicles lent the estate an atmosphere of vibrancy. What a grand house! This estate was not only vast but ostentatious, far larger than the self-built cottage her parents had left her in the countryside. This was the interstellar era, and in the precious Bune district. Just how wealthy was her young master? Gongye Yuanzhou guided her to record an iris unlock and granted her biological gene access to the estate, ensuring that even in his absence, she could come and go freely. As Yunli was led through the estate, her eyes struggled to absorb the overwhelming sights. Noticing her dazed demeanor, Gongye Yuanzhou remained patient. After all, she would be living here from now on and would eventually acclimate. He brought her to the room he had personally decorated for her, which was a dreamlike shade of pink. The delicate hue of this low-saturation pink is far more gentle than the vibrant Barbie pink he had prepared for her in the hospital. The expansive bed is adorned with soft, smooth silk bedding, while the pink drapes cascade down from the princess-style bed. On the coffee table before the sofa sits a pineapple-shaped aroma diffuser, releasing the scent she adores. Upon stepping into the room, She finds not a hard surface beneath her feet, but a thick, plush carpet. The enormous transparent wardrobe is filled to the brim with garments of various colors and styles, each meticulously designed to complement her figure, creating a stunning array that is overwhelming to behold. Let alone where she could likely don a different outfit every day of the year without repetition. There is even a concealed bathroom within the room. A simple voice command activates the hidden door, revealing a one-stop shower and bathing service, complete with a massage bathtub from Hartmann's latest collection. Convenient shelves are stocked with an array of fragrances from Everlasting Technologies, including shower gels, bath oils, and body mists. Her roommate, Bobo, often finds it a challenge to procure a bottle of the coveted Femino perfume, along with a selection of other popular brands and skincare products that fill the bathroom cabinets. To alleviate any potential indecision, a smart mode has been implemented, wherein a bathing robot selects the most suitable skincare products based on her skin condition each day. To enhance her bathing experience, the robot's mechanical arms are outfitted with a tactile, biomimetic material to provide her with spa-like massages. These skincare products were purchased based on recommendations from Starnet, Gongye Yuanzhou stated. If they do not suit your taste, with a few deft movements on his Starnet wristband, a notification illuminated Yunli's star ring, a message regarding account sharing, which happened to be linked to Gongye Yuanzhou's account. After completing these tasks, he added, if you find them unsatisfactory, feel free to shop for your preferences on Starnet using my account at any time. Unable to resist, Gongye Yuanzhou pressed another kiss to her smooth forehead. The star coins he had provided her would eventually run out, and he did not want his beloved Femino to feel like a beggar in his presence. His wealth was boundless, and now that someone shared in this fortune, it felt imbued with genuine significance. Yunli was almost moved to tears. This was the lifestyle of the affluent she had longed for, a life of understated luxury. Yet, glancing at the tall figure holding her hand, she inquired, "Young master, will you not sleep with me?" Gongye Yuanzhou's face turned a vivid shade of crimson, the tender atmosphere shattered in an instant. His eyes sparkled with surprise and anticipation as he replied, "Darling, are you inviting me to share more than just a bed?" "No, big brother. You've already provided me with such a lavish lifestyle. I would feel uneasy if you did not take some interest in me." Just as she pondered how to respond with a hint of modesty, Gongye Yuanzhou swept her into his arms, causing her to instinctively wrap her arms around his neck. Feeling the warmth of his breath against her skin, his eyes glistened with excitement, yet he paused to ask once more, "Darling, is this truly permissible?" As a confident woman, she understood the desires of men did not require excessive fuss. She had endured the hardships of interstellar life and now deserved the comforts that accompanied wealth and companionship. Gazing at his strikingly handsome face, the sculpted muscles, and the robust frame of his powerful stature, she reasoned that with wealth came both gifts and intimacy. Affection could be evaluated over time, but for now, she was relishing the moment. Gongye Yuanzhou leaned in closer, and Yunli willingly closed her eyes. Their lips met, and she felt a rush of warmth, while for him, this elevated form of contact sent shivers throughout his body, akin to being struck by a sudden wave of exhilaration. Chapter 24. The joy of shopping on Starnet. This fixed embrace lasted for several seconds, and Yunli began to feel a bit overwhelmed, yet he remained, eyes closed, lost in bliss. A few moments passed, and noticing his stillness, she cupped his face in her hands, her expression filled with questions. "Is that all?" It wasn't that it was over. Gongye Yuanzhou simply lacked experience in this domain. Members of the Gongye family were notorious for their tactical prowess during their military academy days, merciless in battle, slaying alien beasts without a flicker of hesitation. They were adept at operating hovercraft, mechs, and any weapon imaginable, their bodies hardened through relentless training, becoming as unyielding as metal. The battlefield and the thrill of combat were their perennial pursuits. Gongye Yuanzhou, the most exceptional heir of the Gongye lineage, was no exception. He surpassed even the youthful brilliance of his predecessors. Yet, this brilliance did not extend to the realm of intimacy with feminos. Before meeting Yunli, he had lived as a paragon of virtue, eschewing even mechanical companions. Thus, when confronted with the femino he adored, he found himself woefully underprepared. At that moment, a notification from the star ring alerted him to a message from instructor Seiza summoning them back to school. Apologetically, he embraced Yunli, planting several affectionate kisses upon her. "Darling, I must return to school for a brief while. Stay at home. If you grow bored, feel free to shop on Starnet. Do not venture out until we ascertain the details of the alien invasion. The estate is equipped with the most advanced security system in the galaxy. So, as long as you remain inside, you will be safe from any potential danger. I will return once I complete my mission at the academy and the lockdown is lifted. Wait for me, my darling. After a few more kisses and a lingering embrace, he reluctantly departed. Yunli contemplated the earlier encounter, realizing that despite the passion, they had done little more than share kisses, a revelation that made her chuckle. She couldn't help but applaud her own discernment. After all, a man's best dowry is his integrity. Gongye Yuanzhou granted Yunli full access to the estate, allowing her to explore its vastness without restriction. As the estate was quite expansive and the hour was late, she decided to postpone her exploration until the following day. Returning to her chamber, she shed her clothing, loosened her hair, and took a quick shower before sinking into the massage-equipped bathtub. As the tub began its gentle kneading, she sighed in pleasure, enveloped in a sea of relaxation, the water disturbed only by soft ripples as petals and milk floated around her. The bathroom lights dimmed gradually. Soothing music filled the air, and delightful fragrances wafted throughout the space. She felt her eyelids grow heavy until she succumbed to slumber. It was not until the bathing system's preset duration elapsed that a voice gently awakened her, reminding her that her scientifically timed bathing session had concluded. Upon exiting the tub, she could either dry herself off with a towel or step into the drying chamber for a more thorough process. Habitually, she chose the towel, opting only for the hair-drying function of the chamber. She hesitated to step fully inside, feeling akin to an apple being dehydrated in a drying machine, fearing she might emerge as a mere husk. Lying on the beauty bed, she indulged in the spa massage services provided by the bathroom robot. After changing into her pajamas and enjoying the lingering scent, she snuggled into her bed. Now, she had ample time for a late-night escapade, activating her star ring and eagerly beginning her online exploration. Since the young master had shared his account with her, she felt it would be a sin not to take full advantage of it. With a swift motion, she opened the Star Network marketplace to indulge in a shopping spree. Although Gongye Yuanzhou had already provided her with an ample supply of clothing, shoes, and bags, who could ever have too much? If she fancied an outfit, she would buy it. If she desired jewelry, she would purchase it. If she craved fruits, she would acquire them. Now, for months into her interstellar journey, she finally found herself living a life of luxury, embarking on a spree of extravagant consumption. Her bills stretched endlessly across the screen, punctuated by frequent notifications confirming her successful transactions. At the military academy, Instructor Sai Sha addressed the cadets participating in the upcoming confrontation and rescue mission before dismissing them to return to their quarters. The military academy was unlike any other educational institution. It rigorously prepared its students for the battlefield through both theoretical and practical methods, always ready to respond at a moment's notice. Even the newest recruits were expected to be combat-ready in the shortest possible time. The Empire's military academy boasted cutting-edge simulation equipment and advanced weaponry for combating alien beasts, placing it at the forefront of all academic establishments. Here, cadets had the opportunity to observe and utilize the most sophisticated weaponry from various star domains, making it a veritable paradise for the warlike elite of the galaxy. Continuing its tradition of iron-fisted discipline, the Empire's military academy, formed by the union of 13 legions and the royal family, disregarded the socio-economic disparities of interstellar society, elevating strength above all else and creating a nurturing ground for prodigies destined to combat alien threats. The academy forbade any exceptions, ensuring that even the crown prince, heirs of wealthy conglomerates, and the scion of a military family like Gongye Yuanzhou shared cramped quarters in a 4-person dormitory. Upon returning to the dormitory, Elon impatiently raked his fingers through his hair. The academy is on lockdown. Another week has passed. How irritating. I haven't even unboxed the latest mechanical female sent to me by the company.
Zonglin,
with his silvery hair cascading over his shoulders and a loose robe revealing his porcelain-like, muscular chest, was seated with a book in hand. Hearing Elon's grumbling, he casually turned a page, remarking, "The mechanical female at your residence isn't going anywhere. What's the rush? It's only been a week. Can a mechanical female truly captivate you more than a mere adjustment to a mech's parameters?" Elon flung himself onto the somewhat firm bed. "You wouldn't understand." Zonglin scoffed, acknowledging that he indeed did not grasp the allure of a mechanical female that could so profoundly affect Elon. With a sigh, Elon added, "Of course, a mechanical female cannot. But my estate boasts a collection of dozens of exquisite mechanical females. A single day without seeing my beloved treasures leaves me yearning and restless." Only Elon Hartman, this heir to a conglomerate, could afford such a lavish collection of mechanical females, with bespoke models priced in the hundreds of millions. while even the lower-tier versions commanded several million star coins, akin to the luxurious toys of the galaxy's affluent. Elon was indifferent to the allure of biological females, preferring to engage with mechanical counterparts rather than participate in family-arranged matchmaking events with high- and mid-tier biological females, finding solace in his own form of escapism. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and a tall figure dashed in, coming to a halt before Elon, placing his hands on his shoulders, seemingly oblivious to their recent conflict, during which Elon had suffered a punch that had crooked his nose. With sincerity, he asked, "Could you share those videos you've collected?" Chapter 25. What the devil? Why is Gongye Yuanzhou like this? What the devil? Elon exclaimed, surveying him with incredulity. Have you taken leave of your senses today? Nearly everyone at the military academy recognized Gongye Yuanzhou as a prominent figure with an unwavering passion for three things: the battlefield, mechs, and combat, whereas biological and mechanical females paled in comparison to the significance of tweaking a mech specifications. Elon began to suspect he had misinterpreted his intent. The videos you mentioned refer to, he hesitated, envisioning the repercussions of his words, and cast a knowing glance at Gongye Yuanzhou. It seemed as if Gongye Yuanzhou had suddenly gained enlightenment regarding romantic matters, nodding in affirmation. Yes, precisely. Elon, witnessing his roommate's naive enthusiasm, contemplated showcasing his own limited knowledge, but, wary of Zhonglin's formidable fists, opted for prudence. Zhonglin, reclining on another bed, straightened up, casting a warning glance at Elon before turning back to Gongye Yuanzhou. No, he doesn't. Yet, as he recalled the petite figure that lingered in his mind, discussing someone else's intimacy with her provoked an unexpected surge of agitation within him, prompting him to respond to Gongye Yuanzhou before Elon could. Elon could only fall silent. Could he truly confront the crown prince? Gongye Yuanzhou narrowed his eyes at Zhonglin, harboring little affection for the cunning political strategist, then pivoted back to Elon. Speak. Elon, sensing an opportunity to exploit the moment, seized it. He genuinely doesn't. After Gongye Yuanzhou departed, Elon adjusted his uniform, perplexed, and queried Zhonglin, why deceive him about this? That kid has never had any experience. The conversation veered off course. And what of that biological female? Enough. Zhonglin interjected sharply, stifling Elon's next words. He then set his book aside, tugging at his collar, his robust chest subtly visible. Yet he had no time to contemplate his appearance as he exited the dormitory for a breath of fresh air. Inside the dormitory, Elon scratched his head in bewilderment. What's going on? Everyone seems to have lost their minds. I can understand Gongye Yuanzhou, but Zhonglin is acting strangely too. Leaning against the railing, Zhonglin drew a cigarette, recognizing his own unsettling feelings. Though he bore no animosity towards Gongye Yuanzhou, he harbored a profound resentment toward the bond between Gongye Yuanzhou and the biological female he was now involved with. In the depths of his heart, he regretted not following his own instincts and seeking out Elon for the ID of the delivery person who had brought him meals, wondering if things might have been different had he been more direct or put in more effort. Now that Gongye Yuanzhou was with her, he clung to a flicker of hope in confirming the ID of the delivery person, only to find that hope extinguished. She was simply her, and he had no chance of a second encounter. In this turmoil of thoughts, Zhonglin felt disoriented. He did not consider himself a man of great desire, lacking the fervor that interstellar males often exhibited towards high and mid-tier biological females. Yet, the impressions of her voice, her approaching footsteps, and her graceful turns were indelibly etched in his mind. As he inhaled the smoke, it did little to soothe his restless heart. The taste of nicotine felt bitter. Ironically, the more he tried to suppress his feelings, the more they surged. As he stood there, enveloped in the chilly air, he couldn't help but recall the tall figure beside him, who had just stepped away from the biological female, already yearning for her presence. At that very moment, Gongye Yuanzhou was engaged in a video call with Yun Li early in the morning. Having stayed up late scrolling through the Star Network, she was still wrapped in sleepiness when she answered the call, stifling a large yawn. Gongye Yuanzhou? Zhonglin's ears twitched slightly, prompting him to unconsciously soften his breath, harboring a secret desire to hear more of her voice. Gongye Yuanzhou observed her in the video, her eyes still heavy with sleep, a faint red mark adorning her left cheek, due to her sleeping position. It seemed she was attempting to rouse herself quickly, her delicate hands rubbing at her eyes. Such a commonplace act of waking, in the eyes of a lovesick Gongye Yuanzhou, was utterly captivating. He wished fervently that he were at home, lying in bed beside her, able to cradle her gentle, obedient form in his arms and shower her with kisses. Darling, Did I disturb your slumber? Yunli, filled with grievances, thought to herself that this early morning intrusion into her dreams was thoroughly off-putting. Yet, putting on a facade of compliance, she shook her head no.
Just yawning.
She could not resist a big yawn. Blinking her tired eyes, she managed a smile and asked, "What's wrong? Has something happened? It's best if you hang up quickly, so I can get some more sleep." Gong Yi Yuanzhou, a rugged man, felt his heart melt at the sight of her and softened his tone, tinged with a hint of regret. "Darling, the military academy has implemented a closed management system. We get a break every 7 days, and I will return to accompany you during my time off." It was only after being with Yunli that he became more attuned to the needs of the subfeminine, understanding their sensitive nature and the necessity for companionship and care from their partners. As such, most partners of subfeminine individuals would stagger their days off to ensure that someone was always by their side. Yet, due to his status as a student at the military academy, he could not always be with her, leaving him to compensate with cold, hard currency, which only deepened his sense of indebtedness to her, making him feel powerless. He could hardly abandon his studies. Becoming a commander, going to battle, and confronting alien beasts were goals he had set for himself since he was old enough to understand. He saw no conflict between his aspirations and love. The honor of the subfeminine was bestowed by their partners. He cherished Yunli, desiring not only to provide her with a life of luxury, but also to bestow upon her a brilliance that would illuminate her existence, allowing all to witness her vibrant bloom under his nurturing. The necessary journey towards a promising future and the inevitable separation weighed heavily on him. He recognized that everything he did was the most rational choice. Yet, he could not help but yearn for her. During training he thought of her, and in the silence of the night, he missed her even more. After just one night, he had already experienced the torment of sleeplessness.
Oh, dear. Yunli Shuklat.
Reveling in the realization that she had indeed entered a life of wealth and leisure, residing in a grand house and driving a luxurious hover car, all while her benefactor was seldom home. Chapter 26. The hovering inner liner and shock-absorbing foam. Yunli made a tremendous effort to compose her features, suppressing an immediate laugh. But Gong Yi Yuanzhou misconstrued her silence as anger and anxiety. "Darling, I swear, even if I cannot return, I will video call you every day. I will graduate in 2 years, and then I will have ample time to take you traveling to the registration center to get married, and we will be together forever."
Wait.
Why was this sweet talk becoming increasingly alarming, intertwining with marriage? Wasn't their current arrangement perfectly satisfactory? She was after his wealth, and he was after what, exactly? In terms of looks, she could not in good conscience claim to be the most beautiful woman in the galaxy. In this interstellar age, with inadequate original factory conditions, many affluent individuals use star coins to purchase enhancements or undergo surgeries to improve their appearance, rendering the upper echelons of society almost devoid of unattractiveness. The distinctions between advanced and intermediate subfeminines were even more pronounced. With the advantages of their families and partners' financial resources, they increasingly resembled mature women. In truth, Yunli did not perceive herself as having any advantage in this interstellar realm. She was just an ordinary woman. Her combat prowess fell significantly short of even low-level females. During the alien beast attack, it was Bobo who was targeted first, suffering grievous injuries to her right arm. And it was Yunli who ultimately drove the creature away with candle oil, granting Bobo a fleeting chance of survival. During their escape, she struggled to support the injured Bobo, who was significantly larger than her, and after just a few steps, she was utterly exhausted, forced to hide Bobo temporarily in a cupboard. Had the roles been reversed, Bobo would have undoubtedly carried the injured Yunli to safety with ease. This showcased the stark disparity in their physical capabilities. She recognized her place among low-level subfeminines, devoid of the soothing mental powers that advanced and intermediate subfeminines possessed. The traversing deities had not bestowed upon her any golden fingers or fortunate gifts, leaving her in a rather precarious situation. If one were to insist on drawing parallels, one might say that they were both driven by desire. She was drawn to wealth, while he was attracted to what exactly? It was hard to imagine that the scion of a military and political family could genuinely cherish a lowly subfeminine like her. This was not merely a phenomenon of the interstellar age. Even during the era of Blue Star, a divide existed between the upper echelons and the grassroots. How many girls truly managed to transcend class barriers? How many could claim to live a life of happiness and fulfillment? She had no desire to marry into a wealthy family only to endure torment. Who knew if the Gong Yi family would seek an advanced subfeminine for their heir in the future? Would they expect him to oppose the world for her? Absolutely not. How could she repay kindness with enmity? Maintaining a pure financial relationship was splendid. However, as a qualified confidant, how could she openly contradict the young master? Instead, she chose to gently assure him, "All right, I will await the day you marry me. Rest assured, I will be obediently waiting for your return at home. And I will think of you every day." As Zhonglin's forehead throbbed with tension, Gong Yi Yuanzhou poured forth a stream of sticky sweet words before finally concluding their tender exchange. Watching him depart, Zhonglin suppressed the discontent brewing within her and struck the metal railing in frustration. Marriage? Does he truly think he is worthy? After hanging up, Yunli nestled back into her soft bedding for a delightful nap. Upon waking naturally, she glanced at the time displayed on the star ring. Noon had arrived. The intelligent home system detected her awakening and opened the curtains. Outside, the rain poured heavily, pattering against the windows, washing the leaves of the estate's greenery to a brilliant emerald sheen, a sight to behold. The misty rain enveloped the estate, even through the window. She could sense the earthy aroma of rain and lush plants, a stark contrast to the sewer stench she had detected in the floating cloud district. After snuggling under the covers once more, she finally donned her slippers and got out of bed. The round, plump housekeeping robot promptly approached to tidy up the bed. While she made her way to the bathroom to freshen up, the robot even thoughtfully squeezed toothpaste onto her toothbrush. And the water temperature for her face wash was perfectly suited to her preferences. After washing up, she felt revitalized. Sitting at the dining table still imbued with the enticing aroma of freshly prepared food. The meal had been set by her housekeeping robot the previous night, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a dish of beef stew with potatoes, and a bowl of bone soup, all harmonizing with the fragrant rice, creating an intoxicating allure. With such natural food available, who would still want to consume sticky nutrient agents? Not to mention the pineapple-flavored ones. Even the so-called high-end nutrient agents that promised to melt in one's mouth were utterly unappealing. With each bite of rice and beef, Yunli felt her eyes grow misty. How blissful it was to eat. She had to express gratitude to Eternal Life Technology, although they were capitalists. They had at least preserved the seeds of chickens, ducks, and fish, ensuring that these once-living creatures continued to exist, albeit transformed by cosmic rays. In the era of Blue Star, in pursuit of commercial interests, there were numerous rumors claiming that certain chickens were raised with 6 or even 8 legs. However, upon reaching the interstellar age, the technology of immortality emerged as a genuine marvel, capable of actually breeding chickens with 8 legs. Consequently, when Yunli first encountered these multi-legged living chickens and ducks on the Star Network Mall, she was utterly astounded. The variety of fish was equally diverse. Some transcended mere ornamental status, appearing as grotesque as creatures emerging from interstellar wormholes, their aesthetic repulsiveness matched only by their remarkable edibility, fulfilling the body's nutritional energy requirements. The meals she consumed were all prepared by domestic robots, having been procured from the market. What presented itself before her was a completed dish. All she had to do was eat, possessing an insatiable appetite, yet a modest stomach. Yunli found herself bereft of the sweeping cleanup usually undertaken by Gongye Yuanzhou, leaving her to instruct the domestic robot to tidy up after her meal. After dining, she commenced unpacking the parcels retrieved by the robot from the collection point, containing various items she had purchased. After unwrapping 3 or 4 packages of clothing and bags, the thrill began to wane, only for her to discover another batch of deliveries. She recalled purchasing a flower cultivated by the latest technology of immortality. A rose reminiscent of the exquisite dragon sapphire, which bore a melodious name in the interstellar realm, Tina. Tina came in several hues, with the pinkish-white variety being the most sought after, which was precisely what Yunli had chosen. With utmost care, she unwrapped the plant package. As this precious flora was meticulously packaged with a specialized floating liner and shock-absorbent foam designed for interstellar courier services. The foam, a substance that rapidly deflated upon exposure to air, detached from the floating liner. Within the liner, a magnetic field was automatically generated, allowing the plant to float inside, ensuring the flowers and leaves remained fully extended. Simply pressing the button on the floating liner would cause the door to spring open, and the plant would land intact, appearing as fresh as if it had just been uprooted from the cultivation base, with dew still glistening on its petals. Chapter 27. The Spiritual Seed. The fragrance wafting from the flower was particularly delightful and possessed a quality recognized throughout the interstellar domain, with blossoms as large as Yunli's head. The price of this plant was quite reasonable, costing Gongye Yuanzhou over 2 million star coins, making it the most expensive item in her recent shopping spree. The 3D imagery on the Star Network Mall had been exceptionally appealing, and she had initially suspected it was enhanced by filters. However, upon receiving the actual product, she was pleasantly surprised to find it even more stunning than the images suggested. During her time on Blue Star, she had always enjoyed gardening and longed for a pastoral lifestyle. However, now that she was in the interstellar realm, there was not even a patch of land suitable for planting. The soil was hardened, and without specialized nutrient-rich soil, any plant would inevitably wither, regardless of its vitality. This situation could be likened to a robust man with boundless energy and life force, yet without food or water, ultimately succumbing to starvation and thirst. The relationship between ordinary soil and plants in the interstellar realm mirrored this. Only the specialized nutrient soil from eternal technology would suffice. The estate she resided in emanated an essence of forest, grass, and earth, presumably due to Gongye Yuanzhou's financial prowess, enabling him to transform his home into a natural oxygen bar. It could also be said that the inhabitants of this area belonged to a privileged social class, allowing the exorbitantly priced plants and soil sold outside to become a commonplace occurrence in this affluent enclave. Yunli placed the flowers she had purchased on her bedroom windowsill, intending to choose a spot in the yard for planting once the weather cleared. Subsequently, she unwrapped another conventional item for interstellar citizens, the spiritual seed. What exactly is a spiritual seed? It is akin to the vaccinations administered to every child at birth in the era of Blue Star, designed to enhance a child's immunity against viruses, with most vaccines being provided free of charge by the government. Similarly, spiritual seeds are widely distributed injections, available for free at hospitals for every citizen of the interstellar realm when their child reaches the age of 3. The age of 3 marks a pivotal juncture for children. After receiving the spiritual seed injection, this element rapidly opens pathways, unlocking the potential of the human spirit. Spiritual power ranges from grade F to grade S, with higher-tier powers exhibiting greater aggression and potential, correlating with elevated social status. In a sense, the persistent instability of interstellar society could be attributed to the fact that every male born from artificial wombs is a genetically edited superbaby. As the term suggests, undesirable genes are eliminated from the genetic chain, leaving only the finest, resulting in the emergence of a new breed of humanity. Individuals like Yunli, hailing from Blue Star, are perceived as primitive humans or old humans in their eyes. Most interstellar males are exceptionally intelligent, tall, strong, and brimming with vitality, while even a low-level subfemale could overpower Yunli single-handedly. This unnatural acceleration of growth inevitably brings substantial risks. Spiritual power is a divine gift enabling them to pilot mechs and combat monstrous beings with unparalleled efficacy, yet it also serves as the scythe of death, reaping the lives of these exceptionally talented individuals with elevated spiritual levels. Every instance of spiritual power overload can lead to violent and deranged behavior, resulting in indiscriminate slaughter of comrades and beasts alike. Thus, whether at military academies or on the battlefield, every student or soldier participating in combat training is equipped with a monitoring device. Should their spiritual power exceed safe limits and threaten to collapse, an alert will sound, prompting them to administer a calming agent or seek therapy for spiritual guidance. The doctors specializing in spiritual therapy differ from those in conventional hospitals. Typically, only high-level subfemales are qualified to perform this role, connecting with the individual's spiritual realm to attempt soothing and stabilizing the tumultuous lines of spiritual power, restoring it to normal thresholds. In military academies, instructors and trainers maintain a careful balance regarding the use of calming agents, but on the battlefield, soldiers confronting grotesque and perilous monsters must risk their lives to repel them. Therefore, even when faced with the potential for spiritual overload and madness, they must persist in combat. Monitoring devices will alert nearby soldiers to avoid the rampaging comrade, ensuring safety and maintaining distance until the conflict concludes, at which point the affected individual can be retrieved. Ahem. The topic has strayed somewhat. Yunli's understanding of spiritual power is rather superficial, with the aforementioned details pieced together from her searches on the Star Network. Spiritual power is indeed a remarkable asset. Most males possess aggressive abilities, while subfemales tend to be predominantly calming in nature. Consequently, the soothing presence of a high-level subfemale and a mid-level subfemale is irresistibly attractive to the males. The syringe for the spiritual seed is similarly packaged within shock-absorbent foam and a floating liner. Although spiritual seeds are injected at the age of 3, the presence or absence of spiritual power, as well as its level, can be detected after the initial injection. Yet, a certain group of individuals remains undeterred, believing that a second injection could alter their fortunes. leading them to seek out spiritual seed syringes. Thus, the authorities have conveniently made spiritual seeds available for purchase on the Star Network Mall, with each syringe priced at 200,000 star coins, effectively deterring a portion of those lacking financial means. In the past, Yunli was among the ranks of the impoverished, but she has since transformed. She is no longer the same. She has acquired wealth. Sharing the young master's star coin account, she possesses an abundance of funds that seem inexhaustible, allowing her to indulge whimsically, purchasing one box only to discard it without a second thought. Yet, such extravagance is exaggerated. A poor person who suddenly finds wealth remains, at their core, the same. Lavish wastefulness is not an option, hence Yunli opted to procure merely one vial. Upon unwrapping the packaging, the spirit seed injection floated elegantly within its suspended chamber, evoking a strong sense of a biohazard scenario. The injection tube, fashioned from exquisite fine glass, contained a fluid of vibrant green luminescence that appeared almost alive as it flowed gently, intermittently emitting dazzling sparks of light. Had it not been for Yun Li meticulously perusing the details on the purchasing page and confirming the absence of adverse effects from the injection, she would have been hesitant to inject such a potion, reminiscent of a life-threatening crisis, into her own body. Extracting the injector from the suspended chamber, she carefully removed the sealed packaging, unscrewed the needle cap, and, pressing the plunger slightly forward, allowed a droplet of the fluorescent green liquid to seep from the slender needle. Emulating the technique observed during her time on Blue Star when nurses administered IVs, she injected the vial into herself. After a mere 3 minutes, she sensed a distortion in her vision and, in a flurry, collapsed onto the soft sofa. Chapter 28. Is her spiritual entity a dandelion? Experiencing such phenomena post-injection of the spirit seed is entirely normal, akin to the bewildering hallucinations resulting from a fungal poisoning in the province of Kaiyun. As she reclined on the sofa, her gaze became vacant. She felt as though the sofa itself began to sway, transporting her to an expansive ocean devoid of land. The sofa was her sole refuge, and the sound of crashing waves lulled her into a stupor, while the crystalline surface of the water reflected the ethereal green aurora, occasionally illuminated by shooting stars trailing across the horizon. As she drifted further upon the water's surface, the previously tranquil expanse was suddenly besieged by torrential rain, blinding her and compelling her to shield her face from the relentless downpour. Struggling against the weight of her arms, as if burdened by lead, she found herself helplessly enduring the onslaught of rain. The wind and rain intensified, assailing her small vessel, and her body was tossed about, perilously close to plunging into the depths below. After what felt like an eternity adrift, she finally glimpsed sunlight and discovered a desert. An endless expanse of yellow sand and aridity, devoid of trees and water sources. The small bed that had carried her and the water's surface vanished, leaving her standing in the heart of the desert. At that moment, she inexplicably perceived the world through the eyes of a dandelion, watching as its seeds danced upon the breeze, soaring over the desert and lakes, witnessing mountains, rivers, and a sky adorned with countless stars. Fatigue washed over her. Her body could scarcely bear the weight of this enchanting dream. Her eyelids grew heavy, and despite her fervent desire to prolong her appreciation of such stunning scenery, she found her efforts futile, succumbing to an enveloping darkness. Time lost all meaning until Yun Li felt a dampness upon her face. Control over her body had finally returned. Rubbing her face with her hand, she discovered it was indeed wet, as were her hair and clothing. What had transpired? As she propped herself up, she noticed a household robot beside her, holding a water jug. "What are you doing with that water jug?" she inquired. The robot's endearing electronic voice evoked no ire, detected signs of unconsciousness in the master, providing physical awakening for your safety, and sending an emergency message. "I'm perfectly fine and require no emergency assistance," she quickly declared, accessing the family as shared account to cancel the emergency directive. The dampness was indeed uncomfortable. Yet another household robot promptly presented her with a clean, dry towel. The power of technology. Yun Li had truly fallen in love with this household robot. Were such technology to become widespread on Blue Star, countless individuals would likely abandon the notion of marriage, as household robots proved far more reliable than partners or children. After drying her hair and changing into comfortable loungewear, she settled into a lounge chair on the balcony, gazing out at the curtain of rain while contemplating the visions she had just experienced. The instructions for using the spirit seed had mentioned that the sites within the illusion were often intrinsically linked to one's mental prowess. Reflecting on the landscape she had just traversed, She realized that transforming into a dandelion felt less like an awakening of her mental abilities and more akin to a chaotic dream.
Just as she was musing on this,
Darkness enveloped her vision once more, revealing a particularly radiant dandelion amidst the shadows. Startled, Yunli sprang up from her lounge chair. "What on earth is this?" she exclaimed. Opening her eyes, she found herself still on the balcony, beneath the rain, while closing them again revealed the glowing dandelion. The dandelion, sensing her rejection, appeared aggrieved, gradually blending into the darkness. Yet, Yunli's perception remained tightly intertwined with its essence. At that moment, she could feel its profound sense of disappointment and urgency for comfort. "I apologize, dear one," she said earnestly. "I truly admire you. It's just that encountering you for the first time made me a bit nervous. And I may have overreacted. Did I frighten you?" Though the dandelion could not speak, it responded in kind. Its previously obscured form radiated vibrant colors once more, seemingly eager to showcase its beauty as it circled gracefully before Yunli. Within her mind, or perhaps more aptly, her spiritual realm, the shadows were dispelled by the dandelion's luminous white glow as it soared to the desert she had envisioned, planting a sturdy stem firmly into the sandy soil. The scattered seeds appeared to reverse their course, returning to their origin, transforming into a single, slender dandelion seedling in the desert, devoid of the small yellow flowers that had yet to bloom. Its essence, however, conveyed a clear message to Yunli: hunger, a demand for sustenance.
Ah,
The little dandelion must require energy to thrive, yet within her spiritual realm, a desolate desert devoid of water, nutrients, and sustenance remained, merely heaps of yellow sand. How could the little dandelion possibly flourish in such an environment? She comprehended its hunger, but what could it consume? The pot containing Tina's plants had soil and fertilizer, but how could she transfer it into her own consciousness? Surely, the flora of her spiritual realm differed from the plants of the physical world. The little dandelion persistently conveyed its needs, yet she found herself at a loss, compelled to consult the omniscient Star Network. Star Network Forum, Thick Crab, urgent. I suspect I'm losing my mind, as I can hear my spiritual entity pleading for food. Has anyone else experienced anything similar? AEL Star, impossible? The concepts of spiritual entity and mental power are distinct. What you refer to as a spiritual entity is a living being capable of communication, while mental power broadly refers to a supernatural force. Noble no singles tax. Wait. Did you purchase a black market, obsolete version of a spirit seed for a secondary awakening? Those spirit seeds were ordered to be destroyed by the authorities. Yet some unscrupulous individuals risked it for profit, selling them in the market. Nobles do not pay the bachelor tax. The spiritual seed of the initial version is fraught with significant drawbacks. Upon injection, it retains ancestral genes to such an extent that during the disintegration of human mental strength, a phenomenon of regression occurs, transforming individuals into beastly forms reminiscent of their genetic lineage. You've disturbed my vision. Indeed, version 10 features a spiritual entity that battles in conjunction with humans. However, the mental energy it consumes is alarmingly vast, leading to a state of exhaustion far too quickly when humans confront aberrant beasts on the battlefield. A spiritual entity? Could it truly exist? Yunli has rediscovered the setting of interstellar novels, only to realize that the world she inhabits is an advanced version. Nobles do not pay the bachelor tax, with far more experience and wisdom than the cockroaches fleeing from Ire Star, replied again. Currently, the universally adopted spiritual seeds in the interstellar realm are version 50, designed to recover spiritual entities, allowing mental energy to fully merge with humanity for their command. Chapter 29. The Wasted Spiritual Entity. Thick-legged crab. What should I do in my current predicament? The spiritual entity keeps clamoring for sustenance. Yet I am utterly clueless about its needs. You've disturbed my vision. The optimal solution is to disregard it entirely and refrain from any upgrades. You injected an excessively archaic spiritual seed, truly a case of penny wise, pound foolish. Henceforth, any mental energy generated in your spiritual realm will be passively absorbed by it. Ire Star S fleeing cockroaches. I understand now. After activation, the version 10 spiritual seed relies on the mental energy produced by the human body to nourish the spiritual entity, guiding it towards cooperative combat. Conversely, the version 50 seed harnesses the produced mental energy for its own use. You've disturbed my vision. That is essentially correct. Although the activation success rate of version 10 is somewhat higher, its potential ceiling is significantly lower than that of version 50. The age of 3 years is the golden period for developing spiritual seeds. Some prodigies can even independently stimulate their mental energy without the aid of spiritual seeds. Innate talent is beyond anyone's control. If not activated by the age of 3, hope is essentially lost. No amount of spiritual seeds will suffice thereafter. Nobles do not pay the bachelor tax. I still prefer the version 50 mental energy devoid of consciousness. My father once told me that in the era of version 10, spiritual entities were akin to family, possessing their own thoughts and concerns, yet this became a detrimental factor, consuming vast amounts of the host's mental energy, resulting in an average lifespan of merely around 100 years. Yunli pondered upon the replies. Did the spiritual entities of that bygone era indeed survive by depleting human mental energy? She had previously searched for manifestations of low mental energy on the interstellar network, discovering it typically manifests as a lack of spirit, fatigue, and night sweats. However, should one forcibly employ mental energy while on the brink, it could lead to a loss of control and collapse, transforming the individual from a state of weakness into an embodiment of immense strength, a veritable human weapon, leaving devastation in their wake. Yet, her little dandelion, albeit considered a spiritual entity, had always existed peacefully within her mental realm, only expressing hunger without any discomfort. She was more concerned that her little dandelion might perish in the desert. Could such a harmless little dandelion truly provoke her into a frenzy? She found that notion utterly unconvincing. Thick-legged crab. So how can I cultivate and enhance my mental strength? You've disturbed my vision. I've already stated, do not harbor fantasies of reviving the spiritual entity. It is a fruitless endeavor. Once, some individuals stubbornly pursued this path and ultimately found their bodies overwhelmed, vanishing without a trace. Best to relinquish that notion. The bachelor tax-exempt nobles. Every awakened individual can observe a reservoir of mental energy within their spiritual realm, akin to the charging of a battery. One can easily discern when it is fully charged. As for upgrades, let me put it this way, the spiritual seed will ultimately shape you into what you become. Do not expect a B-level mental energy to ascend to an A-level, nor an A-level to aspire to S-level. Yunli, feeling utterly bewildered, clicked into the information only to exit in confusion. She ventured into her spiritual space once more, finding it indeed vast, with endless stretches of yellow sand, making the solitary green dandelion all the more conspicuous. However, after searching, she could not locate the reservoir mentioned by the bachelor tax-exempt nobles, indicating that the interstellar theories on mental energy did not apply to her. My goodness! Is this a golden finger bestowed by a time-traveling deity, or a deep pit of despair? On that day, she once again delved into the intricacies of mental energy, periodically checking on her little dandelion within her spiritual world. Although it incessantly cried for sustenance, its condition remained remarkably good, vibrant green and swaying in the wind. Assured that her little dandelion would not starve, Yunli exited the spiritual space. As for what her little dandelion might require, she could only patiently search for answers. Despite its activation through the spiritual seed within her, she felt it transcended the ordinary bounds of spiritual entities and mental energy, leaving her in a state of perplexity. Regarding the claims from netizens that it was a wasted form of mental energy, she disagreed, firmly believing she had great potential. As she prepared to search for more information on mental energy on the interstellar network, a real-time communication request came through. Yunli initially thought it was a call from Gongyi Yuanzhou, only to discover upon checking the caller ID that it was Bo. Though she had only left Shien Yun district 2 days prior and moved into Baiyun district, it felt as though her former life was an eternity ago. However, she held a fondness for her roommate Bo, with whom she had fought her way out of a horde of aberrant beasts. Bo was an unpretentious individual, as evidenced by her eagerness to show off her box of jewelry. Hearing that she was safe and sound in the hospital had eased Yunli's worries. But upon returning from the hospital, she had become completely immersed in a life of indulgence, nearly forgetting about Bo. As the video call connected, Yunli beheld Bo, clad in silk pajamas that showcased her long legs and fair arms, residing in a bright, immaculate flat with a soft sofa and transparent tech glass walls revealing a curtain of rain and towering buildings beyond. The vibrant neon letters of Baiyun Mall flickered through the rain, a clear indication of a prime location in the city. It seemed Bo was thriving. Upon seeing Yunli, Bo expressed her surprise, covering her mouth with a delighted giggle. Really impressive. I was actually hoping you'd come to stay with me. Together, we could cater to this benefactor. His generosity is definitely not inferior to that of your young master. We could enjoy endless good days, no longer needing to endure the hardships of Fuyun District and Xianyun District. collaboratively securing a benefactor? Yun Li nearly choked on her own saliva at Bo's audacious words. She felt that successfully latching onto a wealthy young master in the interstellar realm and entering early retirement was already quite splendid. Little did she anticipate that Bo was genuinely treating her as family, suggesting they both seize a golden opportunity together. A twinge of guilt washed over her. For when she had entangled herself with Gong Yi Yuanzhou, she had never envisioned inviting Bo to share a husband. Clearly, the denizens of the interstellar realm were quite adept at playing the game, while she had been far too conservative. Bo had initially only glanced at the simplistic decor behind Yun Li, perceiving the space as vast. If the young master had indeed brought her to his side, then his status must be formidable indeed. Upon witnessing the expansive grandeur of the residence and the vastness of the space, as well as the trees and flowers beyond the balcony, Bo's perception of the young master's financial prowess soared to new heights. With an almost shrill excitement, she queried Yun Li, you mustn't tell me that you and the young master reside in a manor. At that moment, Bo felt as if she had transformed into a sour lemon. Chapter 30. The ambitious roommate Bobo had never regarded herself as a fortunate individual. Having endured the irresponsibility of her father and the disappointment of her own transformation surgery, which failed to yield the expected psychic abilities, relegating her to the ranks of the lower echelon of subfemales. Yet, she possessed remarkable resilience. Anything that could not bring her down would only serve to fortify her. Over the years, she had thrived in the nightlife of the bar scene, earning money with astonishing speed. As she grew older, she contemplated retiring, but her extravagant lifestyle prevented her from saving any substantial amount. She remained entrapped in a beautiful fantasy of her own making, relishing the adoration of men and yearning for the favor of the upper echelons, hoping to transcend her social class and ensure a life free from financial worries. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single term, it would undoubtedly be that of a dreamer. She felt that her recent stroke of luck might well stem from her newfound cohabitation with Yun Li. To Bo, Yun Li appeared to be a quintessential failure of subfemale transformation, petite and frail, existing at the very bottom of the hierarchy among lower subfemales, likely to struggle perpetually at the brink of poverty. Yet, against all odds, this very individual had unexpectedly captured the young master's affection, receiving gifts of far greater value than the mere trinkets typically bestowed by the vanity-driven males of their society, gifts of natural delicacies so exquisite that even a single taste felt like a painful indulgence. When the beasts invaded the districts of Floating Cloud and Shien Cloud, it was this seemingly insignificant figure, brimming with hidden potential, who saved Bo by concealing her in a cabinet while diverting the beasts away. That fateful night, while Yun Li's fate hung in the balance, Bo found herself at the cusp of a turning point in her life. The one who came to her rescue was named Andrew, an unremarkable name, yet one imbued with the prestige of a military academy student. Upon his expression of interest, she seized the opportunity with reckless abandon, hastily entering into a relationship with him. Fearful of missing this chance and the lifelong regret that would ensue, she overlooked the simplicity of his name, for it concealed a lineage renowned throughout the stars, Hartman. Andrew Hartman belonged to a prestigious interstellar conglomerate, a colossal tech company holding the majority of technological patents in the galaxy, and the manufacturer of the latest 2 billion credit lightspeed mech. Bo recognized that her opportunity had arrived, thus on the day of her discharge from the hospital. She accepted Andrew's invitation to his home without hesitation, moving into a luxurious apartment in the coveted Biyun district, a residence she had never before experienced. While Andrew attended military classes, only having a day off every 7 days, Bo enjoyed the freedom of the expansive apartment, becoming acquainted with the hedonistic indulgences of high society, where natural delicacies were as casually consumed as the nutritional supplements she once relied upon. Prior to heading to military school, Andrew had generously transferred 500,000 star credits to her, a sum that would take her 5 months of labor to earn. Now, with this allowance, she navigated life as effortlessly as one might savor a meal, finding it far more pleasurable to attend to one man rather than a multitude, especially when this man was both generous and distant. Bored on this day, Bo suddenly recalled Yun Li, contemplating that if the young master were to lose contact with her benefactor, she could summon Yun Li to join her in advancing their careers, ensuring that their employer was well catered to and content, which would inevitably lead to a continuous influx of star credits. Little did she know that Yun Li had outdone her. While Bo reveled in her apartment, Yun Li had moved directly into a manor, The societal status and wealth required to reside in a Beyond District manor far surpassed that of Andrew Hartmann's apartment. Although Andrew was intricately linked to the Hartmann company, he was not a direct descendant. Only those born of the Hartmann lineage had the privilege of living in the manor. Here was Bobo, once perceiving Yun-Li as a lowly sub-female who would struggle without assistance, now having moved into the manor ahead of her, leaving Bobo feeling quite sour. At this moment, she yearned to take Yun-Li as her mentor. Both were sub-females, albeit of the lower tier. How had Yun-Li achieved such a feat? Bobo's voice pierced through the air, resonating sharply in Yun-Li's ears. That day, I jumped to distract the beasts, and he saved me in his mech. How many sub-females can withstand the life-saving grace of a handsome, wealthy, and capable military academy student? Speaking of military students, something within Bobo stirred, causing her to blush and nod in agreement. Indeed, military students do not shy away from exerting themselves. Is this vehicle going too fast? This ISNTA school bus. Bobo's words were far from mumbled. She had certainly heard the mention of 3 words, bed. And it seemed she was genuinely willing to exert all her efforts to keep the affluent young master. Alas, her young master was still a novice, and she hoped he would learn well during his time at the academy. Clearing her throat, she thought, with this physique of mine, it's time I indulged. It made no sense to have such a charming, handsome, and caring young man at her disposal without taking advantage of the opportunity. She strongly protested against it. She relished the idea of this inexperienced young man. After all, don't males, oh no, males, learn instinctively? At the very least, they could accumulate experience through daily interactions. She was certainly prepared, believing that comfort and desire were meant to be fully realized. Bobo suddenly had a thought. Does the young master also attend military school? Yun-Li nodded, unsure of Bobo's intent behind the question. Bobo, elated, exclaimed, then you must be home alone too. Let us go explore the Bean Mall. She proudly patted her pocket and declared, Sister has money. My benefactor paid me in advance. Come, I'll treat you to a meal. With a chuckle, Yun-Li appreciated Bobo's exuberant spirit. The notion of patronage mattered little. Treating her benefactor as a boss sufficed. The allowance was akin to a salary, and accompanying meals and drinks was part of the deal. Taking a portion of her money was only fair. All right, I'll come. Do you need me to pick you up? Although it was raining outside, Yun-Li calculated that she could drive her hover vehicle from the underground garage to the mall's parking lot without getting wet, a rather convenient arrangement. Bobo replied without hesitation,
Yes.
And make sure to drive the young master's light-speed vehicle. Yun-Li hesitated. I'm not certain if he took the light-speed vehicle to military school. I can't guarantee that, but I'll do my best to select a stylish, high-end hover car from his garage to come pick you up. Please send me your location. Chapter 31. Meeting with Bobo before setting off, she selected an outfit from her wardrobe that suited her well. She preferred trousers over skirts, as they afforded her a sense of security. She had considered wearing a dress she had purchased online according to her taste, but even the smallest size was too large for her, and it was currently being altered by the household robot. Thus, she rummaged through the wardrobe that Gongye Yuanzhou had prepared for her, discovering a pale blue blouse and black trousers, the material of which was unknown to her. Upon wearing them, the fabric felt as soft as if her skin were brushing against the ethereal essence of clouds. Yun-Li couldn't help but marvel once more at the wonders of wealth. Following the directory in the elevator, she descended directly to the underground 3rd level of the estate. As the metallic doors of the elevator slid open, the previously pitch-black environment illuminated instantaneously, revealing a parking lot brimming with an array of hovering vehicles, some of which were remarkably vintage. It felt less like a parking space and more like a repository for collectibles, where the endless line of hovering vehicles stretched beyond sight. From what she had gathered from Gongye Yuanzhou's words, a mere 20 billion starlight credits were just a meager allowance, hinting at the immense value of this repository. Each hovering vehicle, adorned with vibrant hues and sleek metallic exteriors, stood in stark contrast to the basic models she had once driven while delivering food. It was akin to comparing a Rolls-Royce with a second-hand Alto. The exorbitance of some of these vehicles was glaringly apparent. Although Gongye Yuanzhou had assured her that everything in the estate was at her disposal, the pressure of driving a vehicle worth billions of star credits was undeniably immense. Consequently, she could only select a relatively less extravagant option from the multitude of high-end hovering cars. The matching codes for each vehicle had been sent to her by Gongye Yuanzhou in document form. All she needed to do was compare the license plate numbers to locate the corresponding codes. The need for physical keys had evolved into a relic of the past, alleviating the worry of forgetting them while driving. Navigating a hovering vehicle in space was not dissimilar to driving a car on Blue Star. Hovering vehicles had their own designated flight paths, allowing her to traverse whichever route was least congested, whether on the ground or in the air. As she piloted the hovering vehicle out of the estate and toward the central shopping district of the Buyun area, it was just past noon. Initially, the thoroughfare was bustling with traffic, but as her vehicle fully entered the designated route, she noticed a vast emptiness surrounding her, with only a couple of vehicles passing by. A bold hypothesis formed in Yun Li's mind. Could it be that this vehicle was so opulent that others dared not approach, maintaining a respectful distance? How absurd! In these surroundings of Buyun district, renowned for its affluence, the fact that Yuanzhou's vehicle could exude such grandeur, intimidating even the middle-class hovering vehicles, was mind-boggling. Just how exorbitant was the vehicle she was driving? Unbeknownst to her, trailing behind was another vehicle of equivalent worth, shadowing her path.
Wow.
Andrew raised an eyebrow, turning to his companion in the passenger seat with astonishment. Is that an Astor Star Collector's Edition hovering vehicle? Its market value must exceed 50 billion. I thought it would be confined to a collection gallery, not out in public. Hank managed a stiff smile, subtly gesturing toward the man in the back seat, reminding him not to forget who the vehicle truly belonged to, as they were merely passengers along for the ride. Andrew's eyes suddenly cleared, and he awkwardly chuckled, nervously apologizing to the man in the back seat. I'm sorry, cousin. I didn't mean to disturb you. I got a bit carried away. Today was the day of the Hartman Corporation's shareholders meeting. Although Andrew's father held a limited stake, he was still among the invited. Hartman was a prominent conglomerate within the Federation, with its enterprises flourishing in various sectors, technology among them, and was known as the twin star of the Federation alongside Eternal Life Technology. These two conglomerates collectively wielded immense influence over nearly every aspect of life within the Federation. Andrew was merely a peripheral branch of Hartman. In comparison to the average individual, his wealth, status, and social standing were already quite elevated. Yet, in the eyes of Elon, the direct heir of Hartman, he was merely a dispensable component of the family, receiving meager dividends from the company. If he failed to demonstrate that he could bring benefits to the Hartman family within a limited time frame, his shares, along with his father's, would soon be diluted, and in 3 generations, his descendants would blend into the ranks of ordinary people. The Hartman family was the most ambitious in the Federation, their wolf-like instincts driving them to pursue relentless competition, leaving no room for error among their peers. Any companion lagging behind would face the wrath of the Alpha. In truth, Andrew harbored a deep-seated fear of this cousin. Although both attended military academy, his mental fortitude and combat prowess fell far short of his cousin's S-level standards. In terms of connections, his cousin was close friends with the Prince of the Central Empire and had significant ties with Yuanzhou, the son of the Marshal of the 3rd Legion, whereas Andrew could only associate with those of modest means. This stark disparity meant that his friends could offer no leverage. Much like the companion seated beside him, who was visibly anxious, his excitement palpable, for someone of Andrew's social standing. It was an impossibility to share the same space with Elon Hartman. His father had worked diligently to secure this opportunity for Andrew to drive for his cousin, hoping to foster a closer relationship so that he would not be merely dismissed as an insignificant entity in the eyes of the next generation's head, Elon. Yet, Andrew was at a loss for words when it came to conversing with someone of such a vastly superior caliber. There existed an unbridgeable chasm between genius and the ordinary. Why couldn't his father comprehend this? Andrew was wholly confident in his understanding of his cousin. Had it not been for the earlier incident with the vehicle that momentarily distracted him, he would not have behaved so inappropriately. Fortunately, Elon merely cast him a cold glance, and the atmosphere within the vehicle returned to silence. Elon, who had been resting his eyes, had initially dismissed the interruption until he recalled the collector's edition Astor Star hovering vehicle. Wasn't that the very vehicle he had once vied for at an auction alongside Yuanzhou? He distinctly remembered attempting to outbid Yuanzhou, not out of a genuine interest in vehicles or mechs. After all, his family manufactured such things, but rather from a desire to assert his financial prowess, to show Yuanzhou what it meant to wield wealth. However, Yuanzhou had taken an unorthodox approach, confronting him directly in his private box, which ultimately led to a cessation of bidding and allowed Yuanzhou to secure the vehicle. Regardless of how the military academy's higher-ups revered Yuanzhou's capabilities in command and combat after the legacy of Marshal Shien Yun, to Elon, he remained nothing more than an uncultured brute, resorting to violence to resolve disputes. Yet, one question persisted. How could this mech vehicle hybrid Astor Star be out in the open? Furthermore, today was not a holiday at the military academy. He was attending a family meeting with permission from his father, the head of the family, and Gongye Yuanzhou should have been training at the academy. Or could it be that this vehicle did not belong to him at all? That seemed implausible, as Gongye Yuanzhou's fervor for mechs and hovering vehicles was indistinguishable from his own passion for collecting obedient, perfectly designed mechanical females. He could hardly fathom that Gongye Yuanzhou, the fiercely protective individual he knew, would lend his mech to anyone. As he pondered, a vivid scene from the hospital suddenly surfaced in his mind. Gongye Yuanzhou, with a possessive embrace, sheltered a low-level sub-female, escorting her through the hospital doors with an unyielding grip, concealing her visage from both him and Zhong Lin. Ailong couldn't help but smirk, thinking it absurd. After all, she was merely a low-level sub-female. Gongye Yuanzhou's demeanor suggested he hadn't encountered one in ages. Yet for him, it was understandable. After all, this ancient iron tree had unexpectedly blossomed, much like an old house ablaze with crackling flames. Ailong had initially assumed their encounter was coincidental until he realized when Gongye Yuanzhou's vehicle, the Morning Star, pulled into the Bean shopping mall alongside his own, that this sub-female was likely there to shop. Intermediate and advanced sub-females were typically registered and accompanied by partners when venturing out, while low-level sub-females were accustomed to solitary wanderings. It seemed that Gongye Yuanzhou had personally selected a partner who, like many ordinary low-level sub-females, eagerly latched onto a superior, eager to siphon off their benefits. Ailong was curious to see how long Gongye Yuanzhou could extricate himself from the alluring facade of this beautiful serpent. It wasn't he that Yunli had deliberately stood up Bobo. Rather, the proximity of Bobo's residence, a spacious flat, meant it was merely a short road. A mere 3 to 5 minutes on foot, thus eliminating the need for Yunli to fetch her. They met at the entrance of the shopping mall, where Bobo donned a long, deep green dress adorned with sparkling jewelry, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon approaching her, Yunli was enveloped in the delightful scent of a floral sub-female perfume, confirming that Bobo had maintained her impeccable taste, always dressing exquisitely from head to toe. Overjoyed at seeing Yunli, Bobo embraced her warmly, lifting her off the ground. Yunli lamented her height. She examined Bobo's right arm closely. During the beast invasion, when she had rushed to rescue Bobo, her arm had been gruesomely gnawed, exposing bone. Yet now the area appeared smooth and unblemished, devoid of any evidence of past injuries. Noticing Yunli's gaze lingering on her arm, Bobo extended it for her to see, reassuring her, "Don't worry, it's healed. As long as you can afford the treatment pods from Eternal Life Technology, even if you're on your last breath, the healing fluid will restore your body to its prime. Do you have any idea how much it cost?"
Bobo asked mysteriously.
Yunli, unaware of the expenses, shook her head honestly. Bobo grinned and held up 5 fingers. 5 million star coins.
Ha ha ha.
I, Bobo, have suddenly become worth 5 million star coins overnight. I might never earn that much in my lifetime, yet it happened on the night of the beast attack. Yunli inquired, "Where did you find such fortune?"
Bobo,
taking her hand, led her into the mall, saying, "Let us find a place to sit and chat. I'm exhausted from the journey." The Biyun District Mall was indeed a testament to its affluent status, spanning 22 levels, each expansive and filled with various brands. Here, one could purchase luxury hover vehicles without needing to visit specific stores, as they resembled drinks in a vending machine, displayed in fully transparent showrooms on every floor. After selecting a desired vehicle model, one could simply input the corresponding code on a screen, complete the payment, and drive it home. In the realm of the wealthy, simplicity and efficiency reigned supreme. Ultimately, Yunli chose a dessert shop, where numerous sub-females accompanied by partners were seated, indicating their elevated social standing, either high-level or intermediate sub-females. Upon their entrance, they were met with curious, disdainful glances before those gazes averted, dismissing them. Low-level sub-females were typically consumed by the need to earn a living to sustain their physique and hormonal activity. Such upscale places were beyond their reach. It was evident that the two resembled impoverished souls who had ventured into the city, suggesting they were mere playthings for the wealthy. Bobo was acutely aware of these glances, cognizant that her status was less than honorable. She understood that her relationship with Andrew was likely only a fleeting interest. Once his curiosity waned, she would return to her previous existence. How could her life compare to those of intermediate or advanced sub-females? Ultimately, she would find herself back among her own kind. Yunli, however, maintained an innocent clarity in her gaze. Lightly nudging Bobo's arm, "Why do I feel like everyone is looking at us oddly?" Bo whispered back. They probably realized we are low-level subfemales. Yunli blinked in confusion, glancing at Bo's attire and then at her own, both quite respectable and elegant. How could they discern their status as low-level subfemales? Mimicking Bo's hushed tone, she asked, how can they tell? Bo replied, the simplest way to distinguish between high, intermediate, and low-level subfemales is by observing whether they are accompanied by partners. According to interstellar marriage laws, high and intermediate subfemales not only receive generous monthly allowances, but are also legally permitted to have up to 5 husbands. It has become an unspoken rule that they must be accompanied by 1 or 2 partners when out in public, symbolizing their status as intermediate or high-level subfemales. As low-level subfemales who have unexpectedly risen in status, we must conceal our origins, even if it means hiring a male to pose as a husband for appearances. We must maintain a semblance of dignity. Chapter 33. The classmate with a story. What a chaotic situation. Low-level subfemales already faced societal oppression. Now they must endure scrutiny from their own kind. Yunli pondered why there was a need for such class division among subfemales. After all, they were all subfemales, merely differing in their mental fortitude. Was it truly necessary to escalate matters in such a manner? Indeed, wherever there are people, there exist social hierarchies. Even in this distorted interstellar society, humanity's inherent flaws remain unchanged. When Yunli first traversed into this interstellar realm, she struggled to comprehend why Carl, a male, would choose the path of becoming a subfemale. However, during a conversation with Bo, she learned a startling truth. Nearly all males in the interstellar community yearned for the essence of femininity. In the absence of subfemales, females existed solely in the fantasies of males, having vanished from history for far too long. The emergence of subfemales provided a template for males. Some males transitioned into subfemales driven by an innate longing for femininity, suffering from severe gender dysphoria, believing they should have been born as females but were trapped in male bodies. Others, hailing from impoverished male families, sought to alter their status. By transforming into intermediate or high-level subfemales, they could escape their dire circumstances. Lastly, there were males evolving into subfemales within a specific threshold, allowing them to achieve high ratings of mental stability without the need for female hormones. After spending considerable time with Bo and the subfemales of the dormitory, Yunli couldn't help but perceive them as genuine young women. Indeed, estrogen is a remarkable substance, guiding them towards a more successful embodiment of femininity. In truth, the lower-tier subfemales merely serve to soothe the mental state, which is nearly non-existent. Is there really a reason to reject them so vehemently? Confused, Yunli inquired of Bo. Is it impossible for lower-tier subfemales to find a male partner and marry? Subfemales, being the closest beings to true femininity, should surely be entitled to the privileges of the interstellar realm, shouldn't they? A flicker of pain crossed Bo's face, her complexion paling. Of course they can, she replied. But the reason any male would devote himself entirely to a subfemale is to seek solace for their own mental turmoil. When their mental state teeters on the brink of collapse, it is the soothing energy of the subfemales that calms them. Yet, what can lower-tier subfemales truly offer? To watch their beloved males suffer in agony, unable to assist, reduced to tears? It dawned on Yunli that Bo, too, was not merely a classmate devoid of her own story. Since the conversation had ventured this far, Yunli casually asked, when we speak of soothing the mental state, how do subfemales provide this comfort to the males? Coughing while drinking water, Bo was taken aback by Yunli's question, staring at her in astonishment. Did you not bother to learn the basic knowledge when undergoing your transformation surgery? Yunli awkwardly touched her nose, a sheepish smile escaping her lips. Was this truly common knowledge? Bo flashed a mischievous grin. So you and the young master have yet to engage in. Well, you know. Considering the presence of others nearby, Bo sent her a knowing glance. As a straightforward person, Yunli nodded. There was nothing shameful about dating while unmarried, especially since she had yet to win the young master's affection. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. Are you implying that the method of soothing is intimacy? In this moment, Yunli recalled a line from a classic film on Blue Star. Life will find its way. Thus, when interstellar males face a mental upheaval, they can also alleviate the adverse effects of their mental state through intimacy, in addition to using mental soothing agents. Although she was uncertain of the specific mechanisms at play, every aspect of existence in the interstellar realm bore its own rationale. Bo shrugged, her demeanor calm. For mid to high-tier subfemales, they provided dual comfort, physiological and mental, to the males. As low-tier subfemales, Our contributions likely revolve around alleviating their physical desires. Truthfully, Yunli found herself perplexed by Bobo's and the StarNet's portrayal of mental energy. In her own mental realm, a small dandelion had appeared, which she believed to be her mental entity. However, through collective enlightenment from the StarNet and its users, she discovered that the dandelion was not even a proper mental entity. A mental entity is a spirit born from the congealed mental energy of the new human race, designed to accompany them in battle. Yet, her dandelion lay quietly in her desert-like world, crying out for sustenance, appearing pitiful but causing her no harm, nor leading to any depletion of her mental energy. Thus, her understanding of mental energy remained obscure. Although Bobo concealed her longing for the mental energy possessed by mid to high-tier subfemales, it was evident to all. Yunli had also encountered explanations regarding the mental energy of mid to high-tier subfemales on the StarNet. Besides the innate characteristics of subfemales stabilizing their mental energy at a high level post-transformation, most in the remaining subfemale population altered their physiology through estrogen injections to invoke the mental energy characteristic of femininity for bonding with males, assisting them in expelling the brutal elements from their own mental states and maintaining rationality. Low-tier subfemales, however, exhibited a marked insensitivity to such female hormones, failing to elicit significantly high levels of mental energy and only managing to sustain their subfemale physique and traits. At times, Yunli pondered the fate of interstellar society, wondering if it would gradually march towards extinction. A society devoid of females, transitioning from male to female dominance, felt inherently distorted. The conversation took a sudden turn toward somberness. As a genuine woman, her status in the interstellar realm seemed unremarkable. What, indeed, was this intangible mental energy? And what energy did her little dandelion require in her mental landscape? As she absent-mindedly chewed on her dessert, she noticed through the glass window a group of impeccably dressed gentlemen approaching, the foremost among them strikingly handsome, both in appearance and attire, capturing attention with their commanding presence. Equally tall and robust, their figures were remarkably statuesque, rendering them impossible to overlook even amongst a cadre of equally distinguished companions. The man with black, shoulder-length hair was captivating. Yet the one with golden hair and golden eyes drew even more attention, shining like a walking gold bar, dazzling in his radiance. Yunli gazed at him, entranced, her eyes sparkling with infatuation for such beauty. To think she had considered her own young master the pinnacle of attractiveness, only to realize that in the interstellar age, handsome men were aplenty. Chapter 34. The gossip hub of one female and three males. The golden-haired beauty donned a fitted black suit, his muscular arms and well-defined waist hinting at the impressive physique concealed beneath the black shirt. The fabric of the suit was understated, yet exuded prestige, with seamless lines accentuating his perfect form. Every detail clung to his waist, showcasing his flawless figure. His broad shoulders and straight shoulder lines contributed to an upright stature reminiscent of a snow pine. The deep crimson silk tie, adorned with diagonal patterns, conveyed a subtle luxury that commanded respect. His polished black shoes clicked rhythmically against the floor, as if treading upon the very hearts of those around him. At the moment their paths crossed, Yunli caught a glimpse of his gaze inadvertently drifting towards her, as if silently admonishing her for her bold stare. He was extraordinarily handsome. Lost in admiration for him, she neglected to properly observe another equally striking gentleman nearby. Alas, it was impossible not to be dazzled by the golden mane. Snap back to reality. That S.A. member of the Hartman family, Bobo chuckled, noticing Yunli's unblinking stare. As Yunli watched their group recede into the distance, she turned to Bobo for confirmation. How do you know? Bobo pointed to the individual at the end of the line. The Hartman family's signature golden hair. The purer the lineage, the more vibrant the gold. And that male with the light golden hair trailing behind is my new partner, Andrew. Only a direct descendant of the Hartman lineage could have such a striking golden mane. The name Hartman resonated with Yunli. It sounded familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Is that the same Hartman associated with the company that manufactured the 20 billion star coin Lightspeed Mecha? Bobo nodded with a smile. Indeed. However, Andrew isn't a direct descendant. The Hartman family is genuinely wealthy. Leaning closer, she whispered, do you know how much pocket money Andrew gives me each month? Without waiting for Yunli's response, she revealed the answer with a gesture. 50,000. 50,000 star coins. Yunli, do you comprehend the significance of that? I couldn't save that amount even if I starved for 5 months. He just hands it over. Food, drink, and supplies are all taken care of. And high-grade hormone injections arrive punctually. Only now do I realize how blissful the life of the wealthy truly is. I ought to express my gratitude for that incursion of otherworldly beasts, which spared my life and bestowed upon me this extraordinary fortune. At this moment, Bobo is exuding an air of triumph. How much does your esteemed young master provide you? Yunli, buoyed by Bobo's exuberance, is reluctant to dampen the mood and replies vaguely, it's about that. Gong Yi Yuanzhou and she share a joint account. And her expenditures over the past few days have likely exceeded 3 million star coins, primarily due to the exorbitant prices of the potted plants from Eternal Life Technology. A veritable cash sink. As the host, Elon strides ahead with the young heir of the consortium towards the top floor of the Beyond shopping mall, a floor exclusively reserved for the Hartmann family. Unlike the commercial establishments below, entry is permitted solely to those possessing an iris scan, such as Elon Hartmann himself. The group navigates through the bustling crowd and approaches the spacious, tranquil private elevator that swiftly ascends to the pinnacle of the building. Elon observes the mirrored metal of the elevator reflecting their figures, and in this otherwise solemn environment, he finds himself unexpectedly amused by the clear, innocent folly he had glimpsed in the eyes of the sub-female he had just locked eyes with through a glass display. The man with black hair and violet eyes interrupts Elon's contemplations, noting the barely perceptible smile at the corner of Elon's mouth. Mr. Elon, are you so certain that our collaboration will yield success? Though momentarily disrupted, Elon is not displeased. He gazes at Rongyu behind him, his smile broadening. Without sufficient curiosity and incentive, I doubt the illustrious chairman of Eternal Life Technology, Mr. Rong, would deign to descend to this humble locale for discussions. Rongyu's violet eyes reflect a sense of indifference as he lightly replies, "Oh, is that so? Quite intriguing. I eagerly await the offer Mr. Elon has in store for me." With a chime, the elevator reaches the top floor. In the heavily guarded area, the others come to a halt, while only Elon and Rongyu confidently proceed into the chamber, as fortified as a castle. Meanwhile, Bobo continues to recount the lavishness and accomplishments of the Hartmann Company, outlining multiple strategies designed to entice Andrew for a prolonged engagement, thereby ensuring her own continued indulgence in a life of luxury. She also nudges Yunli to prepare for any eventuality. Even if she were to part ways with her young master, she must secure her own fortune before doing so. Encountering such a young, affluent, and handsome heir is far more advantageous than trying to extract wealth from those cunning, seasoned old foxes. Miss this opportunity, and it may never present itself again. Yunli finds Bobo's reasoning compelling, yet she reflects on the shared account with her young master. If she were to siphon star coins from his account into her own, would it not appear rather unseemly? While wrestling with this dilemma, the sound of an argument erupts from the dessert shop where they are dining. The crowd's insatiable appetite for gossip remains unchanged even in the interstellar realm. Initially at the forefront of the commotion, Bobo notices the petite Yunli, despite her sweat-drenched forehead, lingering on the periphery. She returns to seize Yunli's hand, pushing through the throng of males and females, disregarding the protests of a female shielded by a male's embrace, until they finally reach the inner circle to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. Let go of me. I've had enough of you, two pathetic fools. Why must I, a mere sub-female, endure such a wretched existence? You claim I've denied you opportunities, yet during our 2 years of marriage, I scrimped and saved. Aside from the slightly expensive hormone injections, what have I done to wrong you?
I'm sorry, darling.
Just give us another chance. I assure you this time will be different. We can provide for you.
No.
I refuse to wait in vain any longer. I've heard those words until my ears are calloused. The divorce application has already been submitted. There's no turning back now. The sub-female, clad in a rose-pink dress, is tugged at by the 2 males kneeling before her, one struggling to escape, while the other desperately clings on. And another sub-female is assisting in keeping her dress from revealing too much. The center of this gossip vortex is bustling with activity involving 1 female and 3 males. Chapter 35. The core of marriage is the exchange of interests. Let go of me, I said. The sub-female, filled with rage, slaps one of them, and when they refuse to relent, she retaliates with a kick. After rendering them bruised and battered, she strides away with her new partner, leaving the 2 men crumpled on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Yunli watches, wide-eyed, utterly astonished. What a dramatic turn of events. To be kicked and yet still clinging on, now that's true love. Those 2 men, lacking capability, yet still dragging a sub-female through hardship, should be marked well to prevent future misjudgments that might lead to marriage with them. It is truly disheartening. Without money or means, She has already afforded them 2 years. Yet they remain mired in mediocrity. Who can they blame but themselves for their ineptitude, while still daring to weep? Yunli finds comfort in these observations. Were this in the Blue Star, such a scenario would surely elicit comments like, "This woman is so materialistic," the moment her husband falls on hard times. She runs off with her lover. Truly, the saying holds, when disaster strikes, birds of a feather will flee. How materialistic. Whoever marries such a woman will surely regret it. He has humbled himself before her. Can he not be forgiven? A man's knee is worth gold, yet he has lowered himself to the ground to win her back. In the interstellar society, the consensus among males and females is clear. Any male unable to provide a sub-female with a comfortable living is deemed worthless and unworthy of even attempting to win her heart. As the farce concludes, the sub-female departs with her new partner, while the 2 ex-husbands are escorted out by the dessert shop staff. Bobo glances in the direction of the departing sub-female, envy gleaming in her eyes. Lily, do you know the identity of the male accompanying that sub-female?
Yunli, incredulos.
Turns to Bobo, you know him? If I'm not mistaken, you've only just met him. Bobo leans in, whispering conspiratorially, of course I know him. But it's not our first encounter. His name is Anderson. Previously, he was a significant figure at our bar and we made connections to host him once. He is an executive at Eternal Life Technology. Just by associating with him, one could gain access to unimaginable resources and profits for our boss. Though he may not rival the elite, for a middle-tier sub-female to find such a partner guarantees a future free from financial woes. The name of Eternal Life Technology resonates throughout the galaxy. Those fortunate enough to work there are invariably exceptional individuals. And reaching an executive position is a testament to unparalleled capability. The sub-female's alliance with such an executive ensures she will never want for resources in the future. Yunli gently patted her shoulder, saying, there's no need to envy her. The essence of interstellar marriage is merely an exchange of interests. Senior executives provide ample material conditions to lower-tier females in exchange for emotional solace. From another perspective, take me and the young master or you and Andrew. Our appearances, physiques, and family backgrounds are all commendable. While we may not offer emotional support, we can at least indulge in physical intimacy without incurring losses. When the time comes to part ways, they will not treat us poorly. Although we do not rank as mid-tier females and lack the glamour. If we complete our arrangement and walk away, the best outcome would be that we can spend the rest of our lives without working, simply reclining at home and enjoying life, for we will have enough money. This, astonishingly, is the most favorable outcome Yunli has discovered since arriving in interstellar society. By being with the young master, she has earned enough for the next 100 years. With such lavish spending from him, when they eventually part, what else could he do but send her off in a luminary? The market price for a luminary is 20 billion star coins. If she has 20 billion star coins in the central bank, the daily interest alone would be more than sufficient for her needs. There's no way she could ever be poor, not even in the slightest. Bobo seemed comforted, no longer troubled by her inability to ascend the rank of mid-tier female, and happily joined Yunli at a natural food restaurant, ordering a table full of signature dishes. After all, they were not lacking in funds. Meanwhile, Gongye Yuanzhou at the military academy had not been idle. Aside from the routine assessments and training at the academy, he spent the remaining time engrossed in videos on the Star Network rather than frequenting the training grounds and holographic simulation rooms. After attending to family matters, Elon returned to the dormitory to find Gongye Yuanzhou resting against the bed with one leg bent, watching the content that Elon had sent him. Upon hearing the noise at the dormitory entrance, Gongye Yuanzhou glanced at him and scoffed. Well, look at you. Your financial prowess is working wonders. You return, all dapper in a suit. Elon raised an eyebrow, ignoring Gongye Yuanzhou's remark as he entered and closed the door, casually yanking off his tie and tossing his suit into the trash can before stepping into the bathroom. As the steam began to rise and the water cascaded over his face, the image of a pair of wet, puppy-like eyes flashed through his mind. Damn it! Elon felt a surge of frustration. Was the mechanical female not enjoyable? What was so appealing about those lower-tier females who relied on hormone injections to maintain their femininity? He ought to have secretly brought the mechanical female to the dormitory. Otherwise, after pondering for too long, even the lower-tier females he typically detested began to seem somewhat charming. Clad in a silk bathrobe, Elon emerged, enveloped in steam, his golden hair still dripping with water. Seeing Gongye Yuanzhou intently watching a video on the bed, he couldn't help but twitch his lips and, for once, asked, You seem quite fond of that lower-tier female? Gongye Yuanzhou huffed, indicating that Elon's question was rather redundant. If he didn't like her, Would he have rushed to bring her to his side? Elon continued. Today, on my way to the Bune Mall, I saw someone driving your luminary like they own the streets. You didn't see how ostentatious she looked. The nearest hover vehicle in her flight path was at least 1,000 meters away. I didn't realize you liked her to such an extent that even your collection of hover vehicles is at her disposal. Gongye Yuanzhou was already aware that Yunli had taken his luminary out today. The moment he initiated the luminary with the input code, a notification had flashed on the starlight feature he had bound. At that moment, Gongye Yuanzhou felt a twinge of jealousy towards the luminary, for it was not him accompanying her, but rather a hover vehicle. Elon, puzzled, asked, "Do you really like her that much?" He simply couldn't comprehend how a modified lower-tier female could compare to a mechanical female's perfection. When a male's mental energy surged, couldn't they just inject a calming agent? There was no need to engage with a lower-tier female, was there? Gongye Yuanzhou cast him a glance, contemplating. Before offering a relatively objective example, let's put it this way, as long as she is happy, I would willingly blow up an entire layer of my painstakingly collected hover vehicles. To enhance Elon's sense of immersion, Gongye Yuanzhou elaborated. It's akin to you willingly burning your collection of mechanical females for a lower-tier female. Elon immediately protested loudly. That's impossible. Gongye Yuanzhou shot him a disdainful look. Of course, it's impossible for you. After all, someone like you will never encounter a desirable lower-tier female in your lifetime. Just wash up and sleep. Dream of whatever you like, for dreams hold everything. As Elon raised his arm, ready to engage in another round of banter with this insufferable guy, the dormitory door swung open once more, revealing Zonglin in a black and gold school uniform. Zonglin glanced at Gongye Yuanzhou sprawled on the bed and said, "Instructor Saisha is looking for you. He wants you to come over right now." Gongye Yuanzhou immediately got up, donned his uniform, and walked over to Zonglin, offering a casual thank you before departing. Once only the two of them remained in the dormitory, Zonglin activated the Do Not Disturb mode and lay down on the bed to rest. Elon roughly dried his hair with a towel, while technology does allow for quick-drying hair. Today he clearly felt out of sorts and needed to calm down. Instructor Saisha summoned Gongye Yuanzhou to his office, pulling out a military enlistment application from his desk drawer. Every category was outstanding, making him a prime candidate that any military unit would be reluctant to let go. When Gongye Yuanzhou received the application and saw the series of excellent grades, he looked at Saisha with a puzzled expression. "Instructor, what is this?" Saisha sighed and retrieved his medical examination report from another drawer. Every item was excellent, except for the S-level mental energy rating, which had a note. Mental energy extremely unstable. Observation in the hospital recommended. After reading it, Gongye Yuanzhou smiled, placing the examination report on the table, clearly unconcerned. "Instructor, my mental energy is akin to my father's. Since he can control his often erratic mental energy, I can certainly do the same. The fighting power of the Gongye family relies on harnessing mental energy. If my innate mental energy is not used to combat the beasts on the battlefield, what significance does it hold?" Instructor Saisha gazed at the familiar face, reminiscent of an old friend, and sighed. "I do not wish to play the villain, but this is your father's wish." Gongye Yuanzhou's expression shifted, and he immediately countered. "Impossible. My father and I discussed this matter openly. We reached a consensus. He cannot possibly obstruct me on this issue." Then, recalling something, his gaze sharpened as he looked at Instructor Saisha. "Is something happening on the front lines?" Instructor Saisha's heart trembled, yet his expression remained unchanged. Of course not. He deftly shifted the topic, stating that while going to the battlefield is a mission for every member of the Gongye family. "Your father wishes for you to step away from it and live a normal life." Gongye Yuanzhou retorted. "My grandfather also offered my father the same choice. Yet he chose to continue the Gongye family's mission on the battlefield. A tiger accustomed to hunting beasts in the jungle would not agree to remain caged for the rest of its life." Instructor Saisha heaved a heavy sigh. Knowing that Gongye Yuanzhou's stubbornness mirrored that of Gongye Xiao, he vividly remembered the words Gongye Xiao spoke when he left for the front lines. Some things, some battles, must be fought by someone. Upon recalling an old friend not seen for many years, Saisha found herself disinclined to continue the conversation. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "All right, I understand your intentions.
You may leave now."
Gongye Yuanzhou turned to walk a couple of steps, but suddenly halted, retracing his steps to Saisha's side. "Instructor, could you grant me a leave of absence?" Saisha, lost in her own thoughts, instinctively inquired, "What do you need a leave for?" Gongye Yuanzhou feigned distress, yet his face radiated a sweet smile. "My partner, Yasi, is living alone at home, and I am quite concerned. I wish to go back and check on her." As a married man himself, Saisha, who is the third husband of his partner and shares a wonderful relationship with her, felt a sense of joy upon hearing that his old friend's son had also found a partner. He patted Yuanzhou's shoulder and exclaimed, "Good lad. The iron tree has finally blossomed." Approved. Yuanzhou's smile broadened, and after expressing his gratitude, he dashed out of the office. Saisha attempted to halt him but was unsuccessful, pondering the specifics of Yasi's identity. Given that she had caught Gongye Yuanzhou's eye, one could assume her mental fortitude must be at least average or above. Setting aside those thoughts, he prepared to return home to his beloved Yasi, while also contemplating how to respond to his friend's request, a genuine conundrum. As curfew approached at the military academy, Gongye Yuanzhou had yet to return to the dormitory. Ailong, who had a lukewarm relationship with him, paid no heed to his whereabouts after having broken his nose during their previous altercation. Meanwhile, Zonglin lay tossing and turning in bed, glancing at the clock intermittently. As curfew officially commenced without any sign of Yuanzhou's return, he opened the campus intranet under the pretense of the dormitory head to inquire about Yuanzhou's whereabouts. The response from the intranet darkened his expression. Gongye Yuanzhou had taken leave to go home. What could he possibly be doing at home? Apart from visiting and accompanying that Yasi, what else could he be doing? Zonglin was already irked by the mere notion of Yuanzhou dating her. And the fact that he had taken leave to spend time with Yasi only compounded his annoyance. Ailong, having been meticulously nurtured by the Hartmann family since childhood, maintained a decorous demeanor even in slumber. Lying in bed with his hands clasped over his abdomen, he resembled a vampire awakening from a coffin. In contrast, after a hearty meal, Yunli reclined on her large bed, indulging in the delightful scent of her soothing aromatherapy. Her eyelids gradually drooped until she succumbed to a deep slumber. The intelligent home system, sensing its owner's physiological needs, automatically dimmed the lights and secured the curtains, creating a pitch-black environment conducive to quality sleep. In her dreams, Yunli soared through the clouds on the back of a dragon, traversing vast expanses. She beheld flocks of geese, soaring above, and schools of fish swimming below, ultimately reaching a mountain peak to gaze upon the world below. However, the dragon's warm breath began to caress her face, a sensation that felt all too real. Suddenly, she awoke with a start, pushing away the person atop her. To her embarrassment, she found herself unable to budge him. He felt like a small hill, pressing down on her to the point of near suffocation. When had he entered? Gongye Yuanzhou had claimed that the security here was exceptionally reliable, impervious even to beastly intrusions. Her flailing hands were seized and pinned to the sides of her face as the room's lights gradually brightened, revealing the figure above her. Chapter 37. The Black Silken Threads. Gongye Yuanzhou. She was taken aback. Was it not said that leaves were granted only once every 7 days at the military academy? Had it only been a day? How had he returned so soon? Yuanzhou's eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed at her, showering her face and forehead with fervent kisses. When she ceased to resist, he enveloped her in his arms, turning her so that she now looked down at him. Yunli marveled at Gongye Yuanzhou's handsome visage. From any angle, he was undeniably striking. "Why did you return?" she mused, now convinced of his genuine affection for her, as he peppered her lips with kisses, leaving her feeling as if they might go numb. Noticing her lips turning a rosy hue as she began to shy away, Yuanzhou chuckled softly, drawing her closer. His strong frame cradled her petite form as if she were a cherished pet, inhaling the delightful fragrance that enveloped her. He had never experienced such a profound sense of ease and comfort. Since he was old enough to comprehend, his heightened mental prowess had kept his body in a state of constant excitement and fervor, where only violence and bloodshed could grant him fleeting tranquility. Thus, he relished his time in the training grounds and arenas, for only by releasing these turbulent energies could he return to a semblance of normalcy.
Now,
being with her felt as if his flesh and spirit were bathed in refreshing spring water, cleansing him repeatedly, akin to floating in soft, cool cotton candy, languorously suspended in midair. His warm hand gently grasped hers, his voice imbued with heat. "Is it all right?" "Very well," she replied, her demeanor brave yet playful. "Let's proceed." Unable to resist, Gongye Yuanzhou leaned in once more for a deep kiss, whispering, "Don't be afraid, darling. I've studied diligently." What had he studied? Was it the kind of lesson she was pondering? Oh dear, it seemed her young master had returned armed with a wealth of theoretical knowledge for their impending encounter. As the night wore on, Yunli awoke feeling sore all over, her throat parched. The slightest movement of her legs sent jolts of discomfort coursing through her, and she was drenched in sweat. Gongye Yuanzhou held her tightly, the the scent of his post-bath freshness mingling with the warmth of his body, akin to a furnace, making it nearly impossible to sleep. Young people truly possess boundless energy. When uninitiated, they are but boys. Once they have tasted intimacy, they become beasts. She relished the experience, but her body had reached its limits. Feeling overheated, she nudged Yuanzhou. Move aside, you're too heavy. At her words, Yuanzhou loosened his embrace slightly, but did not release her. Even this minor adjustment allowed Yunli to finally breathe in fresh air. Yet it was still warm. She slowly wriggled away from him, distancing herself enough to lie sprawled on the bed in a starfish position, finally comfortable. Just as she intended to drift back to sleep, something shifted in her mental realm. The little dandelion growing in her mind, which had been stifled in the desert, seemed to have grown a little. Its roots were entwined with countless black silken threads, akin to a form of fertilizer, nourishing the dandelion and rejuvenating its previously wilted state. Its stem and leaves became increasingly upright, and the entire plant appeared more vibrant and taller. Although Yunli could still sense its hunger, the calls seemed less frequent than before. What had transpired? The owner of this peculiar phenomenon was still bewildered. After all, she had merely shared a night with the young master. How had these black threads come to be, and when? How could they infiltrate her mental realm? Could it be that her body or the little dandelion possessed a quality akin to that of a succubus, requiring interactions with men? Yunli forcibly halted this unhealthy line of thought. While the origin of the black threads remained elusive, one thing was becoming increasingly clear: it was indeed connected to men. However, she could not pursue this possibility by engaging with other men. Although she was bold, she was not that audacious. She could distinguish between a fulfilling meal and mere indulgence. The black silk threads were beneficial rather than harmful to the little dandelion, and rounding up the advantages for her meant it was advantageous for her. It would be best for her if these black threads were abundant, yet given her current lack of understanding regarding their specific acquisition, she resolved to endure for the time being. As she pondered this, sleepiness overtook her once more. The mental fatigue and physical exhaustion rendered her in desperate need of restorative slumber. Just as she was about to drift off, she felt herself once again enveloped in a warm embrace by a pair of powerful arms. The weight of sleep was too profound for her to resist, and thus she succumbed to slumber in Yuanzhou's arms. The next morning, a slight rustling from the bed jolted her awake, and she opened her eyes in an instant. Yuanzhou seemed somewhat regretful. Despite his attempts to be gentle, he had inadvertently awakened her. Leaning closer, he planted several kisses on her slightly fuller cheeks and then pulled her into his embrace. The coolness of the black and gold school uniform buttons momentarily stirring her drowsy mind. Ah yes, Yuanzhou had returned the previous night. He longed to kiss every inch of her skin as he had done the night before, but time was not on his side. Yesterday had been the most joyous, reckless, and indulgent night of his 18 years, as if some enchantment had drawn him into an abyss of pleasure. He finally understood why some exceptional males preferred to share their partners with others. The feeling, if he had to encapsulate it in a word he recently learned from a video, was simply intoxicating. However, Yunli was uniquely his. He envisioned creating the most impenetrable fortress in the world, filled with rare treasures, where only he and his beloved would reside. "Darling, did I wake you?" Yuanzhou whispered, pressing his lips against her small hand. Yunli noticed that Yuanzhou had an extraordinary penchant for kissing her, whether before or after their intimate moments. His lips never seemed to pause, either uttering sweet nothings or showering her with kisses. He appeared to be a rugged figure, yet his kisses were soft and fervent. When he held her, she could feel the strength of his well-defined muscles, the contours of his waist, his sculpted abs, and the robust power in his thighs. Thoughts that were becoming overwhelming. Yunli felt her mind clouded with frivolous fantasies. And when she raised her gaze to meet Yuanzhou's, she found him not much better off. With a light laugh, she straightened in his embrace and wrapped her arms around his neck. A hug. Yuanzhou immediately tightened his grip around her, feeling as though his affection for her was intensifying, as if he would willingly offer his very life for her. Just one more hug, Yunli reminded him, conscious that she could not allow the young master to neglect his studies on her account. If his family were to discover such a lapse, they would surely intervene. Although she would not lose her share of the breakup compensation, finding a pure, high-quality, wealthy young man like him who was also generous in bed would not be easy, especially when she was in such high demand. Yuanzhou was aware that it was nearly time to return to school. He had only requested a single night's leave from the instructor, and another request for the following day would undoubtedly be denied, as they would perceive it as him being distracted by beauty. Though he claimed it was just one hug, he ended up holding her for a considerably long time, until he finally deemed that every second counted and gently placed Yunli back under the covers, tucking her in with a soft blanket. You should continue to sleep. I will return once my break begins.
Yunli ubadian linudda.
This docile demeanor made Gongye Yuanzhou, besotted with love, find her utterly adorable. He suppressed the urge to kiss her again and said, Darling, a reminder that you spent several million star coins in the past couple of days. Are you not fond of the goods here in Bian? Young master, are you being abstract? Spending several million star coins and you still think it's not enough? Once this break arrives, I will take you shopping and traveling on Air Star, Gongye Yuanzhou declared, believing that Yunli was dissatisfied with the offerings of Central Star, and thus he was genuinely planning this trip. Yunli recalled how the young master had mentioned past vacations to other planets, but she had not anticipated that he would start making arrangements so soon. However, the prospect of interstellar travel to another planet was indeed exciting, and with the young master handling all the logistics, she could simply focus on enjoying herself. With a gentle pat from him, she fell back into a deep slumber amidst the softness of her blankets. Upon returning to military school, Gongye Yuanzhou made his way directly to his dormitory. Though there were no classes scheduled for the morning, students were required to adhere to school hours unless they had obtained leave. Upon arriving at the dorm, he encountered Zonglin and Elon. Despite the ample space, the delightful fragrance emanating from him was unmistakable. It was intoxicating, and even Elon, his mutual rival, found himself unconsciously drawing closer to him. Zonglin, however, seemed to have realized something, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. You're back? Gongye Yuanzhou was in remarkably high spirits, as if his mental state had been refreshed, and he nodded in response. Zonglin recognized the scent he had previously encountered on the submissive female delivering takeout. Now, with Gongye Yuanzhou returning to school after a night of leave, it was clear to him what had transpired. While he was aware that such encounters would occur between Gongye Yuanzhou and the submissive, the reality of it ignited a flicker of anger within him, leaving him uncertain of how to direct his emotions.
Yunli.
Oblivious to the unfolding drama at the military school and the attention of a rival suitor, awoke from her replenishing sleep, her mind re-engaging with her mental realm. The black silk threads entwined around the roots of the little dandelion had nearly become transparent, presenting a grayish transparency as they seemed to dissipate. The sensations relayed to her by the little dandelion were those of joy and a desire for more.
Yet,
she was still unaware of how those black threads had come to be. After washing up and changing into a casual short-sleeved shirt and long pants, she noted that the weather outside was fair, with sunlight streaming onto the windowsill and the plants in the yard. She diligently consumed the meal delivered by the robotic butler, prepared according to Blue Star's recipes. Today it was soy milk and fried dough sticks. The cost of this meal on Blue Star would be a few dollars. Yet on the interstellar scale, it was several 100,000 star coins. Having transitioned from poverty to wealth, she often felt that such extravagant meals might one day lead to the young master's financial ruin. However, now that she was here, she could not deprive herself of good food and nourishment. With the sun shining brightly, she decided to transplant the flower named Tina, which she had purchased, into the yard for some outdoor photosynthesis. During the transplanting process, she simply needed to issue a planting command to the household robot.
indeed,
The robots of the interstellar age were remarkably intelligent. They executed tasks instantaneously upon receiving instructions. After the household robot planted the flower and watered it, Yunli sensed a stirring in her mental realm, where the little dandelion connected with the newly planted flower, Tina, and she could perceive the nutrients it required for growth. Just like the little dandelion at the time of its planting, Tina relayed the types of nutrients it was accustomed to and desired for its growth. This ability closely resembles the sacred body of flora she possessed during her time on Blue Star, a remarkable talent that allows her to nurture any plant she encounters. Although plants do not possess the gift of speech, a mere glance enables her to discern whether they are waterlogged, lacking nutrients, or scorched. Presently, the little dandelion seems to have further refined this innate ability of hers into something more tangible. The daily routine of the canary consists of leisurely strolls around the estate and indulging in shopping, all while awaiting her young master's invitation to vacation on other planets. However, this time, the young master has evidently cancelled, sending a video message to apologize, citing unexpected military training that has commandeered the weekend, leaving all cadets required to remain on campus for training unless unforeseen circumstances arise. What can Yunli do? As a person of profound understanding, she naturally reassures her young master that it is of no consequence and that they may go another time. She has arranged several afternoon tea meetings with Bo, yet, in stark contrast to the fervent affection she received from Gong Yi Yuanzhou, her own spirits seemed to dwindle day by day. During their most recent encounter, she found herself unable to muster even a smile. Seeing Yun Li's concerned gaze upon her, Bo, enveloped in despondency, inquired curiously, Li, how does your young master treat you? Instantly, Yun Li recognized that Bo must be grappling with emotional turmoil, clearly linked to her current boyfriend, Andrew. Not wishing to add salt to her wounds, she responded vaguely, it is what it is. However, while Yun Li's words were ambiguous, Bo's perception was not clouded. The young master dotes on Yun Li, evident from her attire, which is custom-made from the most luxurious tencel fabric favored among the lower echelons of society. Just this one outfit could fetch anywhere from hundreds of thousands to millions of star coins in the Starnet marketplace. In the days they have met for tea, Bo has observed Yun Li donning over a dozen unique ensembles, and it is likely that more exquisite options await her selection at home. With a sigh of envy, Bo gazed at Yun Li for an extended moment before lamenting, Li, I have come to realize that we, the lower-tier individuals, are merely temporary amusements for them. Once their novelty wears off, they will inevitably plot to discard us. I was foolish to believe that Andrew's initial fervent affections would free me from this vicious cycle. In reality, I remain the same Bo who once lived by laughter and libations in the nightclubs of Shien Yun district. While he continues to tower over me as a nobleman, wielding dominion over my existence, able to walk away at the very moment my feelings run deepest. As she spoke, her anguish intensified, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Observing Bo in such a state, Yun Li quickly offered her a tissue while adopting an exaggerated expression of concern. No way. Bo, what on earth happened? And don't tell me you've fallen deeply for Andrew? Who told you to firmly grasp the heart of your benefactor, or, failing that, to hold tight to their wealth? Love is trivial. Can it compare to the joy brought by millions or even billions of star coins? With wealth, we too can indulge in the pleasures of life, travel across the galaxy, and purchase jewelry and garments at our whim. Yun Li winced, feeling a pang of discomfort. Had Bo truly lost her way? She casually tossed the tissue she had used to wipe Bo's tears into the trash. Come on, tell me, what truly transpired? Amidst her sobs, Bo inhaled sharply, biting her lip as she confessed, yesterday, I had a quarrel with Andrew, and he suggested we break up.
Yun Li pausa.
Her hand suspended midair as she looked up at her. You fought with Andrew?
Why?
He is quite the benefactor. What did you do? Bo, feeling aggrieved, bit her lip. She could hardly fathom that the very Andrew who once seemed infatuated with her would casually mention his attendance at the Hartmann family's internal gala, where the elders of the Hartmann family would be selecting suitable matches for their younger generations from among the mid-tier individuals. Andrew was well aware that the highlight of the evening would revolve around his cousin Elon, and with an opportunity to meet someone of similar status.
Who would not seize it?
Although Andrew's mental prowess was average, who wouldn't he desire the comfort and companionship of a lower-tier individual? Moreover, there existed social connections among lower-tier individuals, and forming friendships with mid-tier counterparts could prove advantageous in future matchmaking endeavors. In comparison to Andrew's aspirations, Bo's presence had become increasingly dispensable. She sensed his affections for her waning, aside from the generous 50,000 star coins he had initially bestowed upon her. His gifts of food and hormone injections had since downgraded to merely adequate quality, her attire paling in comparison to Yun Li's. She felt an overwhelming sense of panic. It appeared Andrew could cast her aside at any moment, perhaps even harboring thoughts of breaking up with her. After all, who would wish to foot the bill for something they no longer desired? Bo had never anticipated that when Andrew had once professed his deep affections, it would create an illusion of devotion so profound, leading her to believe that even if they parted ways, he would provide her with a substantial settlement. Yet, a mere 10 days had passed, and she felt akin to expired goods, relegated to the lowest shelf, ready to be discarded at any time. To say nothing of star coins, even departing with dignity now felt like an extravagant wish.
Bobo grasped Yun Li's hand tightly.
Her face a portrait of dejection. Li, I see things clearly now. Males are creatures driven by novelty. Once the novelty fades, your worth diminishes. Promise me, do not allow your young master to possess you too soon, lest you find yourself treading the same path as I. How could Yun Li gracefully yet assertively convey to Bo that her bond with the young master was irrevocable, a fait accompli? Tonight, Andrew would attend the Hartmann family gala, mingling with eligible mid-tier individuals. Perhaps when he captures the attention of one such individual, it would mark the end of her time in Baiyun district. Bo, enveloped in sorrow and melancholy, bore eyes filled with confusion and pain. Yunli struggled to comprehend. Had they not initially agreed to a transactional relationship devoid of emotional entanglements, solely focused on financial gain? What was Bo's dilemma now? Yunli rapped the table. Enough of this romance nonsense. Just tell me how much you've managed to secure from Andrew.
Bobo sniffled.
Beginning to calculate. The 50,000 star coins he gave me as pocket money remain untouched. I signed his bills during shopping, and I've sold quite a few of the jewelry he gifted me. I've also purchased several fakes to fill the jewelry box and maintain appearances. Adding in a few other sources of income, I estimate I have around 170,000 star coins now. Yunli clapped her hands in delight. There you have it. At least you've made a profit. If you spend wisely, that amount should last you quite some time. Bobo pouted. How could it be the same? With Andrew, I spent a fortune, and after breaking up with him, I truly have nothing left.
Now.
The Nightshade bar has been shut down, and if I were to venture into another bar, I wouldn't become the main attraction there either. I might even be squeezed out. Most of my regulars have been poached by other sub-females.
Sigh.
Yunli sighed, her thoughts tangled. You can't possibly do this for a lifetime, can you? Bobo shook her head. This job pays quickly, and I sell my talents, not my body. While being with Andrew was, admittedly, for his money, at least he was handsome. I didn't suffer. Besides, I'm a sub-female, not a true female, so pregnancy and raising offspring are out of the question. There are artificial wombs for that. Yunli understood why it was so difficult for those in unique professions to transition to other careers. The money came too easily and swiftly, far superior to the meager earnings in factory work. Suddenly, Bobo's words struck her like a bolt of lightning. Pregnancy. Bobo, being a sub-female, couldn't conceive. But she was a bona fide woman. She pondered whether there was reproductive isolation between the old and new humans. Otherwise, could she be carrying a child? Oh no. Yunli felt a wave of despair wash over her. In the interstellar world, devoid of real women and females, how could they possibly develop contraceptives? Chapter 40. The Hartmann family's blind date gala last time with Gongye Yuanzhou. The experience was exhilarating, yet she hadn't taken any contraceptives. Was she pregnant? Did she have a pregnancy test, or any contraceptives? With such thoughts racing through her mind, Yunli could no longer remain seated. She hastily reassured Bobo, then hurriedly drove her starship back to the manor. The manor was still just her and the house robots. To be honest, Gongye Yuanzhou's sporadic presence had made her increasingly relish the joys of solitude. However, she lacked the inclination to leisurely stroll through the serene garden. She rushed to her room, flopping onto the soft sofa, and began to search the starnet for terms related to pregnancy and contraception. Yet, the starnet informed her that these terms were rather obscure, with hardly any entries available. After all, in the interstellar realm, where even females were non-existent, the notion of pregnancy was absurd. Feeling utterly dejected, she lay on the sofa, engulfed in melancholy. The last thing she wanted was to be pregnant, as it entailed responsibilities. Moreover, in a world devoid of actual females or females, children were birthed from artificial wombs. The concept of pregnancy was virtually non-existent. If she were to reveal her potential condition, the interstellar research institutions would undoubtedly seize her for experimentation. Frustrated, she tossed and turned on the sofa when a message from Gongye Yuanzhou illuminated her starnet. Gongye Yuanzhou, baby, do you have time tonight? Let's go out for a stroll. Yunli raised an eyebrow. She certainly had time, as it was the one thing she had in abundance. But wasn't he supposed to be training at the military academy? Was he taking leave so recklessly? Yunli, yes, did you take another leave today? Gongye Yuanzhou, dear. Wait for me to explain when I return. Seated in the passenger seat next to Elon, Gongye Yuanzhou, despite their mutual disdain, was bound by the formidable alliance between the Third Corps and the Hartmann family. Elon observed as Gongye Yuanzhou smirked while messaging his sub-female at home, chuckling in a way that seemed almost flirtatious. What sorcery did love possess to transform Gongye Yuanzhou, once perceived as devoid of emotional depth and resembling a cold combat machine, into someone capable of chatting with a preferred sub-female, unabashedly using endearing terms like dear? This world was indeed upside down. Elon, maintaining the boundaries of their partnership, kindly reminded him, have you considered what it means to take her to the Hartmann tonight? This isn't just any social gathering. The partners brought to Hartmann's events are essentially predetermined, indicating her potential to become your sole companion, thereby sacrificing any chance with other high-ranking subfemales. Gongye Yuanzhou dismissed the starring, a glimmer of determination in his dark eyes. One is enough for me. What does it matter if she is a low-ranking subfemale? When my mental faculties are overwhelmed, I can always inject a calming serum. Engaging with anyone other than my preferred subfemale would be revolting. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Elon, who bristled at the insinuation. What kind of look is that? As if I can't control myself. I merely enjoy collecting mechanical females, shaping them to my desires. It doesn't imply I'm some kind of fetishist seeking illicit encounters. Gongye Yuanzhou slowly withdrew his gaze, letting out a soft chuckle, which only fueled Elon's irritation. Who knows? The two parted ways in discord, with Elon harboring a simmering frustration. He was curious to see what kind of remarkable being could transform Gongye Yuanzhou, who seemed devoid of emotional insight, into someone enamored. Upon returning to the manor, Gongye Yuanzhou rushed to Yun Li's room, unable to contain his instincts as he embraced her, inhaling her scent as if he were a dog, showering her neck with kisses. Yun Li burst into laughter, her previous gloom dissipating under his affectionate assault, as he playfully nudged her around like an exuberant puppy. As their playful antics escalated, Gongye Yuanzhou's temperature rose, holding Yun Li tightly, his breaths heavy against her neck, asking in a tone laden with desire, "Is it okay?" Before Yun Li could respond, he continued, laden with regret. "I'm sorry, dear. Was I too rough yesterday? I only realized this morning that you were bleeding." Yun Li? Yun Li? It was entirely normal for her first night to have such occurrences. But how was she supposed to explain this to him? Perhaps it was best left unspoken. Let him figure it out. Since Gongye Yuanzhou's departure to the military academy, she had also been in a state of abstinence. Now that he had returned, both were eager, and the prolonged physical separation had ignited a warmth within her, allowing her to temporarily set aside thoughts of potential pregnancy. However, a small hiccup arose when Gongye Yuanzhou intended to express his love physically. "Dear, what is this? A condom? Don't tell me you don't know. I don't want to wear it. It's uncomfortable. Then let us not do it. Move aside. I'll wear it. It's fine. Please don't be upset." "Okay, hurry up. It seems a bit small. This time we'll make do. Next time, I'll get you the largest size." "All right." The somewhat aggrieved Gongye Yuanzhou took great care to ensure his precious treasure was comfortable, refusing to lift a finger himself. Ultimately, he personally bathed and dressed her in the gown she had chosen. Then they set off in his hovercar to the Hartmann family gala, eager to experience the event. This time, Gongye Yuanzhou was behind the wheel, while Yun Li comfortably settled into the passenger seat, gazing at the endlessly captivating interstellar scenery. A true cyberpunk dream come to life. Gongye Yuanzhou drove the hovercar to a garden hotel under the Hartmann family, where the entire venue had been reserved for this grand soiree. Prominent figures of the Central Star had arrived, with the most popular being the middle to high-ranking subfemales and their families. The young females adorned themselves with exquisite elegance, while alone Hartmann's father, Cale Hartmann, proudly showcased his most cherished son, mingling with the esteemed figures of society and not hesitating to promote his exceptional child to the middle and upper-class young females. Despite the widespread knowledge among the interstellar young females that alone Hartmann, the undisputed heir of the Hartmann family, held a preference for mechanical females over living ones, this did not deter them from attending the uniquely orchestrated matchmaking gala. What if alone Hartmann were to change his mind? What if he sought to select a young female as a partner? Perhaps his extraordinarily high mental prowess would render even the most effective mental soothing agents ineffective, only to be calmed by the soothing energies of a young female. Chapter 41. The countdown to Bobo's breakup. Logically speaking, middle-tier young females would not typically aspire to the possibility of associating with the heir of the Hartmann family. Yet Cale was acutely aware of his son's disinterest in young females, preferring instead the comforting mechanical beings developed within his company. Who, in their right mind, would wish to spend a lifetime with a machine? Could mechanical females truly possess a high degree of soothing mental energy? In a bid to practically advise his son against forsaking the entire market of young females for a mere mechanical companion, even middle-tier young females found themselves on alone Hartmann's list of potential partners, vying to see who could win over his proud and stubborn son. Alone found such soirees to be exceedingly dull, attending one each year, albeit this time as the focal point. He held a glass of wine, donning a mask of gentlemanly demeanor, elegantly clinking glasses with notable figures. Zhong Lin, present due to his friendship with Alone, was spared the burdensome charades that accompanied such gatherings. opting instead to relish tea by the artificial lake at the back. Alone longed to conclude this tedious social engagement, every cell in his body signaling impatience, as if his carefully maintained facade of elegance might soon shatter. At last, he discovered a secluded spot by a window, allowing the cool evening breeze to wash away his vexation as the overwhelming scent of floral perfume slowly dissipated. While any young female adorned with such a fragrance might endear themselves to males, the caveat was not to drown the air with an entire bottle of perfume. Most young females attending the soiree had chosen this very scent, yet alone, with his keen sense of smell, suffered mightily during the event. While a single young female's spritz of perfume was tolerable, the collective cloud of fragrance from several young females was akin to pouring an entire bottle of essence into their vicinity, creating an explosive diffusion. Alone felt as though he were being marinated in the scent, his irritation escalating as he reached for a cigarette. His mood darkened. This true scion of privilege had always lived as he pleased, yet found himself with no grounds to refuse such gatherings, masked as they were under the guise of paternal concern. The smoke wafted away some of the cloying perfume, and as he rubbed his stiffened smile, Alone leaned against the wall, lifting his chin to savor the tranquility of the moment, resembling a striking portrait of a refined gentleman, captivatingly exquisite. Yet, in this secluded corner, someone approached. "Didn't you mention finding a delightful lower-tier young female last time? It's only been a week, and you're already breaking up with her?" "I am contemplating a breakup. During our time together, I sensed she was unlike other lower-tier young females. She possessed a subtle floral aroma that was immensely comforting, as if the chaotic energies in my mind were tamed and obedient to my will. However, by the third day, that fragrance faded away, as if it had merely been a fleeting enchantment, leaving behind a lingering absence that gradually vanished over time." Alone took another drag from his cigarette, recognizing the voice as belonging to Andrew Hartman, a cousin from the collateral branch of the Hartman family, conversing with companions downstairs. Though Alone had little interest in the romantic tales of others, he could hardly endure Andrew's incessant complaints. What a loss. A significant loss. "I thought she was an underestimated lower-tier young female, providing me with the utmost support within my means, only to discover she turned out to be dull and uninteresting. I'm curious, what kind of floral scent could possibly drive you, young Master Andrew, to bestow gifts upon her?" Andrew pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It was somewhat reminiscent of gardenia, though I can't quite describe it further. In any case, it was extraordinarily pleasant, certainly not the scent of a mechanical female. I feel that any male would inevitably be captivated. As for Bobo, it was as though she merely had a faint layer of fragrance on her surface. Once she bathed, it was all gone." Alone chuckled softly from above, bemused by Andrew's ramblings. Did the males of the interstellar realm truly believe they could not thrive without young females? Meanwhile, Yun Li and Gong Yi Yuanzhou arrived at the venue of the Hartman family soiree, their hover car gliding to a stop in a parking lot already brimming with an array of luxurious interstellar vehicles, transforming the space into a veritable showcase. Gong Yi Yuanzhou had chosen a hover car tailored to his imposing stature, robust and formidable. As he entered, Yun Li was swept up into his arms. Yet upon disembarking, she gazed at the hover car's doorframe, nearly a meter above the ground, her eyes pleading for assistance from Gong Yi Yuanzhou. Unable to resist, he planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, unbuckled his seatbelt, and after exiting, he maneuvered around her side, effortlessly lifting her into his embrace. One arm cradled her while the other held a pink cosmetic bag containing her water cup and other essentials. The pink cosmetic bag appeared amusingly incongruous in the hands of such a rugged man, yet he bore it with an air of nonchalance, entirely oblivious to any absurdity in carrying his young female's belongings. Upon reaching the level ground, Gong Yi Yuanzhou slightly bent his knees, gently lowering Yun Li back to her feet as they walked hand in hand into the grand hall of the event. Today, he donned a sharply tailored black suit, while he had insisted Yun Li wear a bubblegum pink dress that aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. Though Yun Li felt somewhat embarrassed to wear pink at her age, she had reluctantly acquiesced to his whims, swayed by his charming demeanor. The soft, skin-friendly fabric of the dress, having been nourished over the past 10 days, had transformed her complexion, banishing the roughness and dark circles that had plagued her during her time in the dormitory. Her skin, while not entirely flawless, glowed radiantly, the gentle hue of the pink dress accentuating her fair complexion. With the assistance of a beauty robot applying her makeup before departure, she appeared even more luminous. In the crowd, she was undeniably inconspicuous. After all, she was an old human, distinctly different from the genetically edited new humans, embodying a delicate beauty. While the lower and middle-tier young females of the interstellar realm often boasted strikingly bold features. It was akin to striving harder when faced with those more accomplished than oneself. What purpose did her effort serve? In her case, it was as though those more beautiful than her were applying makeup, rendering her own attempts seemingly futile. While her beauty might not have drawn much attention, her notably shorter stature compared to the other attendees became a topic of discussion. Little did they realize that their hushed whispers were not lost on Yunli, who internally scoffed at their judgments. Chapter 42. You are tall, you are tall. You are the tallest. Gongye Yuanzhou remained steadfastly by her side, holding her hand and attending to her emotions. His gentle gaze transformed into a fierce glare when directed at those who dared to mock her, as if he could tear apart his tailored suit and unleash an unbridled fury upon them. This intimidating appearance in his sharp suit successfully diverted the onlookers' attention, rendering them too intimidated to meet his gaze. Although the attendees were predominantly affluent nobles or wealthy merchants from the Central Star, the Gongye family was not to be trifled with. They possessed 80% of the mineral resources across various planets. In terms of power, there was no competition. Gongye Xiu was renowned as the most formidable marshal of the Third Legion in the galaxy, earning respect even from the Emperor himself. Gongye Yuanzhou's prowess was no less than his father's, and with Gongye Xiu's notorious protectiveness, who would dare offend Gongye Yuanzhou? Even if the companion he was holding hands with was merely a diminutive female, or even a dog, they would still have to flatter the young master for his exquisite taste. A server approached with a tray, inquiring whether Gongye Yuanzhou would like to offer some food to the female, considering that there was still over an hour before the main course of the banquet. The tray was adorned with an array of delicacies favored by females of the time, alongside a selection of feminine fragrances and cosmetics from Eternal Life Technology for touch-ups and scent refreshment. Quite considerate indeed. Gongye Yuanzhou leaned down to solicit her opinion, and upon receiving her response, he retrieved a serving of ice cream from the tray, softly advising, "Take it easy. I fear the cold might give you a chill." Yunli looked up at him. "You can take a cold shower in the bathroom, but I can't have some ice cream?" Gongye Yuanzhou swiftly covered her mouth. His face flushed with a rosy hue, a juxtaposition to his tough exterior. "Darling, let's discuss such matters at home." Yunli relished the playful banter with the young master. Yet, mindful of their public surroundings, she merely huffed in concession. "Then I shall finish it all." However, the young master, without a hint of sportsmanship, scooped out a generous portion for himself before handing her the remaining half along with a new spoon. "Here." As she prepared to take a bite of the ice cream, a jovial voice called out from ahead, "Yuanzhou, it's been years. You've grown into quite the mature male, learned how to care for your female."
Yunli,
Ice cream in hand, paused in uncertainty, contemplating whether to put it down or indulge, ultimately deciding to set it aside and offer a polite smile. Recognizing the public nature of the moment, Gongye Yuanzhou was visibly pleased to see the newcomer and embraced Yunli's shoulders as they approached a well-dressed middle-aged man, Uncle Pierre. "This is my partner, Yunli." The man smiled and extended his hand, which Yunli assumed was for a handshake, only to have him kiss the back of her hand instead. "Hello, Yunli, I'm Pierre. You may call me Uncle, just as Yuanzhou does." Gongye Yuanzhou was taken aback by this display of etiquette between males and females, his expression darkening as he pulled Yunli away from the scene. Pierre chuckled behind them. "This child." Yunli turned back to wave at Pierre. "Goodbye, Uncle Pierre." Gongye Yuanzhou, displeased, felt that the simple hand-kissing gesture was particularly irksome. He regretted not keeping his princess concealed in his lair like a dragon, preventing others from even catching a glimpse of her. As they approached the entrance to the female rest area, a tall figure emerged from the shadows, instantly recognizable by his signature golden hair. Elon crossed his arms, observing Gongye Yuanzhou protectively cradling his companion, raising an eyebrow. "Surely, Gongye Yuanzhou, you don't think me so lowly as to be interested in anything you have? Do you believe I would be attracted to something foul?" Gongye Yuanzhou met Elon Hartman's gaze with equal fervor, retorting with a tone equally defiant. "Why must you always be lurking? Spare me the jest, if you have any semblance of decency. Tell me which of your mechanical females in your warehouse has escaped your grasp. Who knows? Perhaps even this garden hotel where you frequently stay harbors various types of mechanical females? You, who would rather embrace cold, lifeless machines than a warm, gentle female, what does that say about you?" Yunli, sheltered in Gongye Yuanzhou's protective embrace, couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. Mechanical females were already exorbitantly priced, touted as toys for the wealthy, with even a basic model costing millions of star coins. Yet, to this young master, they appeared to be nothing more than common commodities. It was evident that, whether on Blue Star or in the galaxy, wealth was concentrated in the hands of a privileged few. Gongye Yuanzhou was aware of his intentional provocation. He recognized that his precious companion was innocent and gentle, much like a little white rabbit, easily coveted by others. Elon Hartman, despite his sharp tongue, was no less formidable in stature or influence. To safeguard his little rabbit from opportunistic advances, he seized every chance to remind her of who truly held her best interests at heart, ensuring she knew where her loyalty should lie. Elon, undeterred, scrutinized the closely guarded Yunli, shaking his head with a hint of condescension. Gongye Yuanzhou, I had no idea your taste was so skewed. Pray tell, is this female a child or a dwarf? How dare she venture out in public at such a height? Are you so eager to flaunt your peculiar inclinations? Yunli could no longer remain passive. Her height, indeed shorter than most in the galaxy, had often been the subject of whispers among the other females, but such remarks had been made in private. This, however, was crossing a line. Her temper flared, and she forcefully shoved Gongye Yuanzhou aside, glaring at the blonde youth. What am I height? Are you 2 meters tall? Aren't you all just over a meter? What's there to gloat about? Just because I'm not inclined to look up. You all must lower your heads to see me. Being tall is no great feat. Let us see who can stand taller than a tree. In a matter of moments, Yunli had unleashed every retort she could muster against his taunts about her stature. Yet, upon facing the golden-haired youth, the fleeting admiration she once felt for him at the Baiyun shopping mall dissipated entirely. Chapter 43, A Century of Face-Slapping Focus. Elon instinctively frowned, intrigued to see the female whom Gongye Yuanzhou had spoiled to such an extent, but when he finally beheld her puppy-like eyes, he was momentarily taken aback.
Yunli, expresionless,
felt his piercing gaze upon her, and timidly retreated behind Gongye Yuanzhou. Oh dear, after all, he was the son of one of the world's top financial magnates. If he took a disliking to her, she could easily find herself in a precarious situation. Oh, why can't I keep my mouth shut? Gongye Yuanzhou furrowed his brow, shielding Yunli behind him, adopting a protective stance as he glared at Elon. If you are unwelcome, we shall take our leave at once. Elon regained his composure, a hint of irritation prompting him to touzle his golden hair, which shimmered like satin. Contrary to Yunli's assumption that he harbored intentions of deliberate revenge, such notions were far from his mind. Instead, memories of their first encounter at the Baiyun shopping mall surged in his thoughts, where her eyes had sparkled with wonder upon seeing him. Yet now, her gaze was filled with resentment and fear. What had he done to evoke such feelings? Gongye Yuanzhou was unconcerned with his neurotic internal conflicts. Even if he were to sink into despair, he would merely consider it a source of amusement. Resolutely refusing to allow anyone to direct their attention toward his cherished Yunli, ignoring Elon, he took Yunli by the hand, her delicate bag in his left hand, as they made their way to the Hartman family's matchmaking banquet. The matchmaking event was indeed intriguing, attracting single, mid to high-ranking females, or those whose partner quotas were not yet filled. With the right intent, they could enter the banquet to seek suitable males. Should they wish to refrain from finding a partner at that moment, they could retreat to a designated relaxation area prepared specifically for them. Gongye Yuanzhou guided Yunli to the area, entrusting her refreshments to the attentive waitstaff, who, in public settings, demonstrated far greater adaptability than household robots. After settling Yunli into a comfortable and pleasant lounge, he gently kissed her forehead, saying, "My dear, I shall be in the main hall. Once I am done with my social obligations, I will return to keep you company." Such soirees naturally wove together a complex web of upper-class relationships. As a young master within this circle, and with his father frequently engaged in battles on the front lines against otherworldly beasts, it was essential for him to maintain certain connections, necessitating his appearance as the heir of the Gongye family, much like that insufferable blonde man he had just encountered. Regardless of how antagonistic their private interactions might be, in public, they were both expected to present themselves with the courtesy befitting their noble status. Once Gongye Yuanzhou departed, Yunli finally had the opportunity to observe the gathering of females around her. All were of mid to high rank, adorned in haute couture evening gowns, each belonging to their own social circles, sipping tea in small groups. The relaxation area was not an artificial simulation of an outdoor environment, but rather a genuine garden filled with greenery and flowers. The space had been cultivated with an entire scenic landscape of flora she had purchased and planted from the star net, exuding a delightful fragrance that nearly lulled her into a dreamy stupor amid the gentle breeze. A polite male waiter placed a slice of Black Forest cake before her at the table. The soft sound stirred Yunli from her drowsy state, prompting her to glance at the cake and then at the waiter. "I don't believe I ordered this." The waiter, maintaining his composed smile, replied, "It was arranged by that gentleman over there." "Oh, I see," Yunli responded, accepting the treat with a gracious smile. "Thank you." The waiter, surprised to find such an unconventional demeanor from a female who typically regarded the service industry with disdain, brightened, his smile becoming more genuine. "You're welcome. It's our duty." At that moment, a female at the neighboring table, adorned in white gloves and holding a fan, covered her mouth with a disdainful expression as she caught the attention of both Yunli and the waiter. "It's evident you've crawled up from the lower echelons of society, a lowly female with a base male. Are you so keen for others to witness your shared impoverishment?" The sudden, sharp taunt drew the gaze of the already softly conversing females in the relaxation area. Samantha and her companions exchanged pleased glances. They belonged to a small middle-class circle, and their presence at such a banquet was due to an invitation secured by one of their partners, who had the audacity to bring them along in hopes of securing a wealthy suitor. Samantha had initially believed she and her companions were thriving, but witnessing a glimpse of the upper class revealed the narrowness of her perspective. The half-glass of juice consumed by those females represented a month's salary for her companions. Their garments were custom-designed by exclusive tailors, unlike her hastily purchased outfit, which had cost her a small fortune in a rush to attend this event. Not to mention the higher-ranking females. Though they were all ostensibly of the same mid-tier status, it seemed those females could attract partners of far greater caliber than her own. Samantha felt a surge of envy, yet she struggled to find a weaker female to vent her frustrations upon. The women in this relaxation area were all either wealthy or noble. To provoke them would invite repercussions from their partners, who could tarnish her own partner's reputation within the industry. One must choose the softest persimmon to squeeze, Samantha mused. A lesson learned from her years of bullying at school. Recently, she had overheard whispers about Yunli, learning that she was a lower-tier female who had ascended her class through her beauty by ensnaring a young master of high society. Initially, she had expected Yunli to possess extraordinary beauty, only to find her rather unimpressive, thin and petite, lacking any semblance of the fullness she herself boasted. Since that young master could be captivated by a female of such low standing, how could he resist the allure of her own voluptuous beauty? After all, her three companions had all been enchanted by her charms. Samantha was no stranger to the art of usurping another's affections. Yunli's face flushed with embarrassment.
No way.
No way, no way. Is it truly possible that such a humiliating scene unfolds even in the stars? This is the real world. Why does it still play out like a narrative from a novel? Am I the one who is out of touch, or is it this world that has asked you? Furthermore, dear sister, in a society where males outnumber females, must you truly engage in this catfight? Yunli had no intention of responding to her, offering her thanks to the waiter before dismissing him to avoid becoming entangled in this fray. Yet Samantha was determined to seize this opportunity for conflict, eager to escalate the situation, hoping to lure the lowly female's wealthy benefactor out to witness her own splendor before discarding Yunli like a worn-out shoe. Chapter 44. The graceful beauty Samantha rose elegantly and approached Yunli, looking down at her from her superior height. "Where do you think you're going? You didn't hear me speaking to you?" Yunli tilted her head slightly to meet Samantha's gaze. "Is your partner aware of your rude behavior on Heartmon territory? Do you not fear that I might pursue this matter seriously, leaving both you and your companions to face the consequences?" Samantha laughed, as if she had heard a particularly amusing joke, covering her mouth with her hand. "You? A lowly female who wormed her way into high society with her body? Go on, create a scene. The best outcome would be that your wealthy benefactor emerges to witness your true colors."
Yunli mimiket her demeanor, lahin lightly.
"You? The total value of your jewelry and gifts doesn't even match the price of my blouse. If memory serves, that gown you're wearing was on sale at the Baiyun shopping mall. TSK, it seems you've forgotten that one must invest to attract a golden goose. Did you come to the city and find yourself overshadowed by the expensive attire and jewelry adorning other females? Is that why you've set your sights on me? My dear, how unfortunate for you. My benefactor is quite fond of me. See this ruby necklace? He purchased it for me at a staggering 300 million. Why don't you wear one? Oh, right, you can't." Yunli was well aware of the value of the ruby necklace adorning her neck. It had been an impulsive purchase at a jewelry store within Starnet, drawn by its exquisite design, totaling a little over 1,000 star coins. However, in the realm beyond her home, her identity was self-constructed. At this moment, The necklace could be appraised at a mere 1,000 in her possession, yet before Samantha, its worth could soar to a staggering 300 million. Samantha was nearly driven mad with jealousy, her eyes widening as they fixated on the grand ruby pendant. Her mind consumed with the notion of 300 million. 300 million. A ruby of such exorbitant value, while she had never even purchased one worth 3,000. Her 5 spouses could only barely cover the household expenses and her injections. It was not that she was unwilling to marry a wealthy merchant, but rather that the opportunity eluded her. Even when she did encounter a few, those prospects came to naught, as they appeared to be indifferent to her beauty, focusing solely on her ability to soothe their mental energies. Ironically, her own capacity to provide such solace hovered precariously near the lower threshold of the mid-tier subfemales, barely scraping by in that category. Yet, despite her status as a mid-tier subfemale, she was not someone a low-tier subfemale could easily belittle. Infuriated, she almost reached out to grab Yunli's clothing and slap her, when Yunli calmly remarked, "This attire is crafted from tencel. Should it be damaged, you would be liable for compensation, not overly steep at merely 200,000 star coins. I trust you possess the means to cover such an expense." A sub-female from a middle-class family, even with a modest savings, would hesitate to part with 200,000 star coins so readily. Samantha, her head spinning with rage directed at Yunli, vented her frustration by delivering a slap to the face of the waiter instead. This unexpected turn of events left Yunli momentarily dumbfounded as she turned to the waiter. "Did I not instruct you to leave?" The waiter, wiping the blood from his lip, wore a bemused expression, but upon confronting Yunli and Samantha again, he maintained an air of circumspection. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. Is there something in my service that has not met your satisfaction?" Samantha struck him again, casting a venomous glare at Yunli. "Nothing is satisfactory." Having failed to find a target for her ire, she returned home, seething with indignation. Yunli felt a pang of sympathy for the waiter, who had become an unwitting victim of her rage, receiving 2 slaps without just cause. She considered transferring some star coins to him as a token of consolation for his misfortune, repeatedly apologizing, "I am truly sorry. I do not know her." Who could have anticipated her outburst? The waiter, still maintaining his composed demeanor, took a step back and politely replied, "It is of no consequence. Such occurrences are part of our duties. Adhering to the unspoken rule that workers should not complicate the lives of their fellow workers." Yunli wished to offer him some financial compensation, yet he, with remarkable resolve, declined her offer. With such willpower, one could achieve anything. While Yunli pondered this, the waiter, gracefully turning away with his tray, retreated to the room, where he tore away his ordinary facade, revealing a scar running diagonally across his face. His bloodshot eyes added a menacing aura to his otherwise fearsome visage as he grinned, exposing a set of yellow teeth. "You shall all perish." At that moment, a notification pinged on his starnet. "Target subject has been located." After a few deft maneuvers, the interface promptly replied, "Location confirmed, ready for immediate assault." Unbeknownst to Yunli, just moments ago, she had regarded the waiter as a mere pawn, while she herself was now caught in the crosshairs of Samantha's envy-fueled vendetta, soon to face retribution. With Samantha's retreat, Yunli continued to relish her slightly inebriated state until she was approached by another sub-female, breathtakingly beautiful, even in this era where stunning individuals were commonplace. This particular sub-female possessed an aesthetic that was undoubtedly extraordinary. More impressively, she was exceedingly polite. Upon catching Yunli's gaze, she extended her hand for a gentle shake. "I am Shien Yun, may I join you?" Shien Yun? Wow. The name resonated with an Eastern essence, and Yunli felt an instant affinity for her. Responding with a more genuine smile, "Hello, I am Yunli, please have a seat." After settling down, Shien Yun removed a lush jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it on Yunli's hand. The vibrant green of the bracelet accentuated Yunli's skin, rendering her wrist as pure as spring snow, casting an ethereal glow over her entire being.
"Wow.
This bracelet is truly stunning,"
Yunli exclaimed.
surprised that even in the interstellar age, jade remained a coveted treasure. Observing Yunli's genuine admiration for the bracelet, Shien Yun smiled. "I knew you would appreciate it. Yuanzhou showed me your photograph, and upon seeing your dark hair and eyes, I surmised our tastes must align greatly, and indeed, my conjecture has proven correct." A fully green jade bracelet. Who could resist? Though Yunli was not an aficionado of jade, she knew that during the Blue Star era, even a moderately appealing jade pendant would command a 5-digit price. "Is this truly jade?" Yunli inquired, seeking confirmation from Shien Yun. With a gentle smile, Shien Yun nodded. Indeed, the ancient humans of the Blue Star era were divided into Eastern and Western cultures. The East cherished antiques and jade, while the West favored diamonds and gemstones. Even across galaxies, our intrinsic preferences remain unchanged. As an indigenous person from the Blue Star era, Yunli felt compelled to advocate for gold. Eastern society of the olden days had a particular fondness for gold. In times of prosperity, antiques thrived, while in chaos, gold reigned supreme. Shien Yun regarded Yunli with admiration, her interest seemingly deepening. Indeed, however, in the interstellar age, the cost of producing gold has decreased significantly, rendering it as accessible as silver was in the Blue Star era. The more sought-after tangible currency has transitioned to various energy stones suited for technological development. Present-day gold and silver jewelry is often akin to alloys, merely serving as settings for precious gems. This felt like an affront to Yunli, compelling her to speak out for gold. Shien Yun then asked, "You are a pure-blooded Eastern subfemale, are you not?" Yunli was taken aback. "What? Is there such a classification in the interstellar age?" She inquired, "What leads you to that conclusion?" Shien Yun pointed to her eyes and hair. "Your eyes and hair, like mine, are black, and your skin lies between yellow and white, unmistakable characteristics of the Eastern race. Your surname is Yun, mine is Tan, and our partners share the surname Gongye. Surnames, to some extent, reflect individual traits." Yunli recalled the earlier mention of the Hartmans. The Hartman family indeed represents Western lineage, characterized by golden hair and golden eyes? Shien Yun affirmed, "Correct, they belong to the Western faction, alongside the Yongsheng Technologies Gong family, with their black hair and violet eyes." The interstellar populace primarily consists of these three ethnic groups. No matter how many years the West evolves, they shall never comprehend our inclination to regard beautiful stones as luxury items. They prefer the dazzling brilliance of diamonds and various costly energy stones with practical technological applications. It was no wonder that she found Gongye Yuanzhou so appealing upon their first meeting. It seemed her Eastern heritage played a part. Suddenly, Yunli realized a potential oversight. Gazing at Shien Yun in astonishment, "You mentioned your partner is also Gongye Yuanzhou?" Shien Yun, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter. "What wild thoughts! Was my earlier expression not sufficiently clear? My partner, Gongye Yuanji, is the cousin of Gongye Yuanzhou, who remains on the front lines and has yet to return. However, I have heard from my uncle that Yuanzhou has found a partner who dotes upon him endlessly, treating him as if he were a treasure. He specifically reached out to me, urging me to attend today's banquet and assist you in swiftly integrating into our community of subfemales, thereby preventing any possible targeting." At this juncture, Shien Yun's gaze fell upon Samantha, who had been glaring discontentedly from the rear seat, and her expression turned somewhat resigned. "It seems I have arrived a bit late." Yunli pondered the admirable familial values of the Gongye clan, which emphasize mutual assistance. "It's of no consequence. After all, I am not at a loss." Shien Yun extended an invitation to Yunli to join their close-knit circle, where the other three were elegantly clad subfemales in haute couture gowns. Initially engaged in cheerful conversation, they warmly welcomed Yunli, allowing her to take a seat among them. "Shien Yun, is this your friend? How adorable. I just want to take her home as my figurine," exclaimed the subfemale in a pale lavender gown, eyeing the petite and charming Yunli with a suppressed urge to collect her. Shien Yun took Yunli's hand and sat down, introducing her. "This is Luzi. And her partner is..." Luzi interjected with a smile. "All right, my Shien Yun, let's skip to the introductions. Each subfemale here has at least 3 partners. Do you really think you can remember what each partner does if you introduce them one by one?" The other 2 subfemales chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, at our little gathering. Let us not mention them. They are likely busy mingling in the front hall. Our responsibility here is to enjoy food, drink, and fun." Shien Yun adeptly shifted to introduce the remaining 2 subfemales. The one in the pink gown is Xia, and the one in the light green dress is Miao Miao. Xia playfully remarked to Shien Yun, "And what about you? You must introduce yourself with great fanfare. After all, you are the only high-ranking subfemale among us." High-ranking subfemale. Yunli's interest was piqued, and she turned to Shien Yun, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "So, you're a high-ranking subfemale?" Having heard tales of how mid to high-ranking subfemales are treated with utmost privilege in the starry expanse, the sight of a genuine high-ranking subfemale sparked more than mere curiosity within her. Miao Miao regarded Shien Yun with admiration. "Shien Yun is the most unpretentious high-ranking subfemale I have ever encountered. She treats all subfemales with kindness and never looks down upon us. Otherwise, she would not accompany her partner to the front lines." while her partner battles the alien beasts. She provides emergency aid to soldiers on the brink of mental collapse at the frontline medical station. If my mental energy fluctuations had reached the required threshold, I would certainly follow Shien Yun. Lucy raised her teacup and took a sip. Meow meow, you might as well accept your fate. Aren't there enough job opportunities in Central Star for you to choose from? Going to the front line to find Shien Yun. Are you truly going to assist her or hinder her? Xia stifled a laugh, while Meow Meow shot an annoyed glance at Lucy. I can't go now. And now it seems I won't be given the chance to think about it either? Yunli's curiosity grew. Clearly, her understanding of the lives of subfemales in the starry realm was still lacking. Are high-ranking subfemales also permitted to venture to dangerous frontline battlefields? As if sensing the confusion in her eyes, Shien Yun elucidated. I did not grow up on the Central Star, but rather in the Red Valley system, which had long been overrun by alien beasts. It was the frontline warriors who rescued me from their clutches, which fostered my admiration for soldiers from a young age. After undergoing bodily enhancement surgery, I was estimated to be among the highest ranks, and I was recommended for a partner by the Subfemale Management Association, focusing primarily on military personnel. Coincidentally, Yuanzhou was the soldier who saved me. Thus, did Gongye Yuanzhou win her heart through a heroic rescue, claiming the affections of the sought-after Tan Qingyan? Yet, I recall that within the mid to high-ranking subfemale protection laws, there exists a stipulation prohibiting mid to high-ranking subfemales from entering hazardous zones, such as frontline battlefields and chaotic stars. The primary role of a partner is to supervise. Even if one wishes to go to the frontline, the dangers involved might deter their partner from permitting such a venture. Chapter 46. The Artificial Lake. 1.5 meters deep. Shien Yun grinned mischievously. There is another stipulation in the mid to high-ranking subfemale protection laws, which states that subfemales must have a fixed residence. Partners must work radiantly around the subfemale's dwelling to ensure they can spend ample time together daily. However, my 5 legal partners are all military personnel, unable to leave their posts at the front line, which is why I go. This way, I have a fixed residence and they can rotate shifts to spend time with me. The protection laws are not immutable, they adapt to circumstances. Upon hearing this, Yunli found it quite reasonable, but soon felt a tingle of curiosity. Then shouldn't you be at the front line now? Why are you able to attend this banquet? Shien Yun shrugged. It's quite dull there. Even being on the front line can be monotonous. So, taking advantage of the lull before the battle against the alien beasts reignites. I accompanied my partner to Central Star to procure supplies and was invited to this banquet. My partner slots are already filled, and I have no intention of changing partners. So, I did not attend the front hall's gathering. Lucy handed a cup of tea to both Yunli and Shien Yun. Your mouths must be parched. Come. Let us all sip tea to soothe our throats. Yunli took a sip of tea, unable to resist raising her hand once more, adopting a reporting demeanor that elicited laughter from the 4 subfemales. Shien Yun inquired, Is there anything else you wish to ask? Yunli chuckled shyly. Not much. Just one question. And then I shall be done. Shien Yun exhibited no sign of impatience, rather encouraging her. Very well, ask away. Yunli inquired about the frontline medical station. As a high-ranking subfemale, how do you assist soldiers in managing their mental energy? She had learned online that high-ranking subfemales indeed possess some ability to soothe mental energy, yet the vast majority of mid to high-ranking subfemales can only provide one-on-one services, which typically involves intimate acts between partners to stabilize male mental energy at critical points. Thus, gaining insight into the rules governing the soothing of mental energy from Shien Yun might offer assistance to the little dandelion in her mind. Shien Yun pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, articulating such matters can be rather abstract. It's akin to how, for me, 11 naturally equals 2. Yet I cannot explain to you why 11 equals 2. I can enter the mental worlds of soldiers to calm their turbulent mental energy. Yet I cannot convey how my mental energy penetrates their mental barriers to reach their inner realms. There's no need to dwell on this. My ability to soothe is limited, and most of the time, soldiers rely on mental soothing agents to endure their episodes of mental turmoil. Meow Meow sighed, potentially voicing a controversial sentiment. At least you have some mastery over soothing mental energy, unlike us mid-ranking females, who can only alleviate the mental strain of males through physical acts. I often feel as if I am merely a blow-up doll. It seems that apart from eating, drinking, and shopping, my only remaining function is this. What a divine existence this is. Is this not enough satisfaction? In such a life, Yunli wished for Meow Meow to pause, allowing her to take center stage for a couple of episodes, enjoying the role before moving on. However, wait. Is she not living such a life herself at this moment? Yunli tentatively inquired, "Is it not possible to work outside?" Upon her arrival in this world, she discovered that the star network boasted numerous positions requiring educated and skilled males and females. The lower-tier sub-females, too, could find employment. However, the primary obstacle hindering most of them was the lack of sufficient funds to pursue their education. For lower-tier sub-females born into poverty, life began with overwhelming adversity, as the exorbitant costs of monthly injections became a significant burden, compelling them to seek alternative, often dubious avenues to maintain their appearance. Conversely, those hailing from affluent families, after enjoying superior education, could seamlessly enter various industries, working alongside males. Yet, at today's soiree, aside from Yunli, the sole lower-tier sub-female permitted entry through Gongyi Yuanzhou, others in her demographic were unequivocally excluded, regardless of their socioeconomic status. Lucy chuckled, "Of course. There are now numerous positions occupied by sub-females. However, most of these roles are merely time fillers, devoid of technical merit, and thus cannot be compared to those held by Shien Yun." It was surprising for Yunli to realize that even in the interstellar era, lower-tier sub-females experienced a pressing desire to prove their capabilities. Miao Miao, feeling somewhat bored, glanced around and said, "I remember there's an artificial lake at the Hartmann Garden Hotel, where we could go boating. Staying here is quite dull. Let us explore the lake." Clearly, Yunli was less familiar with this place than Lu Zi and Miao Miao, and with Qing Yan often stationed at the front lines, she, too, had only a superficial understanding of the pleasures of Central Star. After exchanging glances, they followed Lu Zi, Xia, and Miao Miao towards the artificial lake. After traversing a path shaded by enormous monstera leaves, they finally arrived at the mist-shrouded artificial lake. Gazing at the expanse before her, Yunli found herself misinterpreting the term artificial, as she had envisioned a modestly sized man-made body of water, only to be met with a lake that seemed boundless. Could one truly boat upon this vast expanse?
What if she fell in? She couldn't swim.
The scenery upon the water was breathtaking, amidst the rising mist. Various aquatic plants floated gracefully, and lotus-like blossoms dangled from their branches. The surface was adorned with enormous leaves, while ripples occasionally broke the tranquility, suggesting fish surfacing for air. The sheer vastness of the water suddenly instilled in Yunli a touch of aquaphobia. Xian noticed her hesitation and cheerfully stepped into the water, her voluminous gown billowing around her as she walked toward the lake's center. After traversing over 100 meters, she turned with a smile. "Do not fear. This artificial lake is constructed on flat ground, with the deepest point not exceeding 1.5 meters. Surrounding it are climbing aquatic plants, ensuring that even if you were to fall in, you would not drown. Additionally, you can activate the emergency feature on the star network, which will automatically trigger a buoyancy mechanism in case of danger." Truly, artificial intelligence had considered every contingency. Following Xia's advice, Yunli found the emergency function on the star network and promptly activated it, securing her safety, while the others followed suit. Chapter 47. The Catastrophe of the Giant Python? Xia discovered several primitive wooden boats on the shore, truly vintage, devoid of any interstellar technology. With 5 of them in total, they divided into 2 boats, Yunli and Shien Yun in one, while Lu Zi, Miao Miao, and Xia occupied the other. Their spirits soared as they boarded and began paddling toward the center of the lake, where an antique pavilion awaited. Having never rowed before, Yunli felt quite clumsy on the boat. Fortunately, Qing Yun was adept at rowing and guided her through the motions, while Lu Zi and her companions, having established a rhythm, were already laughing and gliding ahead. After a few attempts, Yunli grasped the technique, and in tandem with Qing Yun, their little wooden vessel moved steadily forward. She began to appreciate the surrounding scenery. The lake's water was crystal clear, revealing layers of fine white sand and smooth pebbles below, allowing for a clear view of the colorful ornamental fish swimming gracefully. Fortunately, the fish inhabiting the Hartmann family's garden hotel were not of the kind that would trigger a descent into madness. Their scales reflected a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight, their features rounded and their bodies adorned with hues of red and white, black and purple, along with the pure white of butterfly koi, albeit much larger in size. The underwater plants, with their intricate root systems, absorbed the nutrients from the fish waste, maintaining the water's purity. This artificial lake had formed a natural ecological chain, capable of remaining clear without the need for water changes. The aquatic plants also upheld the interstellar theme, creating a beautiful aquatic forest that provided ample shade from the sun, while some emitted delightful fragrances, particularly the larger lotus-like flowers that exuded an exquisite aroma. A gentle breeze caressed Yunli, evoking memories of springtime on Blue Star, when everyone would venture out to enjoy the blossoming season. As the two wooden boats glided through the emerald waters of the forest, some of the ornamental fish showed little fear of humans, even following the boats, particularly after Meow Meow tossed a handful of snacks into the water. The surrounding fish surged forth, allowing Yunli to brush her hand beneath the surface and feel the slick scales of the fish. What should have been a serene, joyful outdoor activity took a sharp turn when Yunli spotted a long, patterned figure beneath Lu Zi's boat, resembling a gigantic python. She turned to Shien Yun, startled. "Shien Yun, are there large pythons in this artificial lake?" Shien Yun laughed. "How could that be? Not every subfemale can tolerate the presence of slippery, soft creatures like snakes, regardless of whether they are venomous or not. I may be quite brave, but I cannot abide such repulsive animals, and I doubt many other subfemales would either. Just look at Lu Zi. A snake no bigger than the palm of her hand would send her into a 5-minute fit of screams." Hartmann's Garden Hotel primarily operated in two sectors: upscale accommodation services and hosting weddings and coming-of-age ceremonies for males and subfemales. Regardless of how visually striking a snake might be, it certainly would not fall under the category of ornamental creatures. Yunli's expression gradually shifted, losing all semblance of humor. "I just saw a massive python beneath Lu Zi's boat." Shien Yun's smile froze. "Are you certain?" Yunli nodded, her body rigid with trepidation. "Absolutely. How many horror films have protagonists met their doom due to fatigue or discomfort, failing to recognize the lurking danger?
Now,
I can firmly assure you and Lu Zi that I indeed saw a gigantic, snake-like creature swimming beneath your boat. Perhaps a portion of that enormous python was currently slithering beneath her own and Shien Yun's boat, sending chills down her spine. Her aversion to snakes was profound. She was certainly not a reptile enthusiast, and the sight of such a massive python invoked memories of childhood nightmares, reminiscent of the film Anaconda, where pythons truly devoured humans. How could a python possibly inhabit an artificial lake? Shien Yun's face was devoid of any color, and the five of them were adrift on a small boat in the lake. They had been so engrossed in the breathtaking scenery that they had lost track of how far they had drifted from the shore. And now the land was completely out of sight. Yunli raised her hand, intending to activate the star ring communicator to call for Gongye Yuanzhou's rescue, only to awkwardly discover that there was no signal. How infuriating! The age-old trope of protagonists in horror films losing signal had inexplicably manifested even in the interstellar realm. With such advanced technology, how could they still not conquer the issue of connectivity? Shien Yun also glanced at her wrist star ring, her lips turning pale. After all, living in the frontline battlefield had sharpened her instincts. Someone had employed a spatial lock in this area. The concept of a spatial lock was not new to Yunli. She had learned about it during the beast invasion in the Floating Cloud District. Without specialized beasts or humans equipped with tools to unlock spatial barriers, there was simply no way to escape a sealed space. As battle novices, they had little chance of evading such a calculated threat. Yunli felt as if she had just escaped from the jaws of a beast in the Floating Cloud District, only to find herself thrust into another perilous situation. It seemed that the deity of crossing dimensions had taken a particular interest in her life. Seated together in the boat, both she and Shien Yun wore grim expressions. Laozi, who was happily rowing at the front, turned back to observe their unusual demeanor and asked with a chuckle, "What's wrong? You both look so pale. Can't row anymore? Should I come help?" Shien Yun took a deep breath, trying to appear nonchalant. "Isn't there a pavilion in the center of the lake? Let us row toward that and get to shore as quickly as possible." Being land creatures, they found the novelty of navigating on water exhilarating when there were no immediate dangers. However, when faced with peril, the instinct to flee to solid ground was far more reassuring. Indeed, there was a large pavilion at the lake center, complete with bathing facilities to provide convenience for visitors in case they accidentally fell into the artificial lake while boating. "Let us have a race and see who reaches the shore first," Meow Meow suggested playfully, her head tilted in a carefree manner. Oblivious to the tension surrounding Shien Yun and Yunli, who were anxiously scanning their surroundings, fearing that the massive python might reappear beneath their boats. Shien Yun and Yunli were not intentionally concealing the situation, but sometimes the terror of the unknown could incite greater panic. In extreme fear, people often acted irrationally. Their primary objective was to reach the pavilion in the middle of the lake as quickly as possible. Before Meow Meow could finish her sentence, the surrounding aquatic plants suddenly trembled violently, startling her into silence as she turned wide-eyed toward the source of the disturbance. The other two were equally alarmed. With Laozi's voice trembling, "What was that noise? Perhaps it's a fish?" Haya, who was energetically rowing, paused and swallowed hard. Is there a fish that large? Meow Meow retorted. Could such a big fish cause the water plants to rustle like that? Yunli and Shien Yun exchanged glances and simultaneously shouted row toward the pavilion. Almost as soon as Yunli's words left her lips, a colossal serpent head broke the surface of the water, splashing waves all over Yunli and the others. Yunli finally caught a glimpse of the creature beneath the surface. It was indeed a giant python, but the sound it made was reminiscent of metal joints clashing together. The elevated head of the serpent fixed its glowing blue eyes on Shien Yun. Thanks to her quick reflexes honed during the previous encounter with Bobo, Yunli immediately yanked Shien Yun aside. Just as a surge of blue liquid erupted from the python's mouth, rapidly spreading to the spot where Shien Yun had just been. What in the world is that? Yunli exclaimed as she pulled Shien Yun away from the rapidly expanding blue liquid, realizing with horror that this was no ordinary python but rather a mechanical beast designed for interstellar warfare, lying in wait in the artificial lake. Both Shien Yun and Yunli fell into the water, and Yunli choked on a mouthful. Fortunately, the emergency settings activated before they had left the boat, and a seed-like object shot out from her star ring. The seed quickly inflated in the water, transforming into a large floating airbag that lifted Yunli out of the depths. Soaked and disheveled, her hair cascading over her shoulders, she coughed uncontrollably. Cough.
Cough.
Shien Yun, who surfaced almost simultaneously, was in a much better condition. She moved closer and gently patted Yunli's back, helping her expel the water that had entered her lungs. This is a liquid capture net. It seems they are targeting me. Shien Yun frowned as she watched the wooden boat ensnared by the liquid net, splintering under the mechanical arms of the giant python. The cumbersome machine was too heavy to turn quickly. Another arm extended toward Laosi and the other's boat. Sensing the impending danger, Laosi and her companions immediately mimicked Yunli and Shien Yun, plunging into the water. With a resounding crash, the small wooden boat shattered into pieces. Yunli felt a sharp pain on her cheek, followed by warmth as blood trickled from the gash. Damn it, I'm disfigured, she cried out.
Ah!
The spot where Laosi and Meow Meow had jumped into the water was instantly stained red with blood. Both Laosi and Meow Meow resurfaced, gasping for air, their expressions frantic. Alongside a pale-faced Haya, who seemed to have been injured by debris from the exploded boat. Let us split up and escape. Every one of us for themselves. Yunli thought back to her life as an ordinary citizen on Blue Star. Even in the interstellar realm, she had never faced such a blatant act of terror. Compared to the unpredictability of the previous beast invasion, this meticulously orchestrated trap sent shivers down her spine. However, Shien Yun tightened her grip on her hand, shaking her head, her mind sharp. It's useless. These combat mechs are equipped with thermal imaging systems. Unless we are completely incapacitated, they can pinpoint our location anywhere within their attack range. It's a dead end. Panic seized Yunli, and she resolved that from now on, even if the manor was under siege, she would never venture outside again, nor allow Gongya Yuanzhou to entertain her. She could distinguish between boredom and the value of her life. So what do we do now? Yunli felt urgency rising. Noticing that Haya appeared severely injured, and the blood in their vicinity was alarmingly vivid, Shien Yun gritted her teeth, eyeing the elongated serpent-like mech, and said, Yunli, are you brave enough to join me in storming the main control room of the mech? Without hesitation, Yunli nodded. The situation was dire. They had to take a gamble. If they were to die, they would do so fighting rather than succumbing to this disgraceful fate. Let us do it. Shien Yun pulled out a rectangular metal object that resembled a USB drive from the lining of her gown. This is a mech key equipped with a magnetic field disruptor. It can unlock 60% of the mech's locks. For 5 minutes after I activate it, even if they lock onto us with thermal imaging, they will be unable to attack us. However, we have just 5 minutes to gamble on whether the key will succeed in unlocking the controls, and we must wager that their combat capabilities are inferior to ours. Yunli could not ascertain the combat prowess of Shien Yun, yet there was no denying that she was a novice in battle, lacking any semblance of fighting skills and possessing a lamentably feeble strength. However, in a situation where survival hinged on fierce struggle, one must act regardless of the circumstances. At present, it was only she and Shien Yun standing at the rear of the mech, the metallic exterior of the serpent-like machine swaying just a meter away from them. Climbing onto the mech and ascending its serpentine exoskeleton would lead them to the cockpit, positioned less than 10 meters above, resembling the head of the serpent. Shien Yun activated a key to disrupt the mech systems, rendering its cannons incapable of firing once more at the 3 sub-females, including Lu Zi. The assailants inside pressed buttons repeatedly, but their efforts yielded no success. Meanwhile, Yunli swiftly shed her cumbersome and drenched gown, revealing a fitted garment beneath. Inspired, Shien Yun followed suit, realizing that the intricate attire had become a hindrance in their desperate escape. Now donning only black bandeau tops and leggings, the two ascended the mech's connecting points, seizing the moment while the mech's pilot struggled to resolve its malfunctions to swiftly approach the cockpit. Quickly, make your way to the pavilion in the lake, Yunli shouted to them, aware that Xia had sustained severe injuries. Immersing her wounds in the lake's water was far from ideal until she could receive proper medical attention. Miao Miao and Lu Zi had never encountered such chaos. Having been well protected since childhood, they had merely attended a mundane banquet today. Faced with a mech attack and a gravely injured friend, they were paralyzed with fear. Struggling to maintain composure as Xia's body grew increasingly cold. With determination, they fought against their terror, aiding Xia as they staggered through the water toward the pavilion. Chapter 49. Whether to act or not, death awaits. One must not perish in cowardice. The serpent mech was entirely encased in metal, besides discarding their elaborate gowns. Yunli and Shien Yun also removed their high-heeled shoes, casting them into the water as they rushed toward the cockpit while the mech remained still. However, the connection points at the cockpit were exceedingly smooth, rendering it difficult for them to find solid footing even barefoot. As the 5-minute window for the key approached its end, Shien Yun felt sweat bead on her forehead, her hair sticking to her neck. Failure meant not only that the serpent mech would successfully capture her, but also that Yunli and Lu Zi would be annihilated by its laser cannons, leaving no survivors. Yunli spotted the mechanical arm connected to the cockpit below and called out to Shien Yun, "Can you lift me?" Shien Yun, puzzled by the question at such a critical moment, nonetheless assessed Yunli's height and weight. If it were Lu Zi, Miao Miao, or Xia, each standing around 1.76 to 1.78 meters tall, she would have hesitated. But with Yunli, who stood around 1.6 meters, she was confident she could manage. On the front line, fraught with peril, her partners had established a rigorous training regimen for her after selecting 5 military companions to guard the front lines, ensuring she possessed the stamina and skills to navigate through chaos. The key she currently wielded had been entrusted to her by one of her partners working in military weaponry development, designed for a day when the frontline base might fall and she would need to escape via any mech. Nodding, Shien Yun replied, "I can lift you. Do you have a plan?" Yunli pointed at the mechanical arm below. "We can jump onto the arm, and then you can carry me. That should allow us access to the cockpit and unlock the door with the key." With no better alternatives, Shien Yun acquiesced to Yunli's suggestion. In past perilous situations, her partners had always been there to shield her. Now, without their presence, she was left to rely on her training to protect the few remaining sub-females. They carefully leaped onto the mechanical arm, stabilizing themselves, before Shien Yun hoisted Yunli onto her shoulders. Yet, the height was still insufficient. Yunli needed to gain balance on Shien Yun's shoulders to reach the cockpit. Although Yunli did not have acrophobia, standing on the mechanical arm above the 3 to 4 meters of water made her legs tremble. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself using Shien Yun's arm for support and quickly stood up. At that moment, Shien Yun handed the key to Yunli, exclaiming, "Do you see the silver metallic strip?" Familiar with it as the input for the mech's access code, Yunli responded affirmatively, recalling how she input codes in the Manor's underground garage. "I see it. Just press the key against it," Shien Yun instructed. Following her guidance, Yunli complied. And with a beep of unlocking, the cockpit door swung open. Shien Yun firmly grasped Yunli's foot on her shoulder and propelled her upward. With all her might, Yunli clung to the metallic floor of the cockpit entrance, reaching for the door that continued to open inward, using the momentum to pull herself inside. A burly man, furious and slamming his fists against the control panel, turned upon seeing Yunli's arrival. He stepped away from the console, drawing an energy gun from his waist. His scarred face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. "It's you," he sneered, as if they were acquainted. Yet Yunli was certain she had never crossed paths with him during her time in the stars. Just then, Shien Yun, having propelled herself through the entrance, saw the unfolding scenario and immediately shifted her stance, attacking the burly man's jaw as she knelt down.
Bang!
Taken aback by the sudden assault, the man stumbled back, crashing into the control panel. The key had rendered the mech's weapon systems inoperative, and in his unintended collision, he inadvertently pressed several buttons, causing the serpent mech's cannons to shift direction and fire into the air.
A fiery explosion erupted.
fortunately diverting from the original aim at Lu Zi and the others fleeing toward the pavilion. "You filthy rat!" the burly man bellowed in rage. As a seasoned criminal, his physical prowess far surpassed that of any sub-female like Shien Yun. Just as she regained her footing, he seized her hair and slammed her down to the ground.
"Ah!"
Shien Yun cried out, only to be yanked back up by her hair, his other hand tightening around her throat. Her face quickly transitioned from pale to a disturbing shade of blue. Witnessing this, Yunli felt an urgent need to act. Another second could cost Shien Yun her life. She leaped onto the man's back, her legs clamping tightly around his waist, while her hands dug fiercely into his eyes. The sharp pain and sudden loss of vision caused him to release Shien Yun, who fell heavily against the cockpit wall. She lay there, silent and seemingly unconscious. It is evidently an unrealistic endeavor to believe that two women could turn the tide against a ruthless bandit. Within mere moments of their arrival in the cockpit, one, Shien Yun, was left gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of life and death, while the other faced the imminent threat of being crushed like an insignificant insect. Deprived of Shien Yun, the bandit effortlessly swatted away Young Li's wrist as she clawed at his eyes, seizing her neck with one hand and forcefully slamming her onto the control panel. At that moment, Young Li found herself engulfed in darkness, with stars swirling around her vision. Struggling to shake off the dizziness, she attempted to regain focus, only to witness the bandit raising her once more for another brutal strike, a sharp pain shooting through her left leg as her internal organs seemed on the verge of dislocation. The bandit drew forth a highly advanced lightsaber from his waist, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes as he aimed for her chest. Despair washed over Young Li. Was she truly to meet her demise here? At that instant, a sudden stir in her mental realm signaled the emergence of the dandelion, prompting her to call out in her heart, "Little dandelion, come quickly to my rescue. My life hangs by a thread." In Chapter 50, titled Your Highness the Prince, a blinding white light erupted from the dandelion within her mental world, encircling the bandit's head with a visible halo. While the bandit was momentarily astonished, he soon felt a searing pain in his mind, realizing with horror that his mental powers were rapidly diminishing. The white halo appeared to siphon his mental energy, transferring it directly into Young Li's consciousness. "Heavens, what is happening? Stop this at once!" The bandit cried in terror, utterly unable to wield his powers, as if forcibly restrained. His mental reserves were dwindling to a near-dry state. Gritting his teeth, he retreated, severing some of his mental connections to alleviate the agony. But the loss of most of his power brought him perilously close to a violent outburst. In desperation, he fished a vial of calming serum from his pocket and injected it into his body. With his limbs growing weak and sweat pouring down, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to charge at Young Li, just as his lightsaber was about to pierce her chest. In that fateful moment, his fierce visage exploded before her eyes. It erupted suddenly, a crimson mist scattering throughout the cockpit, flesh and blood painting the air with horrific splatters. While Shien Yun was also splattered with remnants of the carnage. She yearned to faint once more. But perhaps the impacts of being used as a mere object had somehow cancelled out her dizziness. The bandit's head burst apart like a mushroom cloud, his neck obliterated, leaving only his towering body still clutching the lightsaber aimed at Young Li's heart, before collapsing in a shower of blood. It was then that she caught sight of the one who had intervened against the bandit. He stood at the hatch of the mecha, his arm equipped with a laser cannon, which had just obliterated the bandit's head. He approached her with rapid strides against the light, becoming clearer in her fading vision. As he drew near, a tall and imposing figure, he inquired softly, laced with concern, "Are you all right?" Alas, she was far from well. With the danger now past, the adrenaline that had once surged through her veins dissipated, leaving her acutely aware of the pain coursing through her flesh and bones. Every part of her body screamed in agony. Zonglin gently helped her up, his robust arms cradling her fragile form, fearful that he might inadvertently harm her further. As Young Li finally discerned his features, surprise widened her eyes, tinged with relief. "It's you." It was none other than the generous customer she had encountered while delivering takeout at the military academy, a serendipitous reunion that had resulted in him saving her life. Zonglin had come to attend a family banquet hosted by his friend, Elon Hartman. Typically reluctant to engage in unofficial gatherings, he had opted to retreat to the center of the artificial lake for a moment of solitude, only to spring into action when Young Li and her companions faced the serpentine mecha. As the heir to the empire, he never shed his protective mecha weaponry. And today's assault had reaffirmed the wisdom of his cautious approach. In Young Li's eyes, Zhonglin's long silver hair was loosely tied back, and though he wore a black suit, He had removed the jacket for ease of combat, now clad in a crisp white shirt. His exquisite and handsome face bore a rare pair of striking green eyes, filled with concern as he assessed her condition. His sleeves rolled to the elbow, revealing well-defined muscles. A smoking miniature metal cannon adorned his right wrist, the very weapon that had dispatched the bandit. What a remarkably handsome and affluent figure he was. Yet, this was hardly the moment for her to admire his beauty. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she gestured toward Shien Yun, who lay in the corner, lifeless and unresponsive. Is she still alive? Zhong Lin stepped closer, kneeling to check Shien Yun's breath. Manipulating the star ring, he pressed it against Shien Yun's arm. And she jolted awake with a gasp, her body trembling violently. Just moments ago, the bandit had gripped her throat with such force that she could hardly breathe, and now, she was inexplicably alive. Shien Yun's gaze darted around the cockpit, landing on the headless corpse of the bandit, and she gasped in surprise. Having witnessed death on the front lines, her reaction was more one of shock than terror. Her fear was now directed towards the living bandit. Now that he was dead, both she and Young Li had survived. But what of Young Li? Shien Yun turned to see Young Li, pale and trembling, propped against the control panel, a sight that did not bode well. Despite the pain from her injuries, her training allowed her to endure, and she approached Young Li with concern. Young Li, can you still move? Young Li attempted to shift, only for a surge of excruciating pain from her left leg to eclipse all other sensations, causing her to draw in sharp breaths as tears streamed down her face. It hurts. I can't move at all. Determined, Shien Yun bent down to carry Young Li. But before she could, a tall figure interjected, "Get on my back. I'll carry you." Caught up in concern for Young Li's injuries, Shien Yun had yet to express her gratitude to the one who had saved them. However, upon recognizing the identity of her would-be rescuer, she gasped in disbelief. "Your Highness the Prince." Though Shien Yun was not well acquainted with Zhong Lin, her social status did not afford her the opportunity to engage with someone of his royal caliber. Her knowledge of him came solely from media and high-profile events. Rumors circulated that the prince was cold-hearted and indifferent to women, leaving her astonished at this unexpected encounter. There has never been any special favor shown towards any high-ranking sub-female. Previously, Shien Yun had accompanied a relative, also a high-ranking sub-female, to attend the prince's selection banquet. Just as rumored, the prince exhibited no interest in these sub-females, allowing them to engage in various overt and covert intrigues while he remained aloof in a corner, holding a wine cup, observing everything with a mocking gaze. He seemed so elevated, so indifferent, bordering on inhumanity. Yet today, he had taken the initiative to half-crouch before Yunli, intending to carry her away from this place. Shien Yun's mind was in disarray, unable to fathom Zhong Lin's intentions. Was he acting out of genuine goodwill or selfish motives? Chapter 51. The prince's feelings for her are not entirely pure. Shien Yun found it difficult to make decisions on behalf of Yunli in such matters. Moreover, with the prince's prior actions, she felt it inappropriate to compete for this opportunity. Resigning herself to a shared understanding born from the perilous escape, carefully helping Yunli onto Zhong Lin's back. Though Zhong Lin was tall and slender, the muscles concealed beneath his shirt were firm and powerful, easily accommodating Yunli. With her heart finally at ease, leaning against Zhong Lin's back, the immediate crisis seemed to have been averted. As the three were about to exit the cockpit, they stumbled upon an unexpected corpse beside the seats. Yunli recognized the body vividly. It belonged to the sub-female with whom she had just quarreled in the lounge, named Samantha, if she recalled correctly. Connecting this to the words spoken by the bandit while he was still alive, Yunli thought of the attendant who had suffered alongside her and received 2 slaps from Samantha. Was this bandit masquerading as the attendant? How had he managed to suppress his stature to resemble an ordinary server when he was evidently much bulkier than Gongye Yuanzhou? Were it not for the silver-haired beauty employing artillery, engaging in direct combat might not have guaranteed victory over the bandit. As the ancients proclaimed, sheer strength can overpower skill. No matter how refined one's technique, it crumbles before absolute power. The online jesters of the Blue Star era were right. Firearms are equalizers among all beings. One must not be overly arrogant. Humility is the true path. Yunli dismissed Samantha's provocative words, perhaps because she was the victor in this encounter, her resolve unshaken. However, the attendant had become her outlet for frustration. Samantha had presumed the most vulnerable target was the attendant, yet it was she who ultimately met her demise at his hands. Samantha's pale apricot-colored gown was drenched in blood, her body displaced, with her head lying beneath the main seat in the cockpit, eyes wide open in death. her cheeks bearing the imprints of blood-stained footprints. The bandit had harbored deep-seated hatred for her, severing her head as if it were a ball to be kicked. Confronted with such a gruesome scene, Yunli shuddered involuntarily, as if the pain coursing through her body had momentarily ceased. Zonglin seemed to sense her fear. Turning his head slightly to comfort her softly, "Do not be afraid." In his heart, he silently added, "I am here." Behind them, Shien Yun gasped in surprise. Noticing the unconscious, Yunli slumped against Zonglin's back. "Yunli, are you alright?" Yunli was not well at all. The tension that had built up in her throat dissipated, and she felt pain radiating throughout her body. Forcing herself to maintain composure, her gaze faded into a haze before succumbing to darkness. Zonglin felt Yunli's soft face resting against his back and quickly reached out, cradling her in his arms. As Yunli was shifted from his back to his warm embrace, she felt as if she were a small boat on the tumultuous sea, on the verge of capsizing. Shien Yun watched as Yunli lay softly in the prince's arms. Nestled close to his heart, the noble prince holding her protectively. Frowning slightly, he brushed his fingers across her forehead. She has a slight fever. Upon examining her somewhat swollen legs, he surmised her left leg may have sustained a fracture from the bandit's attack. Her constitution is rather frail. Prompt and effective medical attention is vital to alleviate her suffering. These words were more for his own reassurance than for Shien Yun's benefit. He needed to remind himself to arrange for Yunli's urgent treatment as swiftly as possible. Seeing her as a fragile little bird battered by a storm, his desire to protect her surged to its peak. Shien Yun observed the prince's expression, then glanced at the pale and pitiful Yunli in his arms, pondering the bizarre circumstances. The sub-female favored by Gongye Yuanzhou seemed to have stirred feelings in the prince that were far from pure. Zonglin's typically stoic countenance showed no signs of disturbance. Yet he gently adjusted Yunli in his arms, burying her feverish face against his chest. With one arm cradling her, he walked to the door. For Zonglin, the cockpit, positioned 3 to 4 meters above the lake surface, was merely a trivial leap away, and he landed effortlessly on the speedboat he had arrived in. When they had charged into the cockpit to confront the bandit, it had been a reckless gamble fueled by adrenaline. Now, as Shien Yun descended, her movements were somewhat clumsy. Yet she landed safely. Almost as soon as she jumped onto the speedboat, it darted towards the pavilion at the center of the lake like an arrow. Shien Yun and Yunli, along with Lozi, had initially approached the pavilion by rowing a wooden boat. Otherwise, Zonglin's timely rescue would not have been possible. Upon reaching the pavilion, Zonglin promptly ushered the two into his lounge, retrieving a golden-hued coat from the wardrobe to envelop Yunli snugly before hoisting her onto his back. He then secured their bodies together with another piece of clothing. He needed his hands free to protect her. The Hartmann family security at the Garden Hotel had likely been compromised for some time. The entire sub-female lounge had almost transformed into a playground for those bandits, with 40% of the sub-females hiding in various concealed corners since the chaos began. Aside from the unfortunate few who had been captured and killed, the remaining fortunate ones remained hidden, while the remaining 60% became targets of the bandits' brutal revelry, with blood and severed limbs saturating the entire lounge. After ensuring Yunli was somewhat stabilized in the lounge, Zonglin prepared to depart again. They could not remain trapped here. If her injuries were not treated promptly, it could indeed be fatal. Shien Yun also collected herself and took the energy gun Zonglin tossed to her, following closely behind him. Having narrowly escaped death, she found herself at a loss. Yunli was unconscious, and the whereabouts of Lozi and the others were unknown. The entire pavilion felt eerily quiet, as if only the three of them remained. Zonglin led them to a docking area for speedboats and wooden boats at the pavilion, sequentially entering the matching codes to activate the speedboat's power. After checking the energy gauge, he selected a boat with a full charge. Just as he was about to start the engine and leave the pavilion, a figure stumbled out from another lounge, waving frantically at them. "Wait for us! Wait for us!" Shien Yun looked up and recognized Lozi, her heart lifting with joy. She quickly reached out. "Come here, hurry!" Chapter 52, Surviving Catastrophe. Seeing that Shien Yun was still alive brought a smile to Lozi's face. She immediately turned and waved towards the window of the other lounge. "It's Shien Yun." As the chaos unfolded, Miao Miao emerged, carrying a severely distressed Xia, whose condition was even worse than Yunli's. Lozi rushed to her side to lend support, and the three of them were left in nothing but their undergarments, hastily making their way here. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and soon two of them arrived, bearing Xia along with them. Shien Yun disembarked to assist in lifting Xia onto the speedboat. Xia's lips were ashen, her consciousness fading. Her abdomen bore wounds from fragments of the wooden boat. Meow Meow and Lozi had desperately pressed a robe against the injured area, tightly binding it with rope, hoping to staunch the bleeding until they could reach safety. The speedboat set off towards the resting area, and Shien Yun cast a worried glance at Xia, who lay on the deck, breathing heavily. How is she? Meow Meow and Lozi's expressions were grave. She's lost a lot of blood. We must get her to the medical chamber immediately. Otherwise, the unspoken reality loomed heavy in the air. If they delayed, Xia's fate would be grim. Yet, this region was sealed by a spatial lock. Even if the front hall personnel managed to neutralize the ambushers outside and locate the tools required to unseal the lock, the process would demand time. Some advanced spatial locks could take anywhere from 1 to 3 days to breach, while simpler ones might take 3 to 5 hours. For their group, survival hinged on enduring this area for at least 3 to 5 hours, but they were surrounded by lurking wolves, leaving them uncertain if their decision to leave the pavilion in the lake was wise. Reality soon confirmed their choice was indeed prudent, as the very spot they had just vacated was struck by a shell, obliterating all structures in a fiery explosion. Over 20 speedboats could be seen racing towards the pavilion from a kilometer away, their roars drowned by the raucous cries of triumph from their occupants. Zonglin maintained a steady hand on the wheel of the speedboat. They must have realized the serpentine mech was ambushed and are likely trying to catch any survivors. Brace yourselves. He accelerated once more, propelling their speedboat towards the resting area at maximum velocity. They could not allow themselves to be encircled on the water, otherwise the enemy's artillery could turn the lake into a boiling cauldron around them. Regrettably, fortune did not favor them this time. It remained unclear whether the assailants possessed any tracking devices, but as Zonglin navigated towards the resting area, the speedboat was suddenly attacked. He maneuvered swiftly to evade the incoming shell, which detonated near the vessel, sending waves that knocked the speedboat off course. Just as they regained control, a series of shells rained down upon them. Zonglin, demonstrating remarkable driving skills, narrowly avoided destruction. But the explosion in the lake sent a towering column of water cascading down upon them, the heat from the blast overwhelming. The shockwave induced a disorienting ringing in their ears, yet they were grateful to have survived. At last, the speedboat reached the shore unscathed. Zonglin clutched an energy gun in one hand while carefully cradling Yunli in the other. Shien Yun, Lozi, and the others took turns carrying Xia, their own conditions deteriorating from the residual ringing in their ears and throbbing headaches caused by the explosion. They gritted their teeth and pressed on. In the face of life and death, such discomforts were trivial. However, calamity struck anew. As they disembarked, footsteps echoed ominously around them. Fear swiftly washed over Shien Yun and Lozi, and Zonglin's expression hardened. The royal guard was en route. As the heir to the empire, his safety was paramount, and should he be unreachable for more than 10 minutes, the guard would mobilize to secure his safety. He scanned their surroundings, noting the dense foliage. You all take cover there. I will draw them away. Following his directive, Shien Yun and the others complied as Zonglin hastened forward, entrusting Yunli to Shien Yun. Take care of her. I will return shortly. Hearts racing, Shien Yun and Lozi nodded in swift agreement. Meow Meow shielded Yunli with large leaves, while they cloaked themselves in various foliage and vines, ensuring the assailants would not discover their hiding place. The mechs possessed thermal imaging capabilities, capable of detecting nearby living beings. Thus, they could only hope that no assailants were piloting mechs in the vicinity, granting them a slim chance of survival. Before long, chaotic voices drifted from afar. There he is. Oh, the Imperial Prince. If we take him down, we'll be renowned across the stars. Aren't you afraid of the Emperor chasing you to the ends of the universe? What's there to fear? Just hide on the chaotic star, assume a new identity. He could search for 500 years and never find me. Hurry, let's move. Capturing or killing him could yield rewards surpassing those for capturing these high-ranking A-class females. As a shell detonated with a resounding boom, Shien Yun felt the spatial lock quiver, uprooting many nearby plants and further obscuring their concealment. The battle outside raged on for an extended period. As Shien Yun lay beside Yunli, feeling at a loss, their cover was suddenly torn away. Meow Meow let out a startled shriek, which ceased abruptly upon recognizing Zonglin. He did not spare her a glance. Instead, he bent down to lift the unconscious Yunli once more. Shien Yun and the others quickly readied themselves to follow, noting Zonglin's white shirt, now stained with blood, whether from his own injuries or that of the enemy was unclear. The acrid scent of gunpowder clung heavily to him, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. Passing through an area strewn with wrecked mechs, they encountered the charred remains of a mech that had self-destructed. This was likely the very machine Zonglin had been piloting. The A-class resting area was expansive, featuring an artificial lake, a botanical garden, a technology museum, and a tea house, among other attractions. They had just traversed from the artificial lake, which now lay in ruins. The once lush water forest devastated by artillery fire, leaving the ornamental fish to float lifelessly on the surface. Having dealt with a wave of pursuers, Zonglin cradled Yunli as they reached the Rue Garden, the designated lodging for A-class females. He intended to take Yunli there for a moment of respite. The exertion of fleeing and fighting had drained much of his strength, and to evade the pursuing bandits, he needed to recuperate and maintain his energy. Chapter 53. Unlike her and them, the Rue Garden was momentarily safe, devoid of pursuers. Finding a relatively secluded room, Zonglin carried Yunli inside. Shien Yun, Lozi, and the others hesitated yet followed. Knowing that in such a perilous and hostile environment, parting ways would only hasten their demise. Furthermore, Zonglin's formidable combat prowess was beyond their capabilities. Even if it meant enduring his disdain, they felt compelled to remain by his side for Yunli's sake. Shien Yun thought to herself, resigned to the necessity of survival, aware that Zonglin's attitude toward Yunli and toward them was distinctly different. Throughout their journey, he had protected Yunli exceptionally well. And each time Shien Yun suggested swapping places to carry Yunli, her proposals were met with disregard. Before this, Yuanzhou and Yuanzhi had not divulged the connection between His Highness the Crown Prince and Yunli, and given the current circumstances, their relationship appears to be even more intimate than one might have anticipated. Lu Zi Miao Miao and Shien Yun frantically laid the gravely injured Xia on the only small bed in the room.
Observing Xia's pallid visage,
Their hearts were consumed with anxiety. Although her wounds had been tightly bandaged, the gaping lacerations continued to ooze a trickle of blood, with the fabric binding her waist now thoroughly soaked in crimson. Exhausted, famished, and weary from their escape, the group collapsed onto the floor, leaning against the bed frame. Inhaling deeply, their faces etched with the remnants of terror. They had only focused on fleeing moments ago, and now the gravity of their fear and regret weighed heavily upon them. Reflecting on the massacre that had transpired in the rest area, their expressions darkened. Such a heinous upheaval in Central Star was beyond comprehension. Shien Yun, her heightened tension beginning to ease, took a moment to survey their surroundings. Naturally noticing the distinct manner in which Zonglin held Yunli, Zonglin sat in the blind spot of the room, his golden-hued coat enveloping Yunli snugly, revealing only a delicate, jade-like calf. The heat radiating from his body, coupled with the tightly wrapped coat, caused her to break into a light sweat. The fragrance reminiscent of gardenias infiltrating his senses, tempting him to relax, yet he resolutely shook his head to remain alert. Yunli's hair was damp, perhaps from having fallen into the water during their escape, or from the warmth of Zonglin's embrace, clinging to her cheeks in gentle tendrils that curled against her neck. With her eyes firmly shut in slumber, Shien Yun watched Zonglin cradle her with an unmistakable tenderness, his fingers gently caressing the hem of Yunli's garment as he leaned cautiously against her smooth side. When their faces finally aligned, Shien Yun distinctly heard Zonglin exhale a contented sigh. A sharp breath escaped the sleeping Yunli, her injured cheek reacting to the added pressure, eliciting a sound of discomfort. Zonglin, startled, instinctively withdrew from her side, realizing she remained asleep but was frowning in distress. This prompted him to rise. Scrutinizing Yunli carefully, his hands parting the golden coat to check for injuries, only to discover a wound on her inner cheek, now devoid of blood yet inflamed and tender. Shien Yun recognized that the injury on Yunli's face had been inflicted by debris from the exploding wooden ship during the Serpentine Mecha's assault, a wound that, while painful, had ultimately spared her life. Meanwhile, Xia, wounded in the abdomen, turned her gaze towards the feebly breathing figure on the bed, and Shien Yun couldn't help but sigh, hoping fervently that she would survive this ordeal. Zonglin stood and dragged a reclining chair to the corner where they had just sat, carefully placing Yunli upon it. Before addressing Shien Yun, "Take care of her. I shall return shortly." Shien Yun nodded in agreement, all right. As Yunli slept soundly in the chair, she required no care other than the absence of danger. Everyone longed for a peaceful slumber after the harrowing escape. Zonglin's brief absence was but a moment, for he soon re-entered the room, carrying a rectangular, silver-white technological box. Shien Yun's eyes sparkled upon seeing it, a medical kit. They were in dire need of such supplies. Although it could not compare to a treatment pod, which was only found in major hospitals, this kit contained essential medications and suturing tools, enabling them to effectively tend to Xia's injuries. Zonglin opened the medical kit and retrieved antiseptic iodine to cleanse the wound on Yun Li's cheek. The yellow liquid was applied to her injury, serving as a disinfectant. Its moderate alcohol content made it suitable for treating ordinary wounds, causing only a slight furrow of her brow as he finished the procedure. Though he knew that this would not provide substantial aid to Yunli, Zonglin instinctively continued, the cool breeze alleviating some of the stinging sensation brought on by the alcohol. He then sprinkled some hemostatic powder over the wound and secured it with white gauze and hospital tape, completing the treatment. After attending to Yun Li's injury, he set the medical kit down and pushed it towards Shien Yun and the others. Understanding his intent, Shien Yun immediately coordinated with Lu Zi Miao Miao and the others to systematically clean, suture, and medicate Xia's wounds, subsequently using the gauze from the kit to bandage her injuries. Each of them then took a moment to treat their own minor wounds before leaning against the bed, their fatigue causing their eyelids to droop heavily. I will keep watch now. You all decide who will relieve me in 2 hours. Zonglin's calm voice resonated from the corner where he sat. They were still not out of danger, and 2 hours of sleep would be a luxury, as they might be discovered by the bandits before the first watch was over, prompting them to flee once again. Zonglin had not only secured the medical kit during his brief excursion, but had also confirmed 3 alternative escape routes from Rui Garden. They could never venture into a dead end without an exit, as that would seal off their escape entirely. I will, Shien Yun volunteered. Lu Zi followed suit after Shien Yun. It will be my turn. Miao Miao chimed in, then I will take my turn after Lu Zi. With this simple arrangement made, they began to rest. Zonglin, as the first watchman, ensured Yunli was comfortably placed in the reclining chair before seating himself beside her. Once the breaths of those in the room began to steady, he gently slipped his long fingers beneath the golden coat draped over Yunli, quietly grasping her hand, gradually intertwining their fingers. Chapter 54. Another dandelion in the realm of the mind? At this moment, Yunli's spirit seemed to detach from her pain-ridden body, returning to her mental sanctuary. She recalled the time when, on the brink of death, the little dandelion in her spiritual realm had unleashed an assault on the bandit's mental energy. The bandit appeared to be in excruciating agony, yet ultimately managed to sever part of his mental connection. This was not an auspicious sign. Her frail body, even without the use of mental energy, could be easily vanquished by a punch from any interstellar male. If the little dandelion's mental energy could not completely deplete the opponent's reserves, her fragile form would still have to contend with their physical assaults. The little dandelion in her mental realm seemed to have recently absorbed a considerable amount of the bandit's mental energy, now languid and lethargic. Yet, Yunli noticed black threads entwined from its green roots to the tips of its leaves, its entire being shrouded in darkness as if it had transformed into another species of plant. However, the little dandelion was tirelessly absorbing these black threads, treating them as some urgently needed fertilizer, greedily drawing them in. Wait! When did another dandelion appear? She distinctly remembered there being only one dandelion in her mental realm. When did this new one arrive? Previously, she had referred to the sole dandelion in her spiritual domain as the little dandelion. But in the presence of this newly sprouted dandelion, it could no longer be called little. From their size to their stems and leaves, this exceedingly petite dandelion is undoubtedly 2 enhanced versions of itself, warranting the designation of big dandelion and little dandelion. The big dandelion is ensconced in black threads, its vibrant green stems and leaves shimmering within the embrace of the dark fibers, as if it is in the process of absorbing nourishment. Conversely, the little dandelion, a diminutive yet equally lustrous entity, sparkles amidst the yellow sands of the desert, emitting a desperate cry for sustenance. Thus, the unresolved inquiry resurfaces. What are these black threads? How did the second dandelion come into being? The sole connection to the little dandelion's spiritual realm appears to be the mental energy of the marauder. Within the known expanse of the cosmos, mental energy is categorized into 2 types, normal and volatile, both intricately intertwined, each containing elements of the other. The comforting mental energy of the females intervenes in the male's mental domain to quell the volatile energy, maintaining a precarious balance. She rapidly engaged in a mental brainstorming session, daring to entertain a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the little dandelion has entirely separated these 2 forms of mental energy within its own spiritual realm? The black threads might symbolize the volatile aspect, while the newly sprouted plant within the mental landscape could represent the seed sown by the intact mental energy. If this were the case, then her dandelion would be extraordinary, perhaps even a purifying master of the interstellar mental realm. But what could be the catalyst for summoning the dandelion? Does it only manifest in moments of peril? No. She recalled that the last time her mental world transformed, she was in the company of Gongye Yuanzhou. Hence, the black threads that appeared in her mental realm that day could represent the volatile aspect of Gongye Yuanzhou's mental energy. Or perhaps she could summon it at will. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt an urge to experiment, yet found herself unable to control her body, as if it had succumbed to a profound slumber. What was happening? Wasn't there pain before? Surely, she wasn't paralyzed now. The more she pondered, the greater her dread grew, until suddenly, the space within her mental realm cracked open, and she plummeted into the unfathomable darkness. In a dimly lit room, Yunli, who had been unconscious, abruptly opened her eyes, only to furrow her brow in discomfort. The pain was still excruciating. The marauder had truly intended to harm her, leaving her body aching all over. Once the pain subsided, she surveyed her surroundings, noticing the rhythmic sound of breathing nearby. A man's robust chest caused her body to gently rise and fall in tandem with his, as he lay beside her on a slightly smaller lounge chair, one arm protectively cradling her. Who is this man? Could it be Gongye Yuanzhou? No, it isn't him. In the soft light, she discerned the man's shoulder-length silver hair. He was the ethereal customer she had encountered at the military academy. It was now deep into the night, and everyone else was sound asleep. She spotted Meow Meow at the window, peering out cautiously. It seemed she had temporarily escaped, yet the danger had not been fully averted. Seizing the opportunity, she sought to validate her hypothesis by closing her eyes and attempting to summon the dandelion in her mental realm, just as she had done previously with the marauder. However, the two dandelions merely shivered slightly, failing to spring into action. What was amiss? Had she executed the process incorrectly? Recalling the triggers for her previous mental awakenings, she remembered that the first occurred after her encounter with Gongye Yuanzhou, and the second during the marauder's assault. Both instances shared a commonality: physical contact. She dismissed any thoughts about why they were lying on the same lounge chair, feeling no loss herself. As a girl who had already tasted flesh, she was acutely aware of her body's peculiar sensations and found it implausible that such a strikingly handsome man would be without an accompanying high-ranking female. Surely, he wouldn't pounce on a female like a hungry wolf merely upon sight. Moreover, given their current circumstances, with Meow Meow's cautious demeanor, it was evident they had not yet escaped peril. Who had the luxury to dwell on romantic notions at a time like this? Unbeknownst to Yunli, during her unconsciousness, her hand entwined with Zhonglin's had been playfully toyed with countless times, and while lying beside Yunli in a dreamlike state, Zhonglin vowed he had never experienced such blissful slumber as he did inhaling her fragrance. If Yunli were to learn of Gongye Yuanzhou and Zhonglin's thoughts, she would undoubtedly be perplexed. Fragrance? Was it truly possible for her to be associated with such a notion? All she could detect was the odor of sweat, and one who claimed she smelled delightful clearly had questionable olfactory senses. As Yunli awoke, the disorienting sensation of weightlessness prompted her fingers to instinctively withdraw from Zhonglin's grasp, while he remained in a serene slumber beside her. Cautiously, she began to maneuver her hand beneath her coat, attempting to reach out and touch his skin. However, midway through, her fingers brushed against a long, jade-like digit, causing her to momentarily exhilarate as her fingers, like a spider, spread across the warmth of his hand. This would suffice. This could undoubtedly be classified as immersive skin contact. Closing her eyes once more, she endeavored to summon the dandelion, and this time, the little dandelion responded, emitting a delicate white halo that extended from Yunli's head to connect with Zhonglin's. Chapter 55. We are saved. This time, she succeeded. Yunli distinctly entered Zhonglin's mental realm through her spiritual tendrils, where the black and white energies interwove harmoniously. Upon successfully contacting the black energy with her white tendrils, she behaved like a bully, greedily tugging at the black threads, forcefully detaching them from the pure white energy and continuously transmitting them back to her own mental space. She could even hear the big dandelion's contented burps, as it was now thoroughly ensnared by the black threads, unable to consume another morsel. Subsequently, the excess black threads were cast upon the little dandelion, which began to sway without wind, appearing delighted by the arrival of the dark nourishment, eagerly wrapping itself around it and shimmering as it commenced absorption. However, both the big and little dandelions had reached saturation. The black threads extracted from Zhonglin's mental realm rewrapped themselves around his pure mental energy. Yunli had a sense of the situation and promptly withdrew her spiritual tendrils. In his slumber, Zhonglin let out a satisfied sigh. He had never felt such comfort, far surpassing even the effects of a mental tranquilizer. As if he had undergone a cleansing. His eyelids began to flutter, and Yunli anticipated he would awaken momentarily. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from outside, startling everyone in the room, including Zonlin, awake. Miao Miao, on guard, pointed excitedly toward the sky. The spatial lock has been released. Everyone turned to follow her gaze, witnessing numerous tiny blue lightning flashes emanating from the cracked space, a crucial component of the spatial lock. The exposure of this blue lightning signified the beginning of the tear from the outside in. Reinforcements had arrived. This invigorated everyone's spirits. Even the pale and feeble Xia, who was being supported by Shien Yun, wept with joy, exclaiming, "Xia, we have been saved." Luo Zi and Miao Miao immediately rose to their feet, forming a makeshift stretcher with metal panels to carry Xia, while Zonglin instinctively cradled Yunli in his arms. He intended to check if her facial wounds had improved, but instead found himself locked in a gaze with her clear, penetrating eyes. Caught off guard, it felt as if she could see straight into his soul. Zonglin, who had always believed his heart to be rather indifferent, now felt it race uncontrollably. The rapid thudding echoed in his ears. You're awake?" His face flushed crimson, and his words came out somewhat heated, contrasting with the calm facade he attempted to maintain. Yunli, having only met him once before, was oblivious to his unusual demeanor and merely nodded in response. Upon seeing her regain consciousness and her spirits lift, Zonglin inquired, "Does your body still ache?" "It seems to have subsided," she replied. When the bandits had struck her against the control panel, she had feared her internal organs had been dislocated, thinking she might lose her life that day. Yet, miraculously escaping death, the excruciating pain that had once felt like broken bones had vanished without a trace. Yunli pondered that perhaps this was linked to the little dandelion in her mental realm, for in this interstellar age where even psychic powers existed, who still adhered to conventional science. "Shall we venture outside?" Shien Yun and Luo Zi asked, their readiness palpable, yet they instinctively sought Zonglin's opinion. He shook his head. All his weapons and mechs had been depleted during the skirmish with the bandits. His solitary energy gun contained merely half its charge, sufficient to ensure his and Yunli's safety against 1 or 2 bandits, but it was certainly not an opportune moment to venture out. The rescue team had just breached the enemy's spatial lock, and this area was dominated by the bandits. An encounter would inevitably lead to fierce combat, making it unwise to exit now. Indeed, not long after, the sound of energy guns erupted nearby, accompanied by the clashing of mechs and deafening explosions, creating a violent scene. Debris from the skirmish splattered against the windows of the lounge, and shells detonated close to the building, leaving them with a loud ringing in their ears. Zonglin held Yunli protectively, placing his hands over her ears to alleviate her discomfort. Yunli, however, felt that such kindness was unnecessary, leaving her own hands awkwardly displaced. Not wishing to waste the moment, she decided to cover Zonglin's ears instead. Upon feeling the warmth of her touch, Zonglin's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Yunli, puzzled, wondered what was amiss. Was he not accustomed to being touched? It occurred to her that some individuals, particularly those from affluent backgrounds, often exhibited a certain aversion to physical contact. Just as she hesitated whether to withdraw her hands from his ears in favor of providing her own protection, Zonglin awkwardly averted his gaze from hers. She could only feel the heat radiating from his ears, causing her palms to sweat. The battle outside persisted for over an hour until several hovering vehicles soared into the sky, racing from the hotel towards the flight paths. Teams 1 and 2 were dispatched to pursue and eliminate the enemy, while Teams 4 and 5 remained to secure the area and rescue those trapped. Zonglin's ears perked up at the sound of Instructor Seiza's voice, a wave of relief washing over him. Salvation was at hand. He turned to Shien Yun and Luo Zi, declaring, "Let us proceed. It is safe now." Overjoyed, Luo Zi, Shien Yun, and Miao Miao swiftly lifted the seriously injured Xia and opened the door to exit, with Zonglin closely following, still cradling Yunli. In truth, Yunli yearned to inform Zonglin that she was well enough to walk on her own. However, observing Zonglin's hurried strides, she realized that given the short distance, she would only delay Xia's rescue by trying to keep up with them. Therefore, she chose to remain silent. 99 steps had already been traversed. What was one last little wobble? Yunli thought, feeling somewhat shameless. As they emerged, they quickly caught the attention of the crowd. Upon noticing Xia lying on the metal stretcher, medical personnel rushed over to provide assistance. After confirming Xia's identity, they called out for her family. "Is there a relative of Xia Brian present?" "Yes," Yes, here. A brown-haired man, whose arm was injured and forehead bleeding, rushed towards them, tears of joy streaming down his face as he wiped the blood from his eyes. Shia, her consciousness hazy, could only make out a familiar silhouette approaching from the light. Weakly murmuring, "Is that you, Peter?" Peter grasped her cold hand within his warm palm, exclaiming, "It is I am here." He then shouted urgently, "Doctor, please save my partner." Chapter 56. Gongye Yuanzhou, I am not dead. The situation within the estate, sealed off by the bandits' spatial lock, was dire. Most of the agender individuals had perished under the onslaught of the bandits' energy weapons, while several high-ranking and mid-ranking agender individuals had been abducted, leaving the resting areas steeped in bloodshed. Even the artificial lake was littered with the bodies of agender individuals and attendants. Rescue personnel initially approached the resting area with little hope, seeking any severely injured individuals who might still be saved. However, those agender individuals and attendants who had hidden themselves emerged, while those who had been discovered by the bandits were dead beyond salvation. In other words, those who could walk required no rescue, and those who could not were beyond help. Instructor Seiza, having endured days of exhaustion, felt the weight of the horror that had unfolded in the central star system, a direct affront to their planetary defense forces. Recent events had been tumultuous, beginning with the invasion of alien beasts, followed by this terrifying attack. Truly, it was a year of misfortune, especially upon learning that the Crown Prince was among those trapped. His heart raced with anxiety. Should the Crown Prince perish here, his own fate would be sealed. Yet seeing the Crown Prince standing intact before him brought immense relief. As one of the ministers of the planetary defense forces, Seiza could have delegated the rescue operations to others, but the urgency intensified with the Crown Prince's involvement. She had suffered the most severe injuries, but thankfully, she had held on until the rescue team and her partner arrived. After the doctor performed a preliminary cleaning of her wounds, they swiftly arranged for her transfer to the nearest hospital for further treatment. Shien Yun, Luo Zi, and the others were enveloped in the arms of their partners, still shaken by the ordeal. Shien Yun's military partner repeatedly checked her for injuries, his rough hands trembling as they grasped her delicate wrist. He could scarcely bear the thought of her becoming one of those agender individuals, disfigured by explosions and gunfire, a thought that pierced his heart deeply. Miao Miao and Luo Zi wept in their partners' embraces, still haunted by the memories of their escape. In the frantic moments of fleeing, they had prioritized survival. But only after reuniting with their loved ones did the fear truly set in. As Zonglin conversed with Instructor Seiza, he naturally held Yunli close. And under the instructor's scrutinizing gaze, he felt a hidden sense of satisfaction and honor, considering this an unspoken declaration of his bond with Yunli. Such thoughts, however, were unknowable to Instructor Seiza, for from his perspective, any agender individual favored by the Crown Prince would undoubtedly receive unanimous consent. As the most distinguished heir of the royal family in a century, Zonglin possessed the extraordinary ability to command the elements from the moment of his birth. He held absolute dominion over the political system of the Central Star, an innate embodiment of aristocracy. For such a crown prince, there would be countless individuals willing to pluck stars from the heavens at his behest, let alone a mere sub-female. Yet, a high-ranking sub-female is still not a true female. Perhaps only a genuine female could transcend all the established rules of this star system, but do they even exist? The authentic ones have vanished for nearly a millennium. Zonglin inquired, "Have you uncovered the truth? Who is responsible?" Instructor Sai Shah's tone was grave as he slowly uttered 3 words: the Restoration faction. They had infiltrated the banquet with a calculated agenda, aiming to abduct sub-females. Among the 6 high-ranking sub-females present at the event, aside from Tan Xingyun, who escaped alongside you, the remaining 5 were captured. Whether we can recover them remains uncertain, and it is not ruled out that they have already relocated the individuals in advance. Instructor Sai Shah struck the metallic wall with great force, leaving a deep dent. The Restoration faction has committed heinous acts over the years, those wretched vermin. I will ensure they are skinned alive. Yunli witnessed the profound indentations in the wall and believed that this instructor indeed possessed the capability to carry out such threats. At that moment, a tall figure clad in a gray-blue uniform hurriedly approached. "Instructor, you must come and see." As Instructor Sai Shah was engaged in discussions with the Crown Prince, he expressed his disdain towards the officer. "Didn't I instruct you to handle the scene? Why have you come here?" The officer felt wronged. It was not that he did not want to take care of it, but rather that he was incapable of doing so. The temperature has surged these past few days, and some corpses have begun to decay, leaking putrid fluids. Aside from the deceased sub-females whose bodies were claimed by their relatives, I ordered the soldiers to gather all remaining corpses for disposal.
Instructor Sci-Fi replied.
ISNT that arrangement adequate? If the decaying bodies are not dealt with promptly, various epidemics will spread, as recorded since the era of Blue Star. Although technology has advanced rapidly, enabling large-scale eradication of contagions, the mere presence of corpses is unsettling. The officer grimaced. Master Gongya's young master does not permit it. Instructor Sai Sha furrowed his brow. What is his problem? The military must obtain his approval to clear the corpses. This brat, increasingly ignorant of military discipline and regulations. It seems he has yet to find a sub-female and is recklessly rummaging through the piles of the deceased. Anyone who dares to obstruct him will face his wrath, making it difficult for us to intervene. A heavy feeling settled in Zhong Lin's heart. Indeed, the next moment, Yun Li in his arms stirred. Turning to the officer and instructor, confirming, "Are you referring to Gongye Yuanzhou?" Both the officer and instructor turned to the sub-female held by the crown prince. The officer, assuming she belonged to Zhong Lin, replied, "Yes." Yun Li immediately struggled in Zhong Lin's embrace. "Thank you. You can set me down now. I am the sub-female Gongye Yuanzhou has been searching for. My name is Yun Li, and I am his partner." The officer paused momentarily, his mouth reacting faster than his brain. Yes, just now, Master Gongye was calling out for Yun Li while searching. Then he came to his senses. Wait a minute. If you are Master Gongye as sub-female, then what does that make the crown prince? At the level of power held by Zhong Lin and Gongye Yuanzhou, the societal norm was a male-led monogamous system. In this scenario, it would be conceivable for two sub-females to vie for the crown prince or Master Gongye. But for one sub-female to be cradled in the crown prince's arms while proclaiming herself as Gongye Yuanzhou's partner? What of the crown prince's dignity? Instructor Sai Sha, evidently unaccustomed to such a love triangle, shifted his gaze between Yun Li and Zhong Lin, pondering the complexities of their entanglement. He often indulged in romantic dramas featuring domineering aristocrats on the Starnet, filled with love triangles. He loves her, she loves him. He loves her. Zhong Lin frowned slightly, but was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity to remain close to her, feigning a facade of propriety. Do not rush. You have just been injured and should not move. Allow me to carry you. Chapter 57. Gongye Yuanzhou, I am not dead. 2. Instructor Sai Sha remarked, Crown Prince, you are rather cunning. By holding her this way, are you facilitating her reunion with her partner or declaring war on him instead? The key was that her partner was the renowned battle maniac, Gongye Yuanzhou, who could contend with the crown prince equally, as he had yet to ascend to the throne. As Instructor Sai Sha fretted over the matter, Zhong Lin had already moved forward, carrying Yun Li. The officer remained there, caught between words, and Instructor Sai Sha urged him. Look here, can you manage to witness how this unfolds? Hurry and lead the way. In comparison to tidying up the aftermath here, the potential clash between the sole royal heir and the most favored heir of the Gongye family would likely trigger a chain reaction no less significant than the havoc wreaked by the Restoration faction. The officer dared not delay any further, immediately leading the way, while Instructor Sai Sha followed closely behind, anxious to mitigate any conflict that might arise. Arriving near the artificial lake designated for the disposal of corpses, they spotted a robust figure clad in a battle-worn vest, with black buzz-cut hair and a scabbed forehead. Gongye Yuanzhou, frantically clearing away piles of bodies, desperately searching for something. Another young man, dressed in a soiled white shirt, casually tied his shoulder-length golden hair back, his physique equally formidable as he dug through the remains, mirroring Gongye Yuanzhou's relentless search. Instructor Sai Sha was utterly bewildered. He could comprehend Gongye Yuanzhou's frantic quest for a sub-female, but why was Hartman's young master not addressing the crisis, but instead digging around aimlessly? He hastily approached Ailuan, asking, What are you doing? Without looking up, Ailuan continued his task, his actions synchronized with Gongye Yuanzhou's, searching for someone. Who? Instructor Sai Sha regarded him with incredulity, glancing back and forth between Ailuan and Gongye Yuanzhou. Are you assisting Gongye Yuanzhou in finding his sub-female? Are you two that close? As both were students held in high regard by their mentor, Instructor Sai Sha knew full well that the two young men were often at odds with one another. So, he found it hard to believe Ailuan Hartman would genuinely help Gongye Yuanzhou. Seeing Gongye Yuanzhou's frantic search for her, Yun Li was deeply moved to the point of tears. She truly felt overwhelmed. The young master was sincere towards her, but her initial intentions were driven purely by his wealth. She felt utterly wretched. It felt as though she had been taking advantage of an honest person. Yet, after narrowly escaping death and witnessing Gongye Yuanzhou's concern for her, it was impossible not to feel relief, fear, or gratitude. At the very least, in this unfamiliar starry expanse, there was someone who cared for her well-being. She sniffled, looking at Zonglin. Thank you, but would you kindly set me down for now? Zonglin realized he was nothing more than a base thief, hoarding someone else's moon within his embrace. Alas, the moon ultimately belonged to the skies above, destined to return there. The warmth of her touch and the gentle fragrance of her presence remained fleeting, akin to a dream, and upon hearing her request, he felt he lacked even the right to refuse. He gently placed the moon cradled in his arms upon the ground, his hand slowly clenching at his side. Within him surged an unfamiliar yet intriguing emotion, akin to a yearning that remained unfulfilled. Yunli dashed forward, her bare feet padding against the smooth surface, while the opulent golden cloak that Zonglin had draped around her billowed open, precariously dangling from her slender shoulders. Her delicate white legs moved swiftly. Yet to the eyes of the officers and soldiers present, it appeared no different from a leisurely stroll, even eliciting some bemusement. Surely, the most pampered of the secondary females would not exhibit such a languid pace. How splendid it must be to be a male. Rather than being encumbered as a secondary female, their bodies transformed into something akin to a dwarf. The officers and soldiers watched from a distance as Yunli sprinted toward Gong Yi Yuanzhou, their thoughts murmuring quietly. Gong Yi Yuanzhou's previously animated hand froze in disbelief as he swiftly turned to behold the living Yunli. Even the robust figure of a strong male couldn't help but feel his eyes redden with unshed tears, his legs nearly blurring as he rushed to her side. Yunli beamed with joy, extending her arms to leap forward, where she was embraced warmly by Gong Yi Yuanzhou. In such a serious setting, their display of reunion was arguably inappropriate, yet it seemed entirely natural amidst the throngs of secondary females and their partners who had experienced life and death separations. The attention they garnered was evidently more pronounced, especially considering one of them was the designated heir to the 3rd Legion's marshal, Gong Yi Xiu. Enveloped tightly in Gong Yi Yuanzhou's arms, Yunli felt as if she were merging into his very being, hearing him murmur repeatedly, "Thank goodness you are safe. Thank goodness you are safe." Touched, she patted her benefactor, the young master who provided both financial and emotional support. "Do not fear, I am fine. I am safe." After a prolonged embrace, Gong Yi Yuanzhou finally set her down, scrutinizing her closely to ensure she bore no injuries, before pulling her into his arms once more, his lips moving incessantly. She laughed, playfully dodging him. "All right, enough of that. You reek, and I desperately need a bath." This was no exaggeration. Gong Yi Yuanzhou had just rummaged through a pile of corpses, inevitably acquiring the stench of death. While Yunli had either been fleeing or unconscious for the past few days, hardly having time to tend to her own hygiene. She was now in urgent need of a thorough soaking. As Gong Yi Yuanzhou took her hand to lead her away, Yunli tugged him back, pointing toward Zonglin. "Wait, Yuanzhou, we must express our gratitude to that gentleman. He saved me." Following her gesture, Gong Yi Yuanzhou's gaze fell upon the familiar silver figure standing amidst the crowd, radiating as if a star had descended to earth, remarkably outstanding yet equally irksome. For it was none other than the princely Zonglin, whose noble lineage and intricate doctrines were ingrained in his very being, forever elevated above the rest. Gong Yi Yuanzhou held little fondness for Zonglin or Ilong Hartman. One symbolized power, while the other represented wealth, and they had indeed been quite the burden. However, owing to Zonglin's intervention in saving his precious Yunli, he found himself less antagonistic towards him. He approached Zonglin, hand in hand with Yunli, and said, "Thank you. I owe you a debt of gratitude." After all, it was well known that no material gift could rival the significance of a personal favor. Zonglin remained silent, his gaze lowered, observing the faint intertwining of hands beneath Gong Yi Yuanzhou's expansive cloak, his eyes glinting with coldness. Just last night, he had personally felt her warmth. Yet today, another held her tightly, a sight that was painfully vivid. Chapter 58. At last. Homecoming Zonglin's expression shifted subtly as he slowly raised his head to meet Gong Yi Yuanzhou's gaze, his demeanor unchanged. "No need. It is my duty to protect the citizens of Central Star." Instructor Seiza caught a glimpse of the prince. Recalling how the emperor had instilled in him the notion that compassion does not govern soldiers, he did not perceive Zonglin as a particularly tender-hearted individual. Gong Yi Yuanzhou noted the peculiar glint in Zonglin's eyes, tightening his grip on Yunli's hand with a meaningful expression. "I hope you truly believe that." Yunli gazed at the handsome prince with gratitude, sincerely thanking him. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. My name is Yunli. How should I address you?" Gong Yi Yuanzhou effortlessly swept Yunli into his embrace, responding for Zonglin. This is the esteemed Prince Zonglin, my dear. His name is not one we can casually utter. Yunli felt embarrassed. Such an exalted figure was someone she had clearly underestimated. Fidgeting, she was at a loss for words, yet Gong Yi Yuanzhou chuckled softly and turned to leave. Just as they pivoted, Gong Yi Yuanzhou's back was to Zonglin. But Yunli easily turned her head, smiling and waving at Zonglin, still filled with gratitude. Prince Zonglin, thank you so much. Seeing her like this, Zonglin could no longer contain his own feelings and spoke. I am Zonglin. You may call me by my name.
Yunli smila briktanat.
As if discovering that the Interstellar Prince was so approachable, she readily complied with the change. Zonglin, I am truly thankful for your life-saving intervention. Expressions of gratitude were merely words for her. She had nothing to offer in return, and besides, wasn't her young master the one who had explicitly promised a favor in return? If he could repay that debt, she would remain uninvolved. To offer herself in return? Absolutely not. She was still in the state of being a golden bear. The term canary did not suit her. She preferred to be a golden bear, fitting for someone who could eat, drink, and indulge without restraint. She had nothing to offer the prince, yet her feelings of gratitude were boundless. Yunli had initially thought her young master would carry her home directly, but to her surprise, he instead approached another familiar figure, a golden-haired beauty, the cousin of her boyfriend, the heir of the Hartman family. Sisters, who would believe it? Even in the age of interstellar travel, the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring still persisted. This was the very same person who had commented on her short stature, and her memory was sharp enough to hold a grudge. To her astonishment, Gong Yi Yuanzhou even nodded to Ailong Hartman in acknowledgement of gratitude. Regardless of whether Ailong acted out of courtesy as a host or out of fear of escalation, Gong Yi Yuanzhou appreciated the fact that Ailong had assisted him in searching through the corpses for his possibly missing treasure. Ailong's usual teasing demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, his handsome features taking on a more serious tone. He responded simply to Gong Yi Yuanzhou's goodwill, yet as Gong Yi Yuanzhou turned to leave, Ailong's gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep over Yunli. Gong Yi Yuanzhou placed Yunli aboard the hovercraft, taking the driver's seat without delay, ensuring she was swiftly transported to Eternal Life Hospital for examination. The injuries on his face healed due to the dandelion-like upgrade in his mental realm, leaving only a faint scar. Upon receiving her medical report, Gong Yi Yuanzhou, still cautious, escorted her into the treatment chamber for comprehensive care. Thankfully, his VIP status granted him access to expedited services, and Yunli swiftly underwent examination and treatment before returning to the manor with Gong Yi Yuanzhou. The moment they stepped through the door, Gong Yi Yuanzhou hoisted Yunli into his arms, lifting her nearly 2 meters above the ground.
Yunli gaspatsufli,
tightening her embrace around his sturdy waist. However, he effortlessly carried her to the expansive bathroom on the second floor, where steam billowed in the air and toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and shower gel were neatly arranged by the bathtub. Yunli felt that her own room's bathtub was already quite spacious, but now she found herself in a bathtub so large that she could almost swim in it. Gong Yi Yuanzhou removed the coat wrapped around Yunli and casually tossed it into the trash bin.
Yunli exclaimed, Hey, hey, hey.
This is His Highness the Crown Prince's clothing. That's rather inappropriate. During the time Gong Yi Yuanzhou was confined by the spatial lock in the rest area, he had not closed his eyes for even a moment. It felt as though a part of his soul had been excavated, with fear and regret occupying his every thought. He could easily dispatch the ambushers lurking outside, but could not break the spatial lock to rescue his beloved Yunli. The overwhelming panic nearly suffocated him, and he regretted more than once why he had brought her here. When the spatial lock finally opened, and he beheld the countless corpses strewn across the ground, his spirit felt as if it had been seized. He wandered among the rescue teams like a soulless entity, and upon seeing the towering piles of bodies, he held Yunli tightly in his arms, incessantly kissing her, feeling her warmth and sweetness, confirming that she was still alive. He felt an immense sense of relief and could not help but merge with her, entwined as one. After frolicking for nearly 2 hours, water had splashed out of the bathtub, but thankfully it was temperature-controlled. Otherwise, they would have risked catching a cold. With her face resembling 2 patches of rosy hue, Yunli was gently wrapped in a soft towel by Gong Yi Yuanzhou and carried to the bed. He propped her up with a pillow behind her, allowing her to sit awkwardly. At that moment, Yunli wanted nothing more than to lie down. Her tongue and mouth felt numb, and her legs were weak and fatigued, leaving her with no other suitable position than to lie like a salted fish. However, Her damp hair had yet to dry, and she was not particularly fond of using the hairdryer available in the bathroom. Therefore, the spirited Gong Yi Yuanzhou, clad in a bathrobe, took a towel and delicately dried her hair bit by bit. Once her hair was no longer dripping, he switched to the low setting of the hairdryer, gently blowing it dry, and then applied essential oil to ensure her hair remained smooth. Having grown up in the military, he was a rugged man. Otherwise, he would not have found long hair to be such a hassle and opted for a buzz cut. Yet, after being with Yunli, he not only watched countless films but also studied the popular science articles on Starnet titled Things Partners Should Know multiple times. Although the title hinted at just a few matters, it actually listed over 1,000 points. He diligently consumed every word, determined to care for his dear treasure with utmost attentiveness. Once Yunli's hair was fully dried, she fell asleep exhausted on the bed. Gong Yi Yuanzhou casually tossed the hairdryer to the housekeeping robot and climbed under the covers, pulling Yunli into his embrace, feeling her presence against his warm chest, and drifted off to sleep with a sense of contentment. Habits are indeed a wonderful thing. While Yunli had previously enjoyed sleeping alone in a bed back on Blue Star, she had now grown accustomed to the fact that wherever she lay down, Gong Yi Yuanzhou would be like a sticky plaster, insisting on holding her close as they slept. Chapter 59. The origin of the revival faction. Yunli's dreams were surreal and bizarre. She felt her soul detach from her body, floating out of the manor, out of the galaxy, gazing at the planet she resided on from the cosmos, only to witness a rain of planets begin to fall. Countless fiery meteors plummeted toward her. When they landed before her, the rugged surface of the dark red planet suddenly transformed into the blood-stained face of Samantha. Yunli gasped awake, darkness still enveloping her. As her biological monitor activated, the curtains in the room gradually opened, allowing a cascade of colorful auroras to flood in. She realized that since experiencing the invasion of beastly creatures in the floating cloud district, her sleep had become such that she was frequently startled awake by the sudden sensation of weightlessness in her dreams. Soon, she sensed something was amiss. Where is the sunlight? Has the energy shield run out of power? Why has the galaxy reverted to its original state? Since her arrival in this galaxy, she had grown accustomed to the cycles of day and night, basking in sunlight. The auroral world outside the energy shield had only been something she had seen and learned about on Starnet, but now she was experiencing it firsthand. She extricated herself from Gong Yi Yuanzhou's embrace, slowly sitting up against the headboard. Glancing at the time on Starnet, she noted it was 10 in the morning. Typically, at this hour, the sunlight would be radiant, and life in the manor would be no different from that on Blue Star. Now, however, she found herself unaccustomed to this dark-hued auroral world. The courtyard's energy lights had been activated due to the dim visibility, illuminating the area as if it were day. Her mind remained blank for a while, realizing that things had truly changed. Previously, when she first arrived and delivered takeout, wearing the helmet, she had been indifferent to everyone, dutifully riding her hoverbike throughout Central Star. The helmet's tinted lenses filtered even the brightest sunlight into a dull yellow, which paled in comparison to the breathtaking auroras she now beheld. How busy she had been, and yet here she was, lost in thought. Humans, when they have a moment of idleness, are prone to overthinking. After allowing her mind to drift for some time, she finally adjusted to recent events and recalled the harrowing scene at the Hartmann-owned Garden Hotel, where corpses lay strewn about. She felt a wave of dread wash over her. She had come perilously close to becoming one of those lifeless bodies. There had been far too many dangers recently. Central Star, as the main star, had been riddled with holes. This was rather troubling. The invasion of beasts and the tragedy at the manor were not far apart in time. Alas, she had been unfortunate enough to encounter both. Life in the stars was indeed challenging. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she instinctively curled her cold body back into bed, laboriously lifting Gong Yi Yuanzhou's strong arm to encircle herself within his comparatively snug embrace, finally feeling a semblance of safety. No wonder some of her female friends enjoyed hiding in small spaces, such as closets, the lower bunk of lofted beds, or storage rooms, to read or use their phones. It offered a sense of security. Gong Yi Yuanzhou, roused by the movement in his arms, instinctively tightened his embrace without a second thought, accustomed to holding her close, and kissed the top of her head, whispering, "Good morning, my dear." Yunli nestled against his long, strong waist, feeling grateful that she had survived. Yet her thoughts wandered to other matters, blaming the allure of his handsome visage for her distraction. Even at such a moment, she found herself pondering such things. Gong Yi Yuanzhou pulled the blanket over both of them, hiding in the pitch-black cocoon, unable to see each other clearly. yet feeling the warmth of each other's breath. However, this intimate atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by the gurgling sound from Yun Li's stomach, which was rather anticlimactic. For she was genuinely hungry. Having been trapped for the past 2 days, she had been relying on nutritional supplements to stave off hunger, and most of the time, she had been in a state of unconsciousness, unable to eat. Zhonglin could only feed her a little. After the spatial lock was broken, witnessing the horrific scene outside had diminished any appetite she had, and upon returning, she had indulged in a long, playful bath before succumbing to exhaustion and falling asleep.
Now.
The gurgling of her stomach was merely her body signaling its hunger. Gong Yi Yuanzhou, unwilling to let his dear treasure go hungry, lifted the blanket and got up, carrying her to the bathroom to wash up. After both of them had tidied themselves, they sat together at the dining table, enjoying a warm and affectionate brunch. Once again, the exorbitantly priced organic food had become as habitual as the daily 3 meals for Yun Li. It dawned on her that the expenditures following her ascension across social strata were indeed incomparable to those of the lower classes. What she deemed unreasonable expenses in the Biyun district were merely considered basic necessities. The Biyun district, a haven for the affluent within the Central Star, offered food, water, and technological products that were all top of the line, meticulously curated by various merchants. The Manor district, often referred to as the realm of the elite, featured delivery services that operated on an even higher echelon. It truly echoed the sentiment. Some resources are unattainable by mere wealth, yet are absolutely within reach of power. During this period, Yunli had become numb to her spending. Each day commenced with her eyes wide open and her wallet flung wide. Every aspect of her sustenance and attire was of the highest grade in the special supply tier. Initially, she would tremble at the thought of parting with 1,000,000 star coins, fearing that her wealthy patron might scorn her lavish expenditures.
Now.
1,000,000 star coins merely served as a daily baseline, as the essential prices in the special supply tier starkly contrasted with those in the lower echelons of society. Previously, she could procure a moderate nutrient supplement for merely dozens of star coins in the interstellar lower class, whereas in the special supply tier, even the most rudimentary nutrient supplements began at several hundred star coins. This was akin to purchasing a 2-star coin meat bun in a store on Blue Planet, only to find it priced at a minimum of 200 in the circles of the wealthy. The meat sourced from pigs that enjoyed music and spa treatments, ensuring the meat remained tender and healthy. The flour was entirely natural and free from borax, subjected only to basic milling processes. Regardless of the societal context, the disparity in wealth across classes was indeed staggering. She had come to genuinely believe the online claims that the water consumed by the elite was sourced from the springs of the Himalayas, rather than the recycled and filtered water utilized by the common populace in the cities. It was no wonder that the severe pollution affecting most regions failed to attract significant attention. There existed a barrier between themselves and the upper echelons, rendering them impervious to such concerns. Gong Yi Yuanzhou observed Yunli lost in thought as she dined, and gently inquired, "My dear, what occupies your mind?" Regaining her focus, Yunli refrained from divulging her earlier musings and shifted the conversation to the recent attack incident. "I believe I heard it was linked to the revival faction during the rescue efforts. What is this organization, and what do they seek to revive?" Gong Yi Yuanzhou set down his utensils, his handsome countenance reflecting a grave demeanor. "They are a covetous, deluded and idealistic group. Their ambition is to resurrect a society that coexisted with femininity, to explore the essence of life, and to pursue the elusive truth of immortality." Yunli expressed disbelief. Immortality? Why don't they just ascend to the heavens? What kind of sorcery is immortality that it has compelled figures like Emperor Qin, who expended immense effort seeking the means to eternal life thousands of years ago, and even now, in the interstellar era, people remain unable to resist its allure? Akin to moths drawn to a flame? The revival faction seemed even more formidable than the technology of immortality itself, while the latter merely held a name. The former had undertaken numerous attempts in pursuit of eternal life. How had she not considered this before? In the interstellar novels she had read, the later stages often bore an inseparable connection to the concept of eternal youth. Throughout history, the aspirations of the wealthy have remained steadfast and pure, to become truly ageless. Chapter 60. The cruel and peculiar specimens. Gong Yi Yuanzhou gravely informed Yunli. They are indeed perilous, a group of unadulterated lunatics. This organization has nearly gathered all the mad scientists who violate humanitarian principles, displaying an extraordinary obsession with the quest for immortality. You must keep your distance from them. Yunli felt a sense of helplessness. In comparison to such a formidable organization, she appeared inconsequential and insignificant. How could they possibly take notice of her? Yet, it was evident that the Revival faction had flourished due to the financial backing of numerous elites and affluent individuals hidden in the shadows. Even without the Revival faction, there existed the Immortality faction, the Longevity faction, and so forth, merely codenames. Could this organization truly be eradicated? It was likely that if the Revival faction were to disappear today, it would resurface tomorrow under the guise of the Immortality faction. Humanity's insatiable greed would ensure the eternal existence of the Revival faction's spirit. Without waiting for Yun Li to finish her meal, Gong Yi Yuanzhou, desiring for her to grasp a glimpse of the terrifying reality of the Revival faction, led her to the study on the 3rd floor. He unlocked the hidden chamber using an iris scan. The concealed room bore little difference from the study itself, retaining the bookshelf and desk, yet the shelves were filled not with books but with various documents encased in special plastic. Gong Yi Yuanzhou retrieved a sealed document marked with an F, guiding Yun Li to the desk within the secret chamber. He opened the plastic bag and laid the contents upon the table. Compared to the densely packed interstellar text that Yun Li barely comprehended, the images were far more chilling. The first photograph depicted a massive glass specimen jar containing a distinctly feminine visage submerged in a preservative solution, her hair floating ethereally. Her upper body was elongated, covered in scales reminiscent of insect compound eyes, with 5 pairs of breasts symmetrically distributed across her form. The skin of her abdomen had withered into a mass, while her lower half maintained feminine characteristics, yet 2 wings, resembling those of a dragonfly, protruded from her back, nearly twice the size of her body, gossamer thin, with even the vascular structures within the wings clearly visible. The label read, God-Making Series, Fairy. The second photograph showcased a jellyfish-like creature, half human face and half teeth. Unlike the typical arrangement of a human face atop a set of teeth, this one displayed a left side of a human visage and a right side of teeth, with a flowing jellyfish-like web composed of human intestines, causing an involuntary shiver to run down the viewer's spine. The label read, God-Making Series, Jellyfish. The third photograph depicted a specimen in a glass jar that appeared somewhat more pristine, yet was of considerable size. Its head resembled that of a deformed infant, exceedingly flat, with facial features that lacked any distinct manifestation, as the skin on its head had fused together. Its eye sockets, nasal cavity, and ears were all enveloped in a layer of skin, and its mouth was filled with serrated teeth, its entire being encased in a pallid layer of skin, complete with a jagged tail extending from its waist. The label read, God-Making Series, Titan. The God-Making series continued with many more photographs, including those of abominations such as the fearsome, vampire, bone dragon, umbrella woman, and so forth, appearing less like authentic documentation and more akin to a Cthulhu-inspired mockumentary. Yun Li's complexion paled, drawing upon her experiences from the Blue Planet era, where she had encountered the entire Alien series and various horror films. She managed to suppress the nauseating sensation rising within her. After all, she had faced creatures that could erode sanity with a mere glance. These specimens posed no threat of coming to life to bite her. What harm could a single glance inflict? She turned to Gong Yi Yuanzhou and inquired, "Are these the results of human experimentation?" In truth, the grotesque creatures depicted in the photographs were unmistakably reminiscent of humanity. Gong Yi Yuanzhou nodded. "This is classified information from the 3rd Legion. The Legion is responsible not only for frontline warfare, but also for maintaining internal stability. And the Revival faction poses the greatest threat to that stability. Over the years, if not for the ruthless measures employed to suppress them, the doctrines of the Revival faction would have already absorbed countless recruits." Yun Li expressed curiosity. "I feel they would require affluent and powerful followers. What role could ordinary individuals possibly play?" Gong Yi Yuanzhou pointed to the specimens in the photographs. "Otherwise, do you think the materials for human experimentation come from thin air? Under the guise of immortality, they forcibly unite the bodies of ordinary individuals with those of alien beasts, all while deluding themselves into believing they can create gods." The disappearance of the mid to high-grade female subordinates at Hartmann Manor, along with the earlier vanishing of the low-grade female subordinates and the incursion of alien beasts in the Floating Cloud District, is inextricably linked to these scoundrels. They aspire to research and create females, aiming to dominate the mental power source of all males. They seek to fabricate alien creatures they can control in order to plunder interstellar resources. The God-Making series is merely a sequence, not an endpoint, and the Revival faction has become increasingly clandestine. Gongye Yuanzhou cradled Yun Li in his arms and murmured, "My dear, I'm sorry I was not by your side when you needed me the most. You must have been so frightened. Yunli shook her head in his embrace and earnestly replied, to be honest, I wasn't really scared. I was too preoccupied with escaping. In the midst of gunfire, I barely had a moment to breathe, let alone feel fear. You can ask Shien Yun and the others. I suspect they are far more frightened now than they were in the resting area. Concerned that he would continue to blame himself, Yunli deftly shifted the subject. The Hartman family has landed in quite a bit of trouble, hasn't it? I saw that the artificial lake has been blown up, and the fish are cooked. Gongye Yuanzhou responded with a low hum. The responsibility is significant, but their family is wealthy. There is nothing that money cannot resolve. If there were truly something, resource exchanges would be sufficient to silence all dissenting voices. Do not worry about Hartman. Their wealth exceeds your imagination. Yunli, with an inquisitive gaze, asked, are they wealthier than you? Gongye Yuanzhou pondered sincerely for a moment before answering, are you challenging the vast fortunes of a corporation with my pocket money? Yunli retorted playfully, I would gladly devour all of you affluent individuals. After tidying up the documents and closing the study door once more, Gongye Yuanzhou accompanied Yunli on a stroll around the manor. Noticing the time on the star ring, he realized it was time for him to return to school. He felt a wave of annoyance. He had never found attending school to be such a bothersome affair. Before departing, he transformed this irritation into intimacy, kissing Yunli, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. Is this person a dog? He mused. He knew she despised school, but he certainly should not have rendered her tongue numb. How would she manage to eat pineapple later? That evening upon returning to the military academy, Elon was nowhere to be seen. Zonglin encountered Gongye Yuanzhou in the dormitory, scrutinizing him from head to toe, catching a whiff of the distinct fragrance that belonged to Yunli, and turning on his heel in suppressed fury. Gongye Yuanzhou, bewildered, thought to himself, has this person taken leave of their senses? Chapter 61. The soothing agents circulating in the black market after Gongye Yuanzhou departed. Yunli reclined on the soft couch in the living room, surfing the internet. A robot placed a meticulously arranged fruit platter within her reach. Such a significant incident occurring at the Hartman-owned Garden Hotel had garnered not a single mention on the Star Network. Their secrecy was indeed impeccable. She had previously searched for information regarding the Revival faction, and the first definition presented on the Star Network was cult, urging residents across various star systems to promptly report any suspected activities or transactions involving Revival faction members. The reports and content on the Star Network concerning the Revival faction were starkly realistic, devoid of consideration for one's capacity to absorb them. Some crime scenes depicted were gruesome, with unedited photographs revealing bloodshed. Established long ago, the interstellar campaigns to eradicate the Revival faction had been executed time and again. Yet, each time, the cult would rise anew from the ashes, evolving into an indomitable behemoth, more resilient than the wildest of weeds. Those attempting to defect from the cult met with gruesome fates. Some were silenced through murder, others torn apart by alien beasts, with videos and images providing evidence that sent chills down one's spine. As Yunli absorbed the reports, a 3D projection page rapidly flickered with requests for a group video call. The initiator turned out to be Shien Yun. One by one, the screens opened up. Lu Zi, much like Yunli, lay on a couch with a facial mask, while Shien Yun sat at her small table savoring tea. Miao Miao and her companions were currently aboard their spacecraft heading back to their star system, with her position near the window, allowing everyone to gaze at the vast universe outside. The last to join was Xia. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily donned a bathrobe after leaving her partner and rushed into her study. Miao Miao chuckled, teasing Xia, oh look at you, taking advantage of the day. Xia, brushing damp hair from her neck, lit a cigarette and remarked, one must seize the day, you know? Do you have any idea what I thought about when I was on the brink of death that day? Lu Zi, ever perceptive, took the cue. What was it? Xia replied, as one nears death, yet the partners Haven T had their fill of fun. Yunli, believing herself to be audacious enough, found herself outdone by Xia, whose remark was particularly vivid. How is your injury? Xia took a puff of her cigarette, stood up, and twirled around to show everyone. It's all healed now. Yesterday, Peter hastily arranged for me to enter the treatment chamber, and I was discharged last night. Miao Miao, observing her revitalized demeanor, couldn't help but smirk. You certainly know how to keep busy. You didn't take a moment's rest upon returning home. Xia exhaled a smoke ring. Indeed, Zhenya, Hank, and Peter kept me company all night. Yunli, munching on watermelon, nearly choked upon hearing those words. Did keeping company all night mean what she thought it did? How scandalous. Shien Yun interjected. The Hartman family has been rather generous with their hush money. For those who require money, they provide it, and for those who seek a future, they offer that too. Hartman will spare no effort to ensure that this secret remains concealed. My partner and I are about to head to the front lines, so we requested more military supplies. What about you? Xia, Miao Miao, and Luzi, not being permanent residents of the Central Star, all requested money. As star currency was universally accepted across the star systems, only Yunli remained, truly unaware of the hush money. Gongye Yuanzhou had never mentioned it. After contemplating, she checked her bank account and indeed found a substantial sum deposited. Upon seeing so many zeros after the decimal point, she rubbed her eyes and counted twice before hesitantly inquiring, "Is everyone receiving 50 million as well?" Shien Yun and Luzi were not surprised. The Hartman family is immensely wealthy. Anyone involved in this incident receives personal compensation of 50 million, while the deceased guests receive double, totaling 100 million. Yunli felt that the Hartman family was indeed outrageously wealthy. This method of making money was swifter than demolition during the Blue Star era. Xia extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and asked, "Everyone, ladies, do you have time to gather soon? If not for your rescue, I might have already been cleaned up as a corpse." The three, including Yunli, shook their heads vigorously. "No thanks. The Central Star is currently under martial law. With all routes closed, I heard they are hunting down the remaining fish that slipped through the net." Shien Yun pondered. Why did the Revival faction target the Hartman Garden Hotel? Their goal was clearly to capture mid to high-grade female subordinates. Capture female subordinates? Yunli's heart stirred. She recalled that during her time in the Floating Cloud District, the high frequency of low-grade female subordinates going missing had compelled her to exhaust her savings to rent a place in the Shien Yun district. Later, the Floating Cloud District and parts of the Shien Yun district faced an incursion by alien beasts, resulting in near-total devastation of the Greenery community. With only a scant few survivors, she had always believed that the missing female subordinates during that period were connected to the invading alien beasts. It now appeared that the disappearance of the female subordinates preceded the alien invasion. Yunli, what is the Revival faction planning to do with the captured sub-females? Shien Yun, I am not entirely certain, but it cannot bode well. There are numerous individuals who wish to confine them as their personal possessions. Rather than seeking companions from the higher-ranking sub-females for matchups, they yearn for the unique psychic solace that sub-females can provide. Speaking of which, have you heard about the recent emergence of a potent psychic tranquilizer produced by the Revival faction in the black market? Its efficacy is exceptional, surpassing the existing tranquilizers from Eternal Life Technology by several tiers. The Revival faction boldly claims that they aim to usurp Eternal Life Technology's monopoly on psychic tranquilizers with this innovation. The three of them exchanged glances. Their knowledge of tranquilizers was rather limited. After all, as sub-females, they had little need for such substances. Once registered with their partners, they enjoyed at least 4 opportunities for solace each month, maintaining a stable level of psychic energy that rendered tranquilizers unnecessary. Yunli was aware of tranquilizers, as there existed a drawer filled with them in the nightstand of Gongye Yuanzhou, neatly stored in a refrigerated metal box. Since they cohabited, she had never witnessed him administering one. It almost slipped her mind that the prevailing method among interstellar beings to suppress psychic energy surges was the use of such injectables. Despite the pairings of higher-ranking sub-females with 5 males, the scarcity of sub-females meant that the overwhelming number of males experiencing psychic surges could only be addressed through the former. Psychic tranquilizers are an indispensable resource for all interstellar inhabitants, and it could be said that whoever masters their advanced applications could wield control over half the world. The other half, however, remained firmly in the grasp of Eternal Life Technology, given their stable production environment, superior output quantity, and more affordable pricing. Chapter 62. The Maternal Body, Yunli inquired. Shien Yun, could you simply tell us the price of the advanced version of the psychic tranquilizer on the black market? Shien Yun manipulated the star network, and a holographic projection soon appeared in their connection. The outer packaging of the injectable bore a striking resemblance to the psychic seeds that Yunli had purchased. Both were slender syringes filled with a luminescent green liquid. Were it not for the designation of psychic tranquilizer inscribed in interstellar script, distinguishing it from the psychic seeds would be virtually impossible. The psychic tranquilizer produced by Eternal Life Technology is priced at 99 star coins per syringe, whereas the black market version sells for 9,999 star coins per syringe, with demand far outstripping supply. Yunli was astonished that this advanced version, which was essentially a replica of the ordinary psychic tranquilizer's packaging, was thriving in the black market. Shien Yun nodded. Believe it or not, Eternal Life Technology has vehemently condemned the Revival faction's actions across major media outlets. However, they have discreetly issued a bounty of 10 billion for the 7th Legion stationed at the chaotic star borders of the Revival faction. Anyone who can provide relevant intelligence to Eternal Life Technology will receive a reward of 1 billion, while those providing critical information will receive a staggering 10 billion.
Goodness.
10 billion. Such wealth is astonishing, as if one could be bewildered by the sheer magnitude of it. 10 billion would ensure her survival for 500 years. And even borrowing 500 more from the heavens would not yield such a sum. Why is it that among humans, disparities are so stark? Shien Yun's understanding of this matter stemmed from her partner's account yesterday, as the task was undertaken by another legion, and the 3rd Legion possessed little effective information. However, it was noted that the 7th Legion had gone to great lengths for the 10 billion bounty, feverishly scouring the chaotic star, ultimately providing some critical intelligence that resulted in the bounty reaching their legion. Rumor has it that the entire 7th Legion received a 10-fold salary increase that month, not including various combat mechs and the latest energy weapons purchased by the Legion. Such sudden windfalls elicited envy from the 3rd Legion, which yearned for lucrative orders from these seemingly reckless clients. While there were indeed beasts to hunt daily, securing orders was far from guaranteed. In the brightly lit underground research facility of Eternal Life Technology, countless researchers clad in white protective suits were diligently working on their projects within individual studios separated by glass walls, under the watchful gaze of omnipresent surveillance cameras. A group of tall, muscular soldiers, dressed in the latest combat attire and wielding powerful energy weapons, safeguarded a young man with black hair and purple eyes. Dressed in a deep blue suit, his shoulder-length hair, as smooth as silk, was meticulously styled and gathered at the back, its ends lightly brushing against his suit as he moved, presenting a visage of elegance, with a full forehead and elongated eyes that shimmered with a purplish glow, each glance seemingly imbued with immense authority. The inherent dignity of an upper-echelon individual rendered direct eye contact nearly impossible, as if he could unravel the secrets of one's innermost thoughts. 2 leaders clad in protective suits, likely of a managerial level within the research facility, hurried to his side, their bodies slightly bent in a gesture of profound respect as they reported on their progress. Chairman, the goods have been successfully transferred from the Bean Mall, and there were no followers. We have conducted a scan and confirmed it is undoubtedly the maternal body. It is currently isolated in the 9th research room. The sample is of unparalleled rarity, awaiting your directives on how to proceed with the research. As they spoke, they moved forward, with the professional bodyguards of Rongyu remaining silent. Upon reaching the entrance of the 9th research room, Rongyu halted, and another individual in protective gear promptly unfolded their suit, handing it to the head of the bodyguard team, who respectfully assisted the chairman of Eternal Life Technology, Rongyu, in donning it. Together with several researchers, Rongyu entered the research room, while the accompanying bodyguards stood at the door, prepared for their boss's summons. Inside the 9th research room, a glass cryogenic coffin occupied the most prominent position, with a multitude of tubes connecting vials to the female body within. Striving to maintain her vitality, the hands of the researchers trembled as they worked. This was a genuine female, despite her emaciated form and skin wrinkled from dehydration. She was indeed the only sub-female exhibiting signs of life in nearly a millennium. Such an abominable waste of life. The researchers cursed the inhumane Revival faction, lamenting that females had vanished from the stars for nearly 1,000 years, now facing such dire circumstances upon their return. She should have been the most precious sample, the cradle of interstellar civilization, deserving of protection akin to a living relic since her discovery, yet the Revival faction had exploited her for profit, reducing her to this wretched state. Romu's fingers, concealed beneath the protective suit, lightly grazed one another, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. He held little regard for the female's existence. To him, she was merely a species, inconsequential compared to his eternal empire. It was evident that his interests lay solely in profit. Turning to the researcher beside him, he inquired, "Is the recently emerged advanced version of the psychic tranquilizer in the black market a direct result of her existence?" No one could disturb Rongyu's composure. But when the interests of the Eternal Empire were challenged, it was tantamount to declaring war against him and the entire Eternal Empire. He would obliterate anything that hindered his pursuit of progress for the Eternal Empire. The researchers nodded, their hearts heavy with sorrow as they lamented that rabble treats this female body as a mere filter, preparing to extract every last vestige of value from her before she succumbs entirely to death. While the discovery of the sole female specimen in nearly a millennium is indeed a cause for celebration, This historical relic is fated to remain disconnected from modern civilization. Her most fitting resting place should be in an interstellar museum where she can be revered by the masses, her brain dead, yet her body preserved in a state of basic vitality, allowing the denizens of the cosmos to behold the visage of a female that has long since vanished from the annals of history. How is it that they remain oblivious to why the advanced version of the psychotropic bomb cannot be mass-produced on the black market? It is simply because there is only this one maternal body. The revivalists intend to extract mental energy from the subfemale and infuse it into this maternal body for refinement, drawing upon the mental energy factors within her to enhance the soothing power of the bomb, thus creating the existing advanced version. The chairman, with audacity, is willing to spend billions to dismantle this arrangement. The chairman, with a calm demeanor, cast a fleeting glance at the maternal body. Destroy it. I do not wish for any entity that may threaten my interests to exist. After the chairman's departure, the researchers at the 2 underground facilities engaged in conversation while destroying the maternal body. This is the only maternal body discovered in nearly 1,000 years. And it is to be destroyed just like that? What a pity, another researcher replied. The vitality of the mental energy has already been nearly drained during nearly a millennium of cryogenic dormancy. The few remnants left are being utilized by the revivalists to refine the mental energy of the subfemale. If you were to present a lively young female before the chairman now, do you think he would not be enchanted? The researcher who had posed the question scoffed. Our chairman is even more calculating than the former chairman, adept in manipulation. A person as calm and rational as he is would hardly be swayed by a mere female. I dare not dream of such a notion. Meanwhile, lounging in the manor while scrolling through the starnet, Yunli suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Chapter 63. The Temptation of Interstellar Systems Since the Attack. Yunli had been confined to her home, embodying the professional poise expected of a canary, dressed in a comfortable and soft dress made of tencel. She either reclined on a sunbed in the garden watching starnet videos and binge-watching series, or lay on a spa bed indulging in full-body aromatherapy, or preened herself to take a lovely selfie to post on Gong Yi Yuanzhou's star ring. The young master toiled exhaustively at military school to earn her wealth and honor. She too must provide some semblance of mental support. After all, she wouldn't dream of contributing materially. Her account boasting a cool 50 million star coins still hadn't warmed up. In that moment, she felt her spine straighten. She was wealthy now. Even if the young master and she were to part ways, it would be impossible. The cosmos was far too perilous. And remaining by the side of the powerful young master was undoubtedly preferable to navigating the treacherous waters alone. Reflecting on the young master as hardships, she mused about his rigorous training sessions at the military academy, where he sweated profusely. Upon returning home, he would sweat even more in her presence. Had she not been able to withstand his seemingly boundless vigor, she might have genuinely considered reciprocating in kind. Thanks to the young master, she was finally experiencing the sensation often described in romance novels, where the female lead's legs turn to jelly at the mere sight of a bed.
Hee.
With such thoughts, she couldn't help but grin mischievously. Unspent wealth, tall handsome men, and a lavish manner, she was living the life of an immortal. She wished her friends on Blue Star could come and partake in this splendid existence for even a couple of episodes. At the military academy, on the morning of a rest day, an impromptu 1.5-hour training session left the cadets glistening with sweat. Their black and gold uniforms tied around their waists as they ambled back to the dormitory, their arms draped over one another's shoulders. Some cadets, residing nearby, opted to return home to spend the rare day off with family, while others from distant star systems planned to freshen up before venturing into the main city to peruse the shops. Perhaps to see if Hartman Company had released any new technological marvels, or to check if there were any limited-time promotions for the psychotropic bombs at the Evolife stores. After all, not every cadet's family wealth could compare to that of Gong Yi Yuanzhou, Hartman, or Zonglin. These three belonged to the upper echelons of military, political, financial, and royal classes, while the rest were ordinary individuals striving to transform their lives through education and capability. However, prudence in spending was vital. After all, no star coin fell from the sky. Zonglin and Hartman found themselves at the center of attention, surrounded by countless admirers, each eager to curry favor with the prince and the esteemed Hartman, hoping that even a hint of recognition from them could propel an ordinary person into the upper echelons of society. Zonglin and Hartman, however, were not in the mood for idle chatter. Their gaze was fixed intently on Gong Yi Yuanzhou, who was hastily departing the training grounds. He was indeed in a hurry. Having worked up a foul sweat, he skipped the shower, hastily tossing his clothes into the hover car and speeding off towards the exit, heading in the direction of the manor with an urgency that practically screamed impatience. Zonglin felt a familiar sensation of frustration rising within him, while Hartman sensed something amiss. He had never regarded Gong Yi Yuanzhou favorably, and now his irritation was only amplified. Today marked yet another holiday for the wealthy young master, and Yunli had taken it upon herself to orchestrate a candlelit lunch and prepare the kitchen, pouring the treasured spirits from their home wine cabinet into 2 glasses. When Yunli scanned the price of the spirits with her star ring, her eyes widened in disbelief. One bottle, approximately 800 milliliters and packaged simply, was listed at a staggering 1 million star coins. Was this truly the world of the affluent? Star coins spent so frivolously? Did such pricing truly afford the currency the respected deserved? And she had chosen what she deemed the most modest and inexpensive option from the wine cabinet. Placed at the very bottom, she could hardly bear to contemplate the prices of the more extravagant bottles displayed prominently. As for the reason behind preparing the kitchen,
Well,
everything deserves a touch of novelty. Constantly lingering in the bedroom would be rather dull. It was time to spice up the mundane routine. At that moment, the security system of the manor, connected to Yun Li's star ring, sent a notification. The manor's main gate was being opened by another associated account. Her heart leapt with joy as she realized it was Gong Yi Yuanzhou returning. He parked the hover car directly on the ground, eagerly flinging open the door. And there she was, emerging in a striking red tulle dress that caught his eye immediately. As soon as she spotted him alighting from the vehicle, she joyfully dashed towards him, a fragrant breeze wafting around her and clouding his thoughts. He took a few steps forward and, bending slightly, caught her as she leapt into his arms, enveloping her in a deep kiss that lingered for what felt like an eternity. Upon entering the living room, he barely paused to admire the lavish spread of food and drink before seeking to whisk Yunli away to the upstairs bedroom. Yunli immediately discerned the urgency in his demeanor. "Dinner, we should eat." Without turning back, Gong Yi Yuanzhou replied, "There's no time for that. Let us ensure the downstairs is well taken care of first." Yunli felt a rush of exhilaration, gazing at him, her hands gently cradling his charmingly handsome face.
who taught you that?
He leaned in closer, kissing her as he murmured, "Do you like it? I learned it from a little video. They say the sub-female loves this kind of flirtation. It feels special. My darling, do you like it?" Yunli was utterly enamored. He responded with 2 affectionate kisses, leaving Gongye Yuanzhou blushing with urgency. Never before had he felt that the path to the bedroom was so interminable. Ultimately, they never made it to the second-floor bedroom, for Gongye Yuanzhou returned from the military training ground in a disheveled state, having not even washed off the sweat that clung to him. Yunli, with a look of disdain, dismissed any romantic thoughts and firmly urged him to the bathroom for a shower, rejecting his request for a shared bath in the process. Once refreshed and emanating a fragrant mist, Gongye Yuanzhou approached Yunli, seizing her hand as he sought to continue their interrupted encounter. However, Yunli emerged from his room donning a spare black and gold military uniform, leaving Gongye Yuanzhou in a state of perplexity. "Sweetheart, what are you?" With a mischievous smile, Yunli delicately traced his smooth abdomen, teasingly suggesting, "Put it on for me to see." Heaven knows she had no resistance to men in uniforms. Not only did men adore uniforms, but she, as a woman, was equally enamored. As Gongye Yuanzhou observed her flushed cheeks, his confusion morphed into understanding. One cannot share a bed with 2 types of individuals, and he was becoming increasingly attuned to Yunli's nature. Grasping the black and gold uniform, he retreated to the first-floor room, and under Yunli's expectant gaze, he revealed a half-open uniform that showcased his sun-kissed, healthy skin. The dampness of his close-cropped hair framed a face of unparalleled handsomeness, while his muscular thighs hinted at strength as he approached her. Chapter 64. What's wrong with touching abs? He had even artfully paired the ensemble with military combat boots and tactical gloves that revealed his thumbs. No one could fathom how he had managed to find such an array of accessories in such a brief time, but together they formed an irresistibly captivating ensemble. Before he lowered himself to embrace her in a kiss, he charmingly mimicked the melodramatic lines he had seen in idol dramas online. "Darling, are you satisfied with what you see?" Yunli swiftly placed her delicate finger over his lips. "Hush, some things are best left unsaid. It would spoil the ambience." Gongye Yuanzhou chuckled softly, pulling her hand away to once again kiss her with earnest devotion. In the aftermath, he had to concede that the novelty of their playful encounters and locations had opened a Pandora's box of sensations, drastically heightening his physical thresholds and rendering him insatiably eager for more. Poor Yunli, now truly weakened, felt her legs turn to jelly at the sight of the bed. The romantic candlelit dinner they had meticulously prepared was hastily consumed, after which Yuanzhou swept her back to the bedroom, leaving her with the lingering memory of his affectionate kisses as she drifted into sleep, cradled in his arms. She began to realize that this benefactor was not merely fond of her, but perhaps deeply enamored. As Yunli awoke once more, she discovered that Yuanzhou, who should have been beside her, was absent. The sky had already darkened. He had returned around 11:30 in the morning, and now, glancing at the time on her star ring, it was between 6 and 7 in the evening. Having spent the day indulging in the comforts of home, her sleep had been ample, but after being thoroughly exhausted by Yuanzhou, she found herself wide awake. Rising from the bed, she donned her fluffy slippers and realized she was still unclothed. She hurried to the wardrobe to fetch some underwear, a fitted red top, and loose black trousers. This ensemble revitalized her appearance, and with her hair tied back, she looked particularly spirited. After dressing, she opened the door and searched the second and first floors for him. But to no avail. It was only upon reaching the third floor that she found Yuanzhou engaged in battle with alien beasts within a simulation pod. The exterior of the pod displayed a live feed of the action, and she settled onto a nearby sofa to observe the human-machine confrontation. Her understanding of these alien creatures was limited to what she had gleaned online, where enthusiastic netizens had detailed their peculiar habits and characteristics, freakish and grotesque in nature. To summarize, one might say there was nothing they could not grow, and they were as horrifying as they were repulsive, their genetics utterly liberated from convention. In the footage, Yuanzhou wielded both energy rifles and melee weapons with fluidity, as formidable beasts fell before him under relentless assault, ultimately succumbing to his might. Their green and black fluids splattering the screen. This reminded her of the last two alien beasts she encountered, while they hadn't sprayed fluids. The transparent liquid they emitted was far more corrosive than acid, leaving her hand still tinged with discomfort from the memory. After a moment, he successfully completed the level. And as the holographic pod opened, Yuanzhou emerged, clad in a black robe. Sitting upright, he noticed her seated obediently on the chair and, with a single hand, gracefully leaped down from the pod to take her hand. "You're awake?" The nearly 2-meter-tall figure bent down, a broad smile lighting his face. As he did so, the robe slipped slightly, allowing her to catch a clear glimpse of his abdominal muscles. Unable to suppress her astonishment, Yuanzhou chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "Sweetheart, what are you thinking?" Yunli blurted out before she could contain herself. "I was wondering if I could touch your abs." Yuanzhou fell silent, and realizing her words, Yunli's face turned crimson. When she met his knowing gaze, she hurriedly attempted to clarify. "No, I really was thinking that. But not like that." In moments of embarrassment, one often misspeaks, and Yunli felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, internally pleading, "Stop it, you silly mouth."
Yet,
before she could recover, Yuanzhou took her hand and placed it against his abdomen, his voice a soft yet seductive whisper. "Go ahead, touch until you're satisfied." "Young master, what kind of audacious words are you uttering? Does that mean I should touch until I'm satisfied, or that you will be satisfied?" But then again, an opportunity like this, how could she not seize it? With boldness, she began to explore the contours of his abs, internally squealing with delight. "To all the sisters on Blue Star, I have made it. No longer shall I merely fantasize about men with abs. I have in my possession a handsome, wealthy military student. Every muscle in his body is solid, and all that strength is genuinely dedicated to her." This experience was exhilarating. She wished she could create a portal to invite all her friends from Blue Star to relish in this delight. Yunli was so absorbed in her exploration that she hardly noticed his body warming beneath her touch. Clearing her throat, she finally withdrew her hand from his robe. "Shall we go out for dinner? Would you like to take a stroll?" Yuanzhou took her small hand and pressed a kiss to it, his breath slightly uneven as he replied. During their evening conversations, Yunli had expressed her reluctance to go out after their experiences in the floating cloud district and at the banquet, and indeed, she had confined herself within the estate for an entire week. He feared that she might become bored to the point of madness, yet to his astonishment, she truly managed to endure. Observing her on the surveillance, he saw her diligently planting flowers and grass, engrossed in her tasks, making even his monotonous studies seem intriguing. Now that he had finally returned, he felt compelled to cater to all her needs. Although he secretly wished for her to remain sheltered within the safety of the estate, he understood that humans are inherently social creatures, requiring interaction. Otherwise, secluding oneself would inevitably lead to depression and illness. He harbored ambitions and aspirations, and naturally, His dear one had her own pursuits as well. He wished for her to be perpetually healthy and safe, and no matter her desires, he would spare no effort in supporting and uplifting her. Yunli indeed yearned to venture outside. It was not a case of forgetting pain after healing, for the previous 2 attacks had inflicted considerable suffering upon her. Yet to forsake communication with the outside world, failing to adapt to the evolution of society, would surely lead to obsolescence. The lessons of history were vivid. One cannot create in isolation. Chapter 65. The Mechanical Females Exhibition. Yunli readily agreed. Sure. Where shall we go? Gongye Yuanzhou pondered for a moment. Let's south head to West Street. I recall that Hartmann Company is hosting an exhibition of mechanical females there.
Hartmann?
Have they resolved the issues at the Garden Hotel? Are they already seeking to regain their prominence so soon? How could they possibly create such a mess? Just days ago, during the Hartmann family gala, members of the Renaissance faction had blocked the sub-female lounge, leaving devastation in their wake. And the families of the deceased sub-females have yet to be completely consoled, yet they are stirring trouble again. Gongye Yuanzhou took Yunli's hand and descended the stairs, saying, Do not underestimate the Hartmann family. While they may be restrained on the main star, annihilating an entire regime in a relatively remote star system is well within their capabilities. Is it truly that formidable? Yunli swallowed nervously, recalling her earlier confrontation with that golden-haired, handsome man. Had she perhaps been a tad too presumptuous? After all, he was Elon Hartmann, heir to the interstellar mega-conglomerate, Hartmann Group. What title should he bear? Chairman or president? Would he seek revenge on her? Noticing Yunli's concerned expression, Gongye Yuanzhou chuckled softly, gently squeezing her delicate hand. Do not worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. The 2 boarded a hovering vehicle and made their way to one of Hartmann Group's mechanical female exhibition sites on West Street. Gongye Yuanzhou drove a black, understated vintage hovercar today, its most distinguishing feature being its low chassis, allowing Yunli to easily touch the ground as she opened the door. She adored this model of hovercar. Gongye Yuanzhou felt a twinge of regret as he exited, preferring that his dear one remain seated in the passenger seat, unable to reach the ground, thereby nurturing his sense of being needed. Despite this being the most low-key vehicle in his possession, it stood out among the multitude of hovercars, exuding an air of unattainable luxury. It was impossible to hide one's innate aura. A hovercar worth over 100 million star coins was incomparable to those mass-produced in the interstellar market. As Yunli and Gongye Yuanzhou stepped out and had not taken more than 2 steps toward the exhibition site, they heard rustling sounds behind them. Turning to look, they spotted a child of about 8 or 9 years old, stealthily wielding a dagger, approaching the hovercar with the intent to scratch its black metallic coating. Yunli remarked, It seems that unruly children are a product of every era. Gongye Yuanzhou, observing the scene, was not angered. He strode over, effortlessly grasping the child's hand that held the dagger, his expression gentle and amiable as he inquired, Where does your father work? What is his annual income? Does your family reside in an apartment or a mansion? Understanding his intent, Yunli realized that Gongye Yuanzhou was conducting an informal assessment regarding the child's family's ability to cover damages for any scratches on the hovercar. The child, intimidated by Gongye Yuanzhou's imposing yet cordial demeanor, stammered, We live in an apartment. Gongye Yuanzhou feigned disappointment. In that case, you may not want to scratch it, as the repair costs could leave your family in ruin. At that moment, a burly man approached, his expression turning menacing upon seeing Gongye Yuanzhou holding his child. He stepped forward, ready to confront him. Hey, what are you doing? Gongye Yuanzhou swiftly dodged and the child, sensing the arrival of reinforcements, shouted to his father, Dad, hurry and hit him. He won't let me scratch the car. The burly man paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Gongye Yuanzhou's understated yet luxurious hovercar. His arm, which had been poised to strike, swung back and landed a slap on the child's face, causing the boy to wail. The man, now even more irate, shoved his sobbing child forward and pointed at Gongye Yuanzhou. Apologize. The child, with a touch of defiance, replied, I won tea. With a swift motion, the man delivered 2 more slaps, leaving bright red marks on the child's chubby cheeks. Growing angrier, the burly man insisted, Apologize. Amidst his tears, the child complied. I'm sorry. Finding the spectacle tedious, Gongye Yuanzhou turned away, continuing to hold Yunli's hand as they departed. The child continued to sob, while the burly man stood silent, watching the pair leave with a brooding expression. Upon arriving at the exhibition venue, they found it to be a sprawling 3-story shopping complex, only slightly smaller than the Central Region's Bean Mall. The exhibition was located on the third floor, with the first and second floors serving as open areas. Access to the exhibition space required a special pass. The customized mechanical sub-female started at a base price of 1 million star coins, and Hartmann Company had a specific target demographic for sales, ensuring that they did not squander time or resources on the impoverished. At least they were honest capitalists, clearly disdainful of the poor without deceiving them out of a single star coin. Yunli, hand in hand with Gongye Yuanzhou, passed through the scanning verification to enter the exhibition. Inside, a throng of people surged, admiring and selecting from the mechanical females, all of whom perfectly embodied feminine characteristics in appearance and touch. These mechanical females exhibited diverse skin tones, eye colors, hair types, species, heights, and body shapes. Yunli was particularly struck by one with blue skin reminiscent of Avatar, clad in a wild strapless dress that barely concealed her modesty. If one did not scrutinize closely, one might truly be deceived by their lifelike appearance. However, upon closer inspection, the rigidity of their bodies and the blankness in their expressions became evident. They were so close. Yunli realized that Hartmann's technology was merely a hair's breadth away from achieving a seamless blend between robots and humans, as the pores on the mechanical females were distinctly visible. Some individuals were in private rooms, customizing the mechanical sub-females to their liking, selecting skin tones and outfits. These bespoke orders, tailored to personal preferences, were priced at over double the original cost, yet people displayed greater tolerance for their creations, resulting in sales figures far exceeding those of the base models. Yunli, thoroughly engrossed, eagerly led Gongye Yuanzhou from one mechanical female to another, with her favorite being those of East Asian descent, black-haired, dark-eyed, and adorned in traditional kipeos, which made her feel an undeniable sense of familiarity. No wonder she was so fond of Gongye Yuanzhou. As Shien Yun had said, it was his unique East Asian charm that captivated her. Black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. How strikingly handsome he was. Gongye Yuanzhou looked at her with affectionate indulgence as she joyfully flitted among the mechanical females and, noticing her keen interest, suggested, "If you like one, we should purchase it." Yunli was pleasantly surprised. "Really?" Gongye Yuanzhou nodded with a smile, prompting Yunli to press her advantage further. "Could we perhaps purchase two?" She had recently taken a liking to two mechanical females, one a striking beauty adorned in classical attire, and the other an ethereal figure exuding the essence of Jiangnan, enchanting enough to captivate any woman, including Yunli herself. She finally understood the allure that compelled enthusiasts to collect such figures, as they were simply breathtaking to behold. At that moment, she contemplated approaching Gongye Yuanzhou to discuss the possibility of ordering the two exquisite pieces. However, the price of these mechanical females was exorbitantly high, each one exceeding 6 million star coins, a sum she was reluctant to part with. Just then, she heard someone joyfully calling her name. Yunli. Chapter 66. Companion-type mechanical males. Upon seeing the person, Yunli was equally delighted.
Luzi.
It was her companion from the harrowing experience at Hartmann Manor. Luzi was dressed in a flowing purple gown, flanked by two tall and handsome twins in the 6th Legion's uniform, their resemblance uncanny. Luzi rushed over with excitement and embraced Yunli, then, noticing Gongye Yuanzhou beside her, asked with a smile, "Is this your partner?" Yunli nodded in affirmation, aware that the chaotic events of their rescue had prevented Luzi from recognizing Gongye Yuanzhou. Just as she was unfamiliar with the two striking males accompanying Luzi, the twins extended their hands in goodwill to Gongye Yuanzhou, and the atmosphere turned amiable. Luzi, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped Yunli's hand. "Yunli, are you here to buy companion robots as well?" Companion robots? Was this another term for mechanical females? Gongye Yuanzhou felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this, though his lack of interest in mechanical females left him somewhat uninformed. He understood, however, that mechanical females and companion robots belonged to distinct categories. Otherwise, the former would not have been given a separate designation.
Me?
Yunli was about to voice her confusion when Luzi, bubbling with excitement, urged her, "Come on, let's go take a look." Yunli trotted along behind Luzi, with Gongye Yuanzhou and the tall, handsome twins trailing closely, ensuring their companions remained within sight. Luzi led Yunli to a more intimate exhibition hall, dwarfed in comparison to the expansive showcase of mechanical females, where an array of muscular male figures awaited. Yunli felt a rush of exhilaration. Wait, was this truly what she thought? Luzi, animated and eager, pulled Yunli into the exhibit, advising her, "Given your petite stature, I recommend starting with the smallest size. Otherwise, it may be uncomfortable." As Yunli entered the exhibition, she felt overwhelmed, her eyes darting around as if searching for a place to settle. This was utterly fascinating. Unbelievable. It was akin to the experience of ancient patrons perusing a brothel with an array of choices at their disposal. However, after surveying the area, she realized that all the companion robots were of similar height and build, differing only in skin tone, hair color, and eye color. There was no mention of the smallest size that Luzi had mentioned. Luzi, where are the smallest sizes?
Yunlinkirat Bujlat.
Luzi paused in her selection, turned with a knowing smile, and subtly gestured towards an unknown corner. Yunli immediately understood.
Ah.
So that was the meaning of the smallest size. Luzi giggled playfully, eyeing the three tall figures approaching them, and whispered, I almost forgot that you and your partner share a physical bond. I suppose the standard sizes should suffice. Yunli quickly covered Luzi's mouth, realizing that while her own playful thoughts were harmless, Luzi's share just felt like an exposure of her private matters. She didn't yet feel comfortable discussing men's sizes with Luzi. Seeing Luzi's gleeful expression, she gradually lowered her hand, her cheeks flushed. Aren't two partners enough for you? Luzi let out a soft hum, expressing her dissatisfaction with her partners. I don't just have two, I actually have four. However, with the recent martial law on Central Star, they are all tied up with government work, often working late. If I don't buy a companion robot to reward myself, the long nights can be quite unbearable. Yunli was taken aback, realizing how openly the Interstellar Society discussed such matters. When a partner could not fulfill certain desires, a robot would step in to fill that void. Luzi, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, patted Yunli on the shoulder. Don't worry. It's all a learning experience. Who knows your body better than you? Yunli found herself far more intrigued by the idea of collecting mechanical females than of acquiring a companion robot. After all, her intimacy with Gong Yi Yuanzhou was perfectly harmonious. Typically, he would satisfy her needs upon returning home. Besides, purchasing a companion robot in front of Gong Yi Yuanzhou felt like a provocation to his masculinity. Indeed, as they drew closer to the exhibition of companion robots, Gong Yi Yuanzhou's expression darkened upon witnessing Yunli and Luzi entering the hall. He swiftly took her hand and strode away. Yunli cast an apologetic glance at Luzi, who responded with an understanding thumbs up, though her slightly furrowed brows seemed to scold Gong Yi Yuanzhou for not being more accommodating. Was it not entirely natural for a sub-female to have physical desires? What harm was there in buying a companion robot for a bit of fun? Why so strict? Gong Yi Yuanzhou hurriedly led Yunli away, but with his long strides, she found herself sprinting to keep up with him. After a short distance, she halted, refusing to move any further. I'm so tired. After the sudden exertion, she was already glistening with a light sheen of sweat, her unique fragrance wafting through the air. Gong Yi Yuanzhou scooped her into his arms and found a spherical resting pod to sit in. The pod quickly closed around them, transforming into a true sphere. The space they occupied felt sealed off, yet fresh oxygen was supplied from above, allowing for steady and comfortable breathing. Gong Yi Yuanzhou appeared like a dejected puppy. Am I not performing well, my dear? Yunli replied earnestly. How could you think that? You performed admirably. I absolutely adore you. His eyes lit up. Then why did you go with her to see the companion robots? Yunli felt wronged. She insisted on showing me. I simply wished to broaden my horizons. Who could have guessed that companion robots were male versions? After soothing him for quite some time and agreeing to a series of unequal treaties, she managed to lift Gong Yi Yuanzhou's spirits once more. They didn't continue their exploration of the mechanical females exhibition. The plan for him to buy her two mechanical females had fallen through, as he now harbored an indiscriminate aversion to all humanoid mechanical products, fearing that her gaze and interest might shift from him to them. Instead, they wandered to the second floor of the mall, where they encountered a botanical exhibition hall by Eternal Life Technologies. The business of the plant corridor, a necessity for the middle class, was akin to the frenzy of a past gold rush. Star coins seemed trivial, and any discounted plant pot flew off the shelves, both online and offline, at lightning speed. As Yunli and Gong Yi Yuanzhou stepped inside, they encountered a throng of individuals at the front desk, urging the staff of the botanical gallery to promptly restock their merchandise. Being affluent, Gong Yi Yuanzhou had no need to vie for discounted items, instead opting to purchase a potted dragon claw tree, requesting the staff to package it for their return. In Chapter 67, No Sanitary Pads in the Stars 1. The dragon claw tree chosen by Yunli bore a striking resemblance to the dragon claw acacia from the Blue Star era. Its trunk was smooth, and the branches, elegantly branching out, resembled dragon claws in their natural form. The leaves atop these branches were not lush, but rather showcased tender buds ready to bloom. The tree stood approximately 30 centimeters tall, emphasizing its exquisite nature, and yet, including the potting soil, it cost over 5 million star coins. While, in the botanical gallery, Yunli also beheld various plants such as spring feather, turtleback, and red nan, whose broad, lush foliage was impressively verdant and correspondingly expensive. It was truly hard to fathom that during the Blue Star era, one could purchase a potted dragon-scale spring feather for merely 9 yuan online, while in the stars, it fetched astronomical prices. The prices of ornamental plants remained exorbitantly high, with fruit-bearing trees being even more unattainable. The only entity capable of perpetually cultivating such flora was the Eternal Life Company, whose lucrative plant business saw billions of star coins cascading like a waterfall into their coffers. Oh, how she wished she possessed such a green thumb. If only she had traversed through time with a golden opportunity, like an online shopping platform akin to Pinduoduo. She could effortlessly procure plants for 9 yuan and resell them to interstellar citizens for 990,000 star coins, whimsically including free potting soil and slow-release fertilizer, earning her the adoration of all. Engrossed in these delightful thoughts, she cradled the vibrant dragon claw tree, meticulously wrapped in transparent packaging, feeling a sense of joy akin to a farmer surrounded by verdant life. Meanwhile, Tina, the dragon sapphire, was thriving in the estate, competing beautifully with other flowers. Perhaps it was the maternal lens through which she viewed it, but she felt Tina's delicate pink and white appearance outshone the vivid hues of other blossoms. As she continued to admire the dragon claw tree through its packaging, she noticed that Gong Yi Yuanzhou had been silent for quite some time while piloting the hovercar. Turning to glance at him, she found his demeanor rather peculiar. "Yuanzhou, are you all right? Not feeling well?" she asked, concern etched upon her face. His current state was far from ideal. He appeared overheated, a sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead, with droplets trickling down his cheek to his neck. He occasionally exhaled, as if besieged by waves of heat emanating from within. Tugging at his collar, he took her hand and pressed a fervent kiss upon it. "It's nothing. Just a bit warm. And you smell delightful today." "Delightful?" Yunli, perplexed, sniffed at her skin and attire, finding no discernible fragrance. The various bathing products in the stars were heavily scented, and she typically opted for milder fragrances, so after their lengthy stroll, she found it odd that any scent lingered. "Are you certain?" "I don't smell anything." It seemed Gong Yi Yuanzhou grew even warmer at her words, his handsome, sun-kissed face flushed with a deep crimson. And he swallowed hard, appearing parched as his eyes, tinged with bloodshot hues, bore into hers with an intensity that was somewhat unsettling. "Yuanzhou?" she asked, anxiously squeezing his hand. He strained to regain his composure, refocusing on the road ahead as he accelerated the hovercar, transforming it into a streak of light racing toward the estate. Upon arrival, as he parked the vehicle, Gong Yi Yuanzhou swiftly unbuckled her seatbelt and effortlessly lifted her from the seat, placing her atop his lap in the driver's seat. "Yuanzhou, my tree," she exclaimed, worried about the precious dragon claw tree she had purchased. Fortunately, Gong Yi Yuanzhou managed to momentarily rein in his fervor, setting the tree in the passenger seat before firmly wrapping his strong arms around her slender waist, drawing her close for a passionate kiss. Later, when Yunli awoke, it was already midday the following day. The heavy, clammy sensation of sweat that had enveloped her before her slumber had dissipated. Yet due to the heat radiating from his body throughout the night, a light sheen of perspiration had returned. After a good rest, she felt inclined to stretch and alleviate her stiffness. So sore," she gasped, wincing as she supported her aching waist. Yesterday, Gong Yi Yuanzhou had been fervently passionate, leaving her with sore muscles. It seemed she was the one in need of restorative herbs. After lying there for a while, she finally rose to take a shower. The warm water cascading over her body relieved her fatigue and washed away the remnants of sweat, while the bath bubbles danced across the pristine bathroom floor, some splashing against the walls. Suddenly, she felt a warm rush beneath her, and crimson blood began to flow down her inner thighs, mingling with the water to form a faintly pink stream on the floor. "Oh no! My period!" Panic surged within her. How could she have forgotten about this in her nearly 3 months in the stars? Yunli's menstrual cycle was far from regular due to polycystic ovary syndrome, typically occurring only 3 to 4 times a year, forming a seasonal pattern. On Blue Star, medication helped maintain a regular monthly cycle, but here in the stars, what could she do? For 3 months, she had been diligently working to support herself, incurring late fees on loans, and had entirely neglected her bodily needs.
Now,
It was indeed time for her period to arrive. The issue arose, however, as there were no normal women, or rather females, in the stars, only artificially modified subfemales who did not menstruate or give birth, rendering sanitary products unnecessary. What was she to do? She couldn't possibly remain seated on the toilet for an entire week. At least she felt relieved that her previous intimate encounter with Gong Yi Yuanzhou had not resulted in pregnancy. The thought of that was overwhelming. "Number 3, come in," Yunli called out, addressing the robot assigned to the bathroom area. Electronics were sensitive to steam, so number 3 always waited outside while she showered. Upon hearing her call, number 3's sensors lit up, and the bathroom door opened as it moved to stand before her. "Master, how may I assist you?" the robot's electronic voice inquired. "Could you please bring me some hemostatic gauze?"
Yunli Rakashta. Certainly.
Shortly after the response from number 3, an immense storage space emerged from the center of its body. Within this space, alongside various bathroom supplies, lay a collection of medical items. Number 3 utilized its mechanical arm to extract all the gauze from the storage compartment, along with a bottle of antiseptic iodine, anti-inflammatory powder, and a roll of medical tape. The gauze, approximately the size of a palm, appeared thick and breathable. Yunli could only fashion a rudimentary sanitary pad by temporarily adhering 2 pieces of gauze together with the medical tape. Her lower abdomen felt heavy and was continuously descending. This sensation was all too familiar to her. Although she did not suffer from dysmenorrhea, her discomfort during her menstrual cycle was always pronounced. At this moment, she longed to lie flat on her bed. Her body yearned for the solace of simply reclining wherever she could. However, lying down was not an option. If she were to truly recline on the bed, it would surely result in an unsightly mess. Beneath her was not a pair of comfortable sleep pants, but rather a makeshift sanitary pad. The flow on the first and second days was substantial, and it would undoubtedly be inadequate. She could not possibly remain seated on the toilet for an entire week, while the makeshift pad could suffice. The gauze was not designed to contain such a volume and had large pores. It would soon succumb to leakage, creating an embarrassing situation. After changing her clothes, Yunli exited the bathroom and stepped into the bright, spacious living room on the first floor. Hesitant to sit down, she activated the star ring on her wrist, pacing nervously while searching the interstellar web for items with similar functions to sanitary pads. Her efforts were rewarded when she stumbled upon a waterproof medical gauze, suitable for travel and outdoor combat, featuring adhesive strips on the back. Interstellar netizens had even devised an alternative use for it, sticking this medical gauze in damp corners of the home, as it possessed remarkable absorbency. The gauze came in 2 sizes, a small version measuring 24 by 6 centimeters and a larger one at 42 by 7 centimeters, perfectly catering to her daytime and nighttime needs. However, due to its affordability and practicality, it was perpetually out of stock on the interstellar market. The only available purchase point was a vending machine on the 3rd floor of the Eternal Life Technology Hospital, which stocked all products under the umbrella of Eternal Life Technology and offered unlimited supplies around the clock, showcasing the conglomerate's immense wealth. Presently, Yunli could not concern herself with how opulent Eternal Life Technology appeared. She genuinely needed this sanitary pad. No, this waterproof medical gauze. In pursuit of her freedom from menstrual constraints, she donned her chosen attire, particularly selecting black pants, and made her way to the underground repository of the integrated mecha at Gong Yi Yuanzhou's estate. She activated the Morning Star, the vehicle she had previously used, and took off toward the Eternal Life Hospital. On the top floor of the Eternal Life Hospital, in a super VIP patient room, Zhong Lin sat upright beside a middle-aged man in his 40s, both sharing a cascade of smooth silver hair. The man was none other than His Majesty, the Emperor Zhong Wuqi, who wielded absolute power over the central star system. In the future, all this power would be transferred to Zhong Lin, the pair representing the pinnacle of authority in the central star. Unlike his demeanor when addressing ministers, Zhong Wuqi's gentle green eyes radiated affection toward his soul heir. After a few light coughs, he grasped Zhong Lin's hand and inquired, "How are your studies at the military academy? Are you finding life to your liking?" Zhong Lin tucked his father's hand beneath the blanket, a disapproving expression on his face. "Father, I am well. Your political affairs are never-ending. You must prioritize your health." Zhong Wuqi looked at his increasingly handsome and tall son with satisfaction. "Shaolin, I have faith that you'll be an exceptional emperor in the future." After a brief conversation, Mike, Zhong Wuqi's personal secretary clad in a fitted black suit, entered with documents. Upon seeing Zhong Lin, he immediately nodded in greeting. Your Highness. Zhong Lin returned the nod, and Zhong Wuqi, noticing the secretary's arrival to discuss important matters, patted Zhong Lin's hand. You should return to the military academy now. My old ailments will improve after this period. Do not worry. Zhong Lin, understanding that his father had pressing matters to attend to, concealed his concern and left the room. At this moment, Yunli hurriedly arrived at the Eternal Life Hospital, briskly entering through the main entrance and making her way toward the third floor. Unbeknownst to her, as she stepped through the hospital doors, a tall male figure who had just collected his medication caught a whiff of her vibrant fragrance. He turned on his heel and promptly followed her. When Yunli sensed something amiss and glanced back, she was taken aback to find herself trailed by a throng of men with crimson eyes, each behaving as if possessed, closely mirroring her every step. What kind of real-life horror story was this? Being followed by one person was terrifying enough, but a swarm was even more daunting. Her legs trembled in fear, and just as she spotted an elevator whose doors were about to close with a chime, she hurriedly attempted to slip inside to escape the crowd. Yet, as she was on the verge of stepping into the elevator, a large hand seized her and pulled her back out. You must be an alpha, right? My name is Blake. May I apply to be your partner? I am Hatu, the president of the Central Star Bank. Would you allow me to invite you to dinner? I am Hu Jiayang, one of the shareholders of a large supermarket chain. I am single and have no partner. I would be willing to share all my assets with you. The sudden barrage of courtship proposals caused an uproar, with each man jostling to draw closer to Yunli. As she retreated, her eyes frantically scanned for an escape route, her mind racing with despair. Oh heavens, what on earth is happening? This never occurred during my last visit to the Eternal Life Hospital. Or is it that Gong Yi Yuanzhou's absence has made me seem especially vulnerable? Just as she felt herself being pushed into a corner by the throng, a tall figure, exuding a sharp scent, swiftly enveloped her, propelling her forward. He appeared to be very familiar with the hospital, deftly guiding her through twists and turns until they reached a private elevator. As Yunli was held in his embrace, she observed the chaotic crowd dwindling to a calm stillness, indicating their departure from that tumultuous place.
Ding!
The elevator doors opened once more, revealing a tranquil hallway. Starkly contrasting the crowded environments of the first and second floors of the hospital, alleviating Yunli's anxiety somewhat. As the embrace around her loosened, she instinctively looked up at her savior, who had rescued her from her predicament. His silver hair flowed like silk woven from moonlight, smooth and shining in the bright, fragmented light, resembling diamonds in their brilliance. His light green eyes sparkled like emeralds bathed in the mist of a forest, captivating anyone who gazed into them. Yunli found him strikingly familiar. Wasn't he the one who had saved her last time at Hartman Manor? Your Highness. Chapter 69. The Law of Attraction. Zhong Lin scrutinized Yunli, ensuring that she was unharmed and in good spirits before exhaling a sigh of relief. However, a frown of concern creased his brow as he asked, "What brings you to the hospital alone? Wasn't it perfectly normal for someone to come to the hospital alone?" Before encountering Gong Yi Yuanzhou, she had managed her meals and even washed dishes while delivering takeout all by herself. The divide between ordinary individuals and the wealthy was stark. Such a simple question left her at a loss for words, unable to respond in a natural tone. However, it is indeed rather challenging to respond. She certainly cannot tell him that she is experiencing her menstrual cycle, for there is no concept of such a period in the interstellar realm. Perhaps he is entirely unaware of what a menstrual cycle even entails. Thus, she could only speak evasively. I merely cut my hand, and coincidentally, there was no medical gauze at home. I thought the hospital was not far, so I drove the hover car here to stock up. Zhong Lin, with a sense of urgency, grasped her hand and examined it closely. Where are you injured? How could you be so careless? Yet, after a thorough inspection, he found no visible wounds. Yunli awkwardly wrested her hand from his grip, explaining, "Perhaps the wound healed on its own during the journey. Ha, ha, ha. It's a trivial matter, really. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." After freeing her hand, she subtly distanced herself from him. Zhong Lin lowered his pale green gaze, discreetly stroking the fingers that had inadvertently brushed against her skin. The warmth of her touch lingering on his fingertips, igniting a silent revelry within the hidden recesses of his heart. As she believed her actions to be natural in creating space, to him, they appeared so deliberate, leaving him with a profound sense of disappointment. Her relationship with Gong Yi Yuanzhou was entirely different. Whenever she found herself in their company, his hand would firmly hold hers, or he would embrace her securely, allowing her to relish their intimacy, rather than drawing a clear line as she did with Zhong Lin. How envious she felt. Envious of their unbreakable bond. Envious of the unique regard she held for Gong Yi Yuanzhou. What right did he have? Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Yunli redirected the conversation to inquire about the situation outside. Your Highness, Zhong Lin interrupted, just call me Zhong Lin. Yunli hesitated. Wouldn't it be somewhat disrespectful? Zhong Lin reassured her, it's quite all right. At the military academy, we address each other by our first names. Only in formal settings do we use titles.
Oh.
Is that so? Yunli mused, scratching her head. As a citizen of the Blue Star era during a socialist period, she was not well versed in the interstellar system resembling a constitutional monarchy, but at least it was not like the feudal imperial era, where disrespecting a title could lead to execution. However, the absence of a formal title might still invite reprimands, such as a slap or a ruler. Nevertheless, since he had indicated it was acceptable, she did not feel she had committed an offense and nodded. So, Zhong Lin, may I ask what happened to the people outside? Their eyes were red, as if they had lost their sanity. While it didn't feel like a zombie apocalypse, Yunli was gripped by a sense of dread, as though they would chase her down to devour her. It seemed Gong Yi Yuanzhou had been the same last night, his eyes bloodshot as he harassed her throughout the night. Heaven knows she had seen a faint light on the horizon before falling into a deep slumber, at which point she had silently mocked how energetic the youth were, filled with boundless vigor, willing to invest effort in the things and people they cherished. Zhong Lin approached the display shelf in the room and retrieved a bottle of water encased in glass. The series of digits on the label made Yun Li's eyes widen in shock. The wealth of the affluent truly seemed like a string of meaningless numbers. Good heavens. Who could casually drink a bottle of 330 milliliters priced at 2,999 star coins? Was this water infused with an elixir of immortality? What justified such a price? Zhong Lin opened the bottle and offered it to Yun Li. Drink some water. Yun Li accepted it with both hands, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. She took a small sip, slightly smacking her lips, unsure if it was due to the price, but she found the water to be somewhat sweeter than ordinary drinking water. Yet, just a tad, hardly worth 2,999 star coins for a bottle. Gulp, gulp. Zhong Lin opened another bottle and drank it down eagerly, his atoms apple bobbing with each swallow. Yun Li perceived that he seemed exceptionally thirsty, finishing the entire bottle, as if the heat within him had only slightly abated. Zhong Lin raised his pale green eyes to her once more. Do you not realize how enticing you are? Enticing? This was the second person to say such a thing. Gong Yi Yuanzhou had mentioned it yesterday as well, yet she truly did not feel that way. Skeptically, she sniffed her arm and clothing, finding only a normal fragrance. The scent of her skin bore the faint aroma of her shower gel, while her clothes carried the scent of the most highly rated and popular laundry detergent used by the housekeeping robot.
What was so alluring about her?
Yun Li replied, I can't detect anything. Is there something wrong with your sense of smell? Zhong Lin's handsome face wore a gentle smile. One person might misjudge. But can a group be mistaken? Yun Li found some logic in his words. Yet she truly could not perceive any fragrance. Why don't you describe this scent to me? It resembles the intense fragrance of gardenias, intoxicating enough to cloud one's reason, compelling one to lie down in a gardenia-scented place and drift into slumber. It is entirely reasonable that you cannot detect it. It is merely a primal attraction embedded in our male genes. If one were to force a description. Zhong Lin pondered for a moment before asking Yun Li, do you know the allure catnip holds for cats?
Yun Li nudda.
Zhong Lin continued, your allure is tenfold stronger to us than catnip is to cats. Such a revelation stunned Yun Li, yet she had never detected this scent. What could possibly be amiss? She observed Zhong Lin, whose demeanor remained composed. You seem quite rational. Zhong Lin's pale green eyes deepened, shifting from a light green gemstone to a striking emerald. Vibrant and extraordinarily beautiful. Zhong Lin confessed, I am striving to restrain myself, otherwise, seeing the way Zhong Lin looked at her, as if he wished to devour her whole.
Yun Li understood.
You truly do possess a fragrance that makes one want to savor you bit by bit. Having spent considerable time with Gong Yi Yuanzhou lately, she had grown accustomed to his lewd remarks, and her thoughts had taken an even more risque turn. Devour? How would one devour exactly? Is it the kind of consumption I am imagining? Cough, cough, cough. Enough of that. She truly needed to limit her consumption of such melodramatic narratives on the Star Network. They were warping her mind. This was not the time for such fanciful thoughts, and she cautiously advised Zhong Lin, calm down. You must remain composed. Chapter 70. Are we really digging the walls so casually? Zonglin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and reassured Yunli. Rest assured. Our distinction from beasts lies in our formidable self-control. As long as our mental fortitude remains intact, we shall never succumb to madness. Yunli felt a sense of relief. She truly could not fathom the source of this peculiar fragrance emanating from her.
Wait.
A bold thought crossed her mind. Could it be related to her menstrual cycle? Just like she had read in ABO novels during the Blue Star era, where estrus and sensitivity periods led to the release of distinctive scents that drove nearby alphas mad with desire. Oh, what a bizarre trope. Yet, judging by Zonglin's demeanor, he seemed to merely enjoy the fragrance rather than being consumed by it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain rational discourse with her here. Zonglin regarded her skeptically. You truly have not ingested any prohibited substances, have you? Yunli, I had no intention of denying it. Yet the words suddenly lodged in my throat, refusing to escape. She could easily refute the notion of having taken any so-called forbidden drugs as suggested by Zonglin, but how could she possibly explain the alluring fragrance that seemed to attract males? And what exactly constituted a forbidden drug? For her own safety, she silently swallowed the words that remained unspoken, perhaps just a tiny bit. Zonglin's expression faltered. His gaze toward Yunli filled with disapproval. You need not go to such lengths to appease Gong Yi Yuanzhou. The consumption of forbidden substances is detrimental to one's health. Utilizing their effects to charm males will leave you in a state of prolonged lethargy, loss of appetite, nausea, and even memory decline. The already low spiritual fortitude of a low-tier subfemale will diminish further. Does that seem worthwhile? Of course, it was not worthwhile, for she had not consumed any forbidden drugs at all. The rejection of illicit substances was ingrained in the very DNA of the people of Long Kingdom. How could she possibly cast that aside now that she was in the stars? Yet, if she had not ingested anything forbidden, how could she account for the strange fragrance that enveloped her? She was truly at her wit's end. Once again, she awkwardly shifted the topic. Haha, by the way, I never properly thanked you for saving me at the Garden Hotel. Zonglin huffed softly, a hint of grievance flickering in his cold demeanor. You remember? Yunli nodded vigorously. Of course I do. How could I forget? If it weren't for your timely rescue, I would have lost my life and wouldn't be standing here chatting with you in one piece. Zonglin inquired. So how do you intend to repay me? Repay? She was merely trying to change the subject with some awkward banter. Did Gong Yi Yuanzhou not mention that she owed him a favor? As a prince, he could hardly collect debts from both sides, could he? Seemingly sensing the tumult within Yunli's heart, Zonglin's emerald eyes gleamed with an unusual light, his tone tinged with disdain. Who cares about the favor he thinks you owe him? His gaze turned earnest as he fixed his eyes on Yunli. I care about what you owe me. Yunli replied. What can I do for you? Just to clarify, I am not wealthy. There was no way she could part with the 50 million star coins that had just warmed her hands. If she was to repay this favor, it would be with her very life. She could not separate herself from her precious money for even a moment. Zonglin, with eyes as stunning as emeralds, leaned down, gently resting his hands on her shoulders. Darling, be with me. Yunli's eyes widened in surprise. Zonglin continued, You need not resort to forbidden drugs to win my favor, nor do you have to conform to my preferences or chase after me. You can live your life as you wish, engaging in the pursuits you love.
Wait.
Yunli interrupted him. This was such an abrupt transition to a confession scene. She looked up at Zonglin. You know I'm with Gong Yi Yuanzhou, right? Zonglin nodded. Yunli continued. Then you also understand that as a low-tier subfemale, I lack the diversity in mate selection that a mid- or high-tier subfemale possesses, correct? Zonglin nodded again. Yunli pressed on. Then you should also realize that you are the crown prince of the Central Star Empire, destined to have a monogamous partner. No matter how relaxed your requirements may be, it is not a role that a low-tier subfemale like me can fulfill. Zonglin's expression remained resolute, his gaze unwavering. It does not matter. As long as I have chosen you, you are my one and only partner. Perhaps he should have spoken up long ago, otherwise, he would not have allowed Gong Yi Yuanzhou to gain such an advantage, taking precedence in Yunli's heart. He could no longer wait. He wished to be with her, to openly declare his claim on her in any public setting, rather than endure the sight of her laughing in Gong Yi Yuanzhou's embrace while he could only feign indifference. Heaven knows how much he longed to gaze at her openly, to experience the unguarded way she had been with him when she had found him injured and unconscious, allowing him the chance to approach and embrace her. One must strive for the love they desire. Why should one be ashamed? Yunli shook her head in refusal. Absolutely not. setting aside whether her identity as a low-tier subfemale would be accepted by the royal family. After all, she was still a canary, and her patron treated her well. He appeared innocent, wealthy, and easily deceived. She had no intention of changing her employer just yet. And before her stood Zhong Lin, who exuded intelligence and wisdom. Clearly not someone to be trifled with. She had a penchant for foolishness. She preferred those who were a bit dull, as they provided her with a sense of security. What was it about her that made the crown prince so eager to undermine Gong Yi Yuanzhou? Yunli felt as though the world had turned upside down. Completely surreal. Zhong Lin, upon witnessing Yunli's firm rejection, visibly displayed his disappointment, a sight that would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Yet among those who felt pity, Yunli was certainly not included. Feeling sorry for a man was the beginning of misfortune. Zhong Lin was not one to easily concede. Upon seeing Yunli's aversion, he changed his strategy, opting for a more conciliatory approach. Do not be alarmed, I genuinely care for you. If you are unwilling to part ways with Gong Yi Yuanzhou, I could join your relationship. Yunli was taken aback. This world had truly flipped. The crown prince was proposing a polyamorous arrangement? Did he even realize what he was suggesting? Yunli's face flushed crimson, not from embarrassment, but sheer anxiety. Her heart raced. She had hardly crossed paths with Zhong Lin, so how could he have developed feelings for her? Considering Gong Yi Yuanzhou's unfriendly demeanor towards him, Yunli envisioned the melodramatic scenario. I dislike you, so I will steal your partner, leaving you to witness the intimacy I share with her. Was that the motive behind this? Chapter 71. Choose A or choose B. Yunli scrutinized Zhong Lin's radiant and handsome visage, cautiously inquiring, Zhong Lin, do you have some sort of grudge against Gong Yi Yuanzhou? Zhong Lin, ever astute, immediately understood her concerns and shook his head in denial. I hold no grudge against Gong Yi Yuanzhou. My feelings for you are genuine. My pursuit of you is earnest, and my desire to be with you is sincere. He advanced a step closer, his towering figure imposing. My pursuit of you is based solely on my affection for you, unrelated to anyone else. Yunli, akin to a startled rabbit, retreated repeatedly, her head shaking in frantic refusal. No, no, no. This is unacceptable. How about this? You tell me how much your life-saving favor is worth, and I shall repay you accordingly. The wisdom of Earth echoed in her mind. If money could solve a problem, it was a trivial matter. The real issues were those that money could not address. She was being foolish, risking everything for a small gain. Her reliance on Gong Yi Yuanzhou was a sturdy shelter, providing comfort. Now that Zhong Lin had appeared, intent on dismantling that security, how could she allow it? She could distinguish her meals from the saturated feast. The royal family, while adorned with noble titles, was not without its treacherous intrigues, akin to the tumultuous plots of Zhan Huanzhuan. With her intellect, she would not survive 2 episodes within that world. Zhong Lin followed her retreat, stepping closer once more, his emerald eyes earnest and sincere. Darling, if you truly worry so much, I can ensure you face no dilemma. Yunli's heart remained tightly wound, bracing for what he would say next, and as expected, her scalp prickled with unease. Zhong Lin continued, I shall seek out Gong Yi Yuanzhou and express my unwavering determination to pursue you face to face. She was aware. She knew it all too well. A person as astute as Zhong Lin must have concocted a grand plan. Having reached such a pivotal point, how could he possibly relinquish his ambitions so easily? Yet, she was utterly unprepared for the audacity he displayed. Was there truly no distinction between this and defecating in public? Although she had not yet registered her partnership with Gong Yi Yuanzhou at the Interstellar Civil Affairs Department, the intimacy of their relationship was apparent to all. She was not a mid-tier subfemale, yet Zhong Lin was prepared to confront Gong Yi Yuanzhou, her legitimate boyfriend, in an overt declaration of pursuit. Was this not akin to forcing him to wear a green hat? Oh, dear, if her world were a novel. She would surely title it through time, My Journey as Daji in the Stars. She had indeed grown. Yunli shook her head more vigorously. No, no, no. Yet Zhong Lin drew closer, his emerald eyes seemingly peering into her very soul. As long as you agree, the rest shall be left to me. Consider it a repayment for your life-saving grace. I only ask for 3 opportunities to court you. If, after 3 dates, you have not developed feelings for me, I shall withdraw and cease my pursuit. Is that agreeable? Zhong Lin gazed at Yunli with a gentle, harmless expression, while inwardly he harbored darker thoughts. If 3 dates failed to ignite her affection, he would directly confront Gong Yi Yuanzhou, engaging in fair competition as the crown prince. Yunli could only perceive the world as a colossal farce. Did she truly possess the right to refuse? She had finally clarified her options before her. Option A, Zonglin would have 3 chances to pursue her, but she insisted they must be conducted discreetly. If they succeeded, splendid. If not, they would act as though nothing had transpired. Option B, Zonglin would confront Gongye Yuanzhou directly, wagering his identity as the crown prince in a fair contest. Such fair competition would undoubtedly attract attention. Yet, Yunli feared for her very life. One was a crown prince, the other the son of a marshal. How many lives did she dare gamble in such a manner? What would she do if Gongye Yuanzhou's father found out? And if the emperor learned of it, what then? The matchmaking rules among the elite of the interstellar world were shattered by her lowly status as a subfemale. How could she possibly have the audacity to engage in such affairs? In ancient times, if 2 princes were enamored with the same woman, it was a foregone conclusion. She would be doomed, accused of instigating discord among royal brothers, and the old emperor would surely compel her to take her own life. Yunli swallowed hard, her dog-like eyes drooping as she gazed at Zonglin with a complex and guilty expression. Then it is settled. 3 dates. If I do not develop feelings for you, you will withdraw. Yes? Zonglin's emerald eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance, the light emanating from them nearly blinding Yunli. As his handsome face broke into a broad smile, excellent. Yunli thought to herself, damn, how can someone look so charming when they smile? It's hard to maintain my composure. It was over. In this interstellar age, she had intended to be a well-cared-for canary. Yet the crown prince was encouraging her to become a sea queen. Zonglin raised his hand to reveal the star ring on his wrist, leaning closer to Yunli, then deftly activated it. He gently took her hand adorned with the star ring. Let us connect as friends, so you can message me whenever you think of me.
Ha!
She found it rather unlikely that she would think of him. Under the gaze of the crown prince, whose beauty was both striking and persistent, she timidly added him. Zonglin was elated, achieving an outcome beyond his expectations, and was maddeningly exhilarated. His heart, usually so composed, felt as if it were on the brink of jubilant ecstasy. Dear one, the affectionate nickname he could now openly call Gongye Yuanzhou could also be directed at her. Were he not afraid of scaring her, he would have embraced her tightly, just as he had done before. The more he entertained such tender thoughts, the more his body temperature rose, the rich green of his eyes deepening. Yunli was reluctant to remain in this confined space, witnessing the uncontainable excitement on his face, which hinted at a desire for something more intimate between them. Ahem. She feigned a cough, attempting to draw Zonglin's attention. He turned to her, his expression concerned. Darling, what is the matter? Darling, did they share such familiarity that he would address her so? Such presumptuousness was utterly unbecoming. Yunli inwardly criticized, yet she managed a natural smile. Zonglin, I must return now. Zonglin straightened, affectionately ruffling her hair. Allow me to escort you.
Yunli rablia. Ah.
There's no need. I arrived in a hovercar. Noticing the disappointment in his eyes, she felt compelled to offer him a few sweet tidbits to maintain their stable relationship. I need some waterproof medical gauze. The vending machine on the 3rd floor sells it. Could you please fetch some for me? Zonglin chuckled lightly. There's no need for such trouble. With that, he rose and approached the wall beside the door, gently tapping on the panel. Soon, a metallic plate that blended seamlessly with the wall descended, revealing a machine scaled down to the same proportions as the vending machine on the 3rd floor. Zonglin winked at Yunli. VIP wards have every service imaginable. Chapter 72. How unexpected. The Crown Prince is my secret lover. Yunli often felt out of place among these interstellar elites due to her lack of wealth. It was still the same sentiment. Take all you wealthy folks and shove off. A heaviness settled in her lower abdomen, discomforting her, and the pleasant aroma in the room intensified. Zonglin, before losing control of himself, procured the medical gauze she needed, then utilized the VIP passage to escort her to the hovercar outside. With a face so handsomely chiseled it could make one blush, he gazed at her with concern. Are you truly all right driving the hovercar alone? I'm fine. Yunli finally escaped the awkward situation, her voice rising a notch. Rest assured, I aced the hovercar holographic simulation exam on StarNet, with a perfect score and 0 accidents throughout my career. Seeing her relaxed and lively demeanor, Zonglin could not help but draw closer, half his body leaning into the hovercar. Just as his warm lips were about to brush against her cheek, Yunli placed her palm against him to block his advance. With a complex expression, she said, Zonglin, I know you are eager, but please do not rush. Matters of the heart cannot be hurried. They require careful nurturing. Zhong Lin chuckled lightly, unbothered by the rejection, instead fastening her seatbelt, closing the car door, and stepping back, waving. Be safe, then goodbye. Yunli hurriedly nodded. Goodbye, goodbye. Zhong Lin added, I shall miss you. Do leave some space in your heart to think of me. Yunli earnestly nodded, thinking, how could I not think of you? She pondered how to rid herself of this burdensome identity as the Crown Prince's clandestine lover, a predicament she could hardly bear. After bidding farewell, Yunli leisurely steered the hovercar onto the flight path. Zhong Lin's long, jade-like fingers brushed against his crimson lips. Her essence seemed to permeate the air. And when he had kissed her warm palm moments ago, the scent lingered in his breaths. Had she not promptly withdrawn her palm, he might have succumbed to the overwhelming desire to taste her skin, yearning to ascertain whether it bore the same sweetness. Fortunately, Yunli remained blissfully unaware of his thoughts. Otherwise, she would struggle to maintain her composure in the presence of the seemingly wise and impeccably dressed Crown Prince, who, beneath his polished exterior, harbored the absurdity of a man who could be so easily satisfied by a mere touch and yet fantasized about licking his own palm. Upon returning home, drenched in perspiration, she secured the manor's entrance, retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, and then, equipped with a specialized interstellar sanitary pad, lay comfortably in bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Zhong Lin, having attended to personal matters, resumed his duties at the military academy. As it was not yet time for afternoon classes, he first made his way to the office of the student council president. Within the office, an unexpected guest awaited him, Elon, who had just returned from a combat exercise. Dressed in a white bathrobe after his shower, he retrieved a glass and ice from the refrigerator, mixing himself a drink. As he sipped, he initiated a conversation with Zhong Lin. Back already? Zhong Lin's demeanor was relaxed, his handsome features exuding an extraordinary charm, and he responded cheerfully, yes. Elon paused in his drinking, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Zhong Lin. You seem to be in high spirits today. Recent attacks on the Central Star had cast a pall over Zhong Lin, but today he appeared unusually jubilant. Elon, with his golden eyes blinking inquisitively, pressed, what has brought you such joy? Zhong Lin, who had never experienced romantic love nor held affection for a subordinate, found it impossible to conceal his inner delight. He let out an abrupt light chuckle, but kept his lips sealed, replying, nothing much. Zhong Lin felt akin to a dragon guarding its treasure, determined to shield his hidden gem from prying eyes, even from his close friend Elon. His smile was as hard to suppress as a power weapon. Yet his explanation bore no relation to his elation. The Star Defense Department has gathered sufficient evidence and information to uproot a significant number of the Revival faction's operatives concealed within the Central Star. They are currently being apprehended and interrogated. It is merely a matter of time before confessions are obtained. This Revival faction is destined to suffer substantial losses here. Elon comprehended the implications. The Revival faction's actions at the Hartmann family's Garden Hotel had been tantamount to a public slap in the face to the family. Financial compensation was trivial, but the loss of face was monumental. He and his father had placed a bounty of $1 billion on the heads of 20 professional mercenary teams to specifically target the Revival faction's hideouts. For those desperate enough, the promise of money was worth risking their lives. There were numerous followers of the Revival faction preaching the doctrine of equality among all beings. Yet their actions were hardly cleaner than those of the wealthy elites. To hope that the Revival faction could transform the world was mere folly. But was Zhong Lin truly delighted by this turn of events? Elon harbored doubts. Despite the subtle curve of Zhong Lin's lips, he could still detect a flicker of joy in his expression. Zhong Lin had always been inscrutable, his true thoughts concealed behind a mask of indifference, leaving even a longtime friend like Elon uncertain of his inner workings. Perhaps this was the imperial wisdom imparted by the emperor himself. At that moment, Elon, equally perceptive, caught a whiff of a fragrance reminiscent of gardenias in the air, intoxicating and alluring, causing his senses to wander. He turned to Zhong Lin and inquired, what is going on between you and Gongyi Yuanzhou? You both exude the same fragrance. Is it a new perfume from Everlasting Technology? It smells even better than the subordinate series. Send me the link. Certainly. Zhong Lin hadn't anticipated that the scent lingering on him from Yun Li would still be so pronounced. Nevertheless, upon hearing Elon's question, he obligingly opened the interstellar marketplace, sending him a link to a perfume. Upon receiving the link, Elon's expression darkened. Zhong Lin, are you teasing me? I've purchased this perfume before, and it does not smell like this at all. Zhong Lin feigned innocence. Oh, is that so? Perhaps I misremembered. I'll look for another one and send it to you when I find it. He would never divulge the truth, setting aside the fact that as a noble crown prince, he was still in the phase of pursuing his cherished treasure. At best, he could only precariously label himself as her clandestine lover. Moreover, he understood that his treasure was akin to a gem shrouded in dust. The closer people drew, the quicker her protective veil would dissipate, and once her radiance was unleashed, she would attract a multitude of distinguished and powerful suitors. One Gong Yi Yuanzhou was already bothersome enough. Zonglin was determined to safeguard his precious gem from envious gazes. And Elon Hartmann was not an exception. Elon sensed that both Gong Yi Yuanzhou and Zonglin were acting strangely, clearly hiding something from him. There was undoubtedly something amiss between them. Chapter 73. You must have life to spend wealth for 7 days. Yunli remained confined to her bed, entirely unprepared for the surprises her menstrual cycle had in store for her. She was certainly no catnip. Why would she emit a scent that attracted males? Observing the behavior of the interstellar males was as bewildering as her own traversing through dimensions. Thus, since returning home, she had resolved to lie still, embracing a lifestyle of leisure, tended to by a household robot, living a life where everything came to her without effort, never stepping outside. Who could resist the allure of such a languid existence? After all, she had no desire to work, nor the capacity to do so. With a soft cushion of 50 million star coins resting in her account, how could she ever find herself in want? Such was the curse of her born privilege. After lamenting her well-deserved luxurious life, she returned to her mental realm to further study her little dandelions. Within the desolate expanse of her mental landscape, 2 vibrant green dandelions swayed gracefully, having absorbed all the black threads that once ensnared them and had grown considerably. Upon sensing her presence, they eagerly conveyed their hunger and need for nourishment. Recalling the last time she had encountered danger at the Garden Hotel, when she had attempted to siphon the assailant's mental energy using the dandelions, she pondered why he had managed to sever their connection at a critical moment. Was it because the white halo binding him was insufficient? The origin of the white halo lay in the 2 small dandelions, and she speculated that if the dandelions in her mental realm were larger or more numerous, the outcome might have been different. She urgently required black threads to nourish the dandelions, at the very least to hasten the ripening of one and observe its transformation. Yet sourcing the black threads posed a challenge. It was known that the essence of the black threads was a byproduct of mental energy. Yet the only source available to her was Gong Yi Yuanzhou. She had previously absorbed a small portion of Zonglin's energy as well, but the quantity was too scant to instigate any substantial change in the dandelions. How could she procure a greater supply? Suddenly struck with an epiphany, Yunli sat up in alarm, recalling her previous close calls. Without a certain degree of self-preservation, the wealth she enjoyed would be meaningless. Indeed, one could never truly lie in peaceful repose. As soon as one worry dissipated, another would inevitably arise. She commenced her search on the star network, seeking pertinent information. Yet her quest for the elusive black silk thread yielded no results. However, she did glean a rudimentary understanding of mental strength from the extensive and intricate scientific literature. She painstakingly extracted and categorized the information, discovering that mental strength serves as a long-lasting enhancement to skill points. Individuals of average mental acuity possess limited energy across various skill points, such as perception, manipulation, communication, defense, and attack, while those with exceptionally high mental strength can develop comprehensively. Terms like telepathy, material reconstitution, and mental shock ignited her enthusiasm, even though she was far from a formidable combatant. Yet, after the surge of excitement, she returned to her unresolved dilemma, having found no information regarding the acquisition of the black silk thread. In keeping with the age-old tradition of Blue Star, when faced with uncertainty, she turned to the online community, promptly logging into her account on the Star Network forum to post a reward-seeking plea.
Urgent.
What should I do if my mental strength is on the verge of collapse? Under the auspices of her financial prowess, responses flooded in swiftly. A cockroach on the run from Star. With your wealth, surely you can seek out a rehabilitation center to delay your breakdown. Perhaps a specially formulated mental soothing agent could prove effective, or if all else fails, find a high-ranking subfemale to assist in establishing a mental connection to clear the deteriorating substances from your psyche. If that still fails, choose a place adorned with flowers and grass for your self-conclusion. A cockroach on the run from Star. There's no need for regrets. It's all destiny. Those with lower mental strength often live longer, while what uses it for those at higher levels? A good death is better than a lingering existence.
Urgent.
Is a high-ranking subfemale truly that formidable? Shien Yun is also a high-ranking subfemale, and from what I heard her say, it doesn't seem so extraordinary. It only appears to provide simple assistance. You're disturbing my eyes. High-ranking subfemales and their lower-tier counterparts are not to be conflated. The soothing methods available to us from the higher echelons are limited to combinations, but a very few among high-ranking subfemales exhibit significant transformative effects after absorbing female hormones, with stable outcomes. You're disturbing my eyes. These high-ranking subfemales serve only the elite. If you are not among them, do not even think about it. Looking towards the Star River. How do they serve?
Is it as I imagine?
Nobleman who doesn't pay single tax. Certainly not. Not all elites are solely preoccupied with such matters. I must speak for the elite. They are merely hired at exorbitant rates for intimate contact, most commonly through hand-holding, allowing the high-ranking subfemale's mental strength to permeate into the mental realm to cleanse the deteriorating substances. Nobleman who doesn't pay single tax. Telling you this is futile. After such a cleansing, the soothing mental energy of high-ranking subfemales is nearly depleted, requiring 2 to 3 days of rest to recover somewhat. The cost for a thorough cleansing is 99 million, a burden far beyond the means of ordinary citizens. A cockroach on the run from Star. You make it sound like we could afford this without 1 billion star coins. Nobleman who doesn't pay single tax. If the effects of deep cleansing are negligible, ordinary individuals face the incinerator as their final destination, while the elite reach the eternal life base, where machinery induces a state of suspended animation to prevent the continuous collapse of mental strength, averting the resurgence of ancestral genes that could lead to irreversible deformities.
Urgent? Urgent.
Wasn't it said that the upgraded mental seed wouldn't revert someone into a beast? Nobleman who doesn't pay single tax. It doesn't lead to beastification. Merely deformity, barely retaining a human semblance. Nobleman who doesn't pay single tax, but I advise against looking, it's almost as ugly as a beast. Yunli suddenly realized that the eternal life base could be her opportunity. The elite with collapsing mental strength would be there, effectively providing her with a plethora of samples. However, before she could revel in this thought, a problem arose. Being an undocumented individual without identity or qualifications, she had no access to the eternal life base. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair, feeling an insatiable urge to wander after a night of restless sleep. Upon reaching the first floor, she found that the household robot had prepared her favorite fruits and afternoon snacks on the balcony. As she passed by the doorway, she noticed the dragon claw tree she had purchased on West Street still encased in its transparent packaging, forgotten during her menstrual period. Unlocking the packaging with her fingerprint, she discovered the dragon claw tree somewhat shriveled. She promptly fetched water to nourish it. At the bottom of the packaging, she uncovered an envelope, pondering if a cashback promotion existed in the interstellar realm. Upon opening it, she found an official invitation from the Eternal Life Company. Chapter 74. Unsavory thoughts. The contents of the invitation were exceedingly formal, succinctly outlining an open call for individuals with a talent for planting to participate in a selection process 7 days hence. Successful cultivation of entrusted plants would grant the opportunity to work in the botanical department of the Eternal Life Base. One could easily deduce that this was an excellent job, far superior to her previous experiences of serving plates and delivering takeout. Being an employee at the Eternal Life Base not only promised a salary significantly higher than that of external companies, but also the provision of medical and pension benefits. How novel! The capitalists of the interstellar realm willingly shouldered the medical and retirement burdens of their employees. A bittersweet irony, indeed. Consequently, Yunli took to the internet to research the employee benefits offered by the Eternal Life Company. The medical section stated that all employees could enjoy a 50 medical subsidy for treatment, encompassing various examinations and new medications. The pension section, applicable solely to employees of the Eternal Life Base, promised annual increments based on years of service and internal ranking, with amounts ranging from 50 to 1,000. And for exceptional talents, the possibility of accumulating up to 10,000 in annual retirement savings. There was no concept of retirement at the Eternal Life Base. Employees could resign at any time without harming the company's interests, provided they signed a confidentiality agreement, and could retrieve their accrued pensions monthly. Accommodation and meal provisions were also managed by the company, allowing employees to leave alone and return laden with rewards, an apt description of the Eternal Life Base's workforce. Though undeniably capitalist in nature, the benefits offered to employees were genuine, ensuring that while the horse runs, it is also fed. At this moment, she found herself daydreaming. If she were to become one of those so-called high-tech talents, drawing a monthly pension of 50,000 after 5 years of service at the highest tier, that would amount to an impressive 50,000 star coins. What a divine establishment. She was utterly enamored, coupled with her savings. Even if one day she found herself at odds with Gong Yi Yuanzhou, she would still be well established in this interstellar domain. She would proudly bear the banner of the Rong family, if she could gain entry to the Eternal Life base. Her previous mockery of the Eternal Life Technology Company would dissipate like smoke. If she failed to gain entry, well, she would simply pretend she never uttered those words. Resolved to participate in the selection process 7 days hence, she immediately began her preparations, uncertain if her innate botanical talent from Blue Star would adapt to the interstellar environment. But she knew she must diligently enhance her theoretical knowledge. With the determination she once exhibited during her college entrance examinations, she delved into the star network, poring over hundreds of texts detailing the characteristics of various plants. As for why the star network is so generous in disseminating knowledge on plant care, isn't there a fear of others mastering it? It is somewhat akin to providing you with textbooks from Blue Star. Does that guarantee your admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? She diligently studied and took notes at home, completely oblivious to the fact that the 2 military cadets were still anxiously awaiting her reply in the military dormitory.
Indeed.
Gongye Yuanzhou and Zonglin had not been able to contact her for 5 long hours. Prior to her retreat, she had informed Zonglin of her intention to participate in the open auditions at the Eternal Life base, stating that she was engrossed in theoretical studies and requested that he refrain from disturbing her unless absolutely necessary. Initially, Zonglin harbored doubts, suspecting that Yunli was deceiving him. However, upon observing Gongye Yuanzhou occasionally glancing expectantly at the star network screen, he realized that Yunli had not responded to him either, which alleviated his mood considerably. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Zonglin casually cast a glance at Gongye Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou, are you worried about your beloved? Whenever Gongye Yuanzhou brought up anything regarding Yunli, he was invariably in high spirits. The once cold and unapproachable combat fanatic had transformed into a warm and amiable large dog since being with Yunli. His gaze remained fixated on the Star Network screen as he replied, "Indeed. She's at home feeling bored and mentioned wanting to participate in the planting auditions for Eternal Life Technology, eager to prove her capabilities to me. That foolish girl. Regardless of her abilities, she will always be my beloved." Zonglin's slender fingers tightened around the book, causing deep creases to form on the pages. Unable to resist, he opened his own Star Network, where the responses were formal and tinged with impatience, in stark contrast to Gongye Yuanzhou's affirmations, which infuriated him. The dormitory door was thrust open by Elon, his face shadowed with clouds, as he entered, exclaiming, "It's utterly maddening. This is a military academy. Those hormonally charged males think they can invite their beloveds over under the guise of visiting day. I want to even mention that. Now the dormitory is filled with chaos." The military academy indeed had visiting days, resembling a prison in some respects. It was merely a respite every 7 days, allowing students from remote star systems to host family and partners for a limited time, as they seldom returned home throughout the year. After the visitation, students were required to leave by 9 a.m. the following day, with supervisors assigned to oversee the process. Zonglin furrowed his brow. As the student council president, he naturally had some authority over these matters. What's the issue? Elon, recalling the recent quarrel and physical altercation between 2 beloveds, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Lin Lang and Kane's beloveds have a history. And didn't he expect them both to choose the same day to visit their partners at the academy? They were keeping a close watch on each other. But in the brief moment they turned to wash their intimate garments, they ended up fighting. Hair was being pulled, eyes were being poked. Had I not intervened quickly, Kane's beloved would have left Lin Lang's beloved with bald patches.
Ouch.
Elon gently touched the scratch on his neck. That was quite a fierce encounter, it stings. He continued, "Do you think their minds are consumed with such trivial matters? The military academy is meant for education and training. This is merely a week without a holiday. Zonglin, I strongly protest against the cancellation of this visiting day. You must bring it up with the principal." Elon voiced his grievances regarding the wound on his neck, which, while not severely injurious, felt deeply humiliating. Zonglin, having calmed himself, resumed reading, chuckling lightly at Elon's words. "If you wish to raise the issue, feel free. Just don't come crying to me if they throw you in a sack." Noticing that the messages he had sent to Yunli remained unanswered, Gongye Yuanzhou wore a look of dejection. Does their affectionate relationship really bother you that much? So envious of their happiness. If it's too difficult, why not just bring your mechanical beloved over? After all, you prefer to resolve your desires that way. Elon took a deep breath, clenching his fists. a hint of an impending explosion evident. Gongye Yuanzhou, I told you, I'm not going to engage in a brawl. At that moment, a disreputable thought flickered in Gongye Yuanzhou's mind. Disregarding Elon's reaction, he swiftly dashed out the door. Chapter 75. Visiting Day? Quite humane, indeed. Where is he off to? Watching Gongye Yuanzhou's retreating figure, Elon was caught in a state of frustration. Zhong Lin shook his head, silently smoothing out the wrinkled pages of his book, and despite knowing it was futile, he still looked toward the information bar with a flicker of hope, only to find, as expected, no response from her. As soon as Elon lay down on his bed, a loud bang startled him, causing him to leap up. What is happening?
Zhong Lin,
Visibly agitated, had just kicked the metal cabinet, and rather than alleviating his frustration, it only intensified it. Unable to calm down enough to read, he grabbed his jacket and stepped outside for some fresh air. Elon had realized that Gongye Yuanzhou was a quintessential romantic. Prince Yuanzhou appeared perpetually unsatisfied of late. Everything felt peculiar. Were there truly no normal people left in the world? He quietly opened his star network and searched the topic, preparing to apologize to my beloved. What gift is appropriate? In the estate, Yunli received a call from Gongye Yuanzhou, her expression one of astonishment. What did you say? Visiting day? In a secluded corner of the military academy, if any cadets were to pass by, they would witness the formidable and commanding figure of Gongye Yuanzhou, whose face was nearly beaming as he gently coaxed his beloved to attend the upcoming visiting day. Visiting day? Surely, this isn't a prison visitation day? Shouldn't these military students be focusing on their studies right now? What nonsense are they thinking? A visiting day at the military academy? Quite humane indeed. The earnest tone in Gongye Yuanzhou's voice as he communicated with her, expressing how much he missed her, made Yunli intuitively aware of his thoughts. Reflecting on her recent responses to Zhong Lin, which had been prompt yet ultimately unfulfilled, she felt a pang of guilt. After all, young master was her benefactor, and she was obliged to meet his requests, yet she had secretly agreed to Prince Yuanzhou's pursuit, invoking a sense of infidelity akin to cheating on a boyfriend. It wouldn't be impossible to visit, provided that there was no one else in your dormitory. She couldn't quite believe that Gongye Yuanzhou could resist merely cuddling with her under the covers while chatting. Gongye Yuanzhou assured her with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured, that will not happen." Upon returning to the dormitory, Gongye Yuanzhou found that Elon's anger had dissipated. He was seated, poring over the latest quarterly financial and production development documents from Hartman Company sent by his manager. Elon was highly attuned to the gazes of others, and upon sensing someone watching him, he turned to find Gongye Yuanzhou staring at him intently. With their long-standing friendship and the history of their childhood brawls, he knew that Gongye Yuanzhou was up to no good. Irritated, he inquired, "What do you want?" Gongye Yuanzhou, stroking his chin thoughtfully, pondered how to politely yet firmly ask him to vacate the dormitory. Elon scoffed. "As if I want to see you? The dormitory is yours. I'll head over to the student council tonight." Gongye Yuanzhou's spirits lifted at this. After Elon packed up quickly, he left the dormitory. Knowing that the two of them had always had a tumultuous relationship, whenever they were together, it inevitably escalated into a physical confrontation. In their youth, they were evenly matched in combat, but as they matured and awakened their mental powers, Gongye Yuanzhou directed his abilities towards battle and machinery, making him increasingly formidable. When Gongye Yuanzhou confronted him directly, he had to resort to indirect methods to contend with him, such as the last time when he cunningly utilized his financial acumen to trap him into competing at the dark factory. Today, it was evident that Elon was in high spirits, departing from the dormitory with a lightness in his step, heading towards the Star Network reception point at the school. The apology gift he had chosen for Yasi had finally arrived. Yunli arrived at the military academy's entrance in her hovercar, and despite Gongye Yuanzhou's tall and handsome visage standing out amidst the crowd, her heart raced like a startled deer. How could someone be so exceptionally outstanding? With ample wealth and a pleasant demeanor, Yunli felt that their relationship was akin to him generously indulging her whims. As she approached the entrance in her Star of Hope hovercar, an inevitable space cleared around it, allowing Gongye Yuanzhou to spot her immediately. He strode over and, as Yunli stepped out, swept her into his embrace. This gesture was not at all out of place, as the entrance on visitation day was filled with families exchanging hugs and conversations. However, given Yunli's petite stature, being lifted off the ground by Gongye Yuanzhou was quite a surprise. While he carried her towards the dormitory, she suddenly remembered that her bag was still in the passenger seat of the hovercar. The bag, it's still in the car. Concerned that the military dormitory might lack her accustomed daily necessities, she had packed some items to bring along. When Gongye Yuanzhou returned to the parking lot, he found a number of military students gathered around the Star of Hope hovercar, snapping pictures and checking in. She had almost forgotten that his hovercar was a limited edition. Despite her efforts to select a less ostentatious model, it still attracted attention. Upon setting Yunli down, he planted a kiss on her forehead and boldly parted the crowd, declaring, "Boys, make way." Initially, the military students were reluctant to yield, eager to photograph such a collectible vintage hovercar, but when they caught sight of the towering, stern-faced Gongye Yuanzhou, the air shifted, and they instinctively dispersed, muttering Demon King. The atmosphere fell silent as all eyes turned toward them. Unable to contain herself, Yunli burst into laughter at the absurdity of the nickname. Gongye Yuanzhou shot them a fierce glare, prompting the group to scatter like startled birds. After retrieving her bag, he took her hand in his free one, and they strolled leisurely through the campus. As Yunli admired the grandeur of the military academy, she noted its solemn and dignified atmosphere, characterized by metallic walls and well-structured buildings, with broad, straight pathways weaving through the campus and decorative structures standing in perfect alignment, enhancing the vastness of the outdoor spaces. Gongye Yuanzhou could not resist caressing her soft hand, had they not been in public. He might have succumbed to the urge to kiss her increasingly fair face. Sensing the weight of his gaze, Yunli playfully pushed his handsome visage away, saying, "In front of so many people, could you tone it down a bit?" Gongye Yuanzhou, realizing the appropriateness of her request, initially intended to show her around the school. But the thrill of their reunion left him distracted. He scooped her up once more, sprinting toward the dormitory. Chapter 76. She drives at high speeds. It must be said, while Gongye Yuanzhou held her securely, the ride was still quite bumpy. His swift pace meant that once inside the dormitory building, bystanders merely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past. The urgency in Gongye Yuanzhou was palpable as he hurriedly brought Yunli into the dormitory, shut the door, and impatiently lifted her, pressing her against the door, showering her cheeks, lips, and neck with kisses. "Let go, you need to let go." Yunli protested as she evaded his affections, urging him to set her down. Though reluctant, Gongye Yuanzhou complied with her request and gently placed her on the floor. As Yunli surveyed the small dormitory, she was surprised to find it quite cramped, accommodating only 2 sets of double-decker beds, one of which was cluttered with miscellaneous items, suggesting that only 3 people, including Gongye Yuanzhou, resided there. "Where's your roommate?" she inquired. Gongye Yuanzhou, perched on his bed with an eager expression as if awaiting inspection, replied, "I don't know." Yunli arched an eyebrow. "You don't know? What if they come back? You can't leave a girl alone with 3 men." The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. Her mind wandered back to the era of Blue Star, recalling videos of male students displaying their muscles and dancing in dorms, where one witty sister commented that if she were thrown into such a dorm, she'd scream until her throat was raw, while another clever sister quipped that if she were truly confined, she wouldn't even have the chance to make a sound. At times, Yunli despised her own rogue identity. Any lewd innuendo was easily decipherable, and even at high speeds, she could keep pace seamlessly, navigating through life as challenges. She envied those who could effortlessly banter, their wit far surpassing her own. Clearing her throat, she realized that in reality, she had no ulterior motives. Gongye Yuanzhou alone was sufficient to exhaust her. Fearing Yunli might be upset, Gongye Yuanzhou quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, they won't be coming back. I've already changed the dormitory matching code." His words eased her anxiety somewhat. Approaching the bunk beds, she shook one vigorously, only to find it firmly welded to the floor.
I am satisfied.
After a week apart, Yunli had missed him dearly. She walked over to where Gongye Yuanzhou sat on his bed, burying his handsome face in her chest, asking, "Still fragrant?" She suspected that Gongye Yuanzhou and Zonglin had mentioned her scent in relation to her menstrual cycle, which had since passed, leading her to believe her fragrance might not be as pronounced. Gongye Yuanzhou inhaled deeply, wrapping his strong arms around her waist. Very fragrant. As her fingers entwined in his hair, she playfully tugged at the roots, demanding, "How does it compare to last time?" "Answer carefully." His hair had grown significantly since their first meeting, transforming from a buzz-cut military student to a lustrous mane that seemed to glimmer. Gongye Yuanzhou tightened his embrace, burying his face deeper into her soft chest, not as thrilling as last time, but still delightful. Noticing the faint dark circles beneath his eyes, Yunli surmised that he had been pushing himself with studies and training. Wrapping her arms around his neck and slipping off her shoes, she said, "I'm so tired." Stay with me for a while. Gongye Yuanzhou, who had intentions of doing something more, found himself enchanted by Yun Li's intoxicating scent, compounded by his exhaustion from rigorous training. Now that the treasure he had longed for was nestled in his arms, he felt himself relax, his eyelids growing heavy. With a gentle sigh, Yun Li nestled against Gong Yi Yuanzhou, lying sideways on the narrow single bed, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Yuanzhou, occupying the lower bunk, found it impossible to sleep, as Yun Li, who always enjoyed ample rest at home, remained wide awake, staring blankly at the upper berth. As her eyelids grew heavier, she shifted slightly in his embrace until she discovered a comfortable position, her right hand resting on his waist, drifting into a profound sleep. Half an hour later, it was she, the one who lacked no sleep, who awoke first, noticing that Yuanzhou was still in slumber, bored and restless. She realized that any significant movement would disturb him, and she was nearly counting sheep when suddenly she was seized by the desire to indulge in an activity she had longed to repeat. Stealing a sly glance at the sleeping Yuanzhou, she thought, "Ah, splendid." Then, her mischievous right hand gently slipped from his waist, stealthily sliding beneath the hem of his black school uniform vest. Her touch met with smooth skin, distinctly defined muscles, their firmness akin to solid rock, exuding a vibrant strength. Although Yuanzhou had previously allowed her to explore, it had been a fleeting experience, akin to Zhu Beiji tasting a ginseng fruit, leaving her with nothing but a fleeting hint of flavor. Today, however, was different. He lay asleep, granting her the liberty to explore at her leisure. Touching, caressing, kneading, pinching, she reveled in her conquest of his abdominal muscles. Just as she was lost in her delightful exploration, a pair of large hands enveloped hers, guiding them further down. Startled, she lifted her gaze to find Yuanzhou awake, his dark eyes brimming with an insatiable desire that seemed to envelop her entirely. His towering frame loomed over her, gentle yet encompassing, shielding her completely. After the intimate encounter, a satiated Yun Li lay on the bed, reluctant to move, still relishing the pampering of her gentleman. After changing the sheets, Yuanzhou cradled her back into bed beside him. Their skin brushed against one another, and Yun Li felt his body radiating warmth akin to a furnace. Just a brief embrace left her glistening with perspiration. Yet, Yuanzhou held her tightly, cherishing her presence, finding her coolness a delightful contrast to his warmth. Akin to a treasured figurine, he could not bear to release. Once Yun Li regained her composure from the lingering sensations, Yuanzhou began to chat with her while gently massaging her waist. "How is your preparation for the talent selection going? Do you need my assistance?"
Yun Li, Buzlat, Raplia.
"Can you help me with my botany homework?" Yuanzhou's response was straightforward. "I cannot assist with that. But getting into the Eternal Life base is merely a matter of me having a word with the Rong family. He will certainly grant me this favor." Yun Li immediately shook her head. "No way. I want to rely on my own abilities to pass the selection. My goal is to become a high-tech talent. I refuse to use connections. Do you not believe in me?" Yuanzhou answered without hesitation. "Of course I believe in you. My precious Yun Li will succeed in whatever she undertakes." With that, he flipped over, allowing Yun Li to sit upright on him. Yun Li internally lamented, "No, please. We just finished bathing." The bed, indeed, was the source of all mischief. Chapter 77. The Jealous Prince and His Stubbornness. 1. Gong Yi Yuanzhou had always been enthusiastic about exerting himself in this regard, and although their time together was brief, Yun Li, having endured numerous trials, had developed a stronger sense of resilience. Not wishing to spend the entire day lounging in bed, perpetually on the brink of impulsive actions, she insisted that Yuanzhou assist her in getting up, and he obediently helped her into the clean clothes she had brought along. After rising, Yuanzhou intended to take her hand for a stroll around the campus, stopping by the military school cafeteria for a meal. However, Yun Li fixed him with a dangerous gaze. "Are we just going to walk out like this?" Yuanzhou replied, perplexed. "What else should we do? What about the dirty clothes and sheets?" He dismissed her concerns. "The housekeeping robot will come to clean up promptly, do not worry." Yun Li pressed. "How long will that take?" "Immediately?" Yuanzhou glanced at the time on his star ring. "About half an hour." Yun Li exclaimed, "That won't do. What if a roommate returns in the meantime? That would be so awkward." Determined, Yun Li urged Yuanzhou to toss the sheets and bedding into the washer-dryer ahead of schedule, although her personal garments were all washed by his hand before drying. She felt as though he was being overly cautious, but he insisted that no one but him was worthy of such intimacy, and the washer-dryer simply wouldn't suffice. Yun Li felt a surge of appreciation, realizing her worth in that moment. After activating the dormitory's one-touch cleaning and fresh air system, ensuring nothing was overlooked, she finally allowed Yuanzhou to joyfully take her hand as they departed the dormitory. The military school cafeteria adhered to a stark, technological aesthetic. As they entered the bustling dining hall on the first floor, the air was filled with the vibrant energy of robust military students, and aside from a hint of unpleasant sweat, it felt like a paradise for their female counterparts. Only Yun Li dared to bask in Yuanzhou's embrace, her gaze wandering among the tall and impressive military students, admiring their long legs, handsome faces, and silky hair, undoubtedly enhanced by some premium hair product. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, especially when she noticed military students nodding respectfully at Yuanzhou as they entered. Zhou Ge. Oh, the thrill was undeniable. She scolded herself for being a flirt, her appetite insatiable, fully aware that the military students' physiques could make the bed shake at night, and yet, one Yuanzhou was already more than sufficient. Yet her mind wandered heedlessly, unafraid of the consequences. Her thoughts were a chaotic mix, while her body remained pure and untouched. Ahem. After all, one Yuanzhou hardly seemed excessive. A flirt's heart resembles that of a sea king. And her bed was a pond for nurturing fish. Surely she deserved to sample a variety of flavors, from steamed to braised, poached to dry-fried. Each had its own unique taste. What wrong had she committed? She merely succumbed to the same folly that women across the world often do. This place felt like her own little haven. But she lamented the cafeteria's automated food service. Why were there no cafeteria staff? If only she could work there part-time during the summer. Her heart ached with regret. As her excitement mounted in Yuanzhou's embrace, she completely ignored the fact that while she viewed the military students as mere scenery, she too had become a point of interest for others. At that moment, the privileged offspring of the princess faction were dining with Zhong Lin, laughing and conversing, their words laced with flattery. Everyone knew that Prince Zhong Lin was the undisputed heir to the throne, and their connection with the esteemed prince was merely due to their shared status as schoolmates. If they could not cultivate a familiar rapport with him while on campus, how could they expect to be remembered when he ascended to power? Naturally, Yuanzhou would not allow his beloved to dine in the same hall as mere commoners. While he had no qualms about mingling with the populace, he would never shy away from leveraging his noble privileges. His precious Yunli deserved to enjoy the finest resources the world had to offer. From the moment they entered the cafeteria, his steps led her unhesitatingly to the exclusive dining area on the second floor, reserved for the elite. Here, the meals consisted of natural foods, although prepared by machines. The flavors were meticulously crafted through scientific precision. As for seeking culinary artistry within, that was a futile endeavor. Machines possessed no soul. Unlike the bustling crowd in the lobby on the first floor, the second-floor aristocratic restaurant exuded an extraordinary tranquility. Although there were no private booths for seclusion, the generous spacing between each chair afforded an expansive view. It seemed as though Zhong Lin possessed a peculiar sensitivity towards Yunli, the moment Gong Yi Yuanzhou, akin to a hen safeguarding her chicks, escorted her from outside. He laid eyes upon her. Reflecting on the indifference and coldness he had experienced from her over the past few days, his expression darkened, and he found it impossible to muster a smile. How ungrateful this little one was. While he oscillated between joy and urgency regarding her messages, she had never truly regarded his feelings. She had claimed to be engrossed in her studies, yet in the blink of an eye, she was accompanying Gong Yi Yuanzhou at the military academy. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and after the anger came a sense of grievance. He could hardly fathom what made him inferior to Gong Yi Yuanzhou. The privileged youth who once animated the atmosphere with their lively chatter soon noticed the sudden chill on the crown prince's face and followed his gaze. What they beheld was a petite female firmly cradled in Gong Yi Yuanzhou's embrace. Their first thought was, is she really that short? Malicious discussions ensued. Gong Yi Yuanzhou must be quite desperate. He is not picky at all to be interested in someone like her. They dismissed her as a low-grade sub-female. As a scion of a military and political lineage, he could surely find a more desirable sub-female. Was he out of his mind to cherish such a subpar specimen? With her completely bland appearance and an unimpressive physique. Even if Gong Yi Yuanzhou sought a less refined sub-female, surely he could do better than one who resembled a mere green bean dish. They questioned his taste, wondering if it was truly so abysmal that he would even accept someone like her, even if offered for free. Before they could finish their derisive remarks, they were abruptly silenced as Ilome, with a swift kick, sent one of them sprawling. The S-class mental energy was potent enough to shatter the chairs anchored to the metallic floor, leaving the young lords who had just mocked Gong Yi Yuanzhou swallowing hard, afraid to breathe. Zonglin gazed at Ailong in astonishment. He was remarkably quick. Just as Zonglin intended to upturn the table and confront those scoundrels, Ailong had already acted first. With a cool glance at the group of privileged youths who had been coddled into ineptitude, Zonglin parted his lips. Scram. The young lords, bewildered by what had incurred the crown prince's wrath, dared not utter another word in the face of his blatant disdain, hastily retreating in disarray. As they descended the stairs, the group encountered Gong Yi Yuanzhou and Yunli, and they were so frightened that they did not dare to lift their heads. Due to his height, Gong Yi Yuanzhou could not see their grim faces bowed in shame, but Yunli, being considerably shorter, caught sight of their contorted and fearful expressions. What could have startled these handsome young men so thoroughly? Had she known that the object of their ridicule was herself, she would have once again lamented why Ailong hadn't simply kicked them to oblivion earlier. Chapter 78. The Jealous Crown Prince and His Stubbornness. 2. Yunli and Gong Yi Yuanzhou found a vacant spot to sit. The walls of the second-floor restaurant were a rare sight, composed not of metal, but of transparent glass. From here, one could directly observe the chaotic dining scene on the first floor. Was it truly worth such trouble for a few sips of nutritional supplements? Did they really have to come to the cafeteria? Couldn't they just order from Starnet Delivery? She quietly shared her thoughts with Gong Yi Yuanzhou, who smiled and kindly sanitized her utensils once more. The nutritional supplements at the military academy are specifically formulated based on the daily training volume and bodily deficiencies of the students. There are nightly checks. Don't be deceived by the seemingly tranquil demeanor of the privileged youths in the second-floor restaurant. Those who failed to meet their nutritional requirements the previous night must still go to the first-floor dining hall the next day to consume their supplements. I see. Existence justifies its reason. Gong Yi Yuanzhou handed Yunli the ordering device, which resembled a transparent tablet from the Blue Star era, yet it boasted an extensive menu. Yunli flipped through the pages, which numbered over 100. Each illustration was vibrantly colorful, and opening an image revealed a 3D dynamic video, complete with the sounds of cooking. It was astonishingly advanced. Yunli eagerly selected dozens of items, tempted to order more, but she hesitated, fearing she could not finish them and waste food. Having experienced hardship, she was acutely aware of how expensive natural food was in the galaxy. Even though the waste wouldn't cost her anything, it still pained her. Gong Yi Yuanzhou encouraged her. You can choose the portion sizes. Select fewer portions, but a greater variety. If you can't finish, I'll help. Yunli's eyes brightened at the thought. This dining method resembled the Blue Star era's teppanyaki buffet, where one could order anything and each portion was small, minimizing waste. With Gong Yi Yuanzhou backing her, she filled the table with her favorites. As the robot served the dishes, she sampled a few bites, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. The flavors were genuinely delightful, far surpassing her previous experience at a teppanyaki buffet. Some sauces made for the beef tongue and foie gras were overly salty, leaving her half-satisfied just from drinking watermelon juice. The buffet fee of 500 to 600 yuan per person was certainly not worth it. From a distance, Zonglin observed Yunli devouring her food with abandon. Although she lacked the elegance of royal dining or the trendy hamster-style eating favored by contemporary sub-females, the sight was undeniably appetizing, transforming the act of eating into a genuine pleasure. He also noticed a particular quirk of Yunli's. Whenever she enjoyed a dish, she would wiggle in her seat with delight. It was amusing to watch, but before he could chuckle, Ailong burst into laughter first. Zonglin turned to Ailong, noticing that his gaze was fixed on Yunli. A sense of unease washed over him. Recalling Ailong's previous actions, Zonglin narrowed his eyes. You seem quite concerned about the opinions others have regarding Gong Yi Yuanzhou's sub-female. Ailong paused imperceptibly, his long, exquisite fingers brushing over a family crest ring adorned with a precious red energy gem, its facets sparkling brilliantly. Remembering the apology gift he had hastily retrieved from his Starnet bank account's vault, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, making it difficult to discern his true feelings. Yet his lips were as resolute as the stone sculptures at the academy. Not at all. He tossed the question back to Zonglin. Do you actually find this short, plain sub-female appealing? Zonglin fell silent. Internally, he thought, I do.
I truly do.
I like her immensely. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Zonglin noticed that Yunli had just let out a hearty burp, slumping back in her chair while clutching her stomach, exclaiming in dismay. As Gong Yi Yuanzhou began to swiftly clear away the remaining dishes, anticipating that their meal would soon conclude, and they would likely stroll around the campus to digest. He turned to Ailong and said, "I have some matters to attend to shortly." Ailong readily stood up, his golden eyes shining brighter than rubies. "Perfect. I have something to attend to as well. I shall take my leave." Though their parting seemed genuine within 5 minutes, they unexpectedly crossed paths again on the route where Gong Yi Yuanzhou and Yunli were taking a post-meal walk. All are astute individuals, and their intentions need not be elaborated upon. A mere glance suffices for comprehension. Zhong Lin felt a surge of caution. "What exactly do you mean?" AI Long, feigning indifference, twirled his ring. "I merely wish to extend my apologies to her." Zhong Lin's anxiety eased slightly. Presuming it was merely a private matter between AI Long and Gong Yi Yuanzhou, for in his recollection, AI Long and Yunli had never shared a close bond. Little did he know, this her was not the same as the him he had in mind. "Have you two quarreled again?" AI Long perceptively caught the implication of the word again, realizing Zhong Lin had misconstrued the situation. Rather than clarifying, he chose to play along, responding with a casual After exiting the cafeteria, Yunli had indeed spotted the two from a distance, but the dusk had cast shadows that obscured her view. Primarily, she had not anticipated such a coincidence. In a campus as vast as theirs, she recalled Gong Yi Yuanzhou mentioning that the cafeteria was divided into 4 sections, each located in the cardinal directions. At that moment, she mused that the two men, with their tall statures and striking physiques, were undoubtedly handsome. Perhaps their chiseled features would provide her with dream material come nightfall. Indeed, life could not be lived the same way with everyone. It was the variety of handsome suitors that rendered existence intriguing. However, upon seeing AI Long, she felt the world had contracted. Encountering Zhong Lin's melancholic gaze caused her body to stiffen, as if the sky had collapsed upon her. "Help me, save me," she thought, panicking at the prospect of the principal and the lover crossing paths. How could she gracefully and appropriately disentangle herself from this predicament? What a veritable battlefield of emotions this was. While her heart raced in turmoil, she maintained an outward facade of calm, even as her facial muscles twitched. A cold was impossible to conceal, as was the guilt that clung to her. Fortunately, the dimming light shrouded her flustered expression significantly. It is often said that one cannot hide their love for another, but concealing affection for two is an art requiring mastery. The crux of the matter rested with Zhong Lin, who bore the title of a mere lover, despite the fact that nothing untoward had transpired between the two women. Yet, the sensation of illicit romance lingered palpably in the air. Receiving Yun Li's earnest gaze, Zhong Lin suppressed his emotions. Refraining from making things difficult for her, or directing another glance in her direction, he inquired casually of Gong Yi Yuanzhou, "Heading back to the dormitory?" Gong Yi Yuanzhou nodded in affirmation. At that moment, AI Long took a step forward, adopting an air of camaraderie. Gong Yi Yuanzhou tightened his embrace around Yun Li. Casting a wary glance at AI Long, "You'd best have a valid reason." Both Zhong Lin and AI Long's eyes fell upon Gong Yi Yuanzhou's possessive grip around Yun Li, wishing they could sever his hand from her. Chapter 79. Yun Li, you had better be genuinely apologetic. AI Long feigned innocence, shrugging. What else could it be? Just heading back to sleep.
Gong Yi Yuanzhou frowned deeply. "Sleep?
Where exactly? In the dormitory?" AI Long wore an expression that was both infuriating and perplexing. "What other options are there?" Unwillingly, Gong Yi Yuanzhou turned to Zhong Lin. "Aren't you two supposed to be at the student council?" Zhong Lin's expression remained impassive as he lied without a flicker of an eyelid, swiftly concocting an excuse. "The student council office is temporarily occupied with meetings these past few days." Yunli felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After all, she was merely a girl. The idea of sharing a small dormitory space with 3 men would surely be rather awkward. Despite her usual bravado, she held an open mind but conservative actions. Upon hearing this, she promptly dismissed the idea of staying over for the night, tugging gently at Gong Yi Yuanzhou's arm, and playfully declared, "Yuanzhou, it's not convenient for me to stay tonight. Please pack my clothes and set them aside in my bag. Could you bring them back when you return home next time?" Gong Yi Yuanzhou would never object, his large hand firmly grasping Yun Li's as he huffed disdainfully at the 2 others and departed. He accompanied Yun Li to the designated area for hovering vehicles at the military academy's entrance, reluctantly cradling her face in his hands and planting kiss after kiss, their noticeable height difference drawing the attention of passers-by. Gong Yi Yuanzhou was entirely focused on her, oblivious to the gazes of others. Yun Li felt overwhelmed by his fervent affection, yet after what felt like an eternity of kissing, her patience wore thin. Her shoulder-length hair, styled into little tufts, was ruffled by Gong Yi Yuanzhou's gentle caresses. All right, let us save the kisses for home, she insisted, wriggling her face free from his grasp. Noticing his slightly displeased expression, she playfully pouted and tiptoed to plan another kiss, but her height disadvantage proved a challenge. She stretched her arms around his neck to finally deliver a proper kiss. A hint of a smile finally graced Gong Yi Yuanzhou's face, his typically aloof demeanor softening. He opened the door to the hovering vehicle for Yun Li, who settled into her seat. Observing him step back, preparing to watch her depart, the tender look in his eyes made her heart melt. Lowering the window, she said, "You go ahead. I don't want you to see my back today. I wish to watch you enter the campus." Gong Yi Yuanzhou chuckled, leaning in for another peck on her lips. "What silly words are you saying? Hurry along." Yun Li persisted. "I truly mean it." Gong Yi Yuanzhou replied, "This is a military academy, a paradise for men. You are so adorable. If I don't keep an eye on you, who knows what shameless fellow might try to approach you." She was genuinely grateful for his concern. Aside from those special moments during her menstrual cycle, she possessed none of the charm of a crowd favorite. What could they hope to gain by approaching her? Why would she squander other men's attention when she could have his? "Because of love, Yuanzhou, you are the one I cherish most." She subtly flattered him. Successfully winning over Gong Yi Yuanzhou, she felt a wave of warmth spread through her lips curling into a smile as her heart swelled. What to do? Each day, he seemed to love her just a little bit more. Yun Li's sweet words had elevated his spirits immensely, his smile dispelling the coldness from his features. Akin to a naive fawn lost in a bubble of pink romance. "All right then, I shall head back to school. Do take care on your way home." Yun Li gave him an approving okay gesture. As Ai Long returned to the school dormitory alongside Zhong Lin, he suddenly halted, a look of frustration crossing his face. Zhong Lin glanced at him. "What is the matter?" Ai Long replied, "I forgot to pick up the package from the reception point. I need to return." Zhong Lin countered. "ISNT the sorting robot scheduled for delivery across the school by 8? As Ai Long turned to walk away briskly, he responded, "It's different. I'm in a hurry." Once Yun Li confirmed that Gong Yi Yuanzhou's figure had completely vanished from the military academy entrance, she prepared to start her hovering vehicle. Just as the glass window began to rise, 2 sharp knocks echoed from outside. Turning her head, she was taken aback to see who it was. Ai Long Hartman. Thanks to Topobo and Gong Yi Yuanzhou, she was aware of Ai Long Hartman's status as the legitimate heir of the Hartman family. If all went as expected, he would one day take over the vast business empire of the Hartman family, much like Zhong Lin. Her life was a complete and utter fantasy, akin to a tale of a dragon among men. Just the other day, she had felt a twinge of anxiety for having clashed with him at the Hartman Gala. After all, such a tycoon, with wealth rivaling nations, could wield the power to influence the governments of remote star systems. If he took a disliking to someone, it wouldn't be difficult for him to orchestrate an assassination, and many would be eager to accept such contracts. She learned about Hartman through the Star Network. Wealthy, exceedingly wealthy, and adept at elevating politicians from his own faction. To put it elegantly, he is a businessman. To put it less charitably, he is a clandestine king without a crown. Possessing both wealth and power, he is a formidable force that no ordinary individual can confront in any era. One's life, under the relentless machinery of such a colossal family, is as insignificant as a blade of grass. Should they desire it, your life could be extinguished without a ripple. She recognized that with Gong Yi Yuanzhou by her side, it would not be easy for Elon Hartman to target her, yet the fear of a thief's intent lingered. What if one day she and Gong Yi Yuanzhou parted ways? Would all dangers not then converge upon her? A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth forced her to maintain composure as she donned an innocuous smile and slowly lowered the car window. "What a coincidence, Mr. Hartman. I wonder what guidance you might offer?" Elon, slightly breathless from his hurried approach, gazed into Yun Li's dark eyes sparkling with a hint of mirth, his heart racing. After all, this marked their first truly calm conversation. He would never forget the moment they locked eyes at the Bean Mall. The astonishment in her puppy-like gaze at his appearance. He cursed himself for feeling the need to show off in front of Gong Yi Yuanzhou that day. Had he known that Gong Yi Yuanzhou's feminine aspect was her, he would have dressed with more gentlemanly finesse, appearing more refined and handsome, hoping to capture her attention. He wanted her to realize that compared to himself, the heir of a financial empire, Gong Yi Yuanzhou was remarkably crude. Could Gong Yi Yuanzhou truly surpass him in wealth? Would he be as willing to spend lavishly on her? He wished for her to understand that she could have better options. As he pondered these matters, a flush crept across Elon's face. He was unsure why. Despite his aversion to Gongye Yuanzhou, his gaze remained inexorably fixed on Yunli. Deep down, he was conflicted about whether he had come to apologize or whether he was merely using the guise of an apology to forge a connection with her. Chapter 80. No. No, oh dear, this, oh dear. Elon observed her petite face illuminated by the streetlights beneath the night sky. The evening breeze caressing his cheek, as if encouraging his deliberate approach. He retrieved a small, square metallic box from his pocket, reminiscent of a ring gift box. With his elegantly defined fingers, he extended the box through the window towards Yunli. She instinctively recoiled slightly, furrowing her brow in confusion. What is this? Seeing Yunli conversing with him so calmly nearly sent him into a euphoric state. He masked his excitement with the composed demeanor instilled by his family. As he watched her curiously examine the small box in his hand, his heart softened like cotton candy. Once loathed for its sickly sweet and fluffy nature, the comparison now suited his feelings perfectly. Elon strove to conceal his inner exhilaration, adopting a calm tone. A gift. Yunli's expression was a canvas of confusion, yet her hand unconsciously reached out. Why are you giving me a gift? She recalled the incident at the Garden Hotel. Hadn't he already compensated her 50 million star coins? If there were to be additional consolation gifts, she would graciously accept them. However, Elon shook his head. No, this is a personal token of my apology. The moment her hand reached for the metallic box, it retracted as quickly as if it were a fan, waving it off. No, there's no need. We have no conflict. Why would you apologize? Elon gently grasped Yunli's hand, placing the metallic box tenderly in her palm. For my disrespectful words that day. Having presented the gift, he turned and strode away, the lingering sensation of her soft touch igniting a delightful shiver throughout his being. Yunli leaned out of the window, calling after the retreating Elon. No. Oh, dear, this. One must admit, the siblings from the Northeast had a knack for expressing the sentiment of reluctance with such simplicity. She had declined, yet he insisted on gifting her. Once Elon's figure vanished from sight, she locked the car window, finding solace in the enclosed space. Carefully, she opened the metallic box adorned with the Hartman emblem, and, as expected, there lay a sapphire ring. A sapphire ring? The facets of the stone sparkled brilliantly, and the vintage gold band accentuated its luminous beauty. No woman could resist something that glitters, and Yunli was no exception. Considering it was a gift from the heir of a financial titan, its value must be substantial, and her small vault could soon see a significant boost. She quickly logged into her Star Network forum account, snapping a photo of the ring with her star ring and uploading it. Heavenly gift crab. I beseech the esteemed experts to appraise this sapphire ring. What is its worth? Looking at the Milky Way, a counterfeit at first glance, merely an ordinary stone treated to imitate sapphire. Shops on the Star Network sell cheap imitations for 100 star coins. I advise against wearing it. It may cost you your life. You're blinding me. Same here. If it were genuine, such a quality sapphire would be rare even among high society. The mining rights are controlled by the Hartman family, priced in the millions. Better not to wear it at all than risk wearing a fake. Noblemen don't pay the single tax. My heavens. This appears to be a sapphire ring belonging to a significant member of the Hartman family. The design is identical to that of my father's brother, who served the Hartman family well, and this was a reward from the head of the family. My father was reluctant to wear it, and instead gave it to my brother for protection. Noblemen don't pay the single tax. Do you have any idea how much I wish I could steal this sapphire ring overnight? Do you understand how invaluable it is? No one would ever consider selling it to you. Noblemen don't pay the single tax. To possess this ring signifies the Hartman family's recognition of you. Its hidden value is immeasurable. L-Star is a fleeing cockroach. Are we too isolated on this planet? I've never heard of it. It's just a ring. After all, you're exaggerating. It's merely a ring with aesthetic value. Noblemen don't pay the single tax. Wrong. Other rings may only possess ornamental value. But the Hartman family's rings are far from superficial. They embody the latest technological designs developed by Hartman Company, integrated with defensive and offensive capabilities. Noblemen don't pay the single tax. However, I'm not entirely sure how it's used. I've never seen a Hartman family member in action. Or perhaps those who have are all dead. The ring my classmate possesses has yet to be triggered, while the family ring has a ruby and members receive sapphires. The difference may lie in the amount of energy contained within the gems. Noblemen don't pay the single tax. You photograph the box and its metallic casing. If it bears the Hartman logo, that would be conclusive evidence. Yunli gazed at the prominent emblem on the metallic box. It was likely irrefutable proof. How astonishing. Noblemen don't pay the single tax. Are you selling this ring? Rest assured, I shall not negotiate once you utter a word. May I inquire? Through what channel did you acquire this? The generous crab replied, I shall not part with it. It was a gift from the Hartmann family. The nobleman, who evaded the single tax, lamented, what a pity. Nevertheless, this is undoubtedly a remarkable item. You should wear it. This ring surpasses all decorative gemstones in both aesthetic and practical value by a considerable margin. The generous crab exclaimed, Is it truly that exquisite? Yet, the giver did not mention it when presenting it to me. The nobleman replied, Perhaps he wished to surprise you. I envy you. You must hold great significance in his life. However, Yunli paid no heed to the nobleman's last remark as her thoughts drifted to the Hartmann family's heir, whose apology gift was so lavish. Joyfully, she adorned her ring with a sapphire, though it was somewhat oversized. Yet, in the next moment, the metal of the ring seemed to liquefy and contract, snugly encircling her finger, neither tight nor loose, but perfectly fitting. What should I do? It appears I have been corrupted by capitalism. At this rate, I can hardly fathom the wealth I would possess post-breakup. I might well be laughing in my blankets like a pig. Sisters, it is essential to pursue relationships with the affluent. Even a mere trickle of wealth through my fingers would enable a life of indulgence. If one were to date someone less affluent, their greatest love would be money, and one would scarcely register in their priorities. Women ought to seek intellectual connections, lest they become ensnared in love's folly, wandering into the depths of uncharted mountains. Hence, she must flaunt her financial acumen, for the love budget demands a PowerPoint warning. Chapter 81. If you're going to pursue, aim for the wealthiest. As Elon approached the dormitory entrance, he suddenly felt a pang of frustration. How could a mere touch lead him to forget his purpose? He had intended to use the excuse of teaching her to utilize the sapphire ring as a means to acquire her StarNet ID. In recent days, Yunli had not been idle at home. She was determined to embark on a career, exhibiting a diligence that even the young master would find commendable. However, her relationship with the elusive prince, who bore the title of an underground lover yet had made little tangible progress, yielded scant responses. In her mental realm, two dandelions, one large and one small, were likely perpetually hungry, echoing her resolve to endure and persevere. She was making an effort. With her wealthy benefactor attending school, she resided within a grand estate. Her free time, extravagant pleasures, and pristine environment prepped her for an individual living vlog, aptly titled A Day in the Life of a High-Quality Human Woman in the Stars. Splendid indeed, were it to be released on the StarNet platform. The unique title would surely garner a soaring number of clicks. As she savored her breakfast and perused a printed book, lost in her whimsical thoughts, her starring vibrated with an alert. It was Bobo. Since their last encounter at the Bean Mall, she was curious about Bobo's status with Andrew. Upon opening the communication,
Bobo S3 des projections matérialistes.
Observing Yunli seated in her expansive estate, relishing exquisite natural delicacies, Bobo candidly admitted her envy. They were both of inferior ancestry, yet the disparity in their circumstances was stark. Truly, some were meant to thrive while others languished. Yunli noted Bobo's long, voluminous hair, now transformed from a flaxen hue to a striking crimson, as she occasionally twirled the curls cascading around her neck during their video chat. Bobo inquired, Do you have time? Yunli responded, For afternoon tea? Bobo affirmed, You know me well. Yunli asked, Where shall we go? Bobo replied, There's a newly opened garden hotel on West Street. I've heard. Yunli interjected, Stop right there. The mere mention of a garden hotel triggered a near PTSD response. Had it not been for Zhonglin's timely intervention during her last visit to a Hartmann-affiliated establishment, her life might have ended. She considered the safety of her estate superior to any public venue, and suggested to Bobo, Why not come directly to my estate? Bobo's face lit up with delight. Is that truly permissible? Yunli believed that, compared to the public establishments, the security of the entire estate was quite reliable. Aside from registering the owner, every guest entering the estate underwent rigorous security checks. How stringent were these measures? Should any dangerous items be detected, security personnel held the authority to neutralize visitors on the spot. The elite placed immense value on their safety, and thus, one should not test the mettle of their security. As the personnel were seasoned veterans from the battlefield, adept at handling extraordinary threats, let alone ordinary interstellar citizens. Bobo was familiar with the estate, for aside from the extravagant Biyun Mall, it was the sole notable establishment in the Biyun district, its very name embodying opulence. Andrew lacked the privilege to reside there. And during their time together, he had never mentioned the familial connections that might grant them access. Typically, he would disparage his own inferior lineage, yet in this moment, she wished to unveil to him the realm he had yet to enter, one in which she had already stepped ahead of him. Concerned that Bobo might inadvertently trigger an alarm with certain items, Yunli promptly sent her the estate's visitor regulations, urging strict adherence to the outlined protocols. While awaiting Bobo's arrival, she hastily instructed her housekeeping robot to prepare milk tea and snacks and cut a few flowers from the garden to adorn the table. A bouquet of assorted blossoms would greatly soothe the spirit, while dried flowers commanded exorbitant prices in the Starnet Mall. Such fresh blooms flourished abundantly within the estate of Gongye, Yuanzhou. What ordinary citizens toiled tirelessly to acquire was but trivial to the elite. It was akin to the days of soaring gold prices on Blue Star, when the wealthy would nonchalantly gift golden wires to laborers. Though Yunli's wealth now exceeded 100 million, her soul remained rooted in the identity of an ordinary individual from Blue Star, aware of the relentless struggles required for survival. After passing through the estate's security checks, Bobo was transported directly to Yunli's doorstep by a hovering sightseeing vehicle. Upon receiving the smart notification, Yunli unlocked the door. Bobo entered, her eyes wide with awe as she surveyed the estate, her gaze filled with envy as she observed Yunli. Wow, sister. Not only do you eat so well, but you also live so splendidly. Yunli's use of the word eat carried a profound resonance, a double entendre indeed. Yunli had few friends in the stars. Shien Yun and Miao Miao had returned to the front lines, and Lucy had forgotten to share her contact information. In truth, much like a fledgling bird, her first friend, Bobo, always held a special place in her heart. She guided Bobo to her favorite balcony, where the table overflowed with an array of delightful confections. It's been a while since you reached out. What have you been busy with? Bobo unabashedly showcased several platters. Savoring the sweetness that blossomed in her mouth, wishing she could conjure 2 additional stomachs. I've been busy breaking up with Andrew. Bobo's candidness was both refreshing and exhilarating, as if the melancholy she had exhibited during their earlier discussions of separation had never existed. Seeing Yun Li's gaze laden with skepticism, suspecting her of feigning strength, Bobo promptly clarified, it's not as complicated as you think. After Andrew, he has become increasingly miserly with me. A male can lack everything, but he must never lack money. Especially when it comes to an alpha female, he has succeeded in being particularly stingy with me. He is so brazenly forcing me to leave. This scoundrel, declaring he doesn't love me, has caught me completely off guard. In the end, I managed to gather a total of 8 million star coins. If I hadn't escaped quickly, he would have likely drafted a list to reclaim every single item.
Ugh.
It's truly infuriating. Lily, let me tell you, it's fine to seek something from a male, but never expect his love. Back when Andrew and I were on the verge of parting, it was just a fleeting sorrow for a couple of days, a mourning for my lost affection. If I had felt this way until now, I would have been utterly devastated. 8 million star coins, and even a second of hesitation is a disrespect to the currency. One must never put all their eggs in one basket. The moment I sensed Andrew's attitude shifting, I began scouting for my next potential benefactor among the elite. Chapter 82. If you're going to pursue the wealthiest. Yunli was astonished, scanning Bobo, who today appeared particularly radiant. Have you found someone? Bobo sighed. Well, there are candidates, but if I treat those elite young masters as fools, then I am the true fool. I am assessing their worth, while they merely see me as entertainment. Yet, she firmly believed in her perspective, attempting to convey this wisdom to Yunli. Li, as we've said, we must not place all our eggs in one basket. Since we are in the elite circle, we should not cling to just one. With such a great opportunity, we ought to cast a wide net and catch more fish. If you cling to the notion of pure love, you might end up with nothing at all. Bobo was genuinely distressed, secretly resenting that despite being in the elite circle, they completely ignored her, not even sparing her a glance. It was truly disheartening. Lady Luck had presented her with the opportunity, yet she felt utterly ineffectual. Yunli, lacking that sense of urgency, found herself pondering the troublesome Zhong Lin, pondering how he would approach her. Curiosity piqued, she pressed on with her earlier inquiry. Who have you set your sights on? Bobo answered readily, Elon Hartman. Yunli responded in disbelief. Who did you say? Bobo, looking earnestly into her eyes, nodded. You heard correctly, it's Elon Hartman, the heir of the Hartman family conglomerate. I thought, since the elite young masters are all so difficult to engage with, I might as well pursue the one with the most wealth. Elon Hartman is undoubtedly the project with the highest return on investment. Reflecting on how Gong Yi Yuanzhou once mentioned that Elon's true affection lay not with alpha females but rather with his extensive collection of mechanical females. Bobo was bold in her aspirations? That was hard to assess. She wished Bobo success nonetheless. However, just moments ago, with her spirits soaring, Bobo's enthusiasm rapidly waned. Despite my relentless attempts to cling to Andrew and craft a facade of being his companion, I've only encountered Elon Hartman at 2 occasions. Yet, I couldn't even approach him closely, as I was kept at bay by his bodyguards. I even caught a glimpse of his golden eyes casting a fleeting glance my way. Though this golden sun did not linger for me, its scorching rays still brushed against me. Goodness, how far must one dream to conjure such a melodramatic love poem? In truth, what Bobo wished to express was a profound sense of helplessness regarding crossing social classes. She fully understood that Elon Hartman would never be interested in someone of her lowly status, yet her eager heart still clung to hope. What if she could receive affection akin to the way the young master cherishes Li Li? If Li Li could be adored by Elon Hartman, why couldn't he? He truly embodies a celestial being. Noting Bobo's fervent demeanor, Yun Li could not resist inquiring, "What are your thoughts on His Highness?" Bobo paused for a moment before responding. "Like a celestial being." Yun Li pressed on, "And what about the young director of Evilife Corporation?" Bobo replied, "Like a celestial being." Yun Li continued, "And my young master, Gong Yi Yuanzhou?" Bobo responded, "Also like a celestial being." Yun Li understood. To Bobo, any individual endowed with wealth and power resembled a divine entity. Yun Li queried, "Then why are you so fixated on Elon Hartman?" Bobo answered sincerely, "Because with my capabilities, I can only hope for a slight chance to connect with Elon Hartman. As for the other 3, my aspirations far exceed my abilities." You believe that proximity brings advantage," Yun Li chuckled. Bobo had truly deified Elon out of unattainable desire. The last time he gifted her something, he was far from the aloof figure she painted. He had humbly pressed an apology gift into her hands, embodying politeness and simplicity. She felt remorse for her previous disparaging comments. The sapphire ring she wore constantly served as a testament to his remarkable qualities, allowing her to overlook his peculiarities. After all, they were not destined to share a life together. Now, Bobo shrugged. "I suppose I have no further expectations. Perhaps soon, I'll have to emigrate to Yale Star, where the cost of living for local citizens is significantly lower than that of the Central Star. I could also search for job opportunities there and leave the social clubs behind." Bobo rambled on about her future plans while Yun Li listened quietly, extracting useful information in case one day she too found herself at an impasse with her young master. Bobo departed the estate at 4 in the afternoon. Noticing the time, Yun Li realized she still had plenty of time. After a quick tidy-up, she hopped into her hover car and set off towards the Evilife Corporation's audition square to collect her plant seeds. By the time she arrived, the square was relatively empty. Those who had secured their registration slots could swipe their star rings to receive their corresponding assessment seeds. A massive 3D projection screen displayed a brief video on the germination process of green plant seeds, serving as an educational piece. As she watched intently, the screen abruptly shifted, transforming into a live news broadcast that interrupted the program with urgent news. Congratulations to the 3rd Legion for their remarkable achievements, successfully dismantling the Z4 Nebula's beast Lair and capturing its leader. The accompanying footage depicted a desolate planet, shrouded in smoke and dust, littered with the carcasses of myriad beasts. Extending as far as the eye could see, countless mechs soared into the sky, their thrusters blazing brightly in the footage. Though she had witnessed battlefields featuring beasts on multiple occasions, each time she found herself cheering for the valiant soldiers on the front lines. Awed by their unwavering resolve to protect their homeland, she finally grasped why Shien Yun was so resolute in forsaking the power, wealth, and status of the main city to follow her companions at the front lines, striving to uphold their shared cause. Because some tasks are destined to be undertaken by individuals, Shien Yun felt she had done what was expected of her. As the son of the 3rd Legion's Marshal, Gong Yi Yuanzhou would eventually tread upon the battlefield, following the path his ancestors had fought for. With her timid nature, she would likely cling to life on the Central Star, dreading the thought of an inevitable separation in the future. Clutching the assessment seeds for the auditions, she walked in the direction of her hover car, blissfully unaware of what was transpiring just 2 cars away from her. The burly man forcefully injected a vial of serum into the neck of the subdued female, whose struggles ceased instantly, her eyes rolling back as she succumbed to a deep slumber. At his feet, a nimble child efficiently bound the unconscious male with metallic shackles, mumbling, "Daddy, where are we selling these to? How much can we get? What's my cut?" The robust man hoisted the unconscious female and unceremoniously tossed her into a hovering vehicle, impatiently admonishing the child, "Stop chattering and move quickly. Do you really think you're still a child after all this time?" Chapter 83. Deliberate proximity. The seeds brought back from the Eternal Life Company's audition were, according to Yun Li's years of planting experience, identified as pea seeds, albeit of poor quality and a low survival rate. In the Blue Star era, such inferior seeds would struggle to sprout, let alone grow into viable plants for successive breeding. However, the Eternal Life Company had chosen these seeds as materials for their selection process, demonstrating their resourcefulness. In order to enhance the germination rate, Yun Li specifically purchased a series of supplementary seedling fertilizers from the Eternal Life Group's official website on the Star Network. Even if survival seemed improbable, she was determined to give it her all, as it pertained to her ability to secure a position in the Eternal Base, allowing her to approach those with high levels of mental contamination, from whom she could extract small doses of black threads to nurture the two dandelions in her spiritual realm. She had a hunch that her dandelions would one day evolve into something extraordinary, but until then, she needed to safeguard herself. After all, a man is innocent. But possessing treasure can lead to trouble. Until she had adequate self-defense capabilities, she could only bide her time and develop discreetly. As the materials for breeding increased, her star coins flowed out like water, and within just 2 days, her expenditures had already surged into the hundreds of thousands. Yunli mused that this was not merely a planting audition, it was a veiled assessment of the economic conditions of the employees' families by Eternal Life Technology. People were supposed to enter to earn money, yet before even starting, she had already spent a considerable fortune. By the 3rd day, under the influence of her monetary capabilities, the pea seedlings began to sprout, and Yunli was elated, dancing with joy. They lived. Her investment was indeed worthwhile. All that remained was to take the seedlings for registration on the day the Eternal Life Group accepted recruits. She was certain she would gain entry into the Eternal Base. Ordinary citizens receiving such inferior seeds would find it nearly impossible to germinate them without a stroke of luck. She was intimately familiar with the habits of pea seedlings. After all, she had once been a planting streamer in her previous life. Otherwise, no amount of fertilizer would prevent them from burning out, and she would have never witnessed the vibrant green shoots breaking through the soil, the exhilarating surge of new life invigorating her spirit. Wonderful. This surely qualified her for employment. As Yunli carefully placed the seedling pot into the temperature-controlled observation box, the estate security system alerted her that the main gate had been opened. Today was not even a day off for Gong Yi Yuanzhou. Who else could possibly be visiting the estate? She quickly opened the surveillance feed, only to see Gong Yi Yuanzhou, having exited his hovering vehicle, running home like a gust of wind. Upon seeing her, he casually discarded his black and gold coat and the pink bag containing her recently laundered clothes onto a chair, before bounding towards her like an exuberant large dog, seizing her face and showering her with fervent kisses. Yunli found herself unable to resist, allowing him to indulge in his affections, just as she anticipated that he would. In a moment of passion, carry her off to the bedroom, he abruptly halted. After wrapping her in his arms, she finally managed to inquire, "But today isn't a day off. How come you're back? You didn't ask for leave from the instructor again, did you?" Gong Yi Yuanzhou replied, "Of course not. What are you thinking? Am I that irresponsible?" After saying this, he set her down and hurried toward the bathroom to take a shower, his unusual behavior leaving Yunli puzzled. When had he ever been this obedient after returning home? Typically, their intimate moments would lead to playful antics in the bathroom. Approximately 5 minutes later, Gong Yi Yuanzhou emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in steam and clad in a bathrobe. As he passed by her, he planted several fervent kisses on her lips. His expression revealed a hesitation as he glanced between her and the direction of the bedroom, ultimately compensating with a long, lingering kiss before reluctantly releasing her, saying, "I'll make it up to you tonight." Yunli, despite her usually composed demeanor, found herself blushing under the intensity of his words. Was he really uttering such brazen sentiments? Sometimes, she marveled at the speed with which he bathed. He seemed to disappear only to emerge moments later, as if the water had merely brushed against him, exemplifying the efficiency of a combat shower. When he finally reappeared, dressed in a sleek black tactical jacket and pants that accentuated his stature, he reached out and entwined his fingers with hers, leading her eagerly toward the main entrance. His joy unmistakable. It was the first time Yunli had seen him so impatient. "Yuanzhou, where are we going?" she inquired. Gong Yi Yuanzhou, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "I'm taking you to meet someone very important." "Very important? Who could possibly make you this excited? Are we meeting your parents? Has the commander of the 3rd Army Corps returned?" She questioned, her curiosity piqued. "Where are we going to meet them?" she pressed. "To the Sobi Entertainment Club," he answered. At that moment, Yunli felt a wave of relief wash over her. They were certainly not on their way to meet parents. What father would choose an entertainment venue for a meeting? As the hovering vehicle sped toward their destination, Gong Yi Yuanzhou's lips were never idle, showering kisses on her hand that he held. Yunli couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by his warmth. Initially, she had thought his affections were purely physical, but as their relationship deepened, it became increasingly clear that he genuinely cherished her. She often pondered what it was about her that captivated Gong Yi Yuanzhou so profoundly. Speaking of captivation, she could not ignore the presence of Prince Zonglin, who had willingly offered to be a third party in their relationship. During this period, she was acutely aware that her evasive responses had drained his patience, and she had no idea what grand revelation he was concealing, leaving her in a state of anxious anticipation. The hovering vehicle came to a stop in front of a dazzling, palatial building adorned with colorful neon lights that proclaimed, "Sobi Entertainment Club." It dawned on Gong Yi Yuanzhou that perhaps bringing Yunli here was not the best idea. He worried she might think he was one of those frivolous men who frequented such establishments. Just as he was about to explain, he noticed her eyes sparkling with excitement, her enthusiasm for the club surpassing even his own. Yunli was genuinely thrilled. As a woman from the Blue Star era, who wouldn't harbor special thoughts about the charming male models found within such venues? Since the rise of the streaming industry, these models had transitioned into live broadcasts, showcasing their captivating physiques, strength, and striking features. The melody that seemed to linger in her ears was the exclusive theme of their performances. "I see the mountain eagle soaring over 2 lonely fish." As they swim through the salty river, with her eyes gleaming, she turned to him and asked, "Yuanzhou, is there a special service here just for females?
You know?
The kind that doesn't involve emotions, just business?" Gong Yi Yuanzhou saw right through her intentions, responding with a hint of exasperation. "Of course not." Naturally, the entertainment club offered such services, complete with packages tailored for both males and females. He was genuinely incensed that Xia Shu and Ongo had chosen this venue for the gathering, questioning why they couldn't simply enjoy the usual raucous merriment of drinking in the estate. This time, however, they insisted on creating a certain ambience that irked him further. To add to his vexation, their rowdy companions had not even considered having the attendant from the club accompany them for drinks, while his precious darling seemed eager to indulge first. Was it his service that fell short? Was his attention inadequate? Chapter 84. Deliberate approach. Gong Yi Yuanzhou spoke with his eyes wide open, fabricating nonsense. "What are you thinking? This is a respectable venue for hosting guests. There's none of the chaos you mention." Yunli narrowed her eyes dangerously as she observed him. Having invited the club, what could possibly be respectable about this place? "You seem quite familiar with it, don't you? Do you frequent it often?" Sensing the peril in her gaze, Gong Yi Yuanzhou was nearly ready to raise his hand in oath. "I have never been here before. I detest such a dismal environment. And you must not like it either." Yunli herself was not particularly fond of it. She merely inquired about the offerings of prime masculine companionship. Yet his reaction was amusingly fearful. However, the words to soothe the affluent air came effortlessly to her. "I do not fancy such things. I only fancy you." Leaning closer to Gong Yi Yuanzhou's ear, she exhaled softly. "I adore your abs, your lips, your touch."
Gong Ye Yuanzhou, blushing furiously,
Pressed his lips against Yunli's, only releasing her after a moment to murmur, "Just hold on. I'll give it to you when we get home." Was she not merely teasing the young master? Was he truly so easily flustered? Indeed, he was a spirited youth. A sense of regret washed over her. Had she been able to indulge in the embrace of various charming suitors, she could scarcely imagine how blissfully exuberant she would be. Alas, such pleasures would have to wait until her retirement from the young master's affections. Seeing the trace of regret in Yun Li's eyes, Gong Yi Yuanzhou misinterpreted it as unfulfilled desire, taking her hand and leading her to the door of the private room, silently resolving that Ongo and Xia Shu must never again choose this venue for their gatherings. He could remain steadfast in his feelings, yet he realized his darling could not resist such alluring masculine charms. At that moment, Gong Yi Yuanzhou did not comprehend that those deeply in love often experience such anxiety over their affections. As Gong Yi Yuanzhou opened the door to the private room, the laughter and revelry of a dozen young men drinking came to an abrupt halt as their attention shifted toward him. Upon seeing Yunli, Their eyes lit up. And coincidentally, hers did as well. Goodness, she could finally join the table. The dozen dashing young men, clad in military attire with their uniform buttons undone, possessed an array of striking features, tall and with exceptional bone structure. This was no mere private room but rather a veritable den of allure. Gong Yi Yuanzhou's expression darkened at the sight. Could any of them outshine him? Was there anyone who understood her body and could bring her joy more than he? Ge and Xia Shu exchanged amused glances. The young master, as the commander had said, was indeed infatuated with his companion, practically to the core. They approached Gong Yi Yuanzhou with jovial greetings, embracing him warmly and playfully patting his shoulders. Well done, my boy. I specifically inquired about your studies with Instructor Saisha. Splendid work. Our third legion has promising prospects ahead. The stubborn little boy had grown into an admirable young man, with a beloved companion by his side. Learning to shoulder responsibilities, they felt immense pride in him. The third legion would always await his return. A nostalgic and yearning expression graced Gong Yi Yuanzhou's face. It had been 6 years since he left the third legion for academic pursuits on Central Star, and he missed the front lines and his father dearly. Xia Shu and Ge, noticing Yunli's hand tightly clasped in Gong Yi Yuanzhou's, asked with a smile, Yuanzhou, want you introduce us to this lovely companion? With pride, Gong Yi Yuanzhou pulled Yunli close, declaring, This is my most cherished companion, Yunli. Upon graduating from military school, we shall register at the Ministry of Civil Affairs. She will be my sole partner, and half of all my assets will belong to her. Should I pass, my inheritance shall be hers. Ge and Xia Shu exchanged astonished glances, realizing the depth of the young master's affection for Yunli. Was he truly ready to commit to marriage? Wasn't she said to be an inferior companion? If the young master desired this, surely the commander would not approve. They guarded the front lines, where mental strain was most prone to volatility, especially given the Gong family's innate ferocity, which manifested through the consumption of mental energy. Without the dual support of a high-ranking companion and mental soothing agents, maintaining mental stability was a luxury, let alone averting a complete breakdown. Suddenly, the private room door swung open, revealing 2 unexpected guests standing at the threshold with enigmatic smiles. Gong Yi Yuanzhou furrowed his brow upon seeing them. Who invited you? He turned to Ge and Xia Shu, questioning if they had summoned them. Ge shrugged, expressing his own bewilderment. Zonglin, dressed in white casual attire, and the trendy Eli Long strolled in uninvited. Zonglin exuded an air of royal nobility with every gesture, effortlessly attracting attention, except from Yunli, who remained cautious. He approached the leaders, Ge and Xia Shu, while the soldiers of the Third Legion stood to salute the prince. The unified display startled Yunli momentarily. Eli Long, sauntering behind Zonglin, casually glanced at Yunli, only to meet her inquisitive gaze, causing a flush to rise on his face as he quickly averted his eyes. Wait. Why was he acting so timid? Determined not to be outdone, he glanced back, only to find Gong Yi Yuanzhou glaring at him warningly. While Yunli's attention had already shifted towards Zonglin, Eli Long's gaze naturally fell, landing on the hand Gong Yi Yuanzhou held tightly in his grasp. A surge of jealousy bubbling within him until he spotted the sapphire ring on her other hand, his gift. An overwhelming sense of elation erupted from the depths of his heart. She wore the ring. She wore the ring. Surely, she held feelings for him. Zonglin was aware that the Third Legion was escorting the leader of a foreign beast to Central Star's Research Institute for study and would soon return to the front lines. He had not intended to involve himself in the festivities, but upon hearing Gong Yi Yuanzhou mention taking Yunli out, a restlessness stirred within him, compelling him to seek her out. As for Eli Long, he had been present when Gong Yi Yuanzhou made the call, likely trailing him out of fear of conflict, especially since he harbored intentions of subtly undermining their relationship. Xia Shu, ever the accommodating host, swiftly arranged for everyone to take their seats. To further complicate matters, Zonglin and Eli Long found themselves seated on either side of Yunli, not far apart, with Zonglin uncomfortably close to her. She could feel his gaze sweeping over her repeatedly, her heart racing with anxiety. What was Zonglin's intention? Was he preparing to unleash a grand gesture? She had merely sought to dissuade his advances, hoping he might retreat and reconsider. Instead, he had directly approached her, and she found herself in an utterly bewildering predicament. Chapter 85. The intrigue of a power outage. Yunli sat obediently beside Gong Yi Yuanzhou as the young men engaged in spirited discussions filled with fervor about mechas, mental energy, foreign beasts, and the battlefield, topics that lay well beyond her realm of knowledge. As both Zonglin and Ilong participated in the ongoing conversation, she attentively listened while savoring fruits and snacks. The pure sweetness of the pineapple fermented in her mouth, and just as she contemplated reaching for a second piece, she realized that the fruit platter was rather distant, positioned before anger. She hesitated, torn between the desire to rise and fetch it, and the fear of drawing everyone's attention to herself amidst their lively discourse. Ever since Zonglin's arrival, she felt a palpable discomfort enveloping her. Did Ilong not merit a name? In the midst of her indecision regarding whether to indulge or abstain, Zonglin unexpectedly stood up and swapped the pineapple before anger with the strawberries in front of Yunli. Even the prince's slightest gesture commanded attention, causing their conversation to falter momentarily as subtle glances were cast towards Zonglin and her. Zonglin appeared oblivious to the scrutiny. Instead, locking eyes with Yunli, concern etched on his face. "I see you seem to have quite a fondness for pineapple." Indeed, she did. But such affections were unfolding in a public setting. Dear brother, must you drool over another's girlfriend so openly as if you feared Gongye Yuanzhou would remain oblivious? Ilong, too, was taken aback by Zonglin's actions, his brow furrowing deeply in response. Gongye Yuanzhou, naturally, had also noted Zonglin's behavior. His fists clenched tightly as he grasped Zonglin's collar in fury. "What do you mean by this?" The soldiers from the 3rd Legion, including Xia Shu and Anger, quickly intervened, separating Gongye Yuanzhou and Zonglin while restraining Gongye Yuanzhou, fearing he might act irrationally again. Yunli's mind felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. Damn it. She had sensed Zonglin was prepared for this confrontation, and while she merely intended to passively resist his advances, he had directly overturned the chessboard. She had yet to utilize the 3 dating opportunities, and now he was laying his cards on the table. What was going on? This could potentially grant her the opportunity to reject him. Just as she solidified her resolve, she heard Zonglin, feigning righteousness, frowning at Gongye Yuanzhou. "Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten the basic gentlemanly decorum towards a lady? Can you not rein in your paranoia? I know you are quite fond of your lady, but who dictates that others must reciprocate? Do you have any proof?" Gongye Yuanzhou, upon witnessing the clarity in Zonglin's eyes, felt a slight easing of the tension. Yet his words, though lacking the previous hostility, were tinged with a distinct aversion. "Thank you for your concern. But I can take care of my lady without your unwarranted interference." Yunli sensed that Zonglin possessed an uncanny ability to read minds, at least her own. Whenever she believed she could find a reason to reasonably decline his pursuit, he always managed to step back at just the right moment, uttering words that were impossible to refuse. Just as the last time she sought to reject him, he had proposed a cohabitating partnership with Gongye Yuanzhou, and now, when she planned to categorically refuse his request for 3 dates, he deftly redirected the conversation towards another purpose. Gentlemanly decorum? Ilong smirked. When had the prince ever shown such tender regard for a lady? Had Zonglin been more proactive, he would not still be single, and the royal family would not have to arrange high-status lady matchmaking events for him year after year, only to see him absent. What did Zonglin mean? Was he provoking Gongye Yuanzhou, or did he harbor genuine interest in Yunli?
No.
What about her? Just as Gongye Yuanzhou was about to break free from the grasp of Xia Shu and Anger, the lights in the private room abruptly dimmed, plunging everyone into a hushed confusion and discussion. Yunli pondered whether power outages could still occur in the age of interstellar travel. Suddenly, she felt a large, distinctly knuckled hand firmly grasp her right hand, while the scent of cedar enveloped her lips, prying them open and invading her mouth with fervor. The kiss was both gentle and forceful, long fingers cradling her face, heated lips and tongue tracing her contours.
Goodness, it was far too intoxicating.
She felt overwhelmed. The crucial fact was that this was happening right under Gongye Yuanzhou's nose. Who dared to be so audacious? Just as the electricity surged back to life, the hand that had enveloped hers and the arms that held her face, along with those fiery lips, vanished. What a thrill. Absolutely exhilarating. Yunli's face flushed, whether from excitement or shock, as traces of the crisp cedar scent lingered on her lips. She turned her gaze towards Zonglin, who sat composedly nearby, acknowledging her look with a subtle smile. To her right, Ilong's elegantly crafted fingers casually glided over the 3D screen displaying the star ring. Across from her, a group of youths whispered with Gongye Yuanzhou about the power outage. Soon, the club manager and 2 male attendants approached, bearing a tray, repeatedly apologizing. "We sincerely apologize. Esteemed guests, we experienced a brief power outage due to unstable voltage. To express our regret, We would like to offer you complimentary fine wine and snacks. Such procedural apologies were commonplace in every VIP suite, and the matter was deemed trivial. No one pursued it further. Gongye Yuanzhou, observing Yunli seated between Zonglin and Ailong, felt as though she were a little white rabbit caught between two wolves. He moved closer, wrapping his arms around her in a gentle embrace, softly reassuring her. You weren't scared, were you? Yunli pulled apart Gongye Yuanzhou's outer jacket, tightly clutching his lean waist, whispering in his embrace, a bit. The subtle friction between Gongye Yuanzhou and Zonglin had dissipated amidst the high emotional intelligence of anger and Xia Shu's conversation, and now everyone appeared as if nothing had happened, continuing to chat and laugh as before. Yet, buried in Gongye Yuanzhou's embrace, Yunli struggled to regain her composure. Goodness, what had she just done?
No.
It was Zonglin and Ailong who had done something. With Gongye Yuanzhou's group standing opposite her, Zonglin sat to her left while Ailong occupied her right. Thus, it was Zonglin who kissed her and Ailong who held her hand? What sort of predicament was this? Her heart raced, fueled by a sense of forbidden thrill, pounding relentlessly. Clearly, she was still naive, a giant in thought yet a dwarf in action, lacking the grace of a mid-tier lady. Others had 5 partners legally recognized, while she had yet to even partake in a full meal. Her heart raced, and she clung to Gongye Yuanzhou even tighter, who mistakenly believed she was still frightened, gently caressing her face and hair as they conversed. Meanwhile, Yunli's face burned crimson, akin to a monkey's backside. Chapter 86. An encounter with an old acquaintance. She tilted her head slightly in Gongye Yuanzhou's embrace, glancing at the 2 instigators on either side of her, one still exuding regal elegance, the other remaining unfazed. Their calm demeanor led Yunli to momentarily believe that the events that had just transpired were merely a figment of her imagination. Good heavens! How audacious she had been to think such thoughts. While Yunli was lost in her myriad of thoughts, Zonglin and Ailong were far from the tranquility they appeared to convey. At this moment, Zonglin wore a smile as he observed Gongye Yuanzhou engaged in lively banter with the members of the 3rd Legion. In reality, his body and lips were infused with the sweet fragrance of Yunli, and during their intimate exchange, it felt as though an intoxicating drug had been injected into him. Heaven knows that at this crucial moment when the lights illuminated the scene, he had to summon every ounce of willpower to extricate himself from her tender embrace. Although AI Long was not as entranced as Zonglin, the warmth radiating from the hand he had held with Yunli was akin to the fervor of his own heart. He felt the sapphire ring on her right hand, a cherished gift she always wore, and the thought that his ring had been in such close contact with her skin ignited a clandestine thrill that threatened to consume his reason, leaving him in a state of restless desire. The darkness magnified one's yearnings exponentially. Actions once deemed audacious became emboldened under its shroud. He longed to touch her ring-adorned hand, to discover if it was as soft as he imagined, and if given the chance, he wished to kiss it, to see if it bore the fragrance he envisioned. AI Long felt as if his mind had succumbed to folly. He had amassed so many mechanical companions in search of a feminine essence. Yet it was only upon encountering Yunli that he realized the absurdity of his pursuits. Mechanical beings were mere constructs. How could they ever be compared to her? A being of flesh and blood? Zonglin, seemingly unconcerned, caressed his lips, which had recently brushed against Yunli's, an indescribable intimacy and secrecy that proved utterly addictive. AI Long's hand, which had just clasped Yunli's, clenched and opened repeatedly, yearning to relive the exhilaration of their skin-on-skin contact. Only Yunli's mind was consumed with thoughts of infidelity. Zonglin had foreseen this. What could AI Long possibly mean? Was it something spectacular? Why did everyone feel compelled to join in? Gongye Yuanzhou's heated body flushed her cheeks, the excitement from earlier augmenting her embarrassment, allowing her rationality to regain a semblance of control. Perhaps it was the fruit she had consumed that made her abdomen feel full and in need of relief. She decided to slip away from Gongye Yuanzhou's embrace. Gongye Yuanzhou, relishing her closeness, tightened his arms around her, pulling her closer. Just a moment longer, he murmured. Yunli was nearly overwhelmed by his sudden insistence, softly tugging at his neck to whisper in his ear, I need to use the restroom. Understanding her need, Gongye Yuanzhou released her, intending to rise with her, but she pressed him down. I can manage on my own. You should catch up with your friends. He nodded, indicating that there was a restroom nearby. Yunli felt a rush of embarrassment at the thought of using the facilities under the gaze of all the males in the private room. Even if others might not care, she was certain that Zonglin and AI Long would be watching her every move, given their recent escapades. She shook her head, I'll just step out for some fresh air. Gong Yi Yuanzhou relented, aware that in the presence of men, smoking and drinking were inevitable. Yet today, out of consideration for Yunli, the brothers of the Third Legion refrained from smoking and focused solely on sharing drinks. Even so, the room still carried the scent of alcohol, and a breath of fresh air would do her good. He resolved that in future gatherings, he would not bring Yunli along. His precious girl was always the subject of others' attention. Regardless of whether Zonglin acted with intent or not, he felt the need to be vigilant. Today, Zonglin and AI Long's unusual patience in engaging with the soldiers of the Third Legion was conspicuous. As Zonglin typically shunned such private gatherings, while AI Long was known for his adept social skills. Yet, both men were curiously attentive to the conversation. As Yunli exited the private room, Zonglin and AI Long couldn't help but cast their eyes upon her departing figure. They were tempted to follow her out casually. But Gong Yi Yuanzhou's menacing gaze fixed upon them, warning that should they dare to leave, they would face his wrath. After using the restroom, Yunli did not return immediately. Instead, she wandered nearby, marveling at the opulent decor that truly resembled a palace, with its lavish furnishings and intricate details reminiscent of a gilded medieval era. Each private room was adorned with unique floral patterns, and even the bar on this floor featured carvings akin to figures from ancient Rome. The establishment resembled an art gallery, with numerous tall and handsome male attendants in uniform attending to guests. With such striking staff, it was impossible to distinguish them from models. "You are Yunli?" A voice, distinctly belonging to a female, called out from behind her, laced with incredulity. Yunli turned to see the speaker and was equally astonished. It was Su Shi. Su Shi regarded Yunli with a complex expression, noting her simple yet luxurious attire, the grand diamond necklace around her neck, and the sapphire ring on her hand, all suggesting considerable wealth. The once mockingly petite female from the floating cloud district, often derided by others, had clearly risen to an enviable status. Su Shi believed that Yunli, like Shan and I, had perished during the beast invasion, yet here she stood, thriving more than herself.
Suonse, Yunli Musha.
Reflecting on the smallness of the world, Su Shi was indeed the female she had encountered in the shared lodging back in the floating cloud district, who had brought her partner to stay with them. This had sparked numerous disputes among their housemates, but Su Shi remained undeterred, living life on her own terms. With a partner of imposing stature, their paths had barely crossed, merely familiar faces sharing a roof, each aware of the other's struggles. Su Shi knew of Yun Li's impoverished existence, while Yunli was privy to the drama surrounding Su Shi and her boyfriend. To their surprise, fate had reunited them in this opulent venue. Seeing a kindred spirit who had also escaped the floating cloud district, Su Shi smiled and asked, "Would you like to chat sometime?" Yunli, wary of mingling in such a diverse environment, pointed to a nearby reception sofa and replied, "Sure, let us sit there." Initially, she had intended to order some fruits and snacks for them, but noticing the wrinkles on Su Shi's clothing, clearly worn since their days in the dormitory, she hesitated, fearing her gesture might be misconstrued as flaunting her newfound fortune.